The year is 2624. At the Second Academy of Lianjiang City, the job ascension ceremony is underway. This is an incredibly important event for the students. But for this young man, it's a matter of life and death. A year ago, he was ice-skied into this world, taking on the identity of Reese. Before he could even adjust to his new life, his mother passed away. Immediately after, his younger sister, Vivian, was struck by a mysterious illness. Her medical bills kept piling up, and his part-time job wasn't nearly enough to cover them. That's why, in this ascension ceremony, Reese had no choice but to ascend into a combat class. He had to earn money in dungeons to get his sister to a higher-level priest, and it seemed fate was on his side. Just like that, during the ceremony, Reese managed to activate the system. With it, he received a beginner's gift package containing a hidden job class, a super VIP class in this world. After receiving the goddess's blessing, Reese was presented with 3 choices: Light Mage, Holy Priest, and Paladin. The Light Mage is a pure damage dealer class. It has immense power, but very few defensive skills. In a world ruled by other races, it's far too easy to get injured and killed. The Holy Priest has many protective skills, including the game-changing ability to resurrect. Unfortunately, its combat power is too weak and too reliant on others, so it's not for me. The Paladin, on the other hand, is a well-rounded class with absolute strength, a shield in defense, and a spear on the attack. Although it doesn't have any single standout skill, with Holy Light and my talent, it's the perfect fit for me. With that in mind, Reese decided to choose the Paladin class. Congratulations, you have ascended to the class of Paladin, level 10. After Reese completed the ceremony, his classmates immediately rushed over to suck up to him. Class president, that's awesome. Can you add me to your college entrance exam team? I want to get carried. I'm a summoner. Our team will definitely get high score. I'm a mage. Take me with you. Don't crowd around here. Disperse. An upperclassman pushed the students aside. Then, with gleaming eyes, he looked at Reese and said, "Your performance was impressive. Go home and rest well today. Report to the principal's office tomorrow." Back in his room, Reese finally had time to take a closer look at his personal stats. Strength 20, Constitution 18, Agility 17, Intelligence 15, Unallocated Attribute Points 10. Not only had his attributes increased significantly after ascending, but he also gained unallocated points. Strength first, then Constitution. You need enough damage output to efficiently take down monsters. As he thought, Reese allocated his points on the system. Strength increased by 6 points, while Constitution and Agility each got 2 points. He could feel a surge of power coursing through his body. This was the change brought by the attribute points. System detects first-time attribute point allocation, activating Paladin's quest. You may choose 2 of the following rewards for your daily quest. Reward 1. Receive an additional 10 attribute points. Reward 2. Receive a random piece of Paladin equipment. Accept or decline. With such tempting rewards, of course, Reese chose to accept. Matching with a random trial ground suitable for your level. Match successful. Eradicate the E-rank monster, Galabi. Please take this trial seriously. Death in the trial means death in reality. After the notification, Reese was teleported to another space. He cautiously scanned his surroundings. A mine? Right, the textbooks say Galabi monsters mostly live in mines. Although they aren't carnivorous like other monsters, they become violent and bloodthirsty upon seeing humans. Sensing danger from behind, Reese quickly leaped into the air, easily dodging a surprise attack from a Galabi monster. Since this was his first time facing a monster, Reese decided not to use any skills to see if he could handle it with just his raw stats. My body is much more agile, and my jumping power has increased. It's because all 4 of my core attributes have gone up. Just as Reese was feeling proud for continuously dodging the Galabi's attacks, he was suddenly impaled by its razor-sharp tail, which tore right through his abdomen. Realizing he got too cocky, Reese immediately activated a skill. Slow Heal, Level 1, C rank. for 30 seconds, within a certain range, restores a certain amount of health for up to 2 party members. I can't underestimate even a low-level monster. Seeing the monster charge at him again, Reese used 2 skills in succession, Blinding Blade and Charge, to counterattack. Blinding Blade, level 1, C rank. Condense power and draw across with both arms, forming a cross-shaped blade to attack surrounding enemies. After being hit, the enemy will take light attribute magic damage and enter a stun state. Charge, level 4, D rank. Grab an enemy in front of you and dash forward a certain distance, then throw them, dealing more damage to the enemy during the dash. Finally, after a barrage of punches from Reese, the Galabi monster was officially sent flying. Killed Galabi monster. Trial completed. Grade A. Please select your rewards. Reward 1. Receive an additional 10 attribute points. Reward 2. Receive a paladin skill. Reward 3. Receive a random piece of paladin equipment. Attribute points and skill points are the source of a professional's power. I don't need to level up my skills right now, so free attribute points are the best choice. A good weapon would also be a huge help in future trials. I'm lucky the system is rewarding me a weapon. With my current finances, I couldn't afford to buy one. I'll choose the attribute points and random equipment. Reward received, 10 free attribute points. Reward received, Novice's Longsword. Leaving the trial ground, Reese returned to his familiar room. Just then, his phone alarm rang. The screen displayed a preset reminder. 5 p.m., go to the hospital. Elsewhere, Vivian was sitting on her hospital bed, watching the news when the TV suddenly turned off. The head nurse stood there with the remote in her hand, holding up a bill, and loudly demanded, "Time to pay the medical fees, 10,000. 10,000. Vivian took the bill with trembling hands. Why is it so expensive? Wasn't it always 5,000 before? Is there some mistake? My brother works 3 jobs a month just to make 5,000. Where are we supposed to find the rest?" The head nurse replied angrily, "You used more medicine this month. Suppressants, stabilizers, and we had to call a priest once. You had 3 episodes mid-month, forcing the entire night shift to run around taking care of you. What do you think this is? Why are you talking so harshly to a young girl like her? If you think there's a problem, check it yourself." Vivian quickly clarified, "I didn't mean it like that. Please don't misunderstand. I'll check. Let me tell you something. If you don't have a rich person's destiny, then don't get a rich person's disease. The poor should just accept their lot. If you can't afford it, don't." Before the head nurse could finish, a hand landed heavily on her shoulder, making her jump and turn around. "Nurse, I believe I heard you verbally abusing a patient." This sharp-tongued nurse. I wonder if she'll be able to say a word once she's in the director's office, a middle-aged man said with a smirk. Beside him stood a tall, imposing bodyguard, which made the nurse a bit wary. He's saying the nurse was verbally abusing the patient. This guy doesn't look like good news. Thinking this, she wisely decided to leave. Before she left, she didn't forget to remind Vivian, "The medical fees must be paid today." "Who are you?" Vivian asked cautiously, thinking to herself, "Are they here to collect a debt?" The man pulled out a business card and replied with a smile, "You must be Miss Vivian, right? I'm a friend of your brother." A short while later, Reese walked in, holding a hospital bill. "Vivian, I just paid the fees. The hospital system shows a balance of 100,000 in the account. Do you know what's going on?" Reese looked up from the bill at Vivian and saw the 2 strange men. He asked cautiously, "And you are?" The middle-aged man introduced himself. "Hello, Mr. Reese. My name is Vincent Zhao, the mayor's secretary. I'd like to discuss something with you." As he spoke, he gestured forward. The mayor is the #1 figure in Guangxi City, and the mayor's secretary can sometimes represent the mayor himself. Why would someone like him be looking for me? Reese politely shook Vincent Zhao's hand. "It's not convenient to talk in the hospital room. Let's go somewhere else." Vincent Zhao happily agreed. Before leaving, he carefully instructed the bodyguard to stay with Vivian. Good news. The news of Reese obtaining a hidden job class spread like wildfire, so it wasn't uncommon to hear people discussing him. For example, Three female students were sitting in a coffee shop not far from Reese's table. Have you seen the hot search? A hidden job class appeared at the second academy. I think his name is Reese. Here's a picture their school released. He's pretty handsome. This seems like a game. Vincent, overhearing them, smiled and said to Reese, Mr. Reese, congratulations on obtaining the S-Rank talent, Divine Angel's Protection, and ascending to the Paladin class. It was just a stroke of luck. Obtaining an S-Rank talent in a normal ascension ceremony is not something that can be achieved by mere luck. The mayor values you greatly and has specifically instructed the media not to bother you. At this point, he took out a box containing a key and continued. He has also arranged some cultivation resources for you to prepare for the college entrance exam. The resources are in a safe at the city bank. This is the only key to that safe. If you have any other requests, feel free to ask. It seems the mayor sees great potential in me and is investing heavily. This is a win-win situation. But there's no such thing as a free lunch in this world. The mayor clearly hopes that one day I can repay him. However, Reese remained silent, so Vincent played his trump card. Starting today, a professional medical team will be at Miss Vivian's service 24/7. In addition, the mayor has already contacted a level 36 second ascension priest. He will be coming to Guangxi City in a month specifically to treat Miss Vivian. Hearing this, Reese immediately accepted the mayor's assistance. After his talk with Vincent, Reese went back to Vivian and told her everything. Vivian, upon hearing the news, couldn't help but exclaim, "So, you've basically hit the jackpot. Can I be the jewel on your boot?" Reese said playfully. Reese tapped Vivian's forehead and lovingly scolded her. "Stop talking nonsense. You need to focus on getting better." At that moment, Vivian curiously asked, "Every job class has its own unique skills. What are yours?" Hearing this, Reese remembered something. After his ascension, 3 unique paladin skills had appeared. They were Blinding Blade for offense, Slow Heal for healing, and Weapon Blessing for support. Slow Heal can restore health points. I can try on my sister. Reese placed his hand on Vivian's head and tried to activate the skill. It feels so comfortable, like soaking in a hot spring, followed by a full-body massage. "Vivian, do you feel any better?" Vivian, who was lost in the pleasant sensation, snapped back to reality. Her face full of excitement, she told her brother, "The pain is gone, and my hands are warm again. You're amazing." Reese looked at his sister with doting eyes, secretly pleased. Choosing the Paladin class wasn't just about strength. It was also partly because of Vivian's strange illness. After all, the Paladin is a support-type class. Even if it can't completely cure her, it's good enough if it can alleviate some of her suffering. "Tomorrow, I'll take you home." The next day, Principal Rohan personally led Reese to his office. On the way, he cheerfully said, "Yesterday, dozens of universities contacted me about early admission. My phone almost exploded. Just this morning, 4 teachers from top 10 universities have already called. Perform well and try to secure the best resources. These teachers are all second ascension professionals above level 35. If you can get early admission, you're guaranteed top-tier training in the future." "Principal, which schools are they?" Reese inquired. "Vinh Duong University, Chuan Nam University, and Cat University, and Han Tan University. Aren't the top 3 universities calling?" The top 3 universities have always based their admissions on college entrance exam scores, not on talent or job class, so they don't arrange for early admission. Once we take the test, we can get the best information from you all. Upon reaching the office door, Reese and the principal heard arguing from inside. Old Zhao, Shuyan Province, is over 4,000 kilometers from Guangxi City. Don't tell me you used a dedicated fighter jet. A fighter jet is nothing. I used a long-distance teleportation array. Activating a long-distance teleportation array costs a level 30 mana core each time. You were willing to use that? For a genius, nothing is too much to sacrifice. Reese from Chuan Nam University is ours for sure. So what? Let's see who's got the better offer. Principal Rohan pushed the door open, a proud look on his face. "Admissions teachers, the genius student Reese is here. He then introduced them one by one to Reese. This is teacher Zhao Qianfu from Vin Duong University, teacher Li Bing from Chuan Nam University, Miss Chu Nak from Hantan University, and teacher Nak Yan from Encat University. Reese immediately bowed to the teachers, an action that pleased them greatly, but didn't surprise them. He isn't arrogant just because he successfully ascended to a hidden class. Not arrogant, not impulsive, a good kid. Not bad. At this moment, Zhao Tianfu got straight to the point. Let me state Vin Duong University's offer. If you come to our school, 2 million credits and 3 Paladin exclusive skill books. Reese was a bit surprised. An ordinary family earns only 6,000 a month, and Vin Duong University was offering 2 million in one go. And what else? Even Paladin exclusive skill books that ordinary people could never hope to touch. Even the mayor didn't offer me resources of this level. Haha, is that all? Vin Duong University is as stingy as ever. Li Bing laughed mockingly, then made his offer. Student Reese, if you enroll at Chuan Nam University, you'll get 3 million, 153 Paladin exclusive skill books, and personal instruction from a level 56, 3rd Ascension Paladin. Level 56. That being close to the pinnacle of power on this planet. If I could become his disciple, my future would be incredibly bright. Rohan thought to himself, but he was even more shocked when he heard Miss Chu Nak speak. Gentlemen, your offers still lack sincerity. Enrolling at Hantan University doesn't offer much money, only 2 million. But as soon as you enroll, I will immediately give you a set of B-rank cultivation resources. Goodbye, everyone. B-rank cultivation resources. Rohan couldn't help but exclaim, then turned to look at Reese intently, as if to say, agree quickly. B-rank cultivation resources can't be bought with money. Those heavenly treasures could turn a pig into the strongest monster. Faced with these tempting early admission offers from 4 universities, Reese turned them all down because he wanted to get into one of the top 3 universities. Among the universities, the status of the top 3, Suhang University, Tonkin University, and Mado University, is unparalleled. They are known as the top 3 universities of the nation. They only accept 1,000 new students each year, and the admission slots aren't limited to humans. Other races like elves and giants can also apply. The strength of these other races is already greater than humans, and with the vast resources of the nation, countless geniuses compete for a spot. Getting into one of the top 3 is as hard as ascending to the heavens. So, when he heard Reese's reason for refusal, Zhao Qianfu unleashed his power and angrily scolded, I thought you were a promising seed, but it turns out you were just a fool who doesn't know his own limits. I've read your file. You were too weak for the first 18 years and lack good resources to make up for it. Your strength is poor and your attribute values are low. Not to mention, with your current abilities, it's extremely difficult to get into the top 3 universities. Even if you did, you'd be at the very bottom. Without powerful and precise training, you'll amount to nothing in this life. Reese struggled to stand firm, thinking to himself, what powerful pressure. If it were the old me, I would have been on my knees by now. Is this? Just then, Rohan stood in front of Reese, unleashing his own power to counter Zhao Tianfu's pressure. Teacher Zhao, what is the meaning of this? Are you trying to bully my student on my turf? China. Chu Nak observed Reese from the side, silently assessing him. To withstand Zhao Tianfu's pressure for more than 3 breaths, this kid is truly remarkable. Zhao Tianfu knew he had been a bit rash, so he withdrew his pressure and left. Admissions aren't just about potential. Character matters too. With a personality like that, even with early admission, it would be hard for him to succeed. I'll be leaving now. Goodbye, Principal Rohan. Student Reese has great ambitions, so I won't stay long either. The other 2 teachers followed Zhao Tianfu out. Rohan, seeing this, hurried after them to speak on Reese's behalf. Suddenly, only he and Teacher Chu Nak were left in the room. You have a lot of courage, but what Teacher Zhao said isn't without reason. In our nation, there are countless geniuses. Plus, with other races being inherently stronger than humans, Getting into the top 3 universities is indeed as hard as ascending to the heavens. I'm very happy. Reese replied confidently. I will prove my strength with my college entrance exam scores. With a month left until the exam and the help of the system, he was confident he could raise his strength to an unprecedented level. At that point, he would have his pick of the top 3 universities. How long has it been since I've seen such a deep, determined gaze? It's like I'm back in the days of fighting on the front lines. Being in a peaceful place for so long has made my thinking too conservative, creating a generation gap with the youth. Chunak looked at Reese for a long time, then turned and walked towards the door, smiling as she said, "All right then. I look forward to your performance in the college entrance exam. Goodbye, student Reese." Time flew by in the blink of an eye. A month passed, and the college entrance exam had arrived. In the hall, students were buzzing with discussion. The proctor for this year's exam is Demon Lord Yang. We're doomed. A few years ago, he was the proctor, and our province's average score dropped to the lowest in history. Have you guys heard? Reese rejected early admission to aim for the top 3 universities. No way. He's too arrogant. Even the provincial and city geniuses don't dare to say they're guaranteed a spot. What's he banking on? He's just arrogant because he has a rare hidden job class. He's going to fall flat on his face this time. Over $1 million in admission funds. If it were me, I would have agreed long ago. What a waste. Just then, Reese appeared. The young man who was just bad-mouthing Reese behind his back suddenly froze, staring at him. He then said in a slightly different tone, "Why do I feel like Reese is different from before?" There's an aura of a powerful expert around him. Unlocked dungeon. After a loud announcement, information about the dungeon appeared. Dungeon. Depths of the Gloomwood Forest. Level 10 to 13. Difficulty: easy, hard, and nightmare. Required party size: 1 to 5 people. Note: the depths of the Gloomwood Forest is filled with shadow cats and minotaurs. They are malicious by nature and enjoy eating humans. Damn it, it's the Gloomwood Forest. Don't tell me there's swamp terrain inside. Shadow cats are fast. Minotaurs have thick skin and flesh. Demon Lord Yang doesn't want us to live. The maximum party size for a dungeon corresponds to its difficulty. Previous year's exams had a maximum of 3 people, but this time it's 5. As the candidates were complaining, Li Xianyang walked up to them and reminded them loudly, "Remember, act within your capabilities. If you encounter mortal danger in the dungeon, immediately use the return scroll. Death in the dungeon means death in reality. It's better to fail the exam than to lose your life. It's time. All candidates, prepare. Enter the dungeon." As soon as Li Xianyang finished speaking, the candidates here turned into beams of light and were teleported into the dungeon. At the same time, large screens began to display the candidates' progress inside the dungeon for everyone to watch live. Class 1 Sun Chong, Class Warrior, Difficulty O, Party Size 1. Class 1 Muqin, Class Assassin, Difficulty O, Party Size 1. Class 1 Long Fei, Wang Fong, Sun Jian. Classes: Elementalist, Archer, Nether Mage. Difficulty O, Party Size 3. Class 5 Reese. Class Paladin. Difficulty Nightmare. Party Size 1. Class 2 Zhang Wei, Wang Li, Zhao Tianhong, Yong Erlin. Classes: Archer, Fire Mage, Swordsman, Alchemist. Difficulty O, Party Size 4. As expected of the Rocket class, aside from the 2-person teams, they're basically all soloing the dungeon. Soloing lets you keep all the experience points, but the higher the exam score, the higher the risk of death. Only the seniors from the Rocket class would dare to do this. As everyone was excitedly discussing, a girl suddenly pointed at Reese's screen and shouted, "Everyone look! It's Reese, soloing a nightmare-level dungeon." At the same time, in a VIP seating area, the director of the Department of Education, Jia Dao, was staring at the screen with his mouth agape. This. He slammed his hand on the table, turned to Rohan, sitting next to him, and yelled angrily, "A paladin's support abilities are incredibly strong. He would dominate in any team. So why is Reese soloing the dungeon? And he even chose the nightmare difficulty, which has a death rate of over 40%. Principal Rohan, the city has invested a lot of resources into Reese this month to ensure he gets the best results. If he dies in the dungeon, the reputation of the entire Lianjiang city government will be severely affected. His actions show a complete disregard for the government's investment. Rohan quickly tried to smooth things over, reassuring him. Director Jia, please rest assured. Reese is not a reckless person. He must have a few aces up his sleeve. Back to Reese. As he was moving, he suddenly spotted a shadow moving at high speed through the tall branches. With a serious expression, Reese took out his weapon and got into a ready stance. One-handed axe, bronze. Equipped with a long-handled axe, strength +7, agility -2. Soon, a monster leaped down from a high branch, lunging its claws towards Reese. Perfect timing. D. With a loud shout, Reese swung his axe down, splitting the monster in two. Strength 45, Constitution 51, Agility 43, Intelligence 52. Reese closed his personal panel with satisfaction, thinking to himself, in just 1 month, even though I'm only level 10, my average attribute value has reached 47, which is equivalent to a level 13 professional. Across the entire Suhang province, I can be considered among the top candidates. Then, Reese smiled and said, not daring to come out? Then I'll be the one to attack. He took the initiative and charged towards the monsters hiding behind the bushes. The weapon in his hand was now covered in a golden aura. Weapon Blessing, level 4, C rank, concentrates holy light, increasing the power, physical attack, and critical hit rate of an ally's weapon within a certain range. Reese was like a tiger among a flock of sheep. One swing of his axe was enough to take down a monster, without exception. Under the effect of his S-rank talent, Divine Angel's Protection, the effect of Weapon Blessing, a paladin exclusive skill, was also enhanced. The power of his one-handed axe increased by 21 points. Such a powerful buff, if the other candidates knew, they would surely be envious. After all, the college entrance exam dungeon limits weapons to 3-star bronze and below. The one-handed axe in my hand, after being buffed, has an effect comparable to a 5-star bronze weapon. In the college entrance exam, every attribute point is precious. This is enough to create a huge gap between me and the others. At this moment, another group of monsters ambushed Reese from behind. Reese withdrew his weapon, turned around, and muttered softly, "Blinding Blade." From his hands, a cross-shaped beam of light flew towards the monsters, slicing them into pieces that fell to the ground. I've raised Blinding Blade to level 5. It already has strong light attribute damage, and with the buff from Divine Angel's Protection, it can instantly kill low-level monsters. Thinking to himself, Reese casually grabbed a monster's claw-filled limb and threw it with great force at a distant monster, the one lucky enough to have survived his skill. The limb with its sharp claws shot towards a monster, impaling its stomach and pinning it to a tree behind it. At the same time, outside the dungeon, the audience watching Reese's performance on the large screen cheered excitedly. Wow, that was close. Senior Reese's skill timing was perfect. It was like he unleashed Blinding Blade the moment he was attacked. How insane. That was a one-hit crush. So satisfying to watch. Senior Reese is so powerful and domineering. I've seen that axe in a mall. It's very heavy. How is Senior Reese using it like it's a toy? Did he put all his free attribute points into strength? Hearing this, a teacher named Tianjun frowned. As a teacher, his observation skills were better than the students, so he saw more. No, look closely. Reese's speed is even faster than the Shadow Cat's. It's not just his speed. His skill casting is also extremely fast, and the power of his magic is immense. Among his free attributes, his intelligence is definitely not low. His axe swing speed, attack distance control, and force are all perfectly controlled. He's truly a combat genius. After saying this, Tianjun looked at Li Xiangyang with envy, thinking, how did such a good seed end up in Class 5? Elsewhere, Jia Dao spoke with a serious expression. Reese has very strong combat awareness. But what he's doing is not wise. Wasting energy on the first wave of shadow cats is a mistake. In a nightmare dungeon, not only are the monsters strong, but their numbers are also immense. Even the best mages can fail due to mana exhaustion. The weight of a battle axe is a great burden on the professional. Swinging it once or twice might not be noticeable, but after swinging it hundreds of times, he won't even have the strength to hold his battle axe anymore, and will eventually be torn to shreds by those shadow cats. At this moment, on the screen, the audience saw a new wave of monsters rushing towards Reese and immediately stirred. The next wave of shadow cats is here so soon. There's not even a moment to breathe. This is too brutal. There must be at least 100 shadow cats. Can Senior Reese handle it this time? All the spectators held their breath, eagerly awaiting Reese's performance. Hello, Dungeon. Reese did not disappoint them. He skillfully combined his weapon and skills, and quickly dealt with the monsters. When the last monster fell, a small vortex appeared in front of Reese and gradually expanded. This was the entrance to the next stage. Let's go, Reese said decisively and stepped into the vortex. As soon as he emerged from the vortex, a large crowd of monsters was already waiting for him. Outside the dungeon, the host, Kaka, pointed to Reese's screen and reported live to the viewers. Welcome to Ava's live broadcast. I'm Kaka, your favorite MC. Currently on air is the performance of the most famous top student of the Second Academy, the one who obtained an S+ talent, the most dazzling paladin, Reese. He completed the first stage of the nightmare level dungeon with astonishing efficiency, taking only 3 minutes and 17 seconds. Everyone, what does this mean? 3 minutes and 17 seconds. That's a full 29 seconds faster than last year's provincial champion. In his excitement, Kaka practically pressed his face against the camera, forcing his colleague, the cameraman, to say exasperatedly, "Please, stop blocking the camera." Nearby, a female fan said in awe, he was running and slashing all the way, only taking a slight breather at the very end. Just how high is Senior Reese's constitution? A student named Faye waved her finger and added, Director Jia said that wasting too much stamina on the first wave of monsters was unwise. Now, it seems you can't be too sure. In the front row, Li Xiangyang reminded her, Faye, watch the competition quietly. What Director Jia said could also be false. Faye covered her mouth and teased. Teacher Li, I see you're smiling quite happily too. Don't talk nonsense. Despite his words, Li Xiangyang himself was a little unsure. He touched his face and thought, is the smile on my face that obvious? Senior Reese has entered the gate. Someone shouted, and everyone stopped their discussions, focusing on the large screen. Inside the dungeon, thanks to his appraisal skill, the information of the monsters was clearly visible to Reese. Monster, Minotaur. Level, 14. Quality, Silver. Skills, Berserk, Savage Charge, War Stomp, Super Armor. Monster, Luminicat. Level, 12. Quality, Bronze. Skills, Light Mastery, Healing Art. Monster, Flamecat. Level, 13. Quality, Bronze. Skills, Fire Mastery, Fireball Art, Flamethrower. Monster, Curse Cat. Level, 11. Quality, Bronze. Skills, Dark Mastery, Curse Art. Reese pondered. The standard monster is the warrior type. The Luminicat is the priest. The Flame Cat and Curse Cat are the mages. And there's the high damage Silver Minotaur. Warrior, priest, mage, classic team composition. If the first stage was facing scattered soldiers, then the second stage is facing a well-trained army. The threat of death has skyrocketed by several hundred times. Not giving Reese much time to think, the monsters began to organize their attack. The melee fighters charged forward, while the other monsters did not. The mages stood their ground and cast their spells. Suddenly, black hands sprouted from the ground, grabbing onto Reese. They restrained him, making him unable to move, forcing him to face the oncoming horde of monsters and fireballs head-on. Outside, an audience member who saw this scene cried out in alarm. Senior Reese has been cursed by the cursed cat. Oh no, it's dangerous. In the dungeon, Reese faced this perilous situation with a smile. Warriors charging, priests buffing, mages providing support. A well-coordinated team. Reese waited until the claws of the lead monster were just a short distance away from him, before he raised his hands and shouted, "Holy Cross!" Instantly, a large, cross-shaped beam of light appeared, emitting a golden glow that engulfed the entire horde of monsters. Holy Cross, Level 4, B rank. Summons Central. Holy Light, forming a cross behind you that continuously burns enemies within a certain range with light attribute damage for several seconds. Piercing screams echoed, and when the golden light faded, what stood before Reese was not a horde of snarling monsters, but a forest of corpses on the ground. Outside, Jia Dao's jaw dropped. So strong. All the low-level monsters were killed instantly. Who the hell told me that Paladin was a support class? That's a B-rank area of effect attack skill. Just like talents, skills are also graded. From low to high, there are 7 ranks. The higher the rank, the stronger the effect, and the rarer it is. Besides that, Jia Dao had some doubts. The highest level skill provided by the government was C rank. How did he get a B rank skill? This Reese kid is not simple. Back in the dungeon, all the monsters were dead. Only a single Minotaur remained standing. Reese pointed his weapon at the monster and taunted, "Only you left. Come on." Immediately after, everyone saw the Minotaur use 2 skills simultaneously, Berserk and Super Armor. Next, it used the skill War Stomp, stomping its foot hard on the ground, creating a fissure that extended straight to where Reese was standing. Reese reacted quickly, jumping high to evade. While Reese was in the air and unable to dodge, the Minotaur used its Savage Charge skill and rushed towards him. Since it was in a state of super armor, no amount of damage could break its charge. Reese had no intention of dodging. He used an aerial slash skill, clashing head-on with the Minotaur, successfully knocking it back. Then, Reese crossed his hands and used the skill Blinding Blade, drawing a cross-shaped beam of light towards the Minotaur while simultaneously charging forward. Blinding Blade cut into the Minotaur, causing it to roar in pain as its massive body fell backward. Immediately after, Reese appeared in front of it, raising his weapon high. "Thick skin and tough flesh," he said, and without hesitation, he brought it down, splitting the Minotaur's body in 2. The Minotaur isn't dead yet. Otherwise, how? It lay in a pool of blood, its eyes wide open, staring at Reese. Reese walked over with a cold expression and stomped his foot straight onto the Minotaur's head. This time, Reese was certain the Minotaur was gone because he saw the familiar vortex appear beside him again. Looking at the vortex, Reese thought to himself, the next stage is the boss stage. Outside the dungeon, the audience was now in an uproar. Many couldn't contain their excitement and stood up to shout. Damn, he chopped off the 4-meter-tall Minotaur's head with one swing. That's insane. Don't forget, this Minotaur was in a berserk state. That level of strength is unbelievable. That combo was so cool. Senior Reese, I love you. MC Kaka looked at his watch and exclaimed, the second stage only took 59 seconds. Even Jia Dao had to stand up and applaud. Excellent. Absolutely excellent. Pinpoint skill casting, absolute control over his power. It's hard to believe this is just a student who ascended only a month ago. Then, Jia Dao turned to Rohan with a smile and said, Principal Rohan, congratulations. The second academy is about to produce a prodigy. Rohan also replied happily. After a long drought, it's finally our second academy's turn to have a talent emerge. In his heart, he was filled with anticipation, thinking, since the school was founded, the best performing student from the second academy in the college entrance exam ranked 72nd in the entire province. Perhaps Reese can take the second academy to a new height this time. Suddenly, someone pointed at the screen and shouted, Why isn't Senior Reese taking a break before heading into the boss stage? Everyone quickly looked at the screen, and to their surprise, they saw that Reese had indeed entered the vortex without resting. Jia Dao became angry again and scolded. Reckless. If he enters the boss fight without being in his best condition and ends up at a disadvantage, it will be a huge loss. Rohan quickly tried to persuade him. Reese must have his reasons for doing this. Let's just wait patiently. Rohan speculated in his mind. Su Hang is a populous province with an abundance of talent. To even rank in the top 100, students basically all choose to solo the nightmare-level dungeon. At the same difficulty, to become the champion, you have to clear the stages in the shortest time possible. Back in the dungeon, as soon as Reese entered the third stage, he saw the boss monster sitting not far away. So he used his appraisal skill on the boss. Minotaur King, level 16, quality, gold, skills, unknown, level difference is too great, cannot be scouted. Note, the king of the Minotaur clan. Human, to dare set foot in my palace, you must be prepared to die. As he spoke, the Minotaur King charged, bringing his weapon down on Reese's position. Blessing of Dawn, grace of courage, divine grace, grace of protection. A series of skills were used by Reese simultaneously. Then Reese, now clad in full armor, appeared behind the boss, waving his hand and saying, "Hey big guy, I'm over here." Full buffs, paladin form at master level. The boss turned its head in anger, and Reese charged forward to attack. Against Reese's attack, the Minotaur King simply raised its hand to block it. Even with 4 buffing skills, I can't even touch his body. Finding it hard to believe, Reese dodged to the front of the Minotaur King and struck its body again, but it felt like hitting a metal plate, sending sparks flying. The Minotaur King let out a furious roar. It swung its weapon down at Reese's position, creating a tremor that sent dust and smoke high into the air. Reese was lucky to have dodged that attack. Just as he escaped from the cloud of dust, he saw a flash of purple light. A second later, the Minotaur King suddenly appeared in front of Reese and swung its weapon at him. Reese couldn't dodge in time. His body was sent flying, crashing through 5 large pillars before finally stopping. Good thing I have the Paladin's defensive armor, otherwise my bones would have been shattered. Good, the first fight let me know what to do. The beating just now wasn't in vain. Let's go, Reese said, slowly raising his right hand and shouting, "Spear of Victory." In an instant, many small golden vortexes appeared around Reese. Then, from within the vortexes, golden spearheads emerged. They shot straight towards the distant Minotaur King. Spear of Victory, level 3, C rank. Hurls a spear condensed from holy power at the enemy. Upon impact, the enemy will suffer immense damage. The Minotaur King, seeing this, swung its weapon to defend itself. No matter how many spears Reese threw, he couldn't harm it in the slightest. After a while, a notification appeared in front of Reese. Warning, mana level is low. Please replenish mana. Reese only glanced at it and ignored it. He continued to maintain the skill while rapidly thinking of a new strategy. The Minotaur King is really strong. Its constitution and strength are both higher than mine. It's impossible to overpower it. Normally, people would choose to kite it to death, but doing so won't guarantee a win. Considering the purpose of the person who set this up, they surely wouldn't put students in a dangerous situation. So, there must be multiple ways to solve this. While fighting the Minotaur King, I sense that its agility is very low. If I attack continuously from multiple angles, it will be hard for it to withstand. Thinking this, Reese controlled the spears to attack from various directions. The effect was immediate. A few spears successfully pierced the Minotaur King's knee. Warning, mana level is low. Please replenish mana. Reese clenched his fist. Detonate. The explosion of those few spears forced the Minotaur King to kneel on one knee. Besides its poor agility, the Minotaur King has another weakness. It has high stamina and health, but when attacked, it's easily affected by negative effects and takes severe damage. Therefore, I need to continuously cast high damage skills in a short period of time. But to do that, I need to time my skills and the number of casts perfectly. Otherwise, I'll run out of mana before killing the Minotaur King and be disqualified. With the calculations done, Reese knew his chance had come. He took advantage of the Minotaur King still kneeling on the ground. He controlled the spears with all his might, launching them from all directions at it, and then immediately detonating them. Warning, mana level is low. Please replenish mana. I want to use my ultimate move, but unfortunately, there's no more time. As you can see, Reese charged directly at the Minotaur King, took out his weapon, and delivered the finishing blow, splitting its body in two. Congratulations on clearing the Yu Dong Secret Realm Nightmare level dungeon. Clear time, 9 minutes and 24 seconds. Your time has been saved. Your clear rating is SSS. Congratulations, you have been confirmed as the top player in this dungeon clear. Hearing this announcement, Reese was a bit stunned and whispered, "The top player? Does this mean I'm the top scorer in this year's Su-Hang County exam?" But Reese quickly snapped out of it, clenching his fist in joy and whispering, "Yes, I did it." Reese said to himself, "In the years since I was transmigrated here, my mother died of illness, and my sister fell gravely ill. The staggering medical bills for Vivian, all of it was suffocating me. But in those harsh circumstances, I chose not to give up. I couldn't increase my stats, so I desperately practiced my combat skills and honed my fighting will. The appearance of the system gave me a second chance at life, but my destiny is still in my own hands. I have to seize this opportunity and work harder than anyone else. I've made up my mind not to waver. It's time to go back." After saying this, Reese composed himself. He dispelled the armor on his body and walked towards the vortex. System notification. Congratulations. You have gained 5,121 experience points, 20 free attribute points, and 20 skill points. Level up to level 11. Level up to level 12. Level up to level 13. Congratulations on obtaining the Tropical Belt equipment. Attribute. Constitution plus 10. Strength plus 7. Level requirement, 10. Set effect. During combat in the jungle, you will receive continuous buffs based on your constitution. Health Regen X3, Stamina Regen X3, Mana Regen X3. Congratulations on obtaining the Tropical Ring equipment. Level requirement, 10. Health Regen X3, Stamina Regen X3, Mana Regen X3. Item, Mana Potion X10. Note, recovers a certain amount of mana upon use. Item, Minotaur King Card X1 Gold. Note, enchanting material. After a successful enchant, the strength required to use the equipment is plus 20. Just as Reese stepped out of the vortex, he was met with a chorus of cheers. "Welcome back, Senior Reese. I love you, Senior Reese. You my god, Senior Reese is amazing. Reese is too strong. Reese god. Reese god. Reese god." Reese was taken aback. Before he could even adjust, he heard a series of clicking sounds. Reese turned his head and saw a group of reporters pointing their cameras at him. The camera flashes were incessant. Beside them, two people were approaching him, Principal Rohan and the Director of the Department of Education, Jia Dao. Rohan led the way, smiling as he said, "Clearing a nightmare-level dungeon solo in 10 minutes is an unprecedented glory for the Second Academy in 100 years. With years of experience studying the exam, Reese can definitely achieve the top score in Su-Hang County. His future is boundless." Reese smiled and replied, "You're too kind." At that moment, a car drove up, causing a stir among the crowd. Whose car is that? Why is it driving directly onto the exam grounds? Isn't that the S-400 Magic, which can transform into flight mode? Huh, is that the S-400 that's worth a house in the capital? Yes, that's the one. The car stopped not far from Reese. Jia Dao took the initiative to open the car door and said to him, "The results will be out in 3 days at the latest. We will notify you immediately." "Thank you, Director Jia." Then, under Rohan's guidance, Reese walked towards the S-400. Rohan also spoke up, "Go home and rest. Wait for our good news." Not long after, Reese arrived at the hospital to visit Vivian. After their last conversation, Vincent Zhao had quickly fulfilled his promise. Vivian was placed in the most luxurious medical room in the hospital, with a professional medical team monitoring her condition 24/7. As Reese stepped into the elevator, a nurse greeted him. "Mr. Reese, you're here." Reese nodded and said, "Yes, I'm here to see Vivian. I have some good news for her. I heard you had your exam today. Your results must be excellent." As she spoke, the nurse pressed the button for the 26th floor. As the elevator ascended, the two of them suddenly felt the temperature drop rapidly. The nurse shivered a little and said, "That's strange. Why is it so cold today? Is the air conditioning set too low?" That's when Reese noticed plumes of cold air seeping in from the door crack. His face grew serious. When they reached the 26th floor and the elevator doors opened, the scene before them made the nurse scream in terror. What happened? The entire long corridor was covered in a layer of ice. Even the people here were no exception, turned into ice statues with terrified expressions on their faces. Vivian, with a silent cry, Reese was filled with worry and joy. He rushed towards Vivian's room, leaving the nurse behind. "Mr. Reese." The nurse tried to call out to Reese, but before she could finish, she too was frozen into an ice statue by the cold. As for Reese, he broke down the ice wall of Vivian's room and rushed in, shouting, "Vivian!" A second later, he was stunned by the sight before him. Vivian was lying on the hospital bed in agony. From her body, a constant stream of cold air was escaping, condensing into a large ice dragon in the air. Next to the bed, a person was maintaining a magic spell, seemingly treating Vivian. Seeing Reese about to attack the ice dragon, the girl maintaining the healing spell suddenly shouted, "Reese, stop! Don't attack it!" Hearing this, Reese reluctantly abandoned his plan to attack the ice dragon. Reese walked over to the girl and said, "Sister Ching." Sister Ching explained, "If you recklessly injure it, Vivian's heart meridians could very well be shaken and rupture." Reese asked, "Why is there a dragon?" Sister Ching replied, "Vivian's cold sickness suddenly flared up. Everyone will be frozen into ice pillars by the cold air. Right now, I can only suppress the cold air within this floor. You should leave quickly too." Reese cried out in worry. "Then Vivian, she..." Sister Ching cut him off. "Reese, without a high-level priest, what I can do is extremely limited." Reese forced himself to calm down. "I understand." Then Reese silently commanded System all in. All skill points to upgrade Slow Heal. Slow Heal LVL 4. Enhanced Slow Heal LVL 10. Allows party members within a certain range to slowly recover. Also increases stamina and strength. The effect lasts for a certain period of time. Immediately after, Reese used the Slow Heal skill on Vivian. Sister Ching exclaimed in astonishment. "The mana contained in a paladin's healing skill is this powerful? It even surpasses that of my level 23 priest." While maintaining the skill, Reese said, "Sister Ching, I'll hold it here. Go and inform Secretary Zhao. Tell him he must invite a high-level priest." Sister Ching replied, "The high-level priest schedule is fully booked. Secretary Zhao has already scheduled an appointment with her for next week. It's too late to rush her now." Reese turned his head, his expression serious, and said, "Tell Secretary Zhao, as long as he can get a high-level priest to come, in the future, at any time, I, Reese, will unconditionally do one thing for him. I will not go back on my word." Sister Ching looked at Reese silently for a moment, then agreed and turned to run and find Secretary Zhao. Reese continued to treat Vivian. The flare-ups of cold air were something Vivian had to endure every night for the past year. Under the influence of the cold Yin energy, her whole body would be in excruciating pain, a living hell. Recently, the cold Yin has been getting more and more severe. I just didn't expect the cold air to be able to affect the outside. Silently, Reese gritted his teeth and continued the treatment, even as his hands began to show signs of being invaded by the cold air. Time slowly passed, and night fell. Just as Reese's mana was about to run out, suddenly a green ball flew into the room. Like a rubber ball, it bounced continuously, repeatedly hitting the ice dragon, causing its body to crack slightly. Reese, noticing Vivian's pained expression, shouted, "Wait, don't touch her." Suddenly, the green ball hit Reese, sending him flying backward. Then, a girl carrying a brush as large as a staff appeared in the room. She waved her hand, taunting the dragon. "All right now." The ice dragon let out a roar and charged at the girl. The girl swung her brush like a club, hitting the ice dragon hard on the head, then used the tip of the brush to continuously flick it. She drew special symbols on the ice dragon's body. Then, the girl's eyes suddenly glowed with a green light. She slammed the brush down on the ice dragon. A magic circle appeared. The ice dragon was knocked toward Vivian. Its body shrank, and in the end, it turned into an ice orb that merged into her body. Seeing that Vivian's expression had relaxed, no longer in pain as before, Reese thought to himself with doubt, "It's stable." At this moment, the girl who performed the treatment turned to Reese and spoke. "So you're Reese. I've heard a lot about you. I'm the Elite Na, a level 35, second Ascension priest from Convan City." Reese spoke up. "Hello, Miss Thoy." The Elite Na said, "Director Jia urgently requested me to come and treat your sister first." Observing Reese, the Elite Na thought to herself, "If Director Jia hadn't said this guy might be the provincial champion, I wouldn't have broken the rules. To be able to withstand the cold air for so long, Director Jia wasn't lying to me." Reese opened his mouth to ask, "Miss Thoy, what exactly is my sister's illness? Can it be cured?" The Elite Na replied, "The cold air overflowing and condensing into a form. This is a sign of bloodline awakening." Reese exclaimed in surprise, "Bloodline awakening." He knew that when the game Eternal appeared, many players chose other races like elves, giants, and demons. After the game and reality merged, players of other races also began to exhibit the characteristics of their corresponding bloodlines. For example, those with elven blood had their eyes turn green and their ears grow long and pointed. Those with giant blood grew to a height of 3 to 4 meters. Over 200 years, interracial marriages between humans and other races have diluted the bloodlines generation after generation. The distinctive appearances and abilities of other races have gradually disappeared, except in one special case, bloodline awakening. At this moment, the Elite Na explained, "Bloodline awakening is both a blessing and a curse. If successful, one gains the power of another race, making skill progression and learning much easier. But if it fails, the consequences range from paralysis to death. Your sister is tormented by the cold air because she is too weak to withstand the power of her bloodline. If I'm not mistaken, she has awakened a frost bloodline, a rare one. To endure this rare bloodline, her physical constitution must be changed. As far as I know, only one type of heavenly treasure, the extreme frost lotus, can change a person's constitution. However, this item is extremely rare. The last time it appeared was at an auction 30 years ago, where it was bought by a mysterious person for 13 billion. In 3 months, the cold energy in your sister's body will completely erupt, becoming uncontrollable. Another way is to use the Great Seal or to directly seal the foreign bloodline. After you make your decision, use this token to contact me. However, the price is that your sister will never be able to level up in the future." After the Elite Na left, Reese held the token in his hand, lost in thought. 5 days later, just as Reese finished his daily quest, a system panel appeared. Squats 200/200, push-ups 200/200, sit-ups 200/200, weapon swings 200/200. Daily quest completed. Please select a reward. Reese said, "Attribute points." Most of the time, for daily quest rewards, I choose free attributes. For a paladin, constitution and intelligence are extremely important, but other attributes cannot be neglected. I usually distribute my points in a 2-3-3-2 fashion. Only with balanced development can I have fewer weaknesses. As he was pondering, another system panel appeared in front of Reese. Ding! Exam results have been announced. Achievement quest completed. Congratulations on being the top scorer in Suhang Province in this exam. Rewards will be distributed based on your performance. Congratulations on obtaining the God tier skill, Divine Beast S. Congratulations on obtaining the God tier item, Resurrection Cross S. Congratulations on obtaining the one-time use God tier secret art, Divine Adventus. Congratulations on obtaining the rare skill, Field of Light A. Congratulations on obtaining 30 free attribute points. Since the end of the college entrance exam, News about Reese flooded the newspapers and media. When Reese ascended to the Paladin class, I knew he had a great future. That's why I suggested to the city government that they should invest in his development. It's all thanks to my keen eye. A group of students, hearing Jia Dao's interview on television, were astonished. The provincial champion is a paladin? Isn't that a heavy support class? I didn't study much, so don't lie to me. Paladins are slow at clearing dungeons. A level 10 clearing a nightmare dungeon? You're kidding, right? Was there cheating involved? A female student, hearing this, immediately took out her phone to defend Reese. I have a recording of it. The proof is in the pudding. Now, even the students who were skeptical of Reese's strength had to exclaim in admiration. His strength is ferocious. The damage from that holy cross feels even stronger than a high-level fire mage's spell. Weapon blessing, divine grace, courage blessing. Can someone count how many buffs this provincial champion has? Elsewhere, a red-haired young man in a luxurious apartment was intently watching Reese's exam performance and commented, "Clear time, 9 minutes and 24 seconds. That's 20 seconds faster than me. This Reese is interesting." However, at this point, the red-haired man pointed his finger at a spot not far away, causing it to explode. Then he smiled sinisterly. "Anyone who dares to steal my glory will only find death." The next morning, as Reese was on his way to visit his sister, his phone suddenly received a message about Reese. A notification that his bank account had just received a large sum of money from the government and the Lianjiang City Education Bureau. Reese immediately called Secretary Zhao and got an answer. "Mr. Reese, due to your outstanding performance in the exam, the government is rewarding you with 5 million in cash and a luxury villa. Do you have a preferred neighborhood? Or should we choose one for you?" It seems they also received the news that I'm the provincial champion. Thinking this, Reese replied, "Please help me choose." "All right, I heard the admissions officers from the 3 top universities are coming soon. Do you need me to send a car to pick you up?" "No need. They're already here," Reese replied, then looked at the man in front of him. The man smiled warmly, handed him a business card, and introduced himself. "I'm the admissions officer from Vin Duong University." "Vin Duong University?" Reese was a bit surprised when a sarcastic voice called out. I remember Vin Duong University saying that student Reese was too arrogant, and even criticized him for not knowing his own limits. "Why are you here now?" The admissions teacher from Vin Duong University looked up at the burly man standing on the helicopter's rope ladder. Zhao Tianfu's words were indeed short-sighted. He has been dismissed from the school. Then, the Vin Duong teacher looked at Reese with embarrassment. "Student Reese, if you're willing to come to our school, Vin Duong University is willing to offer 4 million. Whatever conditions Vin Duong University is willing to offer, Motto University will double it. Motto University is determined to have Reese. You all should just go home early," the burly man said with a confident tone after landing, which made the Vin Duong teacher furious enough to slam the table. Just then, a girl's voice sounded in Reese's ear. "Have you asked Tonkin University yet?" Immediately after, the girl with purple hair and angel wings embraced Reese and flew into the sky. Before the muscular teacher could grab Reese. After getting Reese alone, the purple-haired teacher whispered in his ear, "Student Reese, Tonkin University may not have other things, but we have plenty of cultivation resources. For 4 years of university, we will provide you with A-rank cultivation resources every school year." Just as the purple-haired teacher finished speaking, she was sucked into a magic circle that suddenly appeared behind her. Now, a female teacher dressed all in black stood before Reese and the other female teacher and slowly threatened. "To snatch the champion, you must compete with resources, finances, and reputation. What Tonkin University can offer, my Suhang University can also offer. What's the point of directly snatching someone? If you don't let him go, don't blame me for not being polite." The burly teacher had also flown up and joined in. "That's right. A forced melon is not sweet. Reese, my Motto University will not only provide you with A-rank resources once a year, but also a full set of gold-grade equipment. You guys, Although the purple-haired teacher was furious, she was wise enough to slowly release Reese, then smiled warmly. I wasn't kidnapping him. I just wanted to have a private, friendly chat with Student Reese for a moment. Student Reese, the choice is yours. Student Reese, I am Su Mayer, the admissions officer for Su-Hang University. Su-Hang University believes in the rule of strength. As long as you can rank on the Earth and Heaven leaderboards in the school, let alone A-rank resources, even S-rank resources are possible. Furthermore, Su-Hang University has held the top spot in the freshman exchange competition for the past 4 years. This shows that Su-Hang University's ability to train students is also number one. The purple-haired teacher said with dissatisfaction, Su-Mei, what do you mean? You're arrogant just because you've won a few competitions. Su-Hang University's victory is an irrefutable fact. Miss Sun, you should probably encourage the teachers and students at Tonkin University to work harder. While the two teachers were passionately arguing, Reese was seriously considering which school to choose. The special admission offers from the 3 schools were all roughly the same. Choosing any one of them would already guarantee a boundless future. However, I want to gain stronger practical combat abilities in university. The one that suits me best is Salt. After much consideration, Reese finally chose to attend Su-Hang University. After hearing this, Su Mayer immediately took out a scroll and said, This is the special admission contract for Su-Hang University. Take a look. If there are no problems, sign it. The burly teacher, having missed out on a talent, couldn't help but feel regretful. Su-Hang University snatched him first again. Miss Sun didn't give up and said, If you don't find it suitable at Su-Hang University, you're welcome to transfer to Tonkin University. Su Mayer immediately shot a death glare at Miss Sunday, still not giving up. Chantless casting. That's a skill only a high-level mage possesses. Reese, who was reading the contract, exclaimed in surprise, then asked Su Mayer in confusion, May I ask, Miss Su, what level is your profession? A level 42, second ascension mage. Reese was even more confused. But you don't look like you're even 30. The world outside is vast. When you get to Su-Hang University, you'll see even more young powerhouses. That's great, Reese replied excitedly. After all, recently, he hadn't had any opponents his age. Once he got to Su-Hang University, if he could find someone to spar with, he could progress even faster. After the signing was complete, you've been named. Su Mayer took back the contract and instructed, All right, I'll give you a week to pack your things. I'll come and pick you up for enrollment in a week. Huh? Su-Hang University's registration is that early. Su Mayer winked and replied, Of course. Specially admitted students need to arrive early to receive higher-level training. Their strength will also increase faster, so they can perform even better in a national university freshman exchange competition. A week passed. After Reese and Vivian moved into their new villa, it was time for Reese to enroll. Before he left, he asked Secretary Zhao to look after his sister while he was away. Then he nagged Vivian about everything under the sun before finally getting into Su Mayer's car. Seeing Reese repeatedly looking back at his sister, Su Mayer smiled and asked, Is this your first time leaving home? Yes, it is. Then you'd better prepare yourself. Before Reese could understand Su Mayer's meaning, the car drove through a spatial gate. Bro! The security of University City immediately appeared before his eyes. We're not in a hurry. There's no need to use a magic teleportation circle. As he spoke, Reese looked around and was surprised to see cars flying out of the magic circle everywhere. Normal teleportation circles are usually controlled by the military. Like the small teleportation circle that Priest Thoy used, you need to apply to the city government. Su-Hang University has a partnership with a military district, so they built a large teleportation circle near the school. It's extremely convenient and safe, Su Mayer explained, then gestured forward. We're here. Reese looked at everything unfolding before him and couldn't help but exclaim, This is too extravagant. Come on, I'll take you to register, Su Mayer said to Reese. While Reese was still looking around, he suddenly felt something brush past him. It turned out to be a young man who had just been kicked away by a girl. The white-haired girl, her eyes blazing with fire, warned the young man. I told you I don't want to get to know you. That kick was a warning. Don't provoke me. I won't hold back next time, she said. Then the white-haired girl left. The crowd gathered around the young man who had just been beaten and laughed mockingly. Young Master Dang has met his match this time. He tries to woo the female underclassmen every year. He finally met a tough case. The heavens have eyes. Reese looked after the white-haired girl, thinking to himself, demonic crests, she has the bloodline of the demon race. Sumayer, remembering Reese's background and seeing his expression, kindly reminded him, there are quite a few students and teachers in the university city with other race bloodlines. If you meet them in the future, don't show any unusual expressions. Don't worry, even if they are all of other races, as long as they are on the side of humanity, I won't hold any grudges. I'm not so irrational as to hate the entire demon race because of my father's death. That's good. Here's your student ID, Sumayer said, materializing a card and handing it to Reese. Reese skimmed the information on the card. Name points. I'll briefly explain the school regulations. First, the ranking system. Each school year has a corresponding ranking level. The higher your strength, the higher your rank. The ranking of new students is based on their college entrance exam results. You are ranked first, which means you are the strongest new student, but this is only a temporary ranking. A month from now, there will be a competition among the new students. The rankings will be rearranged based on these results. From today on, you will become a target. Everyone will want to take your position. Since I'm already the top scorer, I won't let this position slip away, Reese replied arrogantly. Sumayer smiled and continued to give Reese a tour. As they walked, she explained, next is the credit system. New students will receive a base number of credits based on their serial number. Credits can be used to buy food, equipment, medicine, skill books, and so on. As long as you have enough credits, you can buy anything you want, including S-rank skills and resources. Besides the ranking, there are two other ways to get credits. One is through credit quests. You can use your student ID to search for quests on the website, accept suitable quests, and completing them will earn you corresponding credits. The second way is to receive a fixed amount of credits each month based on your ranking on the Earth and Heaven leaderboards. This entire university has about 1,000 students. The number of people who want to get on the Earth and Heaven leaderboards is as vast as an army. You can't be arrogant. In addition, this university also has 3 secret dungeons. The first dungeon is the underground Goblin City, with a level limit of 17 to 21. The second dungeon is the Twisted Forest, with a level limit of 23 to 26. The third dungeon, Purgatory, has a level limit of 28 to 31. Besides meeting the level requirements in the dungeon, you also have to spend a certain amount of credits to enter. Before reaching the required level, you can practice in the training area. Your training partner can be a real person, or you can fight against a robot. The strong have absolute say and the most resources. This is the way of survival here. A group of students walked in the opposite direction of Reese and Sumayer. The young man leading the group saw Sumayer and greeted her, then continued to lead the group of students on. As they passed by Reese, a few students stared at him and whispered, "Who is he that he gets to be led by a teacher?" Yeah, we were all shown around by senior students in groups of 10. Could it be that he got in through connections? Wang Li, a young man in the group, said with an air of knowledge, "You guys don't know. The top scorer of the entrance exam is always specially handled by a teacher in charge of admission procedures. One reason is so that he can quickly get familiar with the school environment, and another is to attract future top scorers when they choose schools. So he's the top scorer of this year's batch. Bak Hugh Sin, what's his background? Tell us more." The group of new students, including the white-haired girl, eagerly awaited Bak Hugh Sin's answer. Reese, top scorer of Suhang Province, level 13 Paladin. Just like the others, they were surprised when they first heard Reese's job class. Are you sure? A Paladin is just a support class. I remember you said the second place was Lin Feng, a level 14 Battlemaster. How could a support like him surpass a Battlemaster? Hey, what are you guys saying? Don't you believe me? My reputation as Bak Hugh Sin is not for nothing. A female student, unable to resist her passion for beauty, gushed, "He's so handsome, he could be a star." The white-haired girl, hearing Reese's impressive profile, also subconsciously looked at him, sizing him up. He's the top scorer among the new students. Lu Jing, seeing the way Whitehair was staring intently at Reese, became jealous. He loudly sneered, "I think this #1 rank is just an empty title." Reese, of course, heard it and immediately turned to look in the direction of the voice. Lu Jing stepped out from the crowd of students and challenged Reese. "Lu Jing, level 13 Judgment Knight, ranked 38th. I doubt you have the strength to be #1. I want to challenge you." "Student, a challenge is a private matter. Don't waste everyone's time." The male student leading the group patted Lu Jing on the shoulder and reminded him, silently cursing, "You idiot. Guiding new students earns me 1 credit. What are you causing trouble here for?" Lu Jing pushed his hand away and replied, "Sorry, I'll be careful." The male student leading the group became even angrier. "This idiot." The ranking was decided by the principal and teachers from 5 major academies together. It can't be wrong. The new students, hearing Lu Jing's challenge, started to get excited for the show. There's a good show to watch now. Let's wait a bit longer before we go. Lu Jing wants to use a fight with the #1 to build his reputation. A paladin isn't a strong class. It's not surprising he wants to take his position. Reese crossed his arms, looking nonchalant, and said to Lu Jing, "So, on what ground should I accept your challenge?" 100 credits. If you win, they're yours. If you lose nothing." Reese looked at Lu Jing's confident expression and then at the new students, thinking to himself, "For the sake of peace in the future, I have to accept this challenge. However, I just want to make an example of him, so the price he has to pay will be even heavier. That way, they will remember it well." So Reese raised the stakes to 300 credits. "I'll fight you." Lu Jing's face changed upon hearing this, and the students started whispering again. "I'm ranked 40th and I only have 400 credits. Lu Jing is ranked 38th, so he probably doesn't have much more. If he loses that many credits, it'll be a disaster. He's making a scene on the first day of school. Is he some kind of brainless side character from a comic?" Lu Jing was a bit nervous now, but as soon as he saw Grass still staring intently at Reese, jealousy clouded his eyes. In the end, he accepted the price Reese offered. 300 it is. Let's go to the arena. You've got some guts, but there's no need to go to the arena. If you're not on your knees within 3 moves, I lose." In the end, the whole group went to the arena. Sumayer personally acted as the referee. After a 3-second countdown, Lu Jing immediately charged forward to attack. He thought to himself, Judgment Knight and Paladin are both hidden classes. Judgment Knight focuses on burst damage, while Paladin focuses on support. If I take him down quickly before he can use his buffs, I can easily defeat him. At that moment, Lu Jing subconsciously glanced at the white-haired girl standing below the arena. She'll be looking at me. Pulling himself together, Lu Jing swung his sword, using his blood chi slash skill to attack Reese. As a result, Reese easily dodged it. Then he kicked him in the stomach, sending him to the floor immediately. "Boring," Reese said, a little disappointed. "I thought he had some cool moves." He fell after just 1 move. The male student leading the group went to check on Lu Jing's injuries and reported to Tommy Nee. "Ma'am, Lu Jing has 5 broken ribs, internal bleeding, and is in a coma." Take him to the priest for treatment," Sumai Nee said as she used Lu Jing's and Reese's student IDs to operate the system. After a while, she returned the card to Reese. 300 credits have been transferred to your student card. The swift battle left the new students in awe. The blood chi slash of a Judgment Knight is very hard to block, yet he broke it with just 1 kick. This is the power of the #1 rank, completely on another level. The difference in their strength attribute must be at least 20 points. The white-haired girl couldn't sit still any longer. She stood up and proposed a match with Reese. When I saw her at the gate, I realized she not only has the bloodline of the Demon Clan, but also legacy equipment. This is the first time I've seen legacy equipment. I like to see its power for myself. Reese used his appraisal skill to check his opponent's information. Weapon: Dark Moon Ancient Sword, Quality. Legacy 3-star, Race Requirement. Human, Job Requirement. Swordsman, Effect. Unknown. After a moment, Reese replied, "All right." Another match was about to begin. Seeing that his opponent was no pushover, Reese decided to use the Mystic Light Warhammer to deal with the white-haired girl. Weapon: Mystic Light Warhammer. Quality: Gold 3 SSA. Attribute: Constitution plus 18. Intelligence plus 24. Effect: increases the level of all B rank and below light system skills by 1. Source: System Lottery. This time, even the second and third year students came to watch. Look, the freshmen are already fighting on their first day. It's just chickens pecking at each other. Li Dongsheng, one of the leaders of the Aurora Society, a level 29 marksman, happened to be passing by. He saw Su Mei and came over to greet her, then stayed to watch the match. 3, 2, 1, begin. The signal had just sounded when the two sides rushed at each other. While the white-haired girl used the skill Extreme Shadow Slash, charging at her enemy with lightning speed, Reese used the skill Earth Shatter Hammer Strike, lifting a giant hammer and slamming it down on the ground to create a wide-area shockwave to push back his enemy. As soon as the two moves collided, there was a loud explosion, and then both were pushed back by the impact of the other's attack. So strong, truly a monster, the white-haired girl thought, then intensified her attack, using Demonic Chi Slash. She infused her weapon with Dark Attribute, creating a powerful dark slash towards her enemy to deal with Reese. Reese, seeing his opponent's move, showed no fear and even shouted in excitement, "Excellent! Finally, someone who can face me head-on. Bring it on." Lift can perform an upward attack on the enemy, lifting the enemy. Enhance, continuous thrust during a forward attack, deliver a second thrusting attack. Triple Slash delivers a powerful slash to the front of the enemy and releases a triple slash. The triple slash will inflict multiple attacks on the enemy, sending them flying. Mountain Shattering Strike jumps a short distance forward and smashes the ground with a weapon. Has multiple attack frames. The final attack frame can knock the enemy down. The two sides skillfully use their own techniques to attack each other. And still, no winner could be determined. The friends standing below the arena, watching the match, followed the two figures moving at the speed of light on the stage with their mouths agape in astonishment. Is this really a fight between two students? Li Dongsheng, after a moment of contemplation, spoke up. If the Spirit Sword Master doesn't have an ace up her sleeve, she'll lose soon. The male student leading the group was a bit skeptical. Really? I think they seem evenly matched. Li Dongsheng analyzed. Reinforce, block, absorb all of the enemy's attacks. At first, for every 3 of the Paladin strikes, she only needed to block 1. Now, for every 2 of the Paladin's swings, she is forced to block with her sword. In the way of offense and defense with a large weapon, one usually only swings to a certain degree to conserve stamina. When he grasps the opponent's weakness, Reese will suddenly strike with overwhelming force. Furthermore, he has no intention of conserving stamina. He's either a fool or has absolute confidence in his own strength. From beginning to end, the Warhammer has been restricting the Spirit Swordmaster's movements, forcing her to use her sword to block its attacks. Look at how every one of Reese's strikes is a quality 1. A person in the crowd exclaimed, "To strike such a great beauty without mercy, this paladin is truly ruthless." Warm-up's over. With those words, Reese activated Divine Grace, Courageous Grace, Weapon Blessing, Blessing of Dawn, and Protective Grace. Instantly, a massive pillar of light enveloped him. This oppressive feeling is so strong. Is this his true state? While the white-haired girl was a bit hesitant, Reese used the Spear of Victory and pointed a hand forward. The white-haired girl took the opportunity while he was channeling his skill and used Ghostly Shadow Slash, closing the distance and slashing at him, aiming to take Reese down. To her surprise, Reese just smirked and said, "I knew you'd use that move." After saying this, he swung his hammer, bringing it down towards the white-haired girl. The white-haired girl could only close her eyes in resignation, waiting for the hit. To her surprise, nothing happened. Want to continue? The white-haired girl slowly opened her eyes. She saw that Reese had already retracted his skill and was standing there, leaning on his hammer, looking at her. No more fighting. Your attack was almost crushing. The result would be the same if we continued. You haven't used your full strength, Reese pointed out. He knew that in this battle, she hadn't used her powerful swordsmanship skills or the dark attribute power in her body. The white-haired girl smiled brightly and replied, "You found out? I was just testing my limits. I won't use my trump card. Besides, you weren't using your full strength either. I've seen your exam video. Let's be friends. We'll find another time to continue." After the two exchanged WeChat contacts, Sue Mayer continued to show Reese around the school, feeling a little expectant. On the first day of school, not only did he earn 600 points, but he also intimidated all the specially admitted elite students. This year's freshman class is going to be exciting. The freshmen's dormitories are located on Shaoshan Peak. The regular students' dormitories are at the foot of the mountain and halfway up. The specially admitted students' dormitories are on a mountaintop. Furthermore, the specially admitted students' dormitories are individual villas with varying levels of luxury and amenities based on their ranking. From now on, you'll be living here, Sue Mayer said, gesturing towards the massive house in front of them. Just as he swiped his card to enter, Sue Mayer remembered something. So she said to Reese, "All right, I heard you're looking for the Extreme Frost Lotus. A team once saw it in the Eternal Peak mountain range, but at that time, it was protected by a high-level monster, so they gave up on picking it. This is news from 6 years ago, so I can't guarantee its authenticity." Based on the information Sue Mayer provided, in the following days, Reese threw himself into researching information related to the Eternal Peak mountain range. It is known that this is a large mountain range that has existed since the game Eternal merged with the Blue Star. It has a vast area with countless heavenly treasures, strange flowers and plants, and monsters. Even a third ascension professional would not dare to venture deep inside. With Reese's current strength, if he encountered a high-level monster, his only option would be to run for his life. But luckily, after completing the college entrance exam, the system had rewarded him with a life-saving trick. Even if he died, he could survive. There was nothing to hesitate about. He would buy some more skills and equipment and then set off. Reese searched for suitable skills on his computer and received a notification. Detected that you are the #1 ranked student with special admission. You can learn Paladin skills below A rank for free. Immunity to all physical damage, such a high effect. Long-range damage skill by free is the best price. Accordingly, Reese snapped up all the amazing free skills. The only thing he still had to use points from his college entrance exam reward for was a set of jungle gear. Preparations complete, Reese immediately set off for the Stormwind Mountain Range to find the Extreme Frost Lotus to cure his sister's illness. While he was wandering through the Stormwind Mountain Range searching for the Extreme Frost Lotus, he saw a world-shaking explosion not far away. His curiosity piqued. He immediately picked up his pants and ran over to check out the situation. Meanwhile, after adding Reese on WeChat, Jiang Churin took the initiative to start a conversation and get to know him. However, ever since Reese messaged that he was going to the Eternal Peak mountain range, he had gone completely silent, which made Jiang Churin feel quite bored. She called her best friend to pour her heart out. "I met a very special boy. I challenged him to a duel yesterday. During the fight, I released some of my succubus power, but he was completely unmoved. He didn't even have a look of infatuation." Her friend, upon hearing this, couldn't help but be impressed. Then his willpower must be terrifyingly strong. "Yeah," Jiang Churin replied casually, then decided that she too would go on a trip to the Eternal Peak mountain range like crack. In a certain area of the Eternal Peak mountain range, a fierce battle was raging between a demon on one side and a team of 4 on the other, consisting of mechanical engineer Chun Yu, support summoner on Tien Thuan, master gunner Chu Dan, and swordswoman Atan Lin. First, Chun Yu, while driving a tank, launched several small, bomb-laden discs towards the demons. As soon as the demons stepped on them, the discs automatically exploded. A few survivors continued to charge madly at the tank. Tian used her skill to summon an ice spirit, creating an ice wall to block the demon's advance. But she wasn't strong enough. She didn't notice another one jumping, moving at extremely high speed through the trees, trying to approach their vehicle from behind. 9 o'clock. Hearing Chunyu's command, Chu Dan immediately opened fire with her gun, taking out the monster behind them. Done. She continued to sweep with her machine gun, shouting, "Now's the time." Instantly, Lin used her superb swordsmanship skills to take care of the remaining demons. Success! Chunyu laughed happily. Tian turned to look at Chunyu, about to celebrate with her, when her face suddenly turned pale. Then, she pushed Chunyu aside and quickly cast a spell to create an ice shield by Chunyu's driver's side window. But because the fire spell coming from the forest was too powerful, Tian's ice shield was instantly shattered. The tank was subsequently overturned. "Are you guys okay?" Lin ran over worriedly to check on them, when Tian shouted a warning, "Behind you." The other three all looked behind Lin. They saw another group of demons, looking like ferocious monsters, charging madly towards them, preparing to incinerate them with fire magic. Our team used up all our trump cards just to kill 4 demons. Are we really going to die here today? Just as the team of 4 girls gave up and resigned themselves to their fate, a white-haired figure on a wolf rushed out of the forest, using a divine storm to sweep the demons into one spot. Light converges, the storm descends. The light has gathered, the storm has arrived. As Reese finished speaking, a giant sword fell from the sky, stabbing directly into the center of the tornado, instantly annihilating the demons. The entire area was suddenly engulfed in a sea of fire. Reese then gently patted his pet's back. The white wolf understood and immediately opened its mouth. With just one breath, it extinguished the flames. Now, Reese approached the group of 4 girls who were still in a daze, and used magic to heal them. Lin, holding the still unconscious Tian, looked up and smiled. "Thank you, Junior Reese. I didn't expect you to know me. The Lone team is the second-ranked team in the entire school. Of course I know you. That makes me feel even more ashamed," Lin replied with an embarrassed smile. Then, with a serious expression, she suggested, "Junior Reese, although your light attribute skills are effective against demons, demons are very dangerous. Why don't you return to the base with us? I've spent a month exploring the entire outer area, but still no news of the extreme Frost Lotus. The freshman competition is in 3 days. I can only wait until after the competition to continue my search for the extreme Frost Lotus." Thinking this, Reese replied, "All right." Lin turned to look at Chunyu. Chunyu understood and nodded. Then she began to chant, "Metal roars, soul speed, ghostly roar, fierce mechanical spider shines. Assemble." As soon as the incantation ended, from the magic circle created by Chunyu, a giant spider robot appeared, to the admiration of Reese and the White Wolf. "No time to explain. Get on board quickly," Chunyu urged. Lin, seeing her teammates' behavior, said nothing but thought to herself, "You're a really good actress." On the way back, Reese asked, "Senior 2, is this Kung Fong Mountain Range originally a place where demons live?" Lin replied honestly, "Our team has been in the Kung Fong Mountain Range for over 2 months, and this is the first time we've encountered them." Hearing this, Reese speculated, "That means these demons came from the depths of the Kung Fong Mountain Range, or that there's a recent rift to another world from which the demons escaped." "That's right. We need to get back to the base quickly and inform the military." Reese was a bit surprised to hear this. Doesn't the military have mages monitoring the entire area? To briefly explain this place, Kung Fong Mountain Range has many monsters. To prevent the monsters from suddenly attacking the city, a trading and supply base was built by the military at the entrance of the Kung Fong Mountain Range. Furthermore, mages from the military base are always monitoring the movements of the monsters in the mountain range. Tatam Lean, hearing Reese's question, frowned and replied, "We do, but these monsters are too low level." Reese was even more confused after hearing that. A level 30 silver beast, that's not a low level by any means. As if understanding Reese's thoughts, Tatam Lean explained, "The mages mainly monitor the deep parts of the Kung Fong mountain range, the movements of high-level monsters of epic and legendary grades. The demonic aura on them is below the threshold set by the mages, so the mages probably can't monitor them." At this point, Tatam Lean also had some questions. But if it's a rift to another world, why would they send low-level demons here? As soon as the base's forces discover demons, they will immediately annihilate them all. And if a rift to another world can accommodate a level 30 monster, it can also accommodate a level 50 monster. The other world's actions are not only suicidal, but also reveal the location of the rift. Forget it. This is not something we should be thinking about. Just bring the news back is enough. Just then, the group suddenly heard the loud cries of many demons. Food! Food! At the same time, a beam of light appeared in the sky and shot straight down, causing an explosion not far from Reese's group. Demons. Someone over there is surrounded by demons. This aura is... Thinking this, Reese said urgently, "You guys go ahead, I'll be right back." Then, despite everyone's pleas, he rushed off alone to the site of the explosion. I'll never forget this feeling. Why is she here? Not only Reese's group, but another team also knew that someone was in trouble. At this moment, one of them hesitated and said, "A level 20 silver monster. That girl won't last long. Should we help?" Everyone was silent. After a while, one person spoke up. "It's better not to. We're trapped here. We can't even take care of ourselves. If she can get out and kill the demons on her own, she'll definitely be a prodigy in the future." But alas, they all cast worried glances at the site of the explosion. Jiang Churin, covered in injuries, was struggling against the monsters. As she fought the monsters, Jiang Churin gritted her teeth and thought, "It seems they've figured out that my state has a time limit. They're just surrounding me without attacking, trying to wear me down. These demons are scattered across the plain in groups of 10. Even if I kill the 8 in front of me, the surrounding demons will immediately close in. There's basically no chance of escaping back to the base. If my demonic power disappears before I can break through the encirclement." Thinking of this, Jiang Churin's eyes became sharp. Just as she was about to use her skill, a bolt of lightning struck down from the sky, hitting each of the silver monsters surrounding her, instantly vaporizing them. Kinso Nin turned around sharply towards the sound of footsteps behind her. Reese, riding a white horse, no, a white wolf, charging like a god, shouting at the still-stunned Kinso Nin, move. The demon behind, Kinso Nin, at that moment opened its mouth and roared, creating a deafening sound that forced Kinso Nin to cover her ears with both hands. The demons used their Hoa Vim Hoa Chi Ku skill and roared, charging forward to attack in unison. Jiang Churin shouted a warning for Reese to go quickly. That's the demon race's berserk state. She thought worriedly, the demon's power has multiplied. Reese is definitely no match for it. If I self-destruct, there's a 90% chance I can kill it and protect Reese. Suddenly, Reese on his white wolf appeared behind Jiang Churin, wrapping his arm around her waist and lifting her onto the wolf's back. Jiang Churin exclaimed in surprise, "Reese!" At that moment, a demon charged forward and threw a punch. Instantly, the white wolf proactively leaped forward to dodge. Reese, sitting on the white wolf's back, turned his head, held out his hand, and shouted, "Field of light." In an instant, a massive amount of lightning struck down from the sky, devastating the area in front of him. Reese smiled and said, "No wonder everyone wants to become a mage. The feeling of wiping out monsters from a distance is not bad." However, Reese's last move caused too much commotion and attracted all the demons on the field. They quickly formed a large circle, trapping the two of them inside. A total of 180 demons. I could use a group attack skill to deal with them, but they're scattered now. Saying this, Reese placed 2 fingers on Jiang Churin's forehead. "Jiang Churin, you go and lure the demons to the left. Don't be too aggressive. Jiang Churin asked doubtfully Reese. Reese said nothing and began to cast a series of buffs on Jiang Churin. Slow heal, blessing of dawn, weapon blessing, divine grace. Jiang Churin exclaimed in her heart. It's the Paladin's Legion buff. She quickly opened her personal panel to check. Level 16 class, swordsman, status, demonic body. Seeing her strength, speed, constitution, and intelligence all increased by 25%, Jiang Churin was utterly astonished. Reese didn't have time to pay attention to Jiang Churin's reaction. Before she could finish speaking, he had already jumped off the wolf's back, taken out his weapon, aimed at the nearest group of monsters, and charged forward, swinging his hammer down, causing the entire area to explode. Behind him, Jiang Churin also got off the wolf's back. She looked at Reese and thought in awe, amazing. A 25% increase in all attributes is equivalent to doubling my strength. As far as I know, no level 16, no, not even a level 20 paladin can do that. In short, at this moment, a portion of the monsters had also approached Jiang Churin's position. Without needing any command, the white wolf charged a monster, opened its mouth, and bit down. This is not the time to think about these things. I have to do as he asked. Reminding herself, Jiang Churin's expression became serious. She took out her weapon and began to fight. As for Reese, he was moving at high speed, each swing of his hammer capable of killing one or several monsters. Suddenly, a monster successfully snuck up behind Reese and raised its weapon, aiming for his head. Just as the blow was about to land, a purple whip suddenly struck the monster's hand, sending its weapon flying and neutralizing the threat to Reese. Reese turned his head to look behind him and saw Sonin was controlling a purple whip, attacking the monsters. Shadow whip, she said, gathering demonic energy in her hand to form a whip to lash out at her enemies, dealing heavy damage and adding dark damage. Bringing a holy light professional along really does attract demons. Countless demons on the plains have gathered here. I can use this move now. Thinking this, Reese casually threw a holy light protection skill at Kunso and the others. Yin and the white wolf formed a protective dome around them. He then instructed, Jiang Churin, wait inside. Holy light protection, B rank, encloses party members within a certain range in a sacred aura, making them immune to all physical damage. The effect lasts for a certain period of time. Then Reese shouted, Holy Cross. Holy Cross summons a holy cross behind you, causing enemies within a certain range to continuously take light attribute fire damage every second. Level 7, casting range 200 m. Just then, the massive cross that Reese summoned began to emit a golden light that shone upon the monsters. The next second, a golden flame erupted, engulfing them and continuously burning them, causing them to scream in agony. Jiang Churin's eyes sparkled as she watched this scene in awe. After the attack wave passed, most of the monsters had been annihilated. Only the larger, more resilient monsters remained alive. All darkness will vanish under the illumination of the light. Light converges, the storm descends. Divine Light Storm summons a storm condensed from holy light at a designated location, dealing light magic damage to all enemies within a certain range. Just as Reese finished speaking, many giant holy light blades condensed in the air. Then, these holy light blades fell to the ground, forming a large circle that surrounded the monsters. A second later, at the center, a tornado quickly formed, sweeping up the monsters and tearing them to shreds. In a nearby bush, a group of people watched the battle outside with their mouths agape. Terrifying, isn't it? Who is that? Is he human? Boss, should we go and say hello? Another one of the group members asked. The group members asked, and the team leader, Thoan Tram Gam, thought for a moment. Our team, besides me at level 26, the other 5 are all level 24. Let alone a one-on-one fight. We can't even handle one of them. This person is truly terrifying, and he's so young. In the end, the team leader still decided to lead his group out to meet Reese. He thought to himself, I must befriend him. But before this group could move, they saw a machine charging towards Reese's position from a distance. When the machine stopped, Chu Dan and the other three, Chu Yu Ong Tien Wan and Tatan Lin, appeared on its back. Chu Dan waved and greeted. Junior Reese, we're here to help you. But when they saw the situation around them clearly, the group of four was stunned and stood frozen for 5 seconds. Reese turned his head to look at them for a moment, and then took out a recovery potion and drank it all. System notification. Congratulations, you have leveled up to 17. You have gained 15 free attribute points and 15 skill points. Congratulations, you have leveled up to 18. You have gained 15 free attribute points and 15 skill points. Name Reese. Level 18, 1324/42, 000. Strength 160. Constitution 162. Wisdom 172. Reese thought to himself, 180 demons, 60,000 experience points. It's a pity that the experience gained by professionals has a level limit. Otherwise, I would have gained more from this battle. Looking at the empty recovery potion in his hand, Reese thought to himself, my mana has increased a lot, but I have too many high-level skills. It's still not enough. After I get back to school, I'll have to ask a teacher. She probably has a solution. At this moment, True Dan and the others finally came to their senses, jumped off the mechanical spider, and walked towards Reese. Tatan Lin spoke up. Reese, did you do all of this? True Dan also said, Reese, your strength is even greater than I imagined. Before Reese could open his mouth, Jiang Churin suddenly collapsed to the ground. The girls asked with concern, what's wrong with her? Reese replied, I guess she's exhausted and has entered a weakened state. The girls went to help Jiang Churin. Tatan Lin looked at Reese intently and asked, when you were killing the demons, did you encounter any that were particularly difficult to deal with? Reese paused for a moment before answering. The highest level demon that died in my hands was a level 23 gold. None of them were particularly difficult to deal with. What's wrong? Tatan Lin frowned and explained. The demon army and the human army both have commanders. If there's no commander here, it means the main part of the demon army isn't here. This place is not safe to stay in for long. We must return to the base immediately. Reese immediately agreed. All right. In the bushes behind a change. Seeing Reese and his group leaving, a member asked the team leader, Boss, it looks like they're leaving. Should we go out now? The team leader seemed to hesitate. Oh? Before the team leader could finish, they all suddenly felt their bodies being crushed by an invisible force, making them feel terrified. Boss, what's happening? The boss looked outside, his face also filled with terror, and cried out, the demonic energy is so dense. That thing is... Akma saw that the sky had now turned a blood-red color, as a large area was covered by a membrane. Immediately after, from the membrane, a hole opened up, allowing a dragon to enter. On its back was a humanoid creature radiating a large amount of demonic energy. Through the appraisal skill, the basic information of the two creatures appeared in everyone's eyes. Monster, demon, level, 30, quality, legendary, skills, X note, X, monster, fire dragon level, 24, quality, gold, skills, flame bombardment, XX. At the same time, at the military base, the monitoring screens turned red with a warning. Warning, warning, emergency state. Concentration of otherworldly aura has exceeded the limit. Analyzing data. Data analysis complete. Level 4, otherworldly invasion. Location locked. East of the Kung Fong Mountain Range. Longitude 111454. Latitude 15300. The monitoring staff, seeing this, immediately grabbed their walkie-talkies to notify the entire military district. Level 4, otherworldly invasion. All members of the Corps, please assemble immediately and prepare for battle. After the Level 4 otherworldly invasion, all members of the Corps are to assemble immediately and prepare for battle. The Warrior and Knight squads of the Snow Dragon Corps are to quickly finish their training and move to the square to assemble. The Priest squad of the Snow Dragon Corps is to prepare for rescue operations and ensure they are full of mana. The logistics squad of the Snow Dragon Corps is to distribute mana core and mana crystal resources. The Mage squad of the Snow Dragon Corps is to lock onto the location, longitude 111454 east, latitude 15,300 north, and form a large transportation magic circle. Soon, the members of the Corps were neatly lined up in large golden magic circles on the ground. A soldier walked up to the platform and reported to the commander of the Snow Dragon Corps, Tu Vu Chu. Report, Commander. All personnel have assembled and are awaiting orders. Tu Vu Chu drew his sword, pointed forward, and shouted, like a sword that cuts through all thorns, like a shield that protects a region. The soldiers below also shouted in unison, like a sword that cuts through all thorns, like a shield that protects a region. Tu Vu Chu, satisfied, gave the order, move out. A few minutes earlier, at the demon's lair, the demon commander sat on his throne, looking down at the massive demon horde, and spoke. Every demon in the Legion is a clan member that I have personally selected and screened. In a half year since coming to Blue Star, we have not lost more than 10. But in the final moments of revelry before returning to the Holy World, hundreds of our clan members were hunted down and sacrificed. In half a day, we will return to the Holy World. Before we leave, we must make a grand display. The demons below roared in excitement. Thank you, Your Highness, for your grace. Thank you, Your Highness. Back in the present, the demon commander, riding on the head of the fire dragon, looked down at Reese's group and said, I will absolutely not forgive you. I will take your souls and burn them in the fires of hell. Next, the Akma commander began to summon his army. Olimar, son of the devil, used the summon skill. Silver Akma has been summoned. Golden Akma has been summoned. Titanline immediately used her appraisal skill, scanning the demon horde. Legendary level demon, gold level demon knight, silver level demon warlock. Her expression became serious. She took out her weapon, stepped in front of Reese, and then turned back to say, Reese, later, the Ton Lone squad will protect you. If there's a chance, you must break through the encirclement and escape. Right. Reese, you must live on, Chu Dan said, and then, along with the other two girls, she also stepped in front of Reese. In their hearts, they thought, Reese is the most monstrous genius I've ever met. With his talent, he's worth us sacrificing our lives to protect. Just then, in the sky, a large golden magic circle suddenly appeared, attracting everyone's attention. That's the Snow Dragon Corps. The Snow Dragon Corps are all professionals above level 30. The Corps commander is even a level 51 warrior. We're saved. Contrary to the joy of Chuden's group, Reese frowned and thought to himself, if they're teleporting here, why didn't they pinpoint the location and teleport there? Reese's question was immediately answered, because on the opposite side, the demon commander suddenly burst out laughing. Haha, humans, don't worry. The magic circle covering us, your army can't get in. Titanline exclaimed in surprise. What? Impossible. She looked up at the sky, and only then did she realize that a large number of soldiers were standing on large golden magic circles, blocked by a red barrier outside. Outside the red barrier, Tu Vuchu looked at Vong Luong and asked, What's going on? Why is the teleportation point so far away? Vong Luong placed his hand on the red barrier and felt it for a moment before answering seriously. This is a forbidden level magic circle of the demon race, the Dark Flame Wall. Once deployed, the space inside cannot be teleported to, and attacks from the outside will also be blocked. It would take the combined power of at least 2 more core to break it. Otherwise, we can only wait for it to dissipate on its own. Tu Vuchu frowned and asked, How long would it take for the magic circle to dissipate? Vong Luong replied, 5 minutes. Hearing this, Tu Vuchu closed his eyes, let out a long sigh, and then gave a heavy order. You count all the information about those people and keep a record. After the battle is over, inform their families to come and collect their bodies. Vong Luong replied, Yes. At the same time, inside the Dark Flame Wall magic circle, the the system announced the appearance of a legendary level demon. A new quest has been issued. Achievement quest. Please, host, kill the demon. Failure penalty, 0. Reward, S+ rank talent. Divine fortune. Looking at the system panel, Reese smiled to himself and said, a new achievement quest. It's finally here. Then, Reese's entire body glowed with a golden light, and he slipped past Chu Dan's group to the front. Tatan Lin quickly grabbed Reese's hand and cried out, Reese. On the opposite side, the demon commander focused his gaze on Reese. Such a dense, holy aura. It seems you've dealt with my clansmen. To show my respect, I will personally tear you into 100 pieces, letting you die in endless agony. After saying this, the demon commander rode his fire dragon and flew forward. Reese shook off Tatan's hand and at the same time pulled out his weapon to prepare for battle. At that moment, the fire dragon suddenly opened its mouth and spat a stream of magic at Reese below. Tatan Lin cried out in worry, Reese, look out! Swinging his hammer, he created a golden beam of light that flew upwards. The two sides' attacks immediately clashed in midair. Reese's attack tore through the fire dragon's attack and continued upward, severing one of the fire dragon's wings. The fire dragon, having lost a wing, could no longer fly and fell straight down. The demon commander, as a result, also fell freely. A loud crash was heard as the fire dragon's massive body slammed into the ground and lay there motionless. The demon commander landed safely, but was still slightly affected. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Reese appeared behind the demon commander and swung his hammer. The demon commander, sensing danger, immediately swung his weapon behind him, but only hit Reese's shoulder guard, causing it to fall off. Immediately after, the demon commander saw a golden light about to make intimate contact with his face. So he quickly raised his weapon to block and used the force to jump back. He looked at the ground where he had just been standing, which had been shattered by Reese's hammer. The demon commander couldn't believe it and screamed in his mind, what the hell? This human is only level 18. How can he have the strength to fight me? Reese also didn't rush to attack again. He placed his hammer to one side, cracked his knuckles, and looked at the demon commander, saying, you're pretty good at blocking. All right, you're the first legendary level monster I've ever met. You human! Cursing, the demon commander lunged forward, thrusting his sword at Reese. Reese picked up his weapon again and jumped high to dodge. At the same time, he unleashed a large cross-shaped attack that pressed down on the demon commander below. Troublesome technique. White Strike has successfully been judged to have an additional stun status. Thinking this, Reese raised his hand high and shouted, Field of Light. The stun effect didn't last long. Before the lightning struck, the demon commander had already woken up. He shouted, Flame Demon Shield. He looked at the shield in front of the demon commander, which helped him block all the lightning. Reese said softly, even Field of Light can't deal with him? It seems that conventional methods are not enough to kill this paper-thin legendary level demon. Then I can only use the skill the system rewarded me with for the final exam. As for the demon commander, he turned to his army and ordered, My dear warriors, kill him for me. The demons, upon receiving the order, immediately roared and charged towards Reese. Reese paid them no mind. Around him, a great deal of holy light was now appearing. His body slowly floated up, radiating waves of golden mana. Everyone was staring intently at Reese, not taking their eyes off him. Just then, Reese raised both hands high, and a large vortex immediately appeared. From within, a giant hand emerged. Now, then, why do I have a feeling that some terrifying existence is about to descend? Just as the demon commander finished speaking, the entire space was dyed golden. A giant hand slammed down from above on him and his subordinates, causing the ground to shake and crack, and a whirlwind to sweep around. Tatan Lin whispered in awe, Am I dreaming? Is this Reese's skill? Jiang Churin felt the succubus bloodline in her body tremble with fear. Outside the red barrier, Tu Vu Chu said, This power is on par with a mana cannon. Have you found out who the people trapped inside are? Vong Luong replied. They're all students of Su Hang University. The one who just cast the skill is this year's top scorer, Reese, a paladin. Tu Vu Chu sighed with regret, saying, the top scorer, what a pity. The level difference between the two sides is too great. If Reese had a little more time to grow, he could have destroyed that demon with just that one skill. As expected, Tu Vu Chu was not wrong. After Reese's last attack, the demon commander was still alive. His body was now radiating an even more terrifying demonic aura than before. The demon commander roared in fury. How dare you? How dare you insult the great Olimar? Flame Demon Legion, charge. Flame Curse Legion, cast. Immediately, from all directions, the demons launched a frenzied attack on Reese. The demon commander turned to the demon who was healing him and said, he's just a level 18 paladin. The healing demon confirmed, that's right. After so many great battles, the mana in his body must have been depleted long ago. Without mana, facing our 300-man army, he could be brought to the brink of death by numbers alone. Right, the demon commander said with satisfaction, looking at Reese again. At the center of the attack, Reese's face remained unchanged as he thought to himself, the hand of God has consumed almost all of my mana. The mana recovery rate of my equipment is too slow. I can only rely on myself. A skill panel appeared in front of Reese. Divine Advent Art S, a one-time use secret art of the Holy Temple Knight. Releasing this secret art does not consume mana, and it is not affected by any prohibitive skills. After using this secret art, you will receive a portion of the power of the God of Light. Depending on your body's endurance, your 4 attributes will be correspondingly increased. The level of all holy and light skills will be temporarily increased by 5, and the recovery rate of HP, stamina, and mana will be x20. The effect will last for a period of time. After the skill ends, you will enter a state of weakness. Then, a second later, a pillar of light descended from the sky. It pierced through the red barrier and shone down on the man named Trong Nin. What the hell is going on now? Muttering to himself, the demon commander looked up and saw Reese in the golden pillar of light, being enveloped by a goddess with 3 pairs of wings. At that moment, feathers fell from the sky one by one. Whichever demon it touched was burned to ashes. Tu Vu Chu reached out and touched a feather, exclaiming, it's actually the Divine Advent Art. Vong Luong, the vice commander of the Snow Dragon Corps, standing beside him, couldn't help but be curious. Commander, what is the Divine Advent Art? It's a pinnacle skill that can be mastered by divine-type professionals. It can harness all the energy and faith of a deity. I once saw a priest cast the Divine Advent Art. With just one move, he could restore the entire legion's state to its peak. It was because of the Divine Advent Art that our army was able to hold out for reinforcements under the siege of 3 demon legions. The divine power is as vast as the sea. Even without us, he could have defeated the demons. Down below, the demon commander, the demon lord, witnessed this scene with wide eyes, shouting in disbelief, impossible! This is clearly a pinnacle secret art. He's a level 18 paladin. On what grounds can he wield divine energy? The mage standing behind him quickly reminded him, Your Highness, once the Divine Advent Art is cast, it can only be countered by using similar divine energy. When he completes the ritual, our entire legion will be annihilated. It's just one skill. The offense and defense will immediately be reversed. How long will it take for the dark barrier in the valley to establish a return magic circle? 1 minute, the mage replied. I know. Now is the time for you to show your loyalty. Yes, the mage replied, then shouted clearly, All demons, hear my command. Offer everything you have to the demon, Lord Olimar. Immediately after, he was the first to sacrifice his soul. Great demon, Lord Olimar Ruskin Toy, I offer all of myself in reverence to you. Great demon, Lord Olimar, I, Bakta Toy, offer all of myself in reverence to you. Just like that, hundreds of demons shouted the slogan and willingly sacrificed their souls. Then, their souls were all absorbed by the demon lord. watching the dark power emanating from the demon lord grow ever larger. The goddess said with contempt, "Ugly, pathetic, lowly creatures. Paladin, I grant you divine energy, divine decree." As she spoke, the goddess raised Reese's hand and pointed it at the demon lord. Reese's eyes immediately lit up, and then a beam of light shot from his hand straight at the demon lord who was absorbing the sacrificed souls. The ground shook, and a world-shaking explosion occurred, followed by a cloud of dust. But as soon as the dust cleared, everyone saw that the demon lord was still able to stand up. He even gathered a massive fireball. The power of the demon fire is the strongest innate skill, condensing the fire element to its extreme. The surface temperature can reach 15 million degrees Celsius. If not for my clansman's sacrifice, I wouldn't be able to cast this skill. Thinking this, the demon lord shouted, "Die, Paladin!" Then, he threw the fireball straight at Reese. It's a pity it disappointed him. As soon as the dust cleared, he still saw Reese standing tall, completely unharmed. Now he knew that he and Reese were not on the same level. So he didn't dare to delay and immediately picked up his pants and ran towards the magic circle to return. But of course, Reese wouldn't give him that chance. "Heretic, in the name of the god, I sentence you to death." After saying this, Reese flicked his hand, causing a beam of light to descend from the sky, directly taking the life of the demon lord. "Return. Here, I have completed my mission. My glory, return to the holy world." The demon lord deliriously said a few words and then breathed his last. Witnessing this scene, the remaining demons were like a snake without a head, crying out in fear, "What do we do? The demon lord is dead. The return magic circle has been destroyed. How can we return to the holy world? It's finally over," Reese said, then fell into a weakened state. He gradually lost consciousness, and his body fell freely. Reese, Jiang Churen, and the Tan Lone team rushed over worriedly. The vice commander of the Snow Dragon Corps hurriedly ordered, "Priest, quickly check Reese's condition. Team 1, Team 2, quickly search for surviving professionals in the surrounding mountain area. The rest of the Corps members, charge with me. So heavy, I can't breathe. It feels like something is pressing on my chest. I can't move. Is it sleep paralysis? Am I about to die?" At this thought, Reese woke up with a start. Now he realized he was in a hospital room. And indeed, he was being crushed by this 50-kilogram shadow. Jiang Churen, rubbing her sleepy eyes, said, "You're awake, Reese. You've been unconscious for 2 days and 2 nights. Let me go tell everyone." "All right. Thank you for saving me." Jiang Churen suddenly kissed Reese on the cheek, then shyly turned and left. "This girl," Reese said with a helpless look. "She's really her." Just then, the system panel suddenly appeared. Daily quest, 200 push-ups, incomplete. 200 squats, incomplete. 200 sit-ups, incomplete. I slept for 2 days straight and missed the daily rewards for 2 days. Let's see if the achievement reward makes up for it. Achievement quest, Slay the Demon, has been completed and the corresponding quest rewards have been distributed. Congratulations, you have received the S+ rank talent, Death Resistance. Death Resistance. Your body can resist death and can quickly recover from any damage received. Congratulations, you have received the S-Rank Magic Potion, Fortune Potion. After drinking it, the drinker's luck will increase for 12 hours. A talent that can heal injuries? Every class has this kind of talent, but the effects are different. But since it's an S+ rank talent and it's called Death Resistance, it must be incredibly special. Thinking this, Reese excitedly materialized a dagger. Without hesitation, he lightly stabbed himself in the chest. Then he pulled out the dagger and waited for the result. Watching the wound heal at the speed of light, Reese couldn't help but be amazed. Healed in 2 seconds. Not bad. With this, I won't be affected by normal damage during battle, and my survivability will be greatly enhanced. What if it was a serious injury? Thinking this, Reese materialized an axe. But after some consideration, he ultimately didn't dare to be reckless and put the axe away. Continuing to study the rewards, the Fortune Potion increases luck. Luck? By how much? Will I just pick up a legendary weapon on the street? Or will I help an old lady cross the street, and she turns out to be a third ascension professional? Or will I suddenly buy a top-tier item on the roadside? This divine potion could open up infinite possibilities. I'll save it for later. Just as Reese was about to close the system, a notification panel caught his attention. Holy Flame Aura, a rank, condenses a holy flame aura around the body, giving oneself the ability to control the fire element, increasing the fire and light system damage of oneself and surrounding teammates by 20%. The effect lasts for a period of time. Holy Flame Aura, what is this? A divine skill. Reese recalled the moment he fought the Demon Lord at that time. The protection of the Holy Angel S plus the Holy Angel is bound to the user your light system is greatly enhanced. The effectiveness of all light and holy system skills is greatly increased. Holy Flame Aura. It condenses a holy flame aura around the body, gives oneself the ability to control the fire element, enhances the fire and light system damage of oneself and surrounding teammates by 20%. The effect lasts for a period of time. Holy Flame Aura. Holy Flame Aura is a light system skill that can be enhanced by the protection of the Holy Angel. Once Holy Flame Aura is used, it can increase the damage of light system and fire system skills by an additional 40%. If I use Holy Flame Aura and then use Light's Punishment, won't I become a dual-element lightning and fire mage? While Reese was lost in thought, a knock on the door brought him back to reality. A young man, a stranger to Reese, came to visit him. After settling down, he introduced himself. I am the Vice Commander of the Snow Dragon Corps, Mage Vong Luong. Student Reese, this time, thanks to you promptly killing the demon and destroying the teleportation circle, we were able to capture so many demon prisoners. Reese modestly replied, "You're too kind, sir. I was just doing what I had to do. Is there something you need from me? Because I have nothing." Originally, the commander should have come to thank you himself, but he's busy now, so I have to come in his place. Your final attack, Student Reese, although it destroyed half of the Dark Valley, the traces of the demon's descent were perfectly preserved. The army has discovered the demon's secret, and the commander has gone to report the matter to his superiors. As he spoke, he took out a sphere. As soon as the sphere was activated, the entire room transformed into a virtual space with all sorts of items appearing before Reese's eyes. The resources of the Snow Dragon Corps have been accumulated here for hundreds of years. Don't be shy. Just tell me what you like, Vong Luong said generously. Reese looked around and couldn't help but be amazed. There are even high-grade S-rank treasures here. After searching for a while, Reese spoke up and asked, "Vice Commander Vong, does the Snow Dragon Corps' warehouse have the S0 rank Extreme Frost Lotus?" "Wait a moment, let me check." Vong Luong performed a few operations, then pointed at the screen and asked, "Is this it?" "Exactly," Reese exclaimed excitedly. "Yes." Vong Duong, on the outside, tried to act calm, but on the inside, his tears were a river. 100 million contribution points, that's all of my salary for 3 years. I'll have to ask the commander to pay for it. The Extreme Frost Lotus is in the main warehouse, so you'll have to wait here for a few days. If you get bored, I can arrange for some people to go monster hunting with you in the mountain range. Vong Luong, while speaking, feigned indifference as he walked towards the door. But in a corner where Reese couldn't see, he couldn't help but smile. Having the young ones in the Corps go monster hunting with Reese will strengthen their bonds. When Reese becomes a top-tier powerhouse, the Snow Dragon Corps will also get some of the limelight. This move of mine is perfect, a stroke of genius. Just as Vong Luong was feeling proud of himself, Reese's next words were like a bucket of cold water. "I'm sorry. I have to go back to school tomorrow for the freshman competition. You could just send the Extreme Frost Lotus to my dorm." "I forgot he's still a student." Vong Luong sighed and replied, "The Extreme Frost Lotus will be delivered to you at Suhang University Dormitory 001 in 2 days. If you ever run into trouble you can't solve in the Kungfong mountain range, be sure to contact the Snow Dragon Corps." After saying this, he left. Reese collapsed onto the sofa, unable to help but smile happily. Vivian is saved. I should really thank that demon or whatever it was. If it weren't for it, I wouldn't have had the chance to get the extreme Frost Lotus from the Snow Dragon Corps warehouse. Glancing at the clock, Reese thought to himself, it's almost 12 o'clock. I have to finish today's daily quest first. At the Tan Lone Squad, Titanian had just stepped out of the shower when she was surrounded by her teammates, pleading, Captain, we want to invite Reese to join the Tan Lone Squad. What do you think? Titan Lean said nonchalantly, I don't think he'll agree. With his strength, it's more efficient for him to hunt monsters alone. Chu Dan smiled and said, you never know until you try. Besides, Captain, don't you want him to join us as much as we do? On Tien Wan chimed in. I've seen the captain secretly visiting Reese a few times. I have nothing to say. The young woman didn't answer, but silently recalled her visit to Reese. At that time, she had indeed invited him to join the team, but he had politely declined. The young man, though regretful, didn't press the issue. Just before he left, he couldn't help but say, oh right, to thank you for saving us in the Kung Fong mountain range. This is a special thank you for you. He said to you. Then Toi Tan Lean planted a kiss on Reese's cheek and smiled brightly and left. Reese, vaguely remembering Jiang Churin's similar action, couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. A special reward, a special thank you. Girls these days are so bold. Elsewhere, from Vu Chu, who was reporting to his superiors, according to the investigation, during this demon invasion, compared to 3 years ago, they appeared alternately in the Kung Fong mountain range. The investigation shows that the demons have mastered the method of moving through medium-sized rifts. Are you sure? Do you know what this report means? From with him. Vu Chu affirmed, previously, otherworldly creatures could only invade the blue star through large-scale spatial rifts. Because there aren't many large-scale spatial rifts, the threat of an otherworldly invasion wasn't great. But on the blue star, there are countless medium-sized rifts. If otherworldly creatures can invade through medium-sized spatial rifts, the blue star will face an extinction-level crisis. Therefore, this investigation result has been checked many times. Fortunately, we found that only otherworldly creatures below level 30 can pass through the medium-sized rifts. The man with the horns on his head, hearing this, immediately gave an order. In that case, we need to quickly devise a strategy to deal with this problem. Counselor Duong, Miss Mao, please inform all the major military corps throughout the country to immediately investigate all medium-sized spatial rifts within their station areas. Counselor Zhang, please attend this international UN conference to report on this discovery and see the reactions of the other countries. At this moment, Wang Oi, the president of Suhang University, asked Commander 2, is the intelligence this time from an 18-year-old? That's right. Tu Vu Chu projected Reese's image on the screen. This young hero's name is Reese, a rising paladin, the top scorer of the Suhang Province College entrance exam, and the top new student at Suhang University. He cast the holy magic Divine Advent to defeat the demon and also destroyed the teleportation circle. This action has brought us immense benefits. The others were surprised to hear this. A paladin becoming the provincial champion, this is quite rare. Suhang Province, and his surname is Chao. Could he be a descendant of the Frost Chao family? When the high-ranking official turned to Wang Oi and said, Counselor Wang, after you return to the school, please check on Reese for me. All right, if he's a good seed, remember to let us know. Don't hide him away, someone teased. Tu Vu Chu secretly admired Reese. These are all the top powerhouses in the country. If he can win their favor, his future will surely be bright. 2 days later, the freshman competition officially began. A robot flew throughout Suhang University, announcing, attention students, the freshman competition will begin at 10 a.m. sharp. Please proceed to the gymnasium to assemble. As the time approached, the Dean of the War Academy, representing the panel of judges which included the Deans of the Arms Academy, the Elemental Academy, the Tactics Academy, and the Logistics Academy, stood up to speak. I am Wu Mang, the Dean of the War Academy. Welcome to Suhang University. This year's new student competition is divided into 2 stages. The first stage is a secret realm challenge copy, where your ranking will be determined by the difficulty and clear time. The second stage is free challenge. Everyone will have 3 opportunities to challenge those with higher rankings, and success will change your rank. While Wu Mang was speaking, Su Meier stood beside him, anxiously fidgeting. Why haven't Reese and Jiang Chern appeared yet? If they don't come to the exam hall soon, they'll be disqualified from the new student competition. I really shouldn't have told them about the unconfirmed news of the extreme Frost Lotus. Now it's going to be a disaster. Nothing suspicious. It wasn't just Su Meier who noticed Reese's absence. The other students, not seeing Reese, began to buzz with discussion. Hey, have you guys seen Reese? Haven't seen him. Did he forget about the freshman competition? That's very possible. He hasn't been back to school for a month after all. Good thing, huh? We've got one less competitor. Tam Lin Fong, standing in the crowd, heard these words and smirked to himself. Reese, you weren't in school to train. You wasted a month of your own time, and now you don't even have the courage to participate in the freshman competition. The opportunity was right in front of you, and you didn't take it. Truly pathetic. Next, the first stage of the freshman competition, the Silver Secret Realm Challenge copy, open. As soon as Wu Mang finished speaking, the gate to the secret realm opened. A dark flame gushed out, enveloping the vast space. The scale and strength of this year's new students are the strongest in history, so that everyone's strength can be fully utilized. This time, besides the usual easy, hard, and nightmare difficulties, the Secret Realm copy has a special edition, the Abyss difficulty. A student, hearing this, couldn't help but get excited. They've already opened the Abyss difficulty. No wonder the Secret Realm gate has such a blazing fire. Unbelievable. I remember the Abyss difficulty is 10 times more terrifying than Nightmare. This is going to be fun. I'll definitely clear the Abyss level copy later. As they spoke, the students began to prepare their gear to enter the Secret Realm. Bring your best equipment, magic potions, and weapons. Let's go. Just as Wu Mang finished speaking, information about the Secret Realm appeared. Secret Realm copy. Phoenix's Lair, level 12 to 19. Difficulty. Can choose between simple, hard, nightmare, abyss. Required party size. 1 to 6 people. Note. In the dark and gloomy forest lives a flock of ferocious phoenixes. It is said that a human body is not even enough to fill the stomach of a small phoenix. A moment later, all the new students were teleported into the secret realm. Wu Mang looked at the screen, which showed that everyone had chosen either Nightmare or Abyss difficulty, and thought to himself with admiration, not bad, not bad. They are all energetic and forward-looking children. Just then, Wu Mang noticed something unusual. Why can't I see serial numbers 001 and 003? Su Meier hesitated and replied, Report, Dean, 001 and 003 went to the Kung Fong Mountain Range to train and have not yet returned. Nonsense, Wu Mang shouted angrily. The freshman competition determines future direction and cultivation resources. How can they be late for such an important matter? Just because they're young and have a high rank, they've become arrogant and don't know the importance of things. Dean, Reese is not that kind of person. He is because... Su Meier was trying to speak up for Reese, but before she could finish explaining, Wu Mang waved his hand and cut her off. Students like that need to have their mentality trained. If they don't come, they don't need to participate anymore. They'll be ranked last. Just then, Reese, carrying Jiang Chern, ran in. We're so sorry, we're late. Then, he and Jiang Chern directly chose the Abyss difficulty. After that, the two were quickly teleported into the Secret Realm copy. You have arrived at the Phoenix's Lair. You have chosen the Abyss difficulty. Note, monsters in the Abyss difficulty are extremely frenzied. Please be mindful of the timing to use the return scroll. I hope the difficulty lives up to the rumors. Reese said as he activated a series of buffs like Blessing of Dawn, Gift of Courage, Gift of God, and Gift of Protection, while also taking out his weapon in preparation for battle. Monster, Phoenix Warrior. Level, 17. Quality, Silver. Skills, Swift Assault, Berserk Attack. Monster, USA Phoenix Warrior. Level, 18. Quality, Silver. Skills, Aura of Resilience, War Stomp. Reese skimmed the information about the monsters that were roaring and preparing to charge at him. I hope they can make me use my full strength, Reese said with anticipation, then jumped high and swung his hammer. Elsewhere, Jiang Charin was using her B-rank skill, Instant Flash, Army Breaking Slash, continuously brandishing her weapon and launching a series of sword energies, creating a heavy blow that pierced through the enemy's defense. At that time, Tam Lin Fong condensed the power of flames throughout his body, launching an ultimate fire fist at a single target, dealing massive damage to the monsters. Another student chose to use the C-rank skill, Tornado Shadow Kick, spinning and jumping, kicking the enemy to the ground, temporarily stunning them. However, 16 phoenixes attacking at once still overwhelmed him. The judges watched the student's performance on the screen and began to give their initial comments. Overall, the performance of this year's new students is not bad. The Phoenix copy is the most difficult secret realm copy our school has. In the past, new students would be caught off guard when entering the copy and be eliminated from the competition. This year, they're all holding on. At this moment, Wu Meng ordered the technical team, show window 001. I want to see what level 001 has reached after wasting a month in the Kung Fong mountain range. The screen immediately displayed Reese's image. At this moment, he was surrounded by smoke and fire. At the same time, the system displayed a notification. Congratulations on passing the first stage, defeating 16 phoenixes. Time, 5 seconds. End. The result was so surreal that the dean of the Elemental Academy, Chu Hua Duong, had to exclaim in astonishment, 5 seconds. What? Why did Reese, who only used the support skill, Holy Flame Aura, manage to achieve the most powerful effect of the flames to directly kill the monster? Tong Kai, the dean of the Arms Academy, speculated with some confusion, unless Reese's intelligence attribute is extremely high. Wu Meng, encountering this situation for the first time, did not dare to jump to conclusions and analyze cautiously. There are many reasons for a skill's high damage. Intelligence attribute, strong buffs, heavenly treasures. A single battle is not enough to be certain. Even with my years of combat experience, I can't figure out what kind of skill that strange aura is or what its effect is. Reese didn't waste his time this month. This kid is interesting. Reese had no idea he was causing a stir among the judges and was still completely focused on the battle. The punishment of the light. Congratulations on watching this video. Just as Mr. Gi finished speaking, thousands of lightning bolts descended from the sky, striking the monsters and sending them to meet their ancestors. Accordingly, the notification board continued to appear. Congratulations on clearing the second stage, defeating 200 phoenixes. Time, 1 minute and 23 seconds. Riding on his victory, Reese continued to use the Spear of Victory skill, successfully clearing the third stage in 3 minutes and 29 seconds. Cleared Abyss level copy. Clear time, for minutes, 57 seconds. Rating, SSS. You have been recognized as the record holder for this copy. Clear rewards, B+ skill book, Hammer of Repentance. 13,212 experience points, 25 free attribute points, 25 skill points. Hammer of Repentance swings a hammer with holy power at the enemy, dealing massive damage. As the first person to clear the copy, you have unlocked a talent achievement. Please choose one of the 3 below. Focused Aura, 8- increases nerve reaction speed by 30%. When using skills, there's a 30% chance of not being interrupted. Swiftness, a dash, after entering a combat state. Movement speed will continuously increase, up to a maximum of 50%. Steadfast protection, a dash, while using a shield as a weapon, blocking power will be increased by 30%. Receiving the notification, Reese was surprised. You could get a new talent by clearing a copy. Whether a professional is strong or not is greatly related to their talent. Initially, I relied on my S+ rank talent to activate the transfer to Paladin during the job change conference. This must be a privilege of silver rank copies and above, right? After all, I've set new records in the bronze rank copies of my competition, but there were no rewards like this. 3 choices, that's quite humane. I don't have to worry about getting a useless talent. Thinking of this, Reese began to calculate. Steadfast Protection is suitable for a tank build paladin, but I don't have much use for it. Swiftness is not bad, but it's a bit worse than Focused Aura. In actual combat, the time it takes from seeing an enemy to launching a counterattack is crucial. The stronger the enemy, the faster their attacks, so nerve reaction speed is naturally more valuable. Combat is ever-changing. The Focused Aura can reduce the risk of skills being interrupted and can be used as a tide turner. At this moment, another gate, filled with a dark aura, opened. At the same time, a notification appeared on the gate. Abyss-level copy cleared. Do you want to activate the side door card? A disgusting aura was emanating from the teleportation gate. I hope the side door card can cheer me up a bit. Reese, full of anticipation, stepped through the gate without hesitation. Outside, Reese's performance just now once again amazed the judges. Each of them gave their comments based on their own expertise. His fighting style is quite fierce. Perfect control over the elements. Quick thinking, strong adaptability. The Abyss difficulty copy was not opened in vain. Reese is very versatile. He not only masters extremely powerful attack magic, but also has strength-enhancing abilities. Even his close combat is equally astonishing. But Reese's paladin skills are too comprehensive. If he keeps leveling up like this, with a huge cost, the result might be mediocre. Wu Meng, hearing Zhang Ling, the dean of the Tactics Academy, speak, nodded in agreement. Yes, this is indeed a problem. After the new student competition ends, I will go and talk to him. Tong Kai and Chu Hoa Duong, hearing this, immediately chimed in. Dean Wu, Reese hasn't decided which academy to go to yet. The matter of his choice should be discussed by the dean of his chosen academy. That's right. Everything has to wait until Reese chooses an academy. Reese is very proficient in elemental magic, very suitable for the Elemental Academy. This is the start of the fight for him. This remark immediately attracted everyone's attention. Dean, it seems everyone is very satisfied with Reese. It's a pity I came late and didn't get to see him show his full strength, Vong Hai said with a smile. Returning to Reese. As soon as he stepped through the side door, a dark and deadly scene appeared before his eyes. Looking at the mountain of skeletons not far away, Reese wondered, wasn't there a dark god ritual held here before? He stared at the skeleton on the throne on top of the pile of bones and thought to himself, this world has a god of light, so of course there will be a corresponding dark god. The dark god is not just the name of the god of darkness, but also a collective name for the gods of chaos and madness. There is a big difference between the two. Worshipping the god of light or the god of darkness only requires loyal worship, but worshipping a dark god requires pure life and soul. The infamous Blood Abyss incident a few years ago was caused by a Third Ascension professional who worshipped a dark god. He secretly planned to sacrifice a medium-sized city. Tens of thousands of lives were lost in one night, and in an instant, he leveled up from 54 to 89. Although he was killed by the army and the patrol envoys, the tens of thousands of souls devoured by the Dark God could not be revived. Since then, the nation of Trungha has strictly forbidden the worship of dark gods. Anyone found doing so will be executed immediately. However, the forces that worship dark gods continue to grow, and many people are willing to take the risk. Of course, it's not just humans who worship dark gods. Beastmen, elves, and angels are all capable of worshiping dark gods. Thinking this, Reese stepped into the red magic circle on the ground. Instantly, a thick purple smoke enveloped the skeleton on the throne, and then the monster awakened. Monster, Phantom Phoenix, level 19. Note, leader of the Phoenix clan, a spiritual entity evolved after a dark god ritual. Pure flesh and blood, it's been a long time. Human, you smell delicious. Unexpectedly, it's an immortal creature immune to physical damage. If the fighters saw this final boss, they would probably be stunned. Reese rested his axe on his shoulder, his voice full of excitement as he said to the boss, "Delicious, come and eat." Then he used his Divine Light Storm skill, summoning a storm of condensed holy light at the designated location, dealing light magic damage to all enemies within a certain range to convey his message. A fool's errand. Just as the boss finished speaking, it was sucked into the vortex and crushed. But a moment later, the boss recovered to its original state and praised, "Human, I admit your holy light is indeed powerful. But before the immortal power granted to me by the great Lord Xca, everything is just a fool's errand." Seeing the aura around Reese growing thicker, the boss guessed, "Youth, with such a dense light, it seems you're about to use your ultimate move. It's no use. Everything you do is just a futile struggle. After using your ultimate move, how much power will be left in your body? The next time I resurrect will be the time you die." "Oh, is that so?" Reese smirked, then pointed his hand at the boss. Instantly, a massive sphere shot straight at the boss, causing it to scream in agony. But before it vanished, it still said defiantly, "I told you, you can't kill me." "Yes, nonsense," Reese said, and from where he stood, he continuously shot light spheres at the boss, sending it away for good. "Congratulations, you have completed the dungeon. Completion time is 1 minute and 12 seconds. Clear reward. Congratulations, you have received 7,113 experience points. Congratulations, you have leveled up to 19. Congratulations, you have received the Horned Demon Frame. Gold." As expected, being able to resurrect countless times is just a fantasy. It seems that as long as I deplete all its power, I can destroy it. Before leaving the Secret Realm copy, Reese looked back, a thoughtful expression on his face. "When I first entered this space, I immediately noticed a faint, violent power. This power is not elemental power, but when I used the Divine Advent art, I felt a similar power, so I guessed that it was the remnant power of a dark god. And when the Phantom Bear first resurrected, that strange power disappeared a little. That's why I guessed that the number of times the Phantom Bear could resurrect was limited. The correct way to clear the stage is to kill the Phantom Bear over and over again, forcing it to continuously draw on the Dark God's energy in the space until the energy is depleted." While Reese had already completed his mission, the other students were still struggling to pass the test. Besides the students who were defeated by the boss, there were also those who defeated it, like Tam Lin Fong, for example. The side stage is indeed the hardest part of the dungeon. You need to kill the Phantom Bear 10 times to completely defeat it. Luckily, I leveled up twice not long ago, so I can control the clear time within 8 minutes. Thinking this, Tam Lin Fong was secretly pleased, then quickly left the dungeon. Hand of God, Reese can use an S-rank skill. Wu Kukan, the dean of the Logistics Academy, couldn't help but be surprised, a happy smile on his face. The other teachers, seeing Reese come out, started to discuss again. Reese fought recklessly and found a shortcut. Haha, let's see another new student try that kind of shortcut. That's true. It seems our paladin has his own secrets. An S-rank skill is not something a student from a barren area can come into contact with. Could it be? Before the teacher could finish, he heard the principal's meaningful cough. So he wisely fell silent, but he couldn't help but feel confused. The principal is defending his student. At this moment, Su Mayer, who was intently watching Reese, let out a delighted "Oh." His level is not right. Why is he level 19? The others, hearing this, started to discuss again. Level 19, really? When the exam rankings were announced, Reese was only level 13. Even an Abyss-level dungeon couldn't help him level up 6 times like that. This guy is truly terrifying. I know some inside information about this. Vong Ghi spoke up to explain after the report. Reese left the school to hunt monsters to level up. Reese went on a trip to the Kung Fong mountain range, and he gained quite a lot. When he first entered the dungeon, he was already level 18. To be able to single-handedly destroy the Flame Demon Legion, the freshman tournament is indeed as easy as turning over his hand for him now. If it weren't for the freshman tournament being the basis for confirming the distribution of resources, I'm afraid he wouldn't even have come to participate. Tam Lin Fong, just as he stepped out of the dungeon, saw Reese standing outside and was surprised. Why is he here? Did he complete the dungeon before me? Thinking this, he began to delude himself. Impossible. He must have failed the challenge in the auxiliary dungeon and retreated early, bearing the glory of the 8 great families of Jiangning. I absolutely cannot lose to someone from the poor north, Tam Lin Fong told himself, then withdrew his skill and returned to his normal appearance. Then his cold gaze swept over Reese without even a word of greeting, which made Reese feel quite confused. So angry? Did he not pass the dungeon? Just then, he heard a scream not far away. Reese immediately looked towards the scream and saw Jiang Churen falling freely from the dungeon gate. Careful, Reese shouted, and as fast as lightning, he ran to catch Jiang Churen. Brother Reese, you really cleared the stage faster than me, huh? Jiang Churen said as she naturally hugged Reese. Brother? Reese looked at Jiang Churen with a confused expression. You're a few months older than me. Shouldn't I call you brother? Jiang Churen replied nonchalantly. All right, since it's a small matter, Reese also went along with Jiang Churen's wish. Just then, a series of students, just like Jiang Churen, fell freely from the dungeon gate. However, they were not as lucky as Jiang Churen to be caught by a hot boy. Moreover, it seemed that their time in the dungeon was not easy either. As soon as they returned to the real world, they continuously cried out in pain and begged for help. The healing team, quick, save them. Hurry up, Su Meier urgently ordered while running to treat a seriously injured male student. An hour later, all the students were finally safely out. Wu Meng retracted the entrance to the secret realm and announced, the first stage is officially over. Now, the rankings and clear times will be announced. It's finally being announced. I can't wait any longer. Tam Lin Fong was smiling smugly, but when he read the achievement board, his face immediately twisted. Top 1. Reese, Dungeon Clear Time, 4 minutes 57 seconds. Side Stage Clear Time, 1 minute 12 seconds. Top 2. Tam Lin Fong, Dungeon Clear Time, 13 minutes 35 seconds. Side Stage Clear Time, 7 minutes 42 seconds. Top 3. Jiang Churen, Top 4. Tong Halan, Top 5. Tan Fong, he actually cleared the Abyss dungeon before me, and he was a whole 15 minutes faster. Unable to accept this reality, Tam Lin Fong, as if possessed, climbed onto a pillar carved with a dragon, his heart filled with blood. Reese, you stole my position as the top scorer of the grand exam, and now you've stolen the title of the top student in the freshman tournament. No matter how you did it in the next second stage. Tam Lin Fong looked at Reese with a death glare. I will definitely crush you under my feet. Reese, unaware of Tam Lin Fong's inner thoughts, was only drawn to his over-the-top actions. Why are you climbing so high? Next, the second stage, the free challenge round, officially begins. Just as Wu Meng clapped his hands, a series of aerial arenas appeared. Each person has 3 chances to challenge, with a 5-minute rest period between each challenge. The second stage is finally here. I want to challenge rank 754. My profession is not suitable for fighting monsters, but it's perfect for sparring with people. I want to challenge rank 86. I want to challenge Reese. Tam Lin Fong shouted and jumped directly onto the arena, his eyes challenging Reese. Come on, Reese. Let's see who's stronger. Jiang Churen gave Reese some information. He is Tam Lin Fong, ranked 2nd from the Zhang in the Jia family. He possesses the extremely rare flame dragon bloodline. Because of your appearance, his dream of being the top student in a hang was shattered, which is why he hates you so much. His strength is clearly far from mine, yet he doesn't know his own limits. What a fool blinded by hatred. Thinking this, Reese jumped onto the arena. I hope you can give it your all. Come on, Reese. A paladin versus a berserker. Let's see who's stronger, Tam Lin Long said arrogantly. As soon as the referee shouted begin, he immediately unleashed his power and used Flame Fist and Blood Rage to charge at Reese. Below the stage, Vong Hui saw this and immediately realized Tam Lin Fong's intention. A berserker's signature skill. Tam Lin Fong wants a quick victory. Wu Meng agreed. He immediately activated Blood Rage and Crimson Flame Fist to launch the first attack, trying to interrupt Reese's ability to buff himself. Chu Hoa Duong sighed. Tam Lin Fong is indeed a descendant of a great family. His combat decisions are incredibly decisive. Although Tam Lin Fong has good combat thinking, he is still one step behind Reese. Upon realizing his attack had no effect on Reese, Tam Lin Fong couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Holy Light Protection. When did you cast that? Holy Light Protection is a B+ rank skill that can resist a portion of physical damage. This was the skill I least wanted him to use, and I was still a step too slow. Tam Lin Fong thought with regret. A wise choice. Your attack was indeed very fast, but it only took me 0.1 seconds to deploy Holy Light Protection, Reese said smugly, taking out his hammer of repentance. I was hoping you could give me a proper fight, so I intentionally didn't attack first. I'm sorry, you couldn't get me excited, Reese said, then swung his hammer up and straight into his face. Tam Lin Fong's face was hit, causing him to fall from the air and land face down on the ground. He shattered my flame shield in an instant. How can he have such powerful energy? While Tam Lin Fong was distracted, he suddenly realized that Reese had approached him at some point, his hammer raised and ready to swing. I can't dodge it. No, I can't lose. Just as Reese's hammer came down, Tam Lin Fong was once again knocked off the arena. But unlike last time, this time he used the Flame Dragon's Roar. After blocking one of Reese's hammer blows with one hand, he charged forward, launching a flurry of punches at Reese with lightning speed. Flame Dragon's Roar. So this is the energy hidden in your bloodline, Reese said as he moved like a gentle breeze, easily dodging Tam Lin Fong's high-speed attacks. At the same time, he had some thoughts. Jiang Churn is like this, and so is Tam Lin Fong. Professionals with powerful bloodlines seem to be able to master powerful trump cards from their bloodlines, which really makes me a little envious. Even if you activate your bloodline power, you're still no match for me. Reese grabbed Tam Lin Fong's frantically attacking arm and swung his hammer again. But unlike before, Tam Lin Fong actually managed to dodge this move, which surprised even Reese. My Flame Dragon bloodline is not limited to close-quarters combat. Today, I will show you the power of the Flame Dragon's Roar. Dragon's Breath. With that, Tam Lin Long opened his mouth and spewed fire at Reese. Oh, it's Dragon's Breath, the bloodline skill of the Flame Dragon bloodline. Tam Lin Fong was forced to use his trump card. On the other hand, Reese doesn't use any special bloodline, so he might be at a disadvantage. Reese is lost. Jiang Churn was worried, and hearing the crowd say this made her even more so. On the arena, Reese at this moment used the Holy Flame Aura, absorbing all the breath from the god's Dragon Breath skill. Tam Lin Fong, causing Tam Lin Fong to suddenly have a bad premonition. Reese's gaze at this moment made him feel like a subject facing a monarch. Impossible. Unwilling to accept the reality before his eyes, Tam Lin Fong stubbornly spewed Dragon's Breath at Reese. It's useless. Your flame can't escape my control. Reese used his hand to gather all of Tam Lin Fong's Dragon's Breath. Tam Lin Fong had already started looking for a talented person. Then he swung his hammer, pushing the flame back towards Tam Lin Fong. The fight has reached this point. It's time to end it. Using my flame to defeat me? Dream on. Watch me take back control of the flame. Tam Lin Fong used a dispelling skill. He blocked, but the flame still reached its destination and hit Tam Lin Fong straight in the face, directly knocking him to the ground. Tam Lin Fong lost consciousness. Reese wins. As soon as the referee announced the result, the rescue team immediately rushed to treat Tam Lin Fong. Tam Lin Fong, the self-proclaimed reckless berserker, was completely dominated and defeated throughout the entire process. Furthermore, his strength was not even fully utilized. If he showed his full strength, how terrifying would it be? His level plus is extremely strong combat understanding. Crushing Tam Lin Fong is also very normal. That's true. Who would have thought that he could level up to level 5 in a month? While everyone was buzzing with discussion, Wu Meng gestured towards the arena his voice full of excitement. "Look, there's another provincial champion." A petite girl in a Taoist uniform challenged Reese. "I am Tong Halan, a level 17 Spirit Taoist. Please advise." A Spirit Taoist is a special transfer class in the Lower Xia Kingdom, extremely rare. Their specialty is using various talismans and sealing techniques. After confirming that Vivian's strange illness was due to her bloodline awakening, the priest suggested using sealing techniques to control it. "I didn't expect to have the good fortune to meet one here." Reese silently sized up his opponent and replied, "Level 19 Paladin Reese." "Student Reese, you probably didn't use your full strength just now, did you? When we start fighting later, can you let me feel a bit of your full power breakthrough state? Don't worry, I won't interrupt you when you're casting your enhancement skills." In the stands, many students finally understood. Unbelievable! When did Reese reach level 19? No wonder I couldn't use my appraisal skill on him. It turns out he's 3 levels higher than me. That's right. When Reese fought Tam Lin Fong, he didn't use any enhancement skills at all. This is unbelievable. Tong Halan is not the young miss of the Tong family from Gue Van province, right? The only family with a certified practitioner outside. Reese, seeing Tong Halan's words, smiled with interest and said, "No need to hold back. I'll do as you wish." "Then it's settled," Tong Halan said with a smile, clasping her hands. Then, the battle between them officially began. Reese activated his skills one by one. Blessing of the Ascending Sun, Grace of Courage, Protective Grace, causing Tong Halan to gasp in astonishment. "This is my peak state. Now let's enjoy our fight." Then, Reese flicked his hand, sending a beam of light towards Tong Halan. "Since things have come to this, I have to fight with all my strength." Tong Halan's expression became serious, and she began to activate her talismans, Hammer of Repentance. A series of talismans flew into the air, forming a circular barrier that separated her from the beam of light that Reese had shot. Then, she took a talisman and chanted a spell, causing the beam of light to explode. Tong Halan, taking advantage of the dust that obscured her vision to escape, discovered that Reese was no longer in his original position. As she cautiously looked around, she heard Reese's voice from behind her. "You think that just by changing your position, you can escape my pursuit?" As he spoke, Reese raised his hammer. Tong Halan reacted quickly, immediately turning around and using a talisman to create shield. She successfully escaped the surprise attack from Reese, but she couldn't help but feel a little confused. When did he get here? Indeed, although all my passive defensive equipment was activated, I could only barely hold on. I'll risk it with this move. Having made up her mind, Tong Halan shot a few fireballs at Reese to buy time. Then she chanted an incantation and summoned a legion of bean soldiers. Reese, seeing this, smiled with interest and said, "Interesting. I didn't expect it to be the bean soldiers of the Taoist sect. At least it's right." After Tong Halan's command, the bean soldiers charged forward in unison. Reese took down the bean soldier army with a few punches, but they quickly resurrected and continued to attack him. These Dao soldiers themselves are not difficult to deal with, but they possess a recovery ability similar to that of a heroic phantom. This is a bit troublesome. It seems that only by cutting off their source of magic power can I truly destroy these Dao soldiers. As he thought, Reese continued to fight under the bewildered gaze of Tong Halan. Unreasonable. My Daoist army formation is strong enough to hold back a level 30 professional, yet Reese can handle it so freely. Just as Tong Halan fell in a deep thought, Reese once again appeared behind her like a gust of wind and swung his hammer. Tong Halan immediately raised her hands in surrender. "I give up. Reese wins." Reese retracted his move, his face puzzled. "Didn't you want to have a proper fight with me?" "We're not on the same level at all. I admit defeat," Tong Halan replied with a smile, adding in her mind, "Don't be ridiculous. The free-for-all isn't just one match. If I stubbornly press on, I'll just end up like Tam Lin Fong. Next time I have the chance, I'll ask for your guidance." With that, Tong Halan jumped off the arena. At this moment, Reese twirled the hammer in his hand, looked down, and asked coldly, "Is there anyone else who is not convinced? I am here waiting for everyone to challenge me." Of course, no one wanted to get beaten up, so they made up all sorts of excuses to justify not challenging Reese. Jiang Churin looked up at Reese, a small smile on her lips, and said, "As expected of Brother Reese." Sumayer also looked up at Reese, and the more she looked, the more she liked what she saw. His physical strength surpasses that of a warrior, and his agility and intelligence are superior to that of a mage. Reese's strength is completely beyond my imagination. At this moment, a teacher doubtfully asked a male colleague standing next to him, "Is he really from a normal family in the north that lacks resources, and not from a prestigious family? He's at the top of the new student rankings." The word genius is not enough to describe him anymore. He's a monster. At the same time, Wu Ma looked at the tense faces of the deans of the various academies and thought to himself, "The second round is about to end. It's time for the schools to recruit students. It goes without saying that Reese will definitely be the target of competition among the academies." Sumayer was also aware of this problem, so she turned and whispered to Wu Ma, "Dean, don't worry, I'm already prepared. I must have this Reese." Elsewhere, taking advantage of Tam Lin Fong's injuries after his fight with Reese, many students challenged him, successfully raising their ranks, while Tam Lin Fong's rank plummeted. Tam Lin Fong, though furious, could do nothing but curse in his heart. "Wait until my injuries have healed. I'll show you what it means to regret it when it's too late." Half an hour later, the second round, the free-for-all, finally ended with Reese, Jiang Churin, and Tong Halan taking the lead. The entire new student competition officially came to a close. Now that everyone has been re-ranked, their housing and credit points will be reallocated. Even if you're ranked at the bottom and have few points, there's no need to worry. The school has many ways to earn points. As long as everyone works hard, they can succeed. Next up is the introduction of the academies. First, our 5 deans will give a brief introduction to the educational philosophy of the 5 academies. After Wu Meng spoke, he was the first to introduce his academy, the War Academy. Although the dark age of massive otherworldly invasions is over, countless professionals still sacrifice themselves on the battlefield every year. The goal of the War Academy is to cultivate students with stronger practical combat abilities to increase their chances of survival on the battlefield. Extreme, brutal, that is the motto of our War Academy. The Elemental Academy only recruits from disciplines that focus on the power of elemental magic. I will lead you to discover the truth of elemental power. The Arms Academy, which aims to enhance the effective use of weapons rather than relying on a range of skills. Come to our Arms Academy. With only your body and a weapon, you will possess ultimate power. The Tactics Academy is designed to train students with effective command and combat capabilities. Whatever your profession, join our Tactics Academy. Everyone must know that in war, top tactical warriors can significantly reduce the casualty rate of the entire army. A strong logistics system is the foundation for the success of any operation. Hello, lifestyle professionals. Please choose our Logistics Academy. Here, although we are not famous for our combat abilities, you will learn professional knowledge about lifestyle professions. Once we mature, perhaps even the warriors will have to beg us, haha. The dean of the Logistics Academy, having said this, laughed heartily while patting his belly, which made the other deans want to disown him. Wu Meng cleared his throat and concluded, "The information about the academies has been fully introduced. Now, students can log into the system to choose their preferred academy." "Brother Reese, which academy do you want to choose?" Jiang Churin asked. Reese remained silent, his eyes fixed on his phone screen. At this moment, Wu Ma offered to Reese, "Student Reese, if you come to the War Academy, I will be your private tutor." "A private tutor?" Reese asked curiously. Wu Meng explained, "Each tutor can recruit an outstanding student for private instruction, and the resources held by the private tutor will also be prioritized for that student. In addition, I have prepared some meeting gifts for you, including 3 A-rank skill books and an A-rank resource exchange token." The other deans also began to join the race to hunt for the unicorn. "Reese, choosing a private tutor is no small matter. You need to consider it carefully. If you come to our Elemental Academy, I will guarantee you a set of legendary equipment. The Dean of the Arms Academy, who was standing next to the Dean of the War Academy, actually used instant teleportation to appear in front of Reese and offered, as long as you become a member of the Arms Academy, you will be free to choose and use anything outside that is beneficial to improving your strength. Hey, I was here first, Wu Mang said with dissatisfaction from the upper floor. How can you talk about first come, first served in this matter? The key is sincerity. Reese scratched his chin, feeling a little awkward. He thought to himself, I feel like this has happened before. The other students witnessed this scene with envy. 3 deans personally came out to fight for Reese. Is this the special treatment for the top scorer of the entrance exam? It makes people so jealous. A private tutor student is equivalent to a direct disciple in a family, and they also get priority access to the tutor's resources. But the conditions offered by the 3 deans seem too generous, don't they? A-rank skill books are already rare enough, but the Dean of the Elemental Academy is even more generous, offering a whole set of legendary equipment. Old Chu and Old Tong are really going all out this time. The Arms Academy is one thing, but what does the Elemental Academy want with a paladin? While Wu Mang was silently condemning his 2 old friends, he heard the principal say something shocking. Reese, become my direct disciple. Principal. All eyes turned to Principal Wang Hui. I will perform the Bloodline Fusion Art on you once. What is the Bloodline Fusion Art? The Bloodline Fusion Art is a forbidden magic that requires the blood of other races to cast. This magic can grant you a special bloodline. This technique will significantly enhance your physical constitution. With each upgrade, you will receive more free attribute points and skill points. The news of President Wang wanting to take Reese as a student immediately caused the other students to gasp in admiration. He used a forbidden-level magic spell right from the start. It's been a long time, hasn't it? You should know, President Wang Hui's top disciple is the president of the Sky Dance Guild, the top guild in the Middle Kingdom. If Reese becomes President Wang's disciple, he can immediately use President Wang's connections for help, soaring to the heavens in one step. Tam Lin Fong, standing in front, heard this and felt even more jealous. That bastard is so lucky. If it weren't for Reese, I would be the top new student. I would also have a strong backer like President Wang Hui. Chu Hoa Duong knew he couldn't compete with Wang Hui, so he could only smile wryly and say, I didn't expect Reese's appeal to be so strong that even the president couldn't help but step in. There are still many surprises to come from Reese. Vong Ghi replied, then took out something and gave it to her husband. This is the reward that the commander of the Snow Dragon Corps specially sent a teacher to give you. Tam Lin Fong recognized what it was at a glance. A gold medal? How is that possible? Even the Tam family, one of the 8 great families in Nin, and doesn't have a gold medal. What does Reese have that he can have such a rare medal? Oh my god, I'm not seeing things, am I? That's a Medal of Honor. Tong Halan exclaimed in surprise. Jiang Churin said excitedly, and it's a gold contribution medal. My father fought on the front lines for many years and only got a silver contribution medal. In honor of the outstanding contributors who have overcome all obstacles and advanced for the civilization of the Middle Kingdom. Reese read the information on the medal and couldn't help but wonder, since when have I made such a great contribution to the Middle Kingdom? As if reading his thoughts, Vong Hui explained, I know all about your performance in the Kung Fong mountain range. You deserve this gold contribution medal. The Kung Fong mountain range? But even killing the evil demon army couldn't earn me a contribution medal. Could there be some hidden story behind this? Thinking this, Reese still accepted the gift, not forgetting to thank the principal. Chu Hoa Duong chuckled and teased. Why are you so distant, Reese? You're still calling me principal. Reese immediately understood, bowed his head, and called Wang Hui. Teacher, I am very honored to be your student. We can't delay. I'll take you with me, Wang Hui said, then used his spiritual power to take Reese with him. Wu Mang, I'm coming to see Jiang Churin. But just as I said a word, I was cut off by Tong Kentucky friend Jiang Churin. If you agree to be my personal disciple, I promise to treat you the same way I treated Reese before. Old Tong, Are you deliberately obstructing me? Humph. If you think Reese has been invited by the principal, then of course Jiang Churin can't be left to you. Back with the male lead, Reese was taken by Wang Hui to his private villa, a place he mainly used to preserve some extremely precious items. If you have any problems in the future, you can come here to find me. First, I will take you to choose the necessary materials for the bloodline fusion art. Reese thought to himself, this villa must be President Wang's private warehouse. You have to teleport in and out. It might be outside Suhang province or even outside the Middle Xia Kingdom. At this moment, a magic circle appeared in front of Reese. Vong Ghi condensed his elemental power and reminded, I'm sorry. After casting the bloodline fusion art, it can fundamentally change your bloodline. Moreover, most people will be attracted by the forbidden level magic, but they ignore the key thing, which is the core of the bloodline transformation, the original blood. The potential of our ordinary human bloodline is extremely limited. As we level up, the benefits of each level up will gradually weaken. That's why many professionals, after their level ups become hopeless, choose to fuse with the blood of other races to enhance their strength. Reese was surprised to hear that. What? Even at your level, you're still worried about the difficulty of leveling up. Of course, after a professional enters the third ascension, each level up requires a massive amount of experience. And now I'm level 64. World-class creatures of the same level are usually Lord-level warriors, and they're not easy to defeat. I have prepared 3 types of origin blood for you, from the Angel race, the Titan race, and the Giant Dragon race. They are all divine-based races. The bloodline fusion art can grant you a special grade bloodline, so you only need to choose one of the 3 origin bloods. This angel origin blood is in essence extracted from the bones of an angel. The angel race is a divine-based race of the god of light. If you fuse with the angel material, you will gain a high-level affinity for the light attribute. The Titan race believes that the god of thunder was born with the ability to master lightning. Combining with it will increase the power of any lightning skills you use multiple times. The Giant Dragon race is a direct descendant of the dragon god, possessing the purest dragon bloodline. After fusion, you will have the ability to suppress all beast races. Angels, Titans, and Giant Dragons. These are all high-level races of at least level 60. Even with the help of the system, I still don't fully understand this world. I don't dare to make a rash decision. Thinking this, Reese asked Wang Hui with some hesitation, Teacher, in your opinion, which one should I choose? Which one is most suitable for my current situation? Faced with these 3 extremely rare origin bloods, I won't be able to say anything. An ordinary young man might be swayed and just choose one based on intuition. To be able to remain rational and thoughtful enough to ask for advice at this crucial moment is enough to prove this kid's calmness and stability. Wang Hui secretly praised him, then offered his advice. The Titan origin blood and the Giant Dragon origin blood are both very strong, but after fusing, they will mainly enhance your energy and magic abilities. Considering your close relationship with the God of Light, the Angel origin blood would be the best choice. Perhaps you will get an upgrade beyond your imagination. After much consideration, Reese finally decided to follow Wang Hui's advice and chose the Angel origin blood. It seems the Angel origin blood is very suitable for you. You're my 5th student. Before you, there were 4 other senior brothers and sisters. When I have the chance, I will introduce you to them. Teacher, I have one more question. Why did you give me that outstanding contribution medal? Just destroying the evil demon army certainly wouldn't be enough to get such a precious medal. Yes. He looked serious and said, Then I won't hide it from you anymore. Your annihilation of the Tama army in the Kung Fong mountain range exposed their plans. The army discovered that otherworldly creatures can invade through medium-sized rifts. Reese immediately understood the seriousness of the situation. In that case, doesn't it mean that there are many otherworldly creatures hiding in the Middle Xia Kingdom? That's right. The initial investigation across the entire Middle Xia Kingdom has already discovered hundreds of otherworldly creatures from different spatial rifts. Fortunately, those lower world creatures are all low level, and the Legion can handle them. Many legions across the country have been ordered to exterminate the lower world creatures. In the future, the school system will also issue related missions. As my student, I hope you can be as strong as your senior brothers and sisters and contribute your strength to the country. Reese clenched his fists, his face determined, and replied, "Yes, teacher." Vong Hui handed a cube to Reese and instructed, "The bloodline fusion art still requires some preparation. Go home and rest. Take this transportation device. Use it to come to my place at 9 a.m. tomorrow." The next morning, Reese opened the system panel and looked at all the rewards. Which one should I choose? The teacher said before that the effect of bloodline fusion depends on one's own constitution and each person's fortune, which is luck. Thinking of this, Reese chose the Fortune Potion. Item: Fortune Potion, S rank, effect. After drinking, one's luck will increase for 12 hours. I hope this S-rank divine potion I got after killing the monster. This Fortune Potion will be effective. Then Reese immediately used the divine potion, and then proceeded to open a random treasure chest. Congratulations, you have received the S-rank heavenly treasure, Dragon Condensation Fruit. Dragon Condensation Fruit, a strange fruit grown from the corpse of a giant dragon. It can enhance one's physical constitution and increase magic damage after eating it. Reese jumped for joy. It's actually an S-rank heavenly treasure. The random treasure chests I opened before were all filled with trash. After drinking the divine potion, I'm like a blind cat who's found a dead rat. It's time for my appointment with Teacher Wong Hui. Reese quickly used the transportation device to go to his teacher's house, as scheduled. When he arrived, he happened to hear Chu Hoa Duong say to Wong Hui, "Principal, are you really willing to part with it? The remains of the angel race are extremely few. Making angel origin blood is as difficult as ascending to the heavens. A portion of that origin blood, if left outside, could cause a war between legions. I've always been waiting for someone to whom I would willingly give the origin blood. I think that person is the one I have chosen. I am very satisfied with him. Of course, there is no such thing as reluctance." At this moment, Trao Gi pretended not to hear and spoke up, "Teacher, Dean Chu." Vong Hui looked at Trao Gi once and then smiled. "Good. It seems you have successfully adjusted your body to its best state. Come over here. This is the bloodline fusion art I have prepared for you. Take off your shirt and sit in the middle of the magic circle." Reese obediently did as he was told. At this moment, Wang Hui said to Chu Hoa Duong, "Dean Chu, please activate the magic circle. I will assist from the side." "All right." Chu Hoa Duong agreed and began to activate the magic circle, initiating the bloodline fusion process. Immediately, Reese was enveloped in the light of the light element. But soon after, the golden light was neutralized by the blue light of the frost. Chu Hoa Duong witnessed this scene with astonishment. Such terrifying frost. It seems Reese has a special bloodline. Soon, the entire villa was covered in a thick layer of ice. Looking at his own frozen arm, casting the spell, Chu Hoa Duong was even more amazed. If Reese had transferred to the mage class, with this terrifying frost power, he could have become a top-tier ice mage in the future. I know Reese's younger sister is awakening the frost bloodline. I suspect Reese might also have a similar bloodline. The angel bloodline is one of the pinnacle bloodlines. During the fusion process, it will suppress other lower-quality bloodlines. So, I didn't pay too much attention, but at this moment, the angel bloodline and the frost bloodline are related, and they also have a mutual resistance. The frost bloodline possessing such high quality, I'm afraid Reese's background is not ordinary, Vong Hui said with a frown. Thinking to himself, the other race bloodlines of humans all seem to come from the earliest players of Eternal. After Eternal and Reality merged, those with higher-level professions would be able to obtain the full inheritance of the bloodline. The frost power on Reese can resist the angel bloodline. To be more specific, his ancestor was a high-level player who participated in the world of Eternal from the very beginning. Reese, being a descendant, could not have activated such a terrifying frost bloodline. If the Frost bloodline did not obstruct it, the Angel bloodline would have been able to completely enter Reese's body. Currently, the Frost bloodline and the Angel bloodline are in conflict. Even if the Frost bloodline eventually fades, not much of the Angel bloodline will be left. The loss of a large amount of pure Angel origin blood could lead to a final result no better than using an A-rank heavenly treasure. Now, we can only leave it to fate. Forcibly carrying out the fusion ritual will only cause Reese to go into a frenzy and die. I hope Reese has good fortune, Chuhoa Duong sighed. At this moment, after enduring the pain caused by the two bloodlines, Angel and Frost, something unexpected happened to Reese. The gate of consciousness has been activated. Do you wish to enter the spiritual realm? In his subconscious, Reese was in another space. In the distance, an angel smiled and said to him, "Son, you have finally come. Could this be my spiritual realm?" While Reese was still skeptical, the angel continued, "My son, congratulations on receiving the God's blessing. The God has sent me to bestow upon you true energy. You will not be bound by morality or limited by principles, and you will only need to follow your own desires and will. So, are you willing to accept that energy?" Behind the veil was not the face an angel should have, but the cruel smile of a demon. Disgusting. Why is it that the moment I see her, I feel the urge to summon a holy light to destroy her immediately? Don't be afraid, son. Rest assured and accept this blessing. You will have a power you've never had before. The angel, Fa Kai Kyo, said as she extended her hand towards Reese, but in the next instant, she was hit right in the face with a club. Reese, carrying the club on his shoulder, felt a sense of relief. Much better now. I should really follow my own thoughts. At this moment, the angel Hang Du, who was watching Reese from somewhere, burst out laughing at this scene. If you're not going to look at her with those eyes, then it's fine. I just saw someone very interesting. As she spoke, she waved her hand, her heart filled with anticipation. Kid, don't let me down. Back to the main story. After being physically assaulted by Reese, the fake angel screamed, "What are you doing? You dare to defy a god? The god will bring down punishment upon you, leaving you with no place to die. Now, kneel down immediately and beg for the god's mercy. I may consider forgiving you on the god's behalf." "No need." Reese pointed his weapon at the fake angel, a declaration of war. "You brat, you really don't know what's good for you." A cruel smile once again appeared on the fake angel's lips. Then, Ada extended her hand with its sharp claws forward and made a grasping motion. Instantly, thousands of chains surrounded and restrained Reese. Countless red eyes appeared. The fake angel at this moment laughed with satisfaction and said, "Now then, what pleasant sound. This is the consequence of not respecting Lord XCA. XCA, you are a servant of a dark god." Just as Reese finished speaking, he was slapped. "Insolent fool. Wakan, you have successfully piqued the master's interest. The master has specially sent me to baptize you. Bless yourself. Lord XCA will guide you in the right direction." Immediately after, a wicked force continuously eroded Reese's consciousness. At the same time, outside, a dark aura surrounded Reese. Realizing it was the power of a dark god, Wang Hui immediately used his power to prevent the magic circle from being broken. At the same time, questioned, why would the power of a dark god appear in the world of bloodlines? Before, the angel's remains were killed by a dark god. Looking at the energy that Wang Hui added and was pushed out by the magic circle, Chuhoa Duong's face turned pale. Not good. Reese is in danger. The dark god's power will use any means to destroy the angel's power. At this moment, Wang Hui suddenly said with joy, "Wait. It seems that the angel's power on Reese has not weakened at all, but has instead increased. Blood." The frost and angel bloodlines gradually overwhelmed the dark aura. And in his subconscious, Reese, thanks to these two bloodlines, broke free from the fake angel's chains, much to her astonishment. I clearly wanted to devour this Oddcon's soul. Why did such a strong, holy power suddenly appear? Reese had now transformed into a warrior of light with wings of ice. From behind his back, he drew his weapon and stabbed it directly into the fake angel. The fake angel disappeared. In its place was the true form of Tae Sai-ta then. He burst out laughing and said, "Bot Khan, are you scratching an itch for me? Your resistance is merely a minor inconvenience to my plan." After saying this, the Dark God's servant continued to throw iron chains at Reese. But the result was only breaking an ice wall. While he was still surprised, he saw a magic circle under his feet. Then, from the magic circle, sharp ice spikes shot up, piercing through him. "Haha, I'll remember this great gift. Thank you. It's called human energy. You are nothing but a small light that God has bestowed. As the most devout believer of Lord Axia, what I call energy is something that a mortal like you will never understand." Tae Sai-ta, the ant's body, grew larger, and the thousands of eyes on his body shot destructive beams of light at Reese. Yet Reese was able to easily dodge all of his deadly rays. As expected, the bug only knows how to run. Then, the Dark God's servant used chains to bind Reese, making him unable to move, and then unleashed his ultimate attack. But he didn't expect Reese to break the chains and create a shield, successfully escaping his deadly blow. "What?" Tae Sai-ta Tan asked in surprise. But he quickly regained his composure and continued to use his thousands of eyes to shoot beams of light at Reese. Just like last time, Reese gracefully dodged, even gradually approaching Tae Sai-ta Tan's main body. Then, with a single finger poke, he successfully sent the evil god's servant flying. At this moment, a sphere of light fell from the sky. Reese retracted his power and reached out to receive the sphere of light. Instantly, outside, a pillar of light shot straight at Reese, leaving Chu Hoa Duong and Wang Hui both astonished and excited. This is the power of an angel, which has completely eradicated the power of the evil god. The fusion of the angel bloodline with the frost bloodline seems to be a very clever method as well. An angel appeared and embraced Reese from behind, then gradually disappeared, marking the official end of the fusion process. Chu Hoa Dong stroked his long beard and said with a smile, "Reese's fate is truly excellent. To be able to receive the blessing of the God of Light at such a crucial moment, turning danger into safety." Wang Hui couldn't hide his pride and smiled, asking his beloved student with concern, "Reese, how are you feeling now? It seems your strength has taken a leap forward." Reese replied. Just then, a series of notification panels appeared before his eyes. Special Bloodline, Six-Winged Angel, Divine Bloodline, Divine Light Rune. With the Divine Light Rune, you will have a very high affinity with the light and ice elements. With further evolution of the bloodline, your affinity with other elemental magics will also gradually increase. Bloodline Talent, Magic Immunity B+, has a certain ability to be immune to spells and skills cast by enemies, including Decay, Purification, and other skills that do not cause actual damage. It's the Six-Winged Angel bloodline, and it even inherited 2 bloodline talents, Reese exclaimed. Chu Hoa Duong's eyes widened in astonishment. A Six-Winged Angel. It seems your bloodline fusion and evolution were very successful. And it's the Six-Winged Angel bloodline, the highest in the angel race. Furthermore, the talents you inherited from the Six-Winged Angel bloodline, as your level increases, can even continue to evolve to S+ rank. Teacher, I have a S+ rank bloodline secret art called Divine Angel Body. Reese stammered as he read the notification that had just appeared. Bloodline secret art, Divine Angel Body S+. Releases a portion of the bloodline power stored in the body and transforms it into a 6-winged divine angel. The higher the level, the more bloodline power can be released. Note, before level 50, the angel bloodline power has not been fully absorbed and refined. After casting this secret art, you will enter a period of weakness. Now, try using the secret art, and let me see how much your strength can increase. Hearing Wang Hui's words, Reese began to channel his power and use the bloodline secret art, Divine Angel Body. An immense amount of angelic power was subsequently unleashed, causing Chu Hoa Duong to gasp in astonishment. What powerful elemental energy fluctuations! Wang Hui activated his energy and looked Reese over, then evaluated. Good. After Reese cast the Bloodline Secret Art, his power even increased fivefold. Reese, how do you feel now? It's truly unbelievable. My whole body is filled with an unprecedented amount of energy. The light element and the ice element are both at your loyal command. I can control them at will. The overwhelming power has caused the security system in Wang Hui Du's villa to blare a warning. Warning, warning, high-level elemental energy detected. Activating level 3 defense state. Continue. A master after a wing. No wonder he's the darling of elemental energy. Quickly retract the secret art. If you continue, the defense system in the room will attack you. Reese quickly withdrew his power, and the system in Wang Hui's house immediately returned to normal. Just then, Reese suddenly felt unwell and used a healing skill, which made Chu Hoa Duong, who was standing beside him, worried. What's wrong? Are you uncomfortable anywhere? Although the secret art significantly increased my strength, I've never experienced such a long battle before, and I can feel the pain in my bones. Wang Hui explained, the Bloodline Secret Art can indeed skyrocket your combat power, but the energy of the six-winged angel bloodline is too strong. For you now, it's too much of a drain. It should be reserved as a last resort. Chu Hoa Dong watched Wang Hui and Reese exchange words, thinking to himself with admiration. A six-winged angel bloodline, two great evolved talents, and an S+ rank bloodline secret art, the divine angel body. For other new students, catching up to Reese might just be a distant dream. Based on your bloodline awakening, I guess your sister's frost bloodline is no weaker than yours. If you want her to awaken her bloodline in the best way possible, you should refine the extreme frost lotus into an extreme frost pill and use it. Su University has a department specializing in alchemy. You can directly order the refinement in the school system. Now go back and rest well, Wang Hui said, patting Reese on the shoulder. As soon as Reese left, Chu Hoa Duong's smile vanished, and his expression became serious. Principal, why was Reese targeted by the Dark God's energy? Once he gets into any kind of accident, it will be a great loss to our Su-Hang University and even to the entire Middle Kingdom. Reese was able to escape death, thanks to the protection of the God of Light. I will conduct a specific investigation and not overlook any possibility. Back at the dorm, Reese was anxiously thinking about his sister's case and wanting to refine the extreme cold pill. Besides the main ingredient, the extreme frost lotus, he also needed an A-rank heavenly treasure, the iceling grass. The snow dragon core would soon send him the extreme frost lotus, but as for the iceling grass, Reese calculated, a bronze medal rewards 500 credits, a silver medal rewards 1,000 credits, and a highest gold medal rewards 2,000 credits. I have enough credits right now, so I should be able to easily buy it at the school's department store. Just then, Tagin Ni, under the instruction of Dean No, brought the resources that the War Academy had promised to Reese. For some reason, after just one day, Reese has become much stronger. This feeling of oppression is not from leveling up, but from the nobility of his bloodline. Su Mayer thought to herself. Reese, hearing Su Mayer's words, was a little surprised. Didn't I choose teacher Wang Hui? Why is Dean would giving me resources? Su Mayer explained, President Wang Hui is your personal teacher, but your regular classes are held at our academy. Furthermore, these resources are allocated by the War Academy, and all top new students are entitled to them. So that's how it is. But why is it our War Academy? Miss Tu, aren't you a mage? What? Are mages not allowed to teach at the War Academy? Su Mayer joked, then distributed the resources to Reese. A-rank Heavenly Treasure, Heavenly Mountain Dragon Root. A-rank Heavenly Treasure, Ice Wolf Grass. A-rank Weapon, Chaos Short Sword. B-rank Equipment, Roaring White Bear Armor. B-rank Enchantment Material, Chasing Wind Leather Tendon. B-rank Enchantment Material, Earth Dragon's Blood. C-rank Skill Book, Frost Touch. C-rank Skill Book, Ice Beast Protection. C-rank Skill Book, Light's Edge. Although there were many items, only one caught Reese's attention: the Ice Wolf Grass. Ice Wolf Grass can be used with the Extreme Ice Lotus to refine the Extreme Cold Pill. This pill can significantly increase the chances of awakening the Frost bloodline. This is a dream come true, as expected of the Fortune Potion. Once I get the Extreme Frost Lotus and buy a few more supplementary ingredients, I can refine the Extreme Cold Pill. After re-signed for the items, Su Meier said, All right, the main business is done. Now it's my turn to teach you. Your strength is greater, so go to the Kung Fong mountain range to train is no problem, but going into the inner area is reckless. You should always ensure that you can protect yourself before you act. At this point, Teacher 2's expression became a little sad. Every year, many talented students graduate from Su-Hang University, but very few truly become shining gems. You should know, many talented people encounter unforeseen situations outside and die prematurely. Don't think I'm nagging. It's always better to be careful. I can't tell Teacher 2 that I have a system protecting me. The danger of entering the Kungma mountain range is also within my control. Thinking this, Reese chose his words carefully. I understand Teacher 2's good intentions. I will keep in mind. There's one more thing I want to ask you. My strength has increased again. Can you recommend some safe training places for me to practice combat? You are truly a monster. Su Meier sighed, then led Reese to a place full of robots. N can mobilize training robots to conduct practical exercises and can also set different difficulty levels to challenge. These training robots have combat stances from level 1 to level 10. And the more robots there are, the more their combat power will increase exponentially. At combat stance level 10, a robot can defeat a level 20 master. At the same time, your challenge will be fully recorded with detailed photos taken by the surrounding telescopic robots. They can also monitor your various data during the challenge, creating a detailed report after the challenge is over. Although you can pause at any time, I still recommend that you start the fight from a low difficulty level. I have to go to class now. Take it one step at a time. Remember to know your limits. Don't force yourself too much. All that's left is for you to give the command to the visual sphere to start the challenge. As soon as Su Meier left, Reese ordered the vision sphere. Let's begin. Have them activate combat stance level 7. Instruction received. Program execution has responded. Combat monitoring has begun. 50 training robots have been fully deployed. Please note, level 7 combat mode has officially begun. As soon as the vision sphere finished its announcement, a storm of bombs and bullets rained down on Reese. But for a golden boy in the art of dodging like him, these tricks were nothing. After escaping the robot's attack, we'll definitely be able to find them. The council began to counterattack with the frost power it had just gained after fusing with the frost bloodline. One punch to destroy the giant robot. The frost power seems to be usable. Reese thought smugly, then switched to using a frost storm. With just one move, he wiped out the entire robot army. Student Reese, congratulations on successfully passing the level 7 combat mode test. According to the training results, a total of 50 level 7 robots were defeated in 3 minutes and 40 seconds. Overall evaluation, excellent. The frost power is indeed miraculous in controlling enemies. Level 7 combat form. If it's this easy to pass, I wonder if the highest difficulty can make me go all out. After thinking for a while, Reese decided to give it a try. Vision Sphere. Let's start a new combat form right away. Given that the training robot has been excessively damaged, the human combat form has activated the backup plan. Accordingly, the robots began to be upgraded. Level 10 combat form, Transcendent level training robot takes over. The attribute values of the Transcendent level training robot are equivalent to a level 25 ordinary professional. Agreed. And at the same time, activate the Supreme Authority. If the battle threatens your safety, please immediately order a ceasefire. Reese, hearing this, was even more pleased. That's exactly what I wanted. I can finally fight with all my strength. After a 3-second countdown, a robot attacked Reese with frost power, which surprised him. But soon after, He jumped high to dodge, then used Ice-Light Clone, taking advantage of the properties of light and ice to create an ice crystal clone of himself, making it difficult for the enemy to distinguish between real and fake. Then he used Holy Light Strike to destroy the robot's weapon. To his surprise, it copied his attack and launched it back at Reese, knocking the weapon out of his hand. How can it copy the skills I use? Could it be that the Vision Sphere has synchronized my combat data with it? The attack system has been synchronized, and the combat effectiveness has been enhanced. The optimization of the weapon module is complete, and it is back online. That is... Reese looked in astonishment as one of the cannon barrels transformed into a mechanical wolf. Can the Storm Wolf also be copied? It seems I can only fight it head-on. Thinking this, Reese immediately switched gears, sending the robot wolf flying with a single punch in a single note. Activate the angelic body. I dare you to try and copy that. Elsewhere, after agreeing to become a direct disciple of the head of the Tong Academy, I have obtained a large amount of rare resources and made significant progress in my cultivation. The last time I challenged the level 7 combat form, I always failed. I will try again now. Jiang Churin confirmed her fingerprint to enter the training room with the training robot and received a notification. We are very sorry to inform you that the training robot is currently severely damaged. Please come back to challenge it tomorrow. This training area is for new students. Normally, people's challenges don't exceed level 6. Goodbye. Even if Brother Reese wants to challenge level 10, it's not easy at all. Who on earth is in there? Back with Reese. After activating the Angelic Zone, he used the Holy Light Chains, launching chains formed from Holy Light to bind and restrict the enemy's movements. Then he used the True Sight of Light to grasp the enemy's weaknesses and hidden abilities, providing guidance for the next attack. As soon as he learned that the robot's weakness was the energy device in its chest, Reese aimed straight for the robot's chest and threw a punch, turning the robot into a pile of scrap metal and blowing up the entire training area in the process. The level 10 combat state has been successfully defeated. The Access Authority has been reactivated. Due to the severe damage to the training ground, it is recommended that you come back next week to schedule a challenge. Level 10 combat state. Challenge successful. Who on earth is inside? Jiang Darren was bewildered and cautiously stepped forward. Student Reese, congratulations on successfully passing the level 10 combat state test with a time of 5 minutes and 32 seconds. Overall evaluation, outstanding. Strongest single physical attack, 27,304. Strongest single magic damage, 56,021. Highest combined damage of a single skill, 106,021. If it weren't for the surprise attack from the robot wolf, I probably could have won this match easily. It seems I need to quickly form a contract with a magical pet that can fight alongside me. While Reese was thinking, he heard a voice from behind him. Brother Reese. Jiang Churin ran over, her face full of joy, and asked, Brother Reese, have you completed the bloodline fusion? How have you gotten so strong in just one day? It's nothing. I just finished the bloodline fusion art this morning. I now have the 6-winged angel bloodline. Jiang Darren said with admiration in her eyes, That's great. It's an extremely rare divine bloodline. My succubus bloodline is only one of the relatively high-quality bloodlines. Reese chuckled and then asked Jiang Churin to take him to the magical pet market to form a contract with a magical pet to enhance his combat strength. Jiang Churin, of course, happily agreed. An hour later at the magic pet market, a silver rank red flame tiger cub can grow up to level 20 at most. Now, for just 110 study points, you can have it. A lone Jiaoti can grow up to level 19 and has a dragon bloodline of 210 points. There's only one. First come, first served. Jiang Churin took Reese for a walk around the market and then asked, Brother Reese, do you like any of the magical pets? Reese replied, thoughtfully, I have already tamed a swift-wind wolf in the Kung Fong Mountain. Unfortunately, after defeating the demon, I fell unconscious and missed the good opportunity to form a contract with it. I hope to find a swift-wind wolf cub with a wind-type magic talent to form a contract with. Just as Reese finished speaking, someone immediately offered to sell a Swiftwind wolf cub. "I happen to have one," a young man with glasses said with a fake smile as he came over to offer it. "Hello, classmates. I'm a third-year student from the Logistics Academy, Lu Shui, and also a level 22 nurturing master. I happen to have a Swiftwind wolf cub that I personally raised. Would you like to see it?" Jiang Chuan suggested. Nurturers belong to the life skill profession. This classmate is also a student of our Suhang University. Compared to the socialites from the other stalls in the market, the quality of the magical pets he provides is likely better. Reese, hearing this, replied, "All right." At this moment, Lu Tri-Hawk held up a two-colored-eyed beast and chattered on. This Swiftwind wolf was born about 10 days ago. Its mother is a silver rank Swiftwind wolf. I have used an appraisal skill to confirm that its aptitude is silver rank. If you want it, it's only 60 points. Reese was a little disappointed. Silver rank, is there gold rank? Gold rank. Not just me, the entire magic pet market doesn't have many of those. If you really want one, as soon as I get news of a gold rank Swiftwind wolf cub, I'll let you know immediately. But the price will definitely be much higher. Then forget it. Let's look at this one first. Reese picked up the Swiftwind wolf cub. The little Swiftwind wolf seemed to like Reese, whimpering softly as if it were acting cute. "Brother Reese, I feel like there's something wrong with this cub. Its body is too small. It's clearly not developing well." If you only heard that, you would be a little nervous. The Swiftwind wolf is already smaller than other magical beasts, and the size of its cub is also roughly like this. Reese lifted the little Swiftwind wolf up and smiled. "No problem, I'll buy this one. You should know that there are no useless magical pets, only useless masters. I can see its future." After the transaction was successful, Lu Tri-Hawk smiled brightly and handed Reese a scroll. This magic pet contract scroll is a free gift. In total, it only costs 60 points. Now you can form a magic pet contract with this Swiftwind wolf cub. In the future, you can keep it in the contract space with you. It's very convenient. Lu Shui was overjoyed. In this litter of Swiftwind wolf cubs, this one is in the worst condition. I was originally worried about not being able to sell it, but I didn't expect to meet a reckless person. Luckily, he paid the study points in advance. If the cub grows up to be this weak, and something happens to it during the contract process, it will be difficult to resolve. Come on, I believe you can definitely be stronger. After saying this, Reese began to form a contract with a little Swiftwind wolf. With many fortune potions, after drinking, one's luck can be increased for 12 hours. Still not understanding, the little Swiftwind wolf went from being a defective product to a super viper magic pet, which shocked the onlookers. This purple light. Could it be the birth of an epic-level magic pet? To be able to buy an epic-level magic pet at this market. What luck! Hey bro, are you selling that Swiftwind wolf cub? I'll offer 1,000 points. Brother Reese is truly as sharp as a torch. It turns out this Swiftwind wolf cub is a degenerated epic-level magic pet. After it received mana from its foster brother, it immediately regained its original aptitude. Reese scratched his head and chuckled, thinking to himself, "Epic level. It seems I've underestimated the effect of the fortune potion." The gasps of admiration only made Lu Tri-Hawk even angrier, gritting his teeth. "Damn it, I actually sold an epic-level magic pet to a freshman for a low price." "All right, Brother Reese, you haven't named it yet," Jiang Chuan reminded him. Reese thought for a moment and then replied, "Let's call it Xiao Hui." While Hung So Nin and Reese were playing with Xiao Hui, Lu Tri-Hawk went back on his word and said, "Classmate, I'm sorry. Due to my negligence, I sold this cub to you at the price of a silver rank. Now, if you still want it, you'll have to add another 1,500 points. Of course, you can also cancel the contract and return the magical pet to me. I will refund you 300 points. You should decide quickly. If you're still not being reasonable, don't blame me for not being polite." The surrounding crowd, hearing this, began to discuss. It's obvious that Lu Tri-Hawk didn't check the cub's rank carefully. Otherwise, how could he have sold it so easily? Lu Tri-Hawk has the Lu family backing him, and the Lu family is a long-term partner of the school. They're in trouble this time. No matter what, the epic-level magic pet that just fell into his hands is probably about to be lost. I've never heard of anything like this before. You can sell something and then want to take it back. Reese unleashed his power, his face dark with anger. Don't stand here and dream. Get lost. Just by his gaze, Reese made Lu Tri-Hawk feel terrified and question his existence. He's clearly just a new student. Why is he so strong, just based on his aura? Watching Reese approach step by step, Lu Tri-Hawk was so scared he trembled and stammered. Brother, it's my fault. This is all a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. Please just take this Swiftwind wolf cub. You know what to do. It's best if I don't see you again, otherwise you'll have to bear the consequences. Then, Reese and Jiang Churin turned and left. The soft feeling in her hand made Jiang Churin feel delighted. Brother Reese, can I come to your place to pet Xiao Hui in the future? You could come anytime. At this moment, some passers-by recognized Reese. Wait, that looks like Reese, the #1 ranked new student. Reese, the one President Wang Hui accepted as his exclusive disciple. I heard he was also awarded a gold contribution medal. Lu Zhishui always relies on his family's name to act crazy. This time, he's finally been caught. Make way. Please make way. Oh my, Lu Votan has arrived. Is he here to back up his younger brother? Lu Votan walked through the crowd to Lu Tri-Hawk. Lu Tri-Hawk saw him and immediately complained, Big brother, you have to uphold justice for me. Lu Tri-Hawk, hadn't even finished speaking when he was kicked in the face. You useless thing. Do you know what it means for a new student to receive a gold contribution medal? It's your lucky day that others are willing to let you go. From now on, don't be an eyesore here. Get as far away as possible. Lu Zhishui held his swollen face, his heart full of doubt. What have I done? I've provoked such a terrifying figure. Back to the male lead. As expected of a newborn, epic-level Swiftwind wolf. To be able to use its wind-type abilities instinctively at such a young age. While Reese was testing Xiao Hui's abilities, a member of the Snow Dragon Corps brought the extreme Ice Lotus to Reese, which made him grin from ear to ear. I didn't expect the Snow Dragon Corps to be so efficient. I've only been away from the Kung Fong mountain range for less than 3 days, and they've already brought it to me. The extreme cold Ice Lotus is finally in my hands. As long as I refine it into the extreme cold pill, the crisis of Vivian's bloodline awakening can be easily resolved. Recalling what Teacher Wang Hui had said, the council immediately scheduled an appointment with the alchemist. We have made an appointment with Master He Dian, a level 9 alchemist, for you. Because the materials and confidentiality required to refine an S-rank heavenly treasure are extremely precious. Please go to the alchemy department to discuss the details. Upon receiving the notification, Reese immediately went to the alchemy department. That is, Teacher Ha Dain is in class. Only his student, Lam Wai, was left at the front desk. What kind of pill do you want to refine? If you have any questions, I can answer them for you first. S-rank pill, extreme cold pill. As Reese spoke, he brought out the refining materials, causing Lam Wai to exclaim in surprise. S-rank heavenly treasure, extreme frost lotus, and also A-rank ice wolf grass. You seem to be a new student. How do you have so many rare heavenly treasures? Reese smiled modestly, just lucky. Since you've already prepared the extreme frost lotus and the ice wolf grass, you just need to pay an additional 800 study credits for the S-rank pill refinement. Leave your contact information with me. Once the teacher has finished refining the extreme frost pill, I will notify you to come and pick it up immediately. After the two exchanged contact information, Reese went to class. Here, he happened to overhear 2 students talking. Did you know, recently, many places have discovered otherworldly creatures. Really? You haven't heard. Recently, many legions and guilds have been recalled from the front lines. A friend in my legion revealed it, saying that it seems like traces of otherworldly creatures have been found all over the Middle Kingdom. It seems the news of the otherworldly invasion has spread everywhere. While Reese was thinking, someone suddenly tapped him on the shoulder. Tong Halan, you're in this class too? Of course, my instructor is Dean Wu Mang. It seems we'll be classmates from now on. Tong Halan extended her hand. Tian Gi said, Student Trongi, I hope you will give me more guidance in the future. I hope you will give me more guidance. Tong Halan chuckled. You are so good. It seems impossible for me to teach you. But if you need help with anything in the future, just say the word. Just then, the teacher for the magical beast subject walked in. And this person was none other than the familiar Tom Nini. Before we officially start the class, I have a few important announcements to make. As the rumors say, many otherworldly creatures have indeed appeared in the Middle Kingdom. Although these otherworldly creatures are not very strong, the country takes their appearance very seriously. Faced with this potential threat, the Middle Kingdom's army has entered a level 3 alert state, and the resources of the major schools have also been doubled. Therefore, our Suhang University will increase the monthly resource allocation for students based on their rank by 70%. At the same time, after completing the school's assigned tasks, you will receive more generous study points than before. The authority of the Abyss mode of the 3 major dungeons in the school will be opened, but you need to use study points to buy Abyss magic stones to unlock it. The students, upon hearing this, began to discuss excitedly. The country is distributing a large amount of resources. This is a determined effort to cultivate powerhouses at all costs. The Abyss mode is finally open. This way, I can get even more resources. Even the study points and quest rewards have been increased. It seems the school is making a big move. Students, I hope you can calm your excited hearts. Su Mei stood on the podium and snapped her fingers, releasing a wave of energy that immediately silenced the students. No matter how the resources are adjusted, as students, you just need to focus on cultivating stronger abilities. It seems I'm not the only one who's improving. My teacher is also much stronger than the first time I met her. Reese thought to himself, don't forget to like and subscribe to our channel. Alright students, let's begin today's lesson. Turn your books to page. A few hours later, the class ended. Now that I've reached level 19 and have the extreme Frost Lotus, I don't need to go into the dangerous Stormwind Mountain range anymore. And the Abyss level Goblin Dungeon is the ideal place for me to gain experience and level up. While Reese was deep in thought, he suddenly saw Jiang Churin standing not far away. Naturally, why are you here? I heard that the clear rewards for the 3 school dungeons will also increase. I want to invite you to try it with me. What a coincidence, I was thinking the same thing. After teleporting to the dungeon lobby, Jiang Churin asked, what do you think? Brother Reese, what difficulty are you planning to challenge? Abyss level, how about you? Jiang Churin quickly waved her hands. The Abyss level is really too difficult. There's a big difference between you and me. I think I can only challenge the hard difficulty. I'm sure you'll like it. Reese took her hand and comforted her. It's okay. After I clear the Abyss level, I'll team up with you and we'll challenge it again. Then it's settled. I'll go try the hard difficulty first. Good luck. Kong Dunin replied shyly and turned to leave. At this moment, the appearance of a person caused a stir in the entire hall. Chi Min Hien, why is he here? It's been a long time since I've seen a master come to challenge the dungeon. You don't know. Breaking the clear record of the Abyss level dungeon can earn you a talent achievement reward. It's true. Without a special opportunity, you can't get a talent achievement. No wonder Chi Min Hien rushed here. Chi Min Hien, profession, mage, level 23, rank, Earth rank 86. Boring. I still have to find time to challenge the Abyss level dungeon. In this lifetime, I cannot let it pass. The council looked at Chi Min Hien's information and thought. Then he chose the Abyss level Goblin dungeon and entered, causing a stir in the Great Hall. Isn't that the #1 new student? Haha, but a level 19 paladin daring to challenge the Abyss difficulty truly doesn't know his own limits, doesn't know his own strength. His 400 study points are probably going to be thrown out the window. Chi Min Hien, standing nearby, heard this and thought with contempt, it seems the adjustment of resources has made some people overly confident. You have chosen to challenge the Abyss difficulty, so your account will be automatically deducted 400 study credits to exchange for an Abyss magic stone. Teleported to the Goblin Undercity. Note, monsters in the Abyss level dungeon will become more ferocious as the difficulty increases. If you find it difficult to deal with them, crush the Abyss Magic Stone to escape the dungeon immediately. Why is this place so desolate? Is this the result of the goblins occupying and destroying it? While Reese was thinking, a goblin ambushed him from behind. But Reese just gently waved his hand and sent the goblin to meet its ancestors. But a few seconds later, a whole horde of goblins surrounded Reese and attacked him in unison. Monster, Goblin Warrior, level 22. Quality, Silver, Skills, Ambush Slash. The number of goblins this time seems to be quite large, but the stronger the enemy, the more difficult the challenge. After saying this, Reese swung his club, and with one move, the entire group of goblins was wiped out. Another group of goblins immediately appeared, forcing Reese to calculate this time. It seems that the difficulty of this stage is that a large number of goblin soldiers will carry out suicide attacks. This will lead to an excessive consumption of mana. I have to conserve my mana to ensure I have enough to cast skills against the boss. Reese thought to himself and decided to use the glorious Shadow Slash, continuously using his weapon at extremely high speed to create a series of light speed slashes, dealing a powerful blow to the enemy and annihilating the monsters. Congratulations, you have annihilated the goblin group, gaining 11,236 experience points. Level 19, 22, 743/54000. As expected, the higher the level, the harder it is to level up. Even if I kill many goblins, I'll only be able to get past level 20 at most. I hope that after I defeat the boss, the amount of experience points will help me break through soon. Reese continued to venture deeper, and soon he found the boss. Monster, Goblin King, level 24, quality, epic skills, unknown. Note, the Goblin King has led the goblin race to occupy several human cities. A jumping human. Welcome to the land of death. I have prepared for you. You dare to slaughter my entire race? You human. D. After saying this, the Goblin King swung his axe down, forcing Reese to jump high to dodge. This goblin is quite strong. Even though it's huge, its speed isn't affected at all. Thinking this, Reese gathered his strength and launched a counterattack. But in its super armor state, which resists all physical attacks and can activate a shield to reflect some damage. With Khan Boss, the last move was like a mosquito biting an inox. Knowing that it was difficult to rely on physical attacks, Reese switched to using the magic system to create magic chains. He successfully controlled Khan Boss, making it unable to move, then launched a palm strike that directly took the boss's life in a single note. Congratulations, you have completed the Abyss level dungeon. Completion time is 10 minutes and 56 seconds. Based on previous records, you have set a new record for the fastest completion of this dungeon. Congratulations, you have defeated the boss and received 30 free attribute points, 30 skill points, and 24,119 experience points. This Goblin King is, after all, an Abyss-level dungeon boss, yet I killed it in one move. I even deliberately saved a large amount of mana and was prepared to use other powerful skills to deal with it. Just then, another notification panel appeared. By breaking the clear record, you will unlock a talent. Fast casting, the release speed of your magic skills will be significantly increased, and even low-level spells can be cast instantly. As expected, breaking the clear record of the Abyss-level dungeon can grant me a new talent. With the addition of the A-rank fast casting talent, my strength has been raised another level. It's time to go back. The only regret is that I'm only close to level 20. Since I have a lot of study points now, I'll take Xiao Nin to challenge the Abyss-level dungeon again later. At the same time, outside the dungeon hall, many people who had chosen the Abyss-level dungeon had to give up because they couldn't stand the heat inside. Now, they and those who had chosen other difficulty levels were looking up at the leaderboard and discussing. So far, no one has successfully cleared it. This Abyss-level dungeon is too difficult. I entered and was immediately surrounded by hundreds of silver-level goblins. If I hadn't escaped quickly, I might have been trapped in there. No wonder it's Abyss difficulty. The intensity is just too insane. It seems we can only rely on masters from the Earth rank, like Chi Min Hien. Jiang Churen, standing in the crowd, heard this and thought to herself, "It's a good thing I only chose the medium difficulty. Otherwise, I wouldn't have cleared it so smoothly. Now I just hope that Brother Reese can get through this stage." I heard that the Abyss-level dungeon was also opened in this year's freshman competition. How many people succeeded? That's right, it seems a guy named Reese, a level 19 paladin, is at the top of the new students. He even set a new record. While the two young men were talking, someone shouted, "The dungeon record has been broken again." The young man, with disbelief in his eyes, pointed at the leaderboard and said, "Is that the name Reese at the top of the board?" Number 1. Reese, Abyss difficulty. Clear progress 100% with a time of 10 minutes and 56 seconds. This record has been confirmed as the fastest clear record for the Goblin Dungeon at the Abyss difficulty. The crowd erupted at this moment. Finally, someone has passed the Abyss difficulty. Reese, huh? Why have I never heard of this name before? Could he be a third-year senior? Reese, this person is the top of the new students. But even if he is strong, he can't defeat the epic level 24 Goblin King. It's only been a few days. Why has Reese improved so quickly? Wait a little longer. He and G probably entered the dungeon later than Reese, so he's a little slower. A young man at this moment laughed confidently, adding in his heart, when he and G sets a new record and comes out, Reese's number on the board will definitely go down. To his surprise, at that moment, Chi Min Hien emerged from the dungeon in a tattered state, causing the young man to rush over and support him in worry. Damn it, this Abyss-level dungeon is too hard. I wasted so much gold equipment and still failed. Chi Min Hien cursed, then suddenly realized that the crowd was not paying much attention to him like they were a few minutes ago, but were gathered around the leaderboard, discussing excitedly. Although he was a little confused, he didn't dwell on it for long and took out a potion to heal himself. It wasn't until his junior informed him that Reese had cleared the Abyss-level dungeon in a ridiculously short time that he was so shocked he choked on his medicine. Look, Reese is out. Impossible. He's just a level 19 freshman. On what grounds can he clear the Abyss dungeon? How can I be inferior to him? I must get to the bottom of this. He's only just come out now. Maybe he cheated. Chi Min Hien angrily threw the bottle in his hand and then put on a fake smile to talk to Reese. Before he could finish his sentence, he was ignored by Reese, who walked past him to Jiang Churen. Congratulations on clearing the stage successfully. As for me, I barely managed to clear the hard level. I feel like I'm falling further and further behind you. Reese came over and patted Jiang Churen's head comfortingly. Don't worry, the Goblin King is easy to deal with. I'll teach you all the tricks to pass this stage. Besides, I'm not short on study points now. I'll take you through it a few more times until you've mastered the key points. Then you can challenge the Abyss difficulty too. While the lovebirds were being affectionate, the crowd was still singing Reese's praises, while Chi Min Hien sat sulking in a corner, accepting the fact that in the light of Reese, he had become a has-been star. Keeping his promise, Reese helped Jiang Churen conquer the Abyss-level dungeon. As he fought, he also buffed Jiang Churen with more power, and at the same time, pointed out the goblin's weaknesses so she could easily defeat them. Everything went smoothly until the two of them fought the boss. The Abyss-level boss challenge is no joke. How did you manage to clear it, KK? It looks strong, but in reality, it has very weak magic resistance. It can be easily defeated with powerful magic skills. Jiang Churen, hearing this, charged forward to fight the boss. Since the boss has weak magic resistance, Jiang Churen decided to first test the magic power in her succubus bloodline with the skill Demon's Blade, releasing a massive wave of slashes. The Akma force hidden in the slashes will explode after hitting the target, dealing additional dark attribute damage to the enemy. To her surprise, instead of killing the boss, this move actually buffed it with more mana, making it even stronger. At this moment, the boss stomped its foot on the ground, creating a shockwave that shook the earth, creating a series of waves to push back the enemy and potentially cause a stun. Reese unleashed his power to counter this attack, and at the same time called out anxiously, "Xiaoyan, are you okay? I'm fine, Brother Reese. It's all my fault. I didn't control my magic power well, which allowed the boss to absorb it and become stronger. Don't blame yourself. Let me test a few ways to deal with it first to see if they're effective. After saying this, Reese used Light's punishment to attack the boss, but the result was blocked by its shield. Indeed, the skill's effectiveness is not as great as before. Its magic resistance seems to have increased quite a bit. Thinking this, the councilman said, "It's indeed a bit tricky. Let me try again. If there's no way to defeat it, you should crush the Abyss Crystal. Don't forget that this is just a challenge copy. Don't hurt yourself." After saying this, Reese created chains with magic to try and control the boss. But the boss easily shattered the magic chains in a single note. Jiang Churin, witnessing this scene, blamed herself even more. "It's all my fault. I made things so complicated. What should I do? What should I do?" This negative state of Jiang Churin caused the demoness within her to awaken. Yes, it's all because you're too weak. If you could completely master the demonic power in your succubus bloodline, you wouldn't have to watch Brother Reese in such a difficult situation. Just look at the difficult situation. Only by becoming stronger can I help Kaka in a fight. It's time. Release your true power. Get stronger. Jiang Churin, as if hypnotized, mumbled, her eyes gradually turning a deadly red. In front of her, after a series of unsuccessful attempts, Reese was about to activate his divine angel form to protect Jiang Churin when suddenly, a dark power shot from behind Reese, severing the boss's weapon-wielding arm. Xiaoyan! Reese looked in astonishment at the girl behind him. "Brother Reese, let me kill the monster." Jiang Churin, with her demoness interface, smiled seductively. "Why can't I absorb these mana forces? On the contrary, they're constantly invading my power," the boss shouted in confusion. "Don't worry, this is just an appetizer." With that, Jiang Churin waved her hand, sending more mana to the boss. "I want it. Give me more mana." "Your current state is disgusting." Jiang Churin looked at the boss with contempt. Then, with one move, she sent the boss to its grave. Congratulations, student Jiang Churin, for defeating the Goblin King boss, earning 15 free attribute points, 15 skill points, and 23,200 experience points. "Finally, I've killed this disgusting monster." Jiang Churin retracted her power and then approached, seductively touching Reese, which shocked him culturally. It took him a while to notice something unusual. He asked with a cold gaze, "Oh, are you really Xiaoyan?" At this moment, the demoness Jiang Churin suddenly froze, then gradually returned to her usual form. No Sonin at this moment shyly clarified, "Trongi said just now." Yes, everything that just happened was because of the demonic power in the succubus bloodline acting up. Reese lifted Jiang Churin's chin and examined her for a moment before letting out a sigh. "That's good. I thought you had been possessed by a demon." "How could that be?" "All right, Xiaoyan, why don't we team up and challenge it a few more times? I believe that after you get used to the demon, you can also conquer the Abyss-level dungeon on your own. Besides, we and the Goblin King are old friends. I think it will understand us. After all, students are all like that. The boss just needs to be beaten. But for students to get more dungeon rewards, there's still a lot to think about," Reese said with a sly smile, which made even the Goblin King in heaven nervous. Outside, everyone was still in shock from Reese's successful clear record when they saw a new record on the leaderboard with a clear time that was a whole minute faster than the old one. And the one who completed it was none other than Reese, which shook them to the core. No way, it's Reese again. Can he let others clear the stage in peace? He actually cleared it again with a faster speed. How terrifying. Look, the leaderboard is showing a new clear record, a new record for Reese. First place, Jiang Churin, chose Abyss difficulty, clear progress 100%, time 9 minutes and 23 seconds. This record has been confirmed as the current fastest clear record for the Goblin Dungeon at Abyss difficulty. Isn't this the new student who can only challenge the hard difficulty? Now she can solo the Abyss Dungeon. Jiang Churin is, after all, the second-ranked new student. Under Reese's guidance, It's not surprising that she has surpassed her level. At this moment, Chi Min Hien's underling sighed with his head in his hands. Hien Ji, now, I finally understand how you feel. After realizing the gap between myself and a genius, the feeling of helplessness is truly unbearable. Just like that, Reese and Jiang Charan continued to challenge the Abyss-level dungeon solo one more time, then teamed up together one more time before returning to the hall. Brother Reese, I heard the Elemental Academy is having a fireworks show for the new students today. Let's go watch it together. Reese smiled and replied, That's great. We can take this opportunity to relax a bit. Yes. So the two of them set off for the Elemental Academy. Looking at the surrounding scenery, Reese couldn't help but feel excited. As expected of the Elemental Academy, even the streetlights are controlled by magic. I can't believe we've been clearing dungeons until evening. This time, conquering the Abyss-level dungeon has been a great harvest. Luckily, I had your help. Your effort was the key. I was just providing a little support. Reese smiled and replied. Just as he saw a giant statue, he couldn't help but stop and ask, This statue is? Ah, this is Mage V. Wong, also known as the Guardian Mage God. He once single-handedly blocked several fierce attacks from the otherworldly army, so his heroic deeds have been widely spread. Unfortunately, during the great decisive battle, he was ambushed by a Lord-level demon and ultimately died a heroic death, because his soul was completely faded to the point where he couldn't be revived. What a truly great hero. I still have very little knowledge of history. Can you briefly tell me about the Dark Age? Of course, Jiang Churen said. Actually, to talk about this period of history, we have to start from the Golden Age 80 years ago. Starting from the year 2544, many professionals with innate talents emerged one after another. This year was therefore also called the Golden Age. Like the legendary heroes, Storm Sword Saint Thuong Bin Hai and Awakening Flame Blade Saint Lai Fu Duong, they are still steadfastly on the front lines of the battlefield, even now. However, just as everyone was full of hope and preparing to counterattack the other world, the Dark Age suddenly descended, bringing with it the most insane invasion of otherworldly creatures. The powerhouses of the Golden Age, faced with the threat of otherworldly invasion, sacrificed their precious lives one after another. After a long and arduous struggle of 30 years, and the heroic sacrifice of hundreds of millions of professionals, we finally achieved the period of peace we have now. Now, the invasion of otherworldly creatures has once again descended. I'm afraid. I hope this is just my illusion. Don't worry too much, Reese said, patting her head reassuringly. The large-scale appearance of otherworldly creatures this time was only through a spatial rift. Their strength is not strong. Moreover, we are already different from before. Even if darkness descends again, this time, the unlucky ones will be those otherworldly creatures. Jiang Churen was amused by Reese's words. That's right. We've been resting and recuperating for so long. We've long been prepared to fight the otherworldly creatures again. Just then, fireworks were set off in the sky, illuminating the entire sky. I was so excited I grabbed Reese's hand and pulled him along. Let's hurry to the observation deck ahead. It'll be even more beautiful. Yeah, Reese replied dotingly. The next day, Reese took the train back to visit his sister. Sister Tin, why isn't my brother back yet? Don't forget to subscribe to my channel. Don't worry, your brother just said on the phone that he'll be back very soon. Brother. Just as Tin finished speaking, Reese arrived at the door. Brother, welcome home. Vivian ran over and hugged Reese. Reese caught his sister and smiled brightly in response. On the way here, I was worried about your condition, but seeing you in such good spirits, I'm relieved. Continue. Xiao Yi is back. Reese looked at Tin and smiled. Sister Tin, it's been a long time. Xiao Yi, how long are you planning to stay this time? Probably around 3 to 4 days. After all, I took leave to come back mainly to complete Vivian's final treatment. So short, Vivian said sadly. Then, very quickly, she asked eagerly, Brother, did you prepare any gifts for your adorable little sister? Of course, I specially brought you this reward from clearing the Abyss-level dungeon. As he spoke, Reese took out a horn from his inventory. Just blow this horn, and a gold-level phantom bear will immediately appear to protect you. Vivian clapped her hands in excitement. As expected of my brother, it sounds so amazing just hearing about it. Reese patted his sister's head and said, I believe that once you're well, you can become as strong as me. At this moment, a few minutes later, Secretary True brought Thoy Leet Na to Reese's mansion. Secretary True, Miss Thoy, you're here. Mr. Chow, yesterday I contacted Miss Thoy. She came here from the next city overnight. Thoy Leet Na smiled and said, Secretary True, you should know that Reese's invitation is not something I can take lightly now. Reese modestly replied, Miss Thoy, you're too kind. I should be thanking you for coming all this way to help me. I almost forgot to congratulate you. You not only got the Extreme Frost Lotus, but also refined it into an even more effective Extreme Frost Pill. You're really amazing. At Kondan, Secretary True couldn't hide his surprise. An S-Rank Miraculous Pill is a priceless treasure on the market. Reese scratched his head and chuckled. This was only possible with the help of the Third Ascension Alchemist that my teacher recommended. We should probably get on with the final treatment ritual for my sister. Right. Business is more important. A moment later, Vivian tugged at the corner of Reese's pants and asked worriedly, Brother, are you really sure it's okay? Vivian, you don't need to be so tense. Don't worry. In a little while, just take this pill and you'll be able to awaken your Frost bloodline. The Frost power won't bother you anymore. Then, Reese handed the Extreme Cold Pill to Vivian. Vivian took the Extreme Cold Pill, then stood in the magic circle with a determined look on her face and said, Brother, I'm ready. Hearing this, Reese used skills like Blessing of Dawn, Grace of Protection, and Grace of Courage to buff Vivian, creating the most favorable conditions possible for Thoy Leet Na to treat her. Although I am a Second Ascension priest, in terms of the purity of the Holy Light, I seem to be still inferior to Trong Gi. Thoy Leet Na was lost in thought when Reese urged her on. Next, I'll have to trouble you to activate the magic circle. A small matter. With that, Thoy Leet Na unleashed her power and activated the magic circle, and at the same time, instructed Vivian to use the Extreme Cold Pill immediately. In an instant, a massive wave of frost energy erupted, forcing everyone to subconsciously step back. Xiao Yi, Vivian's cold energy has erupted. Will this be a problem? Atin asked worriedly. It's fine, I'll handle it. Reese used the Holy Flame aura to neutralize the erupting frost, and at the same time, said confidently, under the effect of the Extreme Cold Pill, I believe this is Chu Van's last cold chi eruption. Thoy Leet Na carefully observed Vivian's expression, then said happily, the most difficult part is finally over. Now we just need to wait patiently for Vivian to complete her bloodline awakening. A while later, Vivian's treatment was finally complete. Reese approached Vivian and asked anxiously, How are you feeling now? It seems my illness has been completely cured. Vivian replied, as if she were jumping. Vivian, quick, check your personal information. Let's see if it has changed. Chuvan tried to use his strength and then replied, My Frost bloodline seems to have gifted me the bloodline talent of controlling the ice element. Now, the ice element and I are in sync. I can control them and do whatever I want. Could it be that awakening a bloodline can also grant new talents? A normal bloodline awakening certainly can't grant a bloodline talent, but you are Trong Gi-on's younger sister, and you've awakened the rare Frost bloodline. Zane replied proudly, but a thought raced through his mind. Both Yuna and I have benefited greatly from this Frost bloodline. Could it be that our ancestors were actually powerful users of this lineage? But even if that's true, considering our family's past circumstances, it's more likely our clan has long since fallen from grace. Miss Chui, Yuna's Frost bloodline may have awakened, but just to be safe, could you please run a full diagnostic on her one more time? Not a problem, Lena Chui replied cheerfully. Just then, Secretary Zhao spoke up. Mr. Zane, Miss Yuna has fully recovered and even awakened her Frost bloodline. The market is taking this very seriously and has arranged for a batch of cultivation resources to be sent over for you two. Zane shook Secretary Zhao's hand gratefully. Thank you. I'll be returning to the academy soon, so I'll have to trouble you to look after Yuna. Don't be so formal. The pleasure is all mine. Watching Yuna happily joking around with Anya, Zane suddenly asked, have you ever thought about what kind of profession you want to pursue in the future? A profession? A mage, of course. Zane nodded at her answer. That class suits you well. When you reach level 10, I'll help you find a hidden class advancement book for a rare type of mage. Awesome. I can already feel the dark power awakening inside my body. I believe the day we unleash our true strength is not far off. Dark power. Yuna's wicked grin and ominous words left everyone stunned. Lina Chui immediately rushed over to check her again. Did I miss something? How could there be any dark power? Suddenly, Zane remembered a day from their childhood, long before they had awakened their powers, when they would cosplay as superheroes saving the world. Brother, don't be tempted by the power of darkness. We must seal it away to protect world peace, a 3-year-old Yuna had declared. Snapping back to the present and seeing his sister about to launch into another cheesy childhood line, Zane dragged Yuna outside. I should probably show you what the real frost power feels like. Anya, save me. My brother is about to sacrifice his own family for the greater good. Seeing Miss Yuna's performance, I'm sure she'll become an outstanding mage in the future. Honestly, she's not usually like this. While Secretary Zhao and Anya tried to downplay Yuna's childish behavior, Lina Chui had a serious look on her face, muttering to herself, dark power? Right after her awakening process ended, Zane suggested a sparring session with Yuna. Brother, I'll summon the spirits and freeze any power that stands in my way. With those words, Yuna launched an ice elemental attack right at Zane, but it was all effortlessly blocked by his holy light shield. Looks like you made a full recovery. I can start arranging your training regimen now. Yuna immediately tried to weasel her way out of it. Oh no, brother. I think the frost energy in my body is acting up again. I don't think I can continue training with you. And so, under Zane's strict supervision, a reluctant Yuna was forced to participate in the training. After the high-intensity session, she collapsed on the ground, completely drained of energy. Brother, I never knew training was this exhausting. The grand mission of saving the world is all yours now. I really don't know what to do with you. Zane sighed helplessly and summoned a small creature. This is Ashi, the magical pet I just formed a contract with. He'll train with you for the next few days. But don't you dare lose to him, or you'll have nothing to say for yourself. No problem. With Ashi here with me, I'll definitely train hard. Yuna said as she affectionately petted Ashi. Come, Ashi, let's quickly form a dark pact and become partners in crime. Zane couldn't help but chuckle at Ashi's expression, which was 30% unwilling and 70% resigned. Ashi, I won't forget the sacrifice you're making. A few days later, just as Zane was about to head back to the academy with Ashi, he was surprised to see Sue showing up at his door. Teacher Sue, what brings you here? The National University and College Freshman Exchange Tournament is about to begin. The team battle requires a group of 5. I'm here mainly to have you confirm the final roster for our Academy's expedition team. You were first place in the freshman tournament, so the responsibility of being team captain naturally falls on your shoulders. Furthermore, you, as the captain, are in charge of building the team. No problem, Zane replied cheerfully. Here are the files for the top 10 students from the freshman tournament, excluding yourself. You need to pick 4 of them as your teammates. Zane answered immediately without a second thought. Teacher Sue, I plan to choose the top 4 ranked freshmen as my teammates. Hearing this, Sue chided him. You're being too careless. In team battles, it's common for matches to drag on into the later stages. This tests a team's endurance and sustained combat ability. Therefore, a priest class, which helps maintain the team's condition, is an extremely crucial factor. Even though you're a paladin and can provide many buffs, your healing abilities are still inferior to a priest's. For a 5-person team, you should choose a priest. Zane replied confidently, that won't be necessary. As long as we can defeat our opponents quickly, We won't have to worry about recovery. Teacher Sue, in the individual category of the freshman tournament, I'm confident I can take first place. And in the team battle, once I activate my angelic bloodline, I can single-handedly take on the entire enemy team. In the freshman tournament, Zane's strength far surpassed the other freshmen. With him on the team, they really didn't need a priest. They could just steamroll the competition from other schools. Hearing this, Sue had a compromise. If you're that certain, I'll report this roster to Dean Wu. By the way, is the matter with your sister's bloodline awakening resolved? It's all taken care of. I have to thank you for telling me about the extreme Frost Lotus. That's good to hear, Sue replied with a smile. Just then, Zane remembered something and asked, Teacher Sue, do you know where I can find a hidden class advancement book? A hidden class book? Is this for your sister? Zane answered honestly. After learning that creatures from another dimension are coming through medium-sized rifts, I felt a looming sense of pressure. So, I need to find a way for Yuna to quickly gain the power to protect herself. You're very thoughtful. Hidden class advancement books are available on the school's website. However, buying one isn't that simple, Sue said cryptically before quickly leaving. Zane was confused by Sue's words, but when he checked the school's website, he understood. Restrictions for purchasing a hidden class advancement book. Student must be at least level 25. Must complete an A rank or higher school mission with a grade of A or above. Must rank in the top 10 of the Earth board or top 100 of the Heaven board. So that's how it is. It really is difficult to get your hands on a hidden class book. Even the cheapest hidden class advancement book costs 20,000 academic credits. It seems I won't be able to get one for Yuna anytime soon, but I'll try to achieve this goal within half a year. Just then, Zane received a new mission from the system. Notice, the National University and College Freshman Exchange Tournament is about to begin. Announcing Achievement Mission. The system will grant corresponding achievement rewards based on the host's overall performance in the tournament. After reading the message, Zane couldn't help but feel excited. The rewards from the last 2 achievement missions had given his strength an incredible boost. Looks like I'll have to go all out this time to get the best results and the most handsome rewards. Elsewhere, the Academy Deans were in a meeting discussing the upcoming National University and College Freshman Exchange Tournament. The roster for the team battle submitted by Zane has arrived. I'll give you a brief overview. The captain is Paladin Zane, followed by Spirit Swordsman Sienna Jiang, Taoist Helena Song, Mage Lin Tang, and Iron Guard Warrior Tessa Wei. Hearing Dean Wu's announcement, Wu King immediately questioned, why is there no priest on the team? Song Chi agreed. Indeed, isn't a composition like that incredibly risky? Without a priest for support, the team's fault tolerance will be significantly lower. While the other deans worried about this lineup, Zhu Huayang had a different opinion. I, on the other hand, see no problem with this plan. I believe with Zane's capabilities, adding a priest would be redundant. He thought to himself, after seeing Zane use his bloodline fusion, no one here understands his true power better than I do. Even without teammates, Zane could probably win the team battle all by himself. Think about it. Not only can Zane provide buffs, but his defensive capabilities are also outstanding. Plus, many of his skills are even more potent offensively. It's like he fills 3 different roles by himself: swordsman, tank, and support. The Dean of Tactics, Zhang Ling, who had been silent until now, finally spoke up. I have no objections. With Zane's abilities, he has a clear advantage and can execute effective strategies on his own. Songchi thought for a moment before deciding. All right, I'll approve it as well. I hope Zane can display a surprising level of strength in the exchange tournament. All right, it's settled then, Wu Mao declared. The team issue is resolved. Now let's talk about training. Dean Wu, their upcoming training will be your responsibility. After all, even though these freshmen are powerful, their teamwork still needs to be honed. No problem. I'll have soon notify them to assemble at the War Academy in 3 days. Back with our protagonist. While Zane was diligently completing his daily missions, he received a message from Master Wong about a private tutoring session. This is my first lesson since becoming his student. He'll most likely teach me a new skill. Thanks for watching. But for today, I should still choose the skill point reward. Please select today's reward. Reward 1. Gain 15 attribute points. Reward 2. Gain 15 skill points. Reward 3. Random skill book. Reward 4. Random chest. Zane selected the skill point reward and immediately felt a change within his body. As long as I complete my daily tasks, I can earn attribute and skill points. With this system, widening the gap between me and everyone else is a piece of cake. The next day, Master Wong and Zane arrived at a training ground. Looking at the pack of level 23 forest demon wolves before them, Zane asked, "Master, should I drive these demon wolves away? This is a leveling area within the Skyfall Guild's forest that I founded. No need to worry." Sure enough, less than a second later, a giant dragon appeared in the sky, letting out a roar that sent the wolves scattering in terror. Seeing Zane's astonished expression, Master Wong explained, "That level 62 epic dragon is your senior brother's magical dragon, usually responsible for keeping the beasts in this forest in check. If even his dragon is that powerful, I can't imagine how incredible my senior brother must be." Master Wong smiled proudly. "Your senior brother has already matched my level, reaching level 64, and his actual combat ability is even greater than mine, which is why I confidently entrusted the Skyfall Guild to him." Hearing this, Zane was filled with admiration. Level 64 at 30 years old, senior brother's talent is just off the charts. I've met many practitioners over the years, but you are by far the most talented. Keep working hard. I believe your future achievements have the potential to surpass even your senior brothers. All right, Zane, watch closely. I will now demonstrate the special skill I'm going to teach you. With that, Master Wong combined the skills Holy Light and Shield Slam. He summoned 2 colossal shields, which then began to converge. When they finally collided, boom, an earth-shattering explosion erupted, leveling a huge swath of land and leaving a massive crater in its wake. Zane was left speechless by the power of a third-tier practitioner. Afterwards, Master Wong handed Zane a book. "Zane, this is the first skill I'll teach you. Just link your consciousness to the skill book's cover and use your skill points to learn it." Understood. Zane did as instructed, closing his eyes and following Master Wong's guidance, successfully learning the new skill. Holy Shield Slam. A. Level 1. Creates 2 shield walls in a designated area in front of you. The walls will slowly converge, colliding and causing a massive explosion upon impact, dealing significant light attribute magic damage to enemies. Allies can pass through the walls, but enemies cannot. Note, this is a Paladin legacy skill. After reading the skill description, Zane couldn't hide his curiosity. A Paladin legacy skill? How do you know a Paladin skill? Holy Shield Slam was a skill personally created by your senior sister back when she was a 3rd-tier Paladin. I inherited this skill from her back then, and now I am passing it down to you. You've learned the skill, right? Show me what you've got. Zane did exactly as he was taught. Although the power wasn't immense, Master Wong still looked satisfied and praised him. For a level 1 Holy Shield Slam, what you've just done is very impressive. This skill was specially prepared for your team battles. You can use the shield walls to divide the battlefield, thereby restricting the enemy's movements. Now that you've grasped the new skill, it's time for some practical combat training. As soon as Master Wong finished speaking, a dragon landed behind him. Glaren will command 7 surrounding beasts to attack you. How much experience you can gain by defeating them depends entirely on your own efforts. No problem, Master. Receiving his answer, Master Wong gave Glaren the signal. Glaren let out a mighty roar. The beast within a range of the sonic wave immediately became aggressive, locking onto Zane as their target. A beast lurking in the bushes behind Zane leaped out, aiming to bite his head off, but Zane was ready for it. A single basic attack sent it packing. Afterwards, Zane used a combination of all his skills from buffs to light and ice elemental attacks to deal with all the attacking monsters. He fought tirelessly through the night until the sun began to rise. Looking at Zane's exhausted, breathless state, Master Wong chuckled teasingly. "Going all out, are we? I didn't expect you to burn through every last bit of your stamina and mana. Aren't you afraid there are still beasts around? Yeah, you're still here, aren't you, Master? Zane replied with a grin, drinking a potion to restore his stamina while thinking to himself. But this feeling of crazily farming experience is just too satisfying. Congratulations! You have leveled up to level 22. You have received 20 free attribute points and 20 skill points. Zane immediately used all his newly acquired points to level up Holy Shield Slam from level 1 to level 3. Not bad. I originally predicted you could take down about 100 beasts, but I didn't expect you to eliminate nearly 400. It's all thanks to your guidance, Master. Otherwise, it would have taken me 1 or 2 months to level up on my own, Zane said gratefully. Master Wong then advised, you boldly formed a team without a priest for the tournament. As my student, you must remain calm at critical moments and never let your guard down. Don't worry, Master. With me here, this year's championship is ours for the taking. At the Tempest Jungle's rest station, a loudspeaker announced, on the 15th of this month, the National University and College Freshman Exchange Tournament will begin. 218 universities and colleges from across the nation will participate. Which school will ultimately claim the championship? Am I seeing things? Suwon University's team doesn't have a priest? Such an extreme lineup is something you'd only see from a low-ranked school, right? Zhu Rao and Zhu Dan happened to be walking by and overheard the 2 female students. They leaned in to peek at the roster and chimed in, Zane is indeed the captain, and Sienna Jiang is the vice-captain. Skimming through some online comments, Zhu Dan burst out laughing. Some comments are saying our school's lineup is all wrong because we're missing a priest. This one says a team without a priest is guaranteed to lose. That's hilarious. Zhu Rao added, they just don't know how terrifying Zane's true strength is. The 2 girls glared at Zhu Rao and Zhu Dan, asking with a hint of anger, and who are you? A young woman sitting not far away watched the 2 groups start to argue and said to Wen Tianrun, I'll run. Let the staff know that their bill today is on me. She thought to herself, with Zane on the team, it doesn't matter if they don't have a priest. This year's championship is definitely ours. Back to the main story. After his lesson with Master Wong, Zane spent his days in the training grounds fighting against robots. Since reaching level 22, the intensity of the robots in the training grounds had become too simple for Zane, and the training effectiveness was diminishing. Just as Zane was about to ask Sue for her opinion, she called him with news that Dean Wu would be starting their special training today for the students participating in the exchange tournament. So she told Zane to immediately gather at the War Academy's assembly hall. Besides Sienna Jiang and Helena Song, whom he already knew, there were 2 new faces in the hall. Tessa Wei, level 18 warrior, and Lin Tang, a level 18 mage. While the students were getting acquainted, Wu Meng used an appraisal skill on Zane. So, under Headmaster Wang Hui's guidance, Zane has leveled up this quickly. Sienna Jiang heard this and turned to Zane in surprise. You leveled up again? With the help of the teachers, I was lucky enough to level up a bit. All right, time is short, so I'll keep this brief. To help you prepare for the National Freshman Exchange Tournament, I will be your training instructor. Next, I will lead you in team battles. For the individual and survival matches, you will undergo specialized training. In today's session, I will mainly be assessing your cooperative combat abilities as a team. First, you'll team up to challenge the Abyss-level Goblin Underground City Dungeon. Of course, the school will cover all the academic credit costs for you to enter this Abyss-level dungeon. No wonder Teacher Sue was pushing me and Tessa to reach level 18 so quickly. She wanted us to prepare for the Abyss-level dungeon challenge. Everyone's strength is pretty good, and we're in a party. Even Abyss-level dungeon should be easy to clear few. Thinking this, Lin Tang stole a glance at Zane sitting next to her. Zane can clear an Abyss-level dungeon by himself. With the 4 of us, there's no way we can fail. Noticing Lin Tang looking at him, Zane turned and gave her a radiant smile, which made her so flustered she quickly hid behind Tessa, leaving Zane a bit confused. Is my smile that scary? After being briefed, The five-person team immediately entered the dungeon. Zane, now with a serious expression, said, "This is our team's first time working together, so I'll be arranging the battle plan for everyone." "No problem," the others replied in unison. "Tessa will be in charge of defense and drawing aggro. Sienna and Lynn, you'll be responsible for physical and magical attacks, respectively. Helena, you'll provide support fire from the rear, and I'll be the one supporting everyone." Just as Zane finished assigning roles, the goblins appeared. Tessa charged in first, slamming her fists on the ground and knocking the wave of monsters back. The force of her punch surprised her. "The effectiveness of my skills has increased by over 40% compared to before. Is this the captain's support ability?" Lin Tang was amazed as she watched Zane cast his skills. Is that even possible? His casting speed is insane. The captain cast 3 buff skills in less than a second. Even a professional mage like me would find it hard to match that speed. Wasting no time, Lin Tang unleashed her destructive magic cannon skill, slowing down the advancing goblins. At the same moment, Sienna rushed forward, cutting down the monsters with her sword. "Sienna, Tessa, watch out for an ambush." No sooner had Zane spoken than a rain of arrows flew towards them. Having been warned in advance, Tessa managed to raise her shield wall in time, successfully blocking the goblin's surprise attack. Sienna then noticed something unusual. This is completely different from before. Since when did goblin archers appear here? Monster, Goblin Archer, level 23. Quality, Silver. Skills, Ambush Barrage Shot. After reading the monster's information, Zane chuckled. It seems that because there are more of us challenging the dungeon, the goblins have upgraded their attack methods. With that, Zane unleashed the punishment of light, annihilating the goblin archers in a single blast. "I'll take care of these nuisances first. The rest are up to you." After all, Zane's purpose in this dungeon was to improve the team's synergy. Fighting alone would defeat the purpose. "No problem," Sienna and Tessa replied. Seeing everyone trying so hard, Helena Song felt even more motivated and began to attack the goblins with her talismans. At the same time, Wu Meng watched the students battle through a monitor, nodding in approval. Compared to the freshman tournament, Zane's casting speed has more than doubled. Some skills are even completed in the blink of an eye. Su surmised, it seems the talent he chose after clearing the Abyss-level dungeon is related to increasing casting speed. Come to think of it, Zane's rate of progress is truly astonishing. Right after enrolling, he led Sienna Jiang to dominate the top ranks of the Abyss-level dungeon leaderboard. Wu Meng chuckled. "That's why I want to test Zane further. I've specially increased the difficulty for them a bit." Inside the dungeon, thanks to their smooth coordination, the overwhelmingly numerous goblins were being utterly crushed by Zane's team. Towards the monsters that got close to her, Sienna scoffed, activating her Phantom Slash skill, delivering multiple high-speed slashes and easily finishing them off. The others weren't idle either, showcasing their own abilities. Helena Song tore a talisman, using the 5 Thunder True Law to strike the monsters. Meanwhile, Lin Tang used wind-based magic, Tornado, creating an icy cyclone that swept through the monsters, then shouted, "Tessa, give them the final blow." "Got it," Tessa replied, leaping high into the air and using sky-piercing kick, sending a powerful kick towards the monsters. By the time she landed, all the monsters were on the ground. Benefiting from the enhanced buffs, the feeling of effortlessly crushing these monsters is just too satisfying. Feeling exhilarated and still eager for more, Tessa smiled at Lin and asked, "But, speaking of which, did we finish off all the monsters already?" Lin Tang replied, "Yup, my familiar, Xiao Bai, tells me there are no more monsters around." Zane laughed loudly and reminded them, "This is just a warm-up. The next boss is the main event, so don't let your guard down." Tessa cracked her knuckles, a confident look on her face. "What's there to be afraid of? Brother Zane, your buff skills have doubled my strength. With your support, isn't clearing this dungeon a piece of cake?" Helena Song cheerfully added, "Exactly. Zane could easily clear this dungeon by himself." Lin Tang nodded in agreement. Amicham, the captain's strength is truly admirable. Hearing this, Zane felt a bit of a headache coming on, thinking, are you all trying to set some kind of flag for me? Sienna didn't say anything, just stood to the side, covering her mouth to hide a laugh. A while later, the group arrived at a large door. Tessa asked, the final boss must be inside, right? Zane replied, that's right. However, as they approached the door, he felt that something was off. Whatever, let's just go in first and see. Having made up his mind, Zane pushed the door open. As everyone stepped inside, a massive boss appeared before them, its mouth opening to speak. You finally arrived, you fools. Monster, second-generation Goblin King. Level, 25. Quality, epic. Skills, unknown. Note, after the death of the old king, this is the new leader of the Goblin tribe, replacing the former Goblin King. Found it. Lin Tang gasped in shock. A level 25 epic boss. Haha. Knowing that I have esteemed guests, I've specially prepared a few gifts for you. With that, the boss let out a grotesque laugh, raising its weapon and creating a supersized fireball that it hurled towards Lin Tang. Is this a real fireball? Why is it so powerful? Mumbling to herself, Lin Tang hadn't yet recovered from the shock. She stood frozen in place, staring blankly at the approaching fireball. Lin, get out of the way, Tessa shouted, rushing forward to push Lin back before immediately creating a shield to block the fireball. But it was hardly effective. The shield lasted less than a second before cracks began to appear. No good, I can't hold it. The moment Tessa spoke, the shield shattered, putting her in a critical situation, facing the fireball head-on. Tessa gritted her teeth, thinking, damn it, even with the captain's buffs doubling my strength, I can barely block a single normal attack from this monster. The boss suddenly let out a sinister laugh. Don't be in such a hurry. This is the end I've long prepared for you. Now turn to ash. At the same time, it relentlessly created more fireballs, throwing them at the group. A single fireball had already left them helpless. Now faced with so many, despair was inevitable. And this was precisely when the value of a captain was shown. Everyone fall back, Zane commanded. He stepped in front of everyone, using his frost power to create a massive wall of ice, much larger and thicker than Tessa's shield, to block the incoming fireballs. Captain, be careful. That's not an ordinary fireball attack. No sooner had Lin Tang finished her warning than she saw the fireballs, their energy mostly depleted by the ice wall, shrink down to the size of baseballs. Zane casually drew the mini fireballs into his palm. He crushed them with a squeeze, causing them to dissipate, and said, indeed, this is a bit tricky. This boss's strength far exceeds the one I dealt with before. Hearing this, Helena Song took the initiative. Then let me take the first shot this time. Then, Helena's hands quickly formed seals, creating a series of talismans that flew towards the boss. Heaven's mandate be clear, spirits guide the way. Divine talismans appear, obey my command. Detonate. As the word detonate left her lips, the talismans exploded, forming a massive inferno, engulfing the boss within. A second later, the flames were sucked into the boss's mouth. The talismans were crushed in its palm, and the boss itself was completely unharmed. How is it having no effect at all? Helena cried out in disbelief. Just then, Lin Tang spoke with a serious expression. Helena, let me try attacking with my magic. Next, Lin Tang used a fire-based magic spell, Flame Arrows, creating a barrage of fire arrows that shot towards the boss. Let it taste my attack too, Sienna shouted, unleashing her Demon's Ring skill, sending several sword slashes towards the boss. The two attacks intertwined, flying straight at the boss and causing a massive explosion, with a shockwave spreading in all directions. However, the result was the same. The boss remained unharmed, now surrounded by a layer of purple energy. A little interesting, but this is as far as you go. With that, the boss opened its mouth. A small purple orb immediately condensed in front of it, continuously absorbing the surrounding purple energy and growing larger. Finally, the orb shot towards a group. Lin Tang said in despair. Our level difference is too great. It seems we can't fight this boss. God. Just when everyone had given up on resisting, Zane stepped forward once again. Don't be afraid. I'm still here. With that, Zane created a golden shield, blocking the boss's attack. Disperse. As Zane's voice rang out, the boss's ultimate attack was once again neutralized by him. Tessa spoke up. Brother Zane, let me try a close-quarters attack. Zane smiled, placing a hand on Tessa's shoulder. A level 25 epic boss is indeed a bit much for you all right now. Leave the rest to me. Then, Zane used the Light of Truth skill on the boss. Light of Truth reveals the enemy's weaknesses and hidden abilities, providing guidance for the next attack. This Goblin King is only one level higher than the previous one, but its attributes are doubled. If I use my S-Rank Bloodline Secret Art, I can also multiply my strength several times. This blatant targeting is most likely a special test set up by Dean Wu. If that's the case, I'll take this opportunity to show everyone my true power as a Seraphim. With that, Zane immediately transformed into his Seraphim form, with the power of Holy Light in his left hand and the power of Frost in his right. Outside the dungeon, Sue asked worriedly, Dean, isn't setting the boss's difficulty this high a bit overkill? Is this really necessary? Wu Meng explained, although their current strength is indeed remarkable, other schools also have outstanding talents. And in the exchange tournament, the geniuses from Mado and Qingjing University will be their formidable rivals. Therefore, I need to use a defeat to make them understand the harsh reality of the tournament. I have nothing to be satisfied about. A defeat, Sue repeated, puzzled. Then she chuckled. Dean, you're really underestimating Zane. Wu Meng smiled back. I hope he can slap me in the face. She burst into laughter. At the same time, inside the dungeon, the boss looked at Zane's transformation with interest. Interesting. You've turned into a little glowing bird. Kid, whatever tricks you have, use them all. I'll grant your wish. Zane said and attacked the boss with a Radiant Pulse skill. The boss retorted, You've got a big mouth, kid. You should know that you're the challenger here. Then, the boss retaliated with world-ending embers. The two attacks collided, causing a massive explosion as energy waves instantly spread everywhere. Sienna quickly stabbed her sword into the ground, leaning on it, using her own mana to protect everyone inside. Helena exclaimed in awe, So this is Zane's true strength. It was only now that she realized her and everyone else's strength was on a completely different level from Zane's. Helena suddenly turned to Sienna and asked, Sienna, has Zane ever used this form before? Sienna smiled and replied, This is the first time I've seen it too. It seems Brother Zane is finally going all out. After the initial exchange, both the boss and Zane were unharmed. The boss grinned. Is this all you've got, kid? No matter what form you take, you can't defeat me. Is that so? With a sharp word, Zane unleashed his holy light chains, sending chains flying towards the boss, binding its limbs and body. What is this? While the boss was surprised by the chains, Zane had already used Spear of Victory, forming multiple spears that rained down from above, piercing the boss. Next, it's time for a change of pace, Zane said, following up with a Radiant Storm, creating a fiery vortex that engulfed the boss. These weren't just single attacks anymore. This time, Zane's combo chain dealt a massive amount of damage to the boss. Damn you! The boss roared in pain. Zane smirked and said, Don't worry, there's more. Zane dashed forward, thrusting a hand into the boss's screaming mouth, unleashing Thunderlight Burst. A moment later, after Zane's attack subsided, the boss reappeared, black blood dripping from its mouth, weakly saying, It seems you still haven't used your full strength. I'm sorry for not being able to satisfy you. Zane chuckled. It is a bit of a shame. I originally wanted to test out God's judgment in my Seraphim form, but I'll have to save that for next time. But seeing as you're still breathing, I'll send you on your way. With that, Zane extended 2 fingers, concentrating energy and firing it at the boss. At that moment, outside the dungeon, Wu Meng exclaimed in shock, What a monster! This is a boss that I painstakingly adjusted, one that even a level 26 practitioner would struggle against. Zane's current strength is just terrifying. Then, Wu Meng turned to Su and asked, Teacher Su, do you have Zane's usual combat data from the training grounds? Su smiled and replied, Yes, as a matter of fact, Zane did a test run in the training grounds before coming here today. He cleared the level 10 combat mode challenge in just 6 minutes and 12 seconds. Hearing this, Wu Meng laughed. No wonder you and old Zhu have so much confidence in him. Su also smiled back, but it's a good thing. Zane was able to prove his strength right in front of you. Back inside the dungeon, as the boss was defeated by Zane's final attack and dissipated, a notification panel immediately appeared. Congratulations on clearing the Abyss-level dungeon. Clear time, 21 minutes and 16 seconds. Distributing clear rewards below. Instantly, a leveling up light enveloped Lin Tang, her face filled with surprise. I got 8,000 experience points. Tessa's face was equally surprised. I got 8,000 experience points too. Clearing this Abyss-level dungeon once gives more rewards than a week of training outside. As for Zane, he had already deactivated his transformation, returning to his original form. Beside him, a notification panel appeared. Congratulations! You have gained 11,236 experience points. Congratulations! You have gained 10 free attribute points and 10 skill points. Zane thought to himself, if this keeps up, I feel like I can level up again very soon. Just then, Sienna ran over, asking with concern, Brother Zane, how are you? Are you hurt? Zane stood up, dusting himself off. I'm fine, just used up a lot of energy. We should go see what rewards this boss dropped. All right. So, the group walked over to where the boss was defeated and found a golden chest lying there. When they opened it, the items inside appeared before them. Gold-grade weapon, Staff of Flames. Level requirement, 24. Gold-grade weapon, Fire Spirit Shield. Level requirement, 24. Gold-grade weapon, Ring of the Flame Demon. Level requirement, 24. Tessa exclaimed with joy. These rewards are just too generous, right? They're all gold-grade equipment. Brother Zane, you got so many drops. Zane smiled. Looks like our luck isn't bad this time. Does anyone need these 3 pieces of equipment? The other 4 gave their opinions one by one. First, Tessa said, the level requirement for this equipment is too high. I can't use it. Lin Tang added, the fire attribute boost isn't suitable for me, so I can't use it either. Sienna spoke up. This equipment isn't suitable for my or Helena's class either. Helena suggested, Zane, you contributed the most this time, so you should take these. Zane didn't refuse. He collected the items and said with a smile, That's a shame. In that case, I'll take this equipment for now. When we get back, I'll sell it at the school's auction house for academic credits and split them evenly among everyone. Tessa quickly refused. No way, Brother Zane. You should get at least 70%. Without you, we would have never cleared this so easily. Helena said shyly, That's right. After all, you were the key to defeating the boss, and I barely helped at all. Zane smiled, and even split is fine. That way, none of us will have to worry about academic credits for a long time. Sienna, standing beside them, also smiled and advised everyone, just accept it. After all, Brother Zane is the one who's least in need of academic credits. With things put this way, the others couldn't refuse any longer and happily accepted. All right then. After distributing the rewards, Zane smiled and reminded them, Remember, our goal is not just to win the tournament, but to uphold the honor of our school. Tessa said with determination, Brother Zane, I won't let you down. In the upcoming training, I'll work twice as hard. Helena spoke up, Zane, I'll also give it my all. Captain, me too. Zane replied with satisfaction. Good. Everyone's determination is the key to success. I believe our team will definitely win glory in the exchange tournament. Just as Zane's group exited the dungeon, they were met with a round of applause from Wu Meng. Congratulations on successfully clearing the custom-made Abyss-level dungeon I created for you. Dean Wu, Teacher Su, Wu Meng continued to praise them endlessly. Your performance was excellent, exceeding my expectations. Of course, especially you, Zane. You were a huge surprise to me. Zane laughed sheepishly, scratching his head. I was just doing what I was supposed to do. Wu Meng asked, Zane, what are your thoughts on getting first place in the exchange tournament? Zane clenched his fist and affirmed, first place is a must-have, of course. Excellent. To win the championship, you must have this kind of confidence. Sue offered her opinion. Zane's all-around support and attack capabilities allow us to devise two different battle plans. Initially, we can have Zane play a supportive role, temporarily concealing his true strength. Then, at a critical moment, he can unleash his full power to catch the opponents off guard. If we do that, our chances of winning the tournament championship will be even more solid. Wu Meng smiled in agreement. A great idea. When the time comes, let those old geezers see just how formidable Zane is. Even among geniuses, there's a pecking order. Sue continued. However, their team's coordination is still a bit lacking. They need more practice in that area. Indeed, tomorrow, we can start special training focused on their weaknesses. All right, that's all for today. Everyone, go back and rest. Of course, to keep your training interesting, we've also prepared some punitive measures. Zane was startled and asked uneasily, Punitive measures? Sir, can you give us a little hint? It wouldn't be fun if I told you. We have other business, so we'll be leaving now. With that, Sue and Wu Meng left. Teacher Sue, Zane called out, but Sue seemed not to hear, disappearing from sight in just a few steps. With no other choice, Zane turned to his teammates. In that case, let's all train hard together and prepare to take on the challenge of the exchange tournament. The group replied in unison, yeah. Time passed, and on a normal day, like any other in front of the dungeon entrance, Passerby A sighed. The nightmare-level goblin dungeon is just too hard. Passerby B said, yeah, I've tried twice and failed both times. If nightmare level is already this tough, I can't even imagine how insane the abyss level difficulty is. Just as Passerby A finished speaking, they heard someone say, Lynn, do you think we have a shot at clearing the abyss level dungeon in under 10 minutes this time? The two passers-by gasped and turned towards a voice, seeing a group of 5 laughing and walking by. The speaker was the black-haired girl in the group. This group was Zane's team, here to challenge the dungeon today. To Tessa's question, Lin Tang replied with a smile, We've been training together for so long, plus with the captain's buffs, 10 minutes probably won't be a problem. Tessa admitted, that's true, and yesterday, Dinwu even gave me a few pointers. Lin Tang smiled, well then, I'll be looking forward to seeing it today. After Zane's group entered the dungeon, Passerby A asked, they're treating the abyss-level dungeon like a speed run. Who are they? Passerby B replied, they're the team representing our school in this year's National University and College Freshman Exchange Tournament. Passerby exclaimed in shock, fresh freshmen. I remember our year's expedition team. The highest level was only 19. The lowest among them is level 20. That's unbelievable. The strength of that guy from just now didn't look too bad either. Passerby B pointed to the leaderboard and sighed. Not too bad. Look up there. He's Zane, the #1 record holder. Another random passerby heard this, curiously looked up at the leaderboard, and immediately shouted, Zane! So he's the one that even the experts on the Earth board can't surpass. About 7 minutes later, inside the dungeon. Go on ahead, little ones. The boss, Quattro, attacked Zane's group with world-ending embers. Tessa laughed excitedly. Finally, you've made your move. Now break for me, she shouted, her hands enveloped in red energy as she bravely charged forward and punched the boss's attack, shattering it into pieces. She thought to herself, under the dean's guidance, I now have enough strength to withstand your attacks. Suddenly, the boss's voice echoed, the weak will always be weak. Don't think that a little progress gives you the right to be arrogant in front of me. Tessa was momentarily startled and turned her head to see a massive fist just inches away from her. Tessa, fall back, Zane commanded, rushing in front of Tessa and punching the boss's fist head-on. In the blink of an eye, the boss's entire arm was twisted and shattered, causing it to scream in agony. My arm. Zane turned back to Tessa and smiled. Tessa, you did great blocking the boss's initial attack on your own. Now, let's work together to defeat it. Lin Tang also smiled and said, Tessa, take a break. Leave the rest to us. At this moment, the boss roared in fury. Damn you! I'll kill you all. However, before the boss could make a move, it was bound by golden chains. Following that, a large amount of electricity traveled through the chains into its body, causing it to scream in pain once more. Zane held one end of the chain and smirked. Feeling the pain now? But don't worry. No matter how loud you scream, we won't let you go. Helena Song spoke up, that's right. Her expression serious. She quickly formed hand seals. Heaven and earth sealing prohibition. A large number of talismans flew out, plastering themselves all over the boss. Following her, Lin Tang also spoke. Let me show you a move teacher Su taught me. Divine lightning descent. From above, a massive pillar of lightning struck down directly on the boss. Finally, it was Sienna Zhang's turn. She dashed forward and shouted, one final blow. With a powerful slash, she sent the boss's head flying into the air. The system announced, congratulations on clearing the Abyss-level dungeon. Clear time, 8 minutes and 36 seconds. Distributing clear rewards below. A moment later, Zane's group exited the dungeon. Wu Meng immediately walked over to praise them. Not bad. You've broken the 9-minute mark. Let's go home. Your performance this time, even I can't find any fault with it. Zane asked in surprise. Dean Wu, what are you doing here? Wu Meng's expression turned serious. I'm here to inform you that the date for the exchange tournament has been set. It's 1 week from now. Because tomorrow, I have to lead you all to the venue, Qingjing University. Hearing this, Helena Song cheered with joy. That's great. The exchange tournament is finally starting. Sienna Zhang clenched her fists excitedly. We've trained so hard for so long, just for this moment. Tessa also smiled. After training for so long, we can finally fight in the tournament. Lin Tang was curious. Qingjing University, I wonder what it's like over there. As for Zane, he cracked his knuckles, a smile of anticipation on his face, thinking, I've been bored of fighting dungeon bosses for a while now. Finally, a chance to clash with the top geniuses from other schools. The next day, as scheduled, Wu Meng came to take Zane's group to the exchange tournament venue. Before leaving, he reminded them, for safety, I will lead you through the school's dedicated teleportation point. We will teleport directly to the exchange tournament venue at Qingjing University. At the teleportation point, Headmaster Wang Hui and the other deans were already waiting. After some formal greetings, the headmaster addressed the students. As the outstanding members of the freshman class, you carry the honor of our school on your shoulders. We have been champions for 4 consecutive years. We hope you can bring home the honor of a 5th championship for the school. Yes, sir, Zane's group replied in unison. At this point, Wang Hui ordered Zhu Huayang to activate the teleportation array. And just like that, in the blink of an eye, Zane's group, along with Wu Meng and Su, arrived at Qingjing University. This couldn't help but surprise Zane. We're already at Qingjing University? Weren't the two schools over 2 million kilometers apart? Su smiled and replied, we have to thank the dean's spellcasting for this. Otherwise, we would have had to travel by train for several days. However, only a 3rd-tier mage has the ability to cast this kind of ultra-long-distance teleportation array. Just then, a voice rang out. Welcome teachers and students of Suang University to Qingjing University. Your presence here is a great honor for us. Old Chung, what are you doing here? Wu Meng happily went forward, shaking hands with Chung Yong Chun, a 3rd-tier mechanist. Old friends are here, so of course, I have to personally escort you to your accommodations. Chung Yong Chun replied warmly, then glanced at Zane's group. The kids you brought this time look pretty good. I've heard your school has some freshmen with remarkable strength. Then we'll see you on the tournament grounds. But of course, after the greetings, Wu Meng turned to instruct his students. The opening ceremony of the exchange tournament is officially on the 10th. After the ceremony, the matches will officially begin. After a month of training, the team should be at its limit. For the next few days, there will be no extra training. You can all relax a bit. However, Qingjing has a large influx of visitors recently, so there might be spies from other races mixed in. At major events like this, demons from other races almost always try to assassinate human geniuses. Alright, that's all for today. You can go out and have fun for the next few days, but be sure to pay attention to your safety. After that, Zane's group was led by robots to their individually assigned rooms to rest. Welcome to the Qingjing University residential area. If you have any problems, you can ask for my help at any time, the support robot said. No need. But the service at this Qingjing University is quite novel. Zane stood by the window, admiring the city for a moment, then opened his system panel. He used up all his accumulated experience points, successfully reaching level 23 and gaining another 20 free attribute points and 20 skill points. Still so far from level 24. After all, many of my skills are still only C rank and B rank. After advancing to the second tier, the skills a paladin can learn must be at least B+ rank or higher. I can even learn the A+ rank skill, Aegis Orb. The light orb can enhance teammates' attributes, while the dark orb can deliver devastating blows to enemies. As for the third tier, it's still too far away to think about now. Whatever, I should just focus on completing this system achievement mission perfectly first. 1 week later, the 157th National University and College Freshman Exchange Tournament of the Zhongshan Nation officially began. And the first match was between the students of Suwon University and Rongyang University. The overwhelming and passionate atmosphere in the stadium made Zane exclaim, "No wonder everyone wants to participate in the National Freshman Exchange Tournament." A scene like this is truly breathtaking. Sienna Jiang, standing next to him, added, "This is just the opening. By the time of the finals, the number of spectators will at least double." While Zane's group was excited, on the other side of the battlefield, the students of Rongyang University were not so cheerful. What rotten luck, drawing Suwon University. Nothing we can do. Our luck was bad, so we'll just be a stepping stone. Suwon University was last year's champion. Anyone who faces them has to accept their fate. Hearing his teammates, the brown-haired guy snorted. What's there to be afraid of? Our ranking last year was in the top 30. We can at least put up a fight. At the same time, in the stands, people were starting to buzz. That paladin in the back seems to be level 23. Yeah, that level is enough to suppress everyone else. Luckily, he's just in a support position. If he were an attacker, he might cause even more trouble. It looks like Rongyang University is doomed to lose against them. Next, we'll have to see how many trump cards Rongyang can force Suwon University's team to reveal. On the stage, the brown-haired guy had also noticed Zane's level. Although he was nervous, he still spoke toughly. Suwon University's representative team indeed has some skill. But on the battlefield, level doesn't prove everything. The teams took their positions, the arena was constructed, and the defensive fields were activated. A robot announced and started the countdown. As the 3-second countdown ended, the Rongyang students were about to charge for a preemptive strike, but the brown-haired guy stopped them. To be safe, let's focus on defense and see what tricks they have up their sleeves. At that moment, the brown-haired guy saw the paladin on the opposing team wave his hand. A halo of light immediately enveloped the Suwon University students. Their stats skyrocketed in an instant. The audience witnessing this scene was astounded. Casting several buff skills in just a few short seconds. Can you believe that? Paladin Zane truly lives up to his name as the captain of Suwon University. Chung Yongchun was also surprised. Old Wu, this paladin captain of yours, Zane, is pretty good. With his buffs, your team's collective strength has increased by 50%. Wu Meng replied with a proud smile. Paladin is a hidden class. Its greatest effect is providing large-scale enhancements on a battlefield. In a small team battle like this, its performance is naturally not bad. Yongchun was silent, thinking to himself, luckily my school's team also has a few trump cards. Otherwise, dealing with just Zane would be exhausting enough. Let's see if Rongyang University's response is worth learning from. Unfortunately, at this moment, in the eyes of Rongyang University, Zane's group was nothing short of terrifying demons. One of them was so scared he trembled and dropped his weapon. "Captain, what should we do?" The brown-haired guy's face was pale, but he still tried to maintain his composure. I think I can block them." After assessing the situation, Zane let out a contemptuous smirk and said, "It seems the opposing team's strength is average. In that case, let's go with the simplest plan. Everyone, charge forward and try to crush them in one blow." Sienna Jiang and Helena Song replied in unison, "Understood." Upon receiving the order, Lin Tang excitedly created a fireball and said, "Captain, let me take the lead this time." Immediately, Lin Tang launched countless fire arrows at the Rongyang University students. Fire magic, arrow barrage. The sudden attack forced the Rongyang students to grit their teeth and create a defensive shield, Holy Light Aegis. The Rongyang captain, while defending, said, "We blocked it. It seems they're not all that great after all." Suddenly, a teammate behind him turned pale and said, "Captain, here they come again." Before them was the image of Tessa Wei charging towards them with sharp eyes and clenched fists. Her powerful punch shattered their defensive shield, but didn't stop there. Sienna Jiang swooped down from above, unleashing countless sword strikes. Demon's Ring. Followed by a blast of lightning energy, the continuous assault created a massive explosion. Their relentless attacks completely overwhelmed the Rongyang University team. Seeing their defeated state, the system announced, "This battle is over. The winner is Suwon University." The system flew up high and continued, "Thank you both teams for bringing us an exciting battle. Please wait a moment. The next team battle is about to begin." As the match ended, Sienna Jiang complained, "My opponent is a warrior, but I'm in the 27th match. I have to wait forever." Helena Song beside her also sighed, "I'm even worse. Match 45. When will my turn ever come?" Hearing this, Zane chimed in, "I'm in the 6th match against a swordsman. Looks like my luck isn't too bad. I'm up in the 2nd round." Sienna and Helena could only look on with envy. So lucky. Now, in the stands, people began to whisper, "That guy Zane still hasn't made a move. I really want to see what he's capable of. Can a support class paladin really participate in individual matches? I bet Zane is hiding his true strength. After all, he is the captain." Soon after, it was Zane's turn to fight. The crowd immediately erupted in cheers. "Zane! Zane! Luca, go for it!" When the two stepped onto the stage, the system introduced the 9th match of the individual tournament. Zane of Suwon University versus Liao Chong of Chunnan University. Students, please prepare. The match is about to begin. This time, Zane's opponent was Liu Chong, a level 18 swordsman from Suwon University. Liu Chong smirked and thought to himself, "Just a support class. Looks like my luck isn't bad, getting such an easy win right off the bat." The people behind Liu Chong were also buzzing. Brother Liu's opponent is the captain of Suwon University. That's right. Looks like it's going to be a fierce battle. Haha, a paladin is just support. Brother Liu will definitely crush him. Not keeping everyone waiting, the system began the countdown. 3, 2, 1, begin. As soon as the match started, Liu Chong quickly raised his sword to strike first. He said scornfully, "If you surrender now, I might let you lose with a little dignity." In contrast, Zane calmly replied with a laugh, "Haha me, surrender? Try lasting 10 moves against me before you start talking big." Liu Chong swung his sword down and roared, "Kid, I'll let you be arrogant in front of me." Blazing fire slash, but Zane easily dodged the numerous sword strikes. His speed surprised Liu Chong, who exclaimed, "So fast." He continued disdainfully, "But this is where it ends." But Liu Chong's feet were now encased in ice. He was stunned, huh? When he looked up, Zane was already rushing towards him with a raised fist. Liu Chong cursed under his breath. Damn it, using tricks like this. But Liu Chong used a fire technique to break free from the ice shackles on his feet. Liu Chong angrily charged forward with a sword slash and cursed. Pathetic. To his surprise, Zane blocked it with his bare hands. His defense left Liu Chong utterly bewildered. He blocked it. Next, Zane delivered a powerful punch straight to Liu Chong's stomach, causing him to scream in shock. Impossible. His attack sent Liu Chong flying dozens of meters. The people below asked in shock, "Huh? What just happened?" The captain was sent flying just like that? I didn't even see Zane's attack. The teacher sighed. The opponent is the captain of Suwon University. Liu Chong clearly underestimated him. Even though he's a support class, his combat abilities should not be taken lightly. As the smoke cleared, Liu Chong appeared with a bloodied face. His body was completely immobilized. The system quickly approached to observe and announced, "Liu Chong is unable to continue the fight." The system announced, "The winner is Zane." Zane retracted his fist and said scornfully, "Too weak. I can't believe he couldn't even block a single C-rank skill punch from me." The crowd in the stands erupted. Whoa, that one punch was terrifying. He crushed his opponent in just a few moves. It's unbelievable. Ha ha. This probably isn't even Zane's full strength. Outside, Zhu Yu, a mentor from Qingjing University, exclaimed in surprise, "It's only been a few months since I went to Lijiang for recruitment. This Zane's strength has improved way too fast." Dean Chung, standing beside her, smiled. "Miss Zhu, does that mean Zane was almost a student at our school?" Zhu Yu said with regret, "That's right. If I had known earlier, I would have fought tooth and nail for a top prospect like him. Sai, if we had Zane now, wouldn't we be unstoppable?" Xiaolan, a level 19 sharpshooter, looked at Zane with interest and said slowly, "Zane, he seems to be the special guy that Sienna mentioned. His strength is really not bad. I didn't expect him to be so proficient in support, close combat, and magic." On the other hand, Zhu Xiaobai, a level 18 priest, thought with a worried expression, "There's something off about the speed at which Zane cast that freezing skill. Even the ice mages in my clan can't cast that fast." Suddenly, her bracelet lit up. Zhu Xiaobai was stunned, thinking, "Wait, this is the resonance of my family's heirloom. Could he be an awakened user of the Frost bloodline?" Seeing Zhu Xiaobai's pensive look, Xiaolan suddenly turned and asked, "Xiaobai, what's wrong?" Zhu Xiaobai was startled and quickly clutched her bracelet, replying, "I am fine." Immediately, Zhu Xiaobai made an excuse to leave. "Sister Lan, something urgent came up, so I have to go back first." Her strange behavior left Xia Lan bewildered. Zhu Xiaobai quickly ran to a secluded place and called Zhu Heng. As soon as the phone rang, Zhu Heng answered immediately. He picked up the phone and asked, "Xiaobai, isn't today your competition day? Why do you have time to call me? And on the company phone, no less." The moment she heard Zhu Heng's voice, Zhu Xiaobai said urgently, "Dad, I found an awakened user of the Frost bloodline, and his surname is also Zhu. The purity of the Frost bloodline on this Zane is even over 70%. Hearing this news, Zhu Heng froze. He asked in shock, "Are you sure? A Frost bloodline of such high purity?" Zhu Xiaobai replied, "I'm 80% sure. To know for certain, I need to get closer to him." Zhu Heng calmed himself down, pushed up his glasses, and said, "All right, find a chance for me to meet this Zane. I will start running checks on my end simultaneously to see if this Zane is really from our Zhu clan." After hanging up, Zhu Heng stood up and looked out the window, unable to contain his excitement. "Zane! Frost bloodline. If this is true, perhaps our Tianlan Zhu clan can be saved." Now, on the right side of the arena, the crowd cheered in unison, "Zane! Zane!" The left side was no less enthusiastic, shouting, "Li Xian! Li Xian!" A student next to Li Xian smirked, "Brother Xian, don't go easy on him later." Li Xian gave a wicked smile. "Don't worry. My only fear is that this Zane won't be able to make me use my full strength." Ruan He, standing nearby, suddenly reminded him, "Shao Xian, be careful. Zane is very strong. Even I can sense an extremely dangerous aura from him." Li Xian immediately became serious. He replied, "Brother Ruan, I understand." Immediately after, Li Xian unleashed his skills. The student who was standing next to him earlier said admiringly. As expected of Brother Exant, this presence is incredible. With the level 18 Tempest armor set, Zane probably won't even be able to touch a hair on him. Another person chimed in. That's right. I hope Zane doesn't get beaten to tears. The match was about to start, and the stands erupted with excitement, cheering nonstop. Zane is the strongest. Go Zane! 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 Motto University, go Li Xin. At this moment, Zhu Hong had arrived. He said tiredly, glad I made it in time. Zhu Donger looked around excitedly. The crowd for this match is just as big as the one in our clan's territory. Suddenly, Zhu Xiaobai appeared behind them. Zhu Donger quickly spotted her, turned around excitedly, and called out, "Sister!" She rushed over and hugged Zhu Xiaobai tightly. Zhu Xiaobai hugged her back and asked, "Dad Donger, why are you two here?" Zhu Hong calmly replied, "Isn't it to investigate Zane's identity? He could very well be from the main branch that was scattered during the Dark Ages." Upon learning of a clan member awakening the Frost bloodline, the clan leader ordered me to come and verify it. It's also a good opportunity to let your sister witness the prowess of Su Hong's top freshman. Suddenly, Zhu Donger pouted unhappily. Humph. What's so great about a support class paladin to witness? Zhu Xiaobai quickly and sternly corrected her. Donger, that way of thinking is wrong. What's wrong with being a paladin? If Zane's bloodline purity is really over 70%, he is fully qualified to switch to a hidden class within our clan. Hearing this, Zhu Donger asked excitedly, Sister, among the younger generation of our main branch, the highest bloodline concentration is only 40%, right? 70%. Is this Zane's bloodline purity really that high?" Suddenly, Zhu Heng's voice scolded, "Donger, before we came here, I told you to show some respect for Zane. According to seniority, he could be considered your older brother." Zhu Donger retorted irritably, "Oomph. Even if he really is a member of our clan, whether he's qualified to be my older brother depends on his strength." Zhu Xiaobai quickly tried to soothe the situation. "All right, since Dad is already here, we'll know once we test Zane's bloodline concentration. We should just focus on watching Zane's match." Finally, Zhu Donger relented. Fine. At this moment, the system announced, the first match of the third round of the single elimination tournament is about to begin. Now, let's welcome the two contestants to the stage. Li Xin from Motto University and Zane from Suwon University. Li Xin appeared, clad in armor, and said confidently, "I originally planned to go easy and finish you off quickly. But my captain said you're very strong, so I have no choice but to get serious." Zane calmly replied, "Oh, well then, good luck to you." Zane observed Li Xin for a few seconds, thinking to himself, to be able to sense my strength, it seems this captain of Motto University is not to be underestimated. Then he stared at Li Xin and thought, so he's only level 18, 5 levels below me. I'm afraid if I just unleash a single punishment of light, he'll pass out immediately. Li Xin, the level 18 martial artist from Motto University, was already in a ready stance, but when he met Zane's gaze, he flinched. Facing Kale was a real pain in the ass for Zian. Tomorrow's team match was against Tsinghua University, so he had to hold back a bit. He couldn't reveal his true power, making close combat skills his only option. This feeling of being restricted really sucked. As both fighters took their stances, the system announced for the players to get ready. The match officially begins. 3, 2, 1, fight. Right at the start, Zian used Blessing of Protection, creating a massive blast of light. The light shone directly at Kale, forcing him to shield his eyes. Zian's posture made Kale even more contemptuous. "Oomph, you got the look, I'll give you that. But it's all just for show." Instantly, Kale dashed towards Zian. He arrogantly launched a low kick, but Zian easily blocked it. He thought to himself, "Is that all you've got?" Zian quickly countered with a powerful uppercut, a radiant strike. The blow forced Kale to hastily raise his armor to block. He winced in pain, thinking, "Damn, that hurts. Why does it feel like my gear is completely useless?" But he couldn't hold for long before Zian sent him flying. Kale slammed hard against the barrier wall. The audience was in utter disbelief. A fighter was being completely dominated by support class. You really do see something new every day. What's going on? Xian actually injured Kale. Kale's awakened talent is the A-ranked Steel Bones. His defense should have been far superior to Xian's. After getting thrashed, Kale stood up, refusing to accept it. Are you really not from a martial arts family? If not, how can your fighting skills be so much stronger than mine? Xian flexed his arm and replied, Nope, not at all. I'm just a little bit physically stronger, that's all. With that, he unleashed a torrent of punches, sacred fist barrage. Kale could only grit his teeth and defend, cursing inwardly. Damn it, his offense is too strong. There's no way to escape. Xian's relentless assault pushed Kale further and further back. Xian's voice was cold as he declared, It's time to end this. Seeing the final punch coming, Kale panicked. There's no way I can block this punch. Instantly, Kale yelled out in fear, Stop, Xian! I surrender. Hearing this, Xian quickly diverted his punch to the side. The immense power of the attack still sent Kale flying. Kale fell to the arena floor in pain. Seeing that Kale's armor and body were broken, the system announced, Xian is the winner of this match. Congratulations to Xian for advancing to the 4th round of the singles tournament. Xian awkwardly scratched his head, thinking, Man, holding back is harder than it looks. I just got a little carried away and hit him a bit too hard. The entire stadium was stunned by his power. Everyone was in an uproar. Unbelievable. I never knew a Holy Knight support class could fight like that. A Holy Knight just beat a fighter in hand-to-hand combat. This is insane. Xian's close-quarters combat ability is just terrifying. Xian slowly walked over to Kale's body. He chivalrously offered a helping hand, casting Holy Light Art. When 2 medics arrived, Xian spoke up and apologized. Sorry, he surrendered too late. I couldn't pull back my strength in time. Walking past a medic, Xian added, However, I did cast a small healing spell on him to stabilize his injuries. The rest is up to you. The nurse nodded sternly. Understood. But when she saw Kale's body, she couldn't help but be shocked. Huh. Kale's trembling form made the nurse exclaim. His injuries are severe. Kale groaned in agony. It hurts so much. The 2 nurses immediately began first aid. After examining the wounds, one nurse said, This will take at least 2 or 3 days to heal. I can't believe a Holy Knight like Xian could cause this much explosive damage. When the match ended, Claire Chu spoke up, See? I told you Xian's strength is immense, far beyond the geniuses of his age in our clan. After watching the fight, Herman Chu replied seriously. He sent a heavily armored opponent flying with 1 punch. That's monstrous strength. The Frost bloodline in our clan can have a hidden class change. It seems to also possess a special elemental power. Xian's overwhelming power left when Chu completely speechless. She just pouted and said, Fine, I admit he's really strong. Okay. Her adorable reaction made Herman Chu laugh. Ha ha ha. It seems Xian's strength has finally won over Win. He turned to Claire Chu. Claire, please arrange a meeting between me and Xian. Claire nodded in response. Just then, the system announced, the battle between Serena Jiang of Suzhou University and Phoenix Jiang of Mada University has reached its climax. The final winner is about to emerge. Let's watch in anticipation. Outside the arena, Xian thought to himself, Phoenix's strength is even weaker than Kale's. Serena should be able to win this easily. As expected, in the arena, Phoenix was on the back foot. She thought in frustration, the student from Suzhou University are so strong this year. I feel like I'm at my limit. I don't know how many more moves I can take. In contrast, Serena Jiang continued to charge forward, attacking relentlessly. She thought, time to end this quickly. The incoming attack terrified Phoenix. Her eyes widened as she gasped. Serena unleashed a flurry of sword strikes that passed straight through Phoenix. Umbral slash. In the end, Phoenix couldn't take it anymore and collapsed. The system announced, Phoenix Jiang of Mado University is unable to continue. Congratulations to Serena Jiang for advancing to the fourth round of the singles tournament. The crowd was once again stunned by the power of Suzhou University. They exclaimed, Phoenix Jiang from Mado had no chance at all. Besides Xian, this Serena Jiang from Suzhou is also incredibly strong. I wonder what excitement their team match against Tsinghua University will bring tomorrow. Below the stage, Xian walked up and praised her. Serena, you fought well in that match. That final move was especially cool. Serena replied humbly. I was just lucky. My opponent was pretty weak. Serena then teased. If I had to face you, Xian, I could only surrender. Xian scratched his head shyly. You're kidding. How could I ever fight you? Suddenly, someone ran up to them, calling out, Student Xian, please wait a moment. Xian turned around in surprise. You're looking for me? Claire Chu, out of breath, introduced herself. I am Claire Chu of the Tianlan Chu clan. I'm here because you've awakened the Frost bloodline. With such a pure Frost bloodline, you must be one of us. Xian asked, puzzled, Frost bloodline? Tianlan Chu clan. Serena, standing beside him, explained softly, Xian, I know of the Chu clan. They, like my Jiang clan, are an ancient family. They've been a major power in Tianlan province for hundreds of years. Their history is deep and their strength is not to be underestimated. Serena continued. However, I've heard that in recent years, fewer and fewer Chu clan members have been awakening the Frost bloodline. Because of this, the Chu clan is desperate for anyone who awakens it. Xian, you might be able to get a massive amount of cultivation resources from them. Serena's frankness made Claire blush. Well, that is possible. But Xian calmly refused. No need. I don't need any of that. But you claim I'm from the Chu clan. Do you have any proof? Hearing his question, Claire took out an Jinding stone and said, My father came here too. He brought the bloodline identification stone. If you are one of the Chu clan, the stone will resonate with you. Xian reached out to touch the stone. All right, let me try. The moment he touched it, the stone emitted an immense power. Claire shouted in shock. Xian, the purity of your Frost bloodline is over 90%. But Xian just smiled calmly. I do feel a sense of kinship with you through our bloodline. I never thought I'd find the origin of my Frost bloodline just by joining an exchange tournament. After the test, Claire asked, Student Xian, no, Brother Xian, my father would like to meet with you. Is that possible? Xian readily agreed, sure. Xian turned to Serena. Serena, you head back first. I have to go with her. Serena smiled. Okay, but don't feel any pressure, Xian. The Chu clan may be big in Tianlan, but they're still not as big as our Jiang clan. Claire retorted. Our Chu clan is actually quite formidable. And so, Claire led Xian to meet Herman Chu. As they reached the room, Claire stopped and said, Brother Xian, my father and my younger sister are waiting for you inside. At that moment, Xian couldn't help but think to himself, when my sister was gravely ill, at our lowest point, the Chu clan didn't lift a finger to help. Now that I've awakened my bloodline, they come knocking at my door. I really don't know what to say to them. Suddenly, the door to the room opened. Herman Chu walked out and said, You two are finally here. Claire greeted him, Father. Herman walked up to Xian and introduced himself. Hello, young Xian. I am Herman Chu. Xian politely shook his hand. Hello, I'm Xian. Herman smiled. I've long heard of your reputation, young friend. Meeting you now, you are truly extraordinary. As the necklace around his neck glowed, Herman said excitedly, You possess such a pure Frost bloodline. Realizing he was being a bit over the top, Herman quickly composed himself. To be precise, your father and I share the same great-grandfather, and Claire is your distant cousin. It's a pity your father passed away so early. Xian said calmly, That's all in the past. Herman said enthusiastically, Let's get to the point. Xian, as long as you agree to return to the main branch and change to the hidden Frost-type class, our Chu clan will use the full power of the clan, providing all kinds of resources unconditionally to help you quickly reach the third class change. Hearing this, Xian asked, A hidden class? But I've already become a holy knight. Can I change classes again? Suddenly, Herman became excited again. You don't need to worry about that. We have already prepared a top-tier class change item. Moreover, with a Frost bloodline as pure as yours, you can unleash the true power of the hidden Frost-type class. Xian began to think seriously. The strongest support system in my body is already bound to the Holy Knight class. It was under the guidance of the Holy Light that I was able to grow at a rate far exceeding ordinary people. To me now, the so-called hidden class of the Chu clan is not worth mentioning. After careful consideration, Xian asked, "For what you're saying, if I don't change my class, I can't receive the Chu clan's training, right?" Herman was stunned. "That's not wrong, but once you change your class, the countless skill books in our Chu clan's library will be yours. You'll get massive resources and never have to worry about leveling up again." After hearing this, Xian shook his head and refused. "Getting massive resources. It sounds good, but I still choose to refuse." Hearing the refusal, Herman became desperate. He quickly offered more options. "After you change your class, all your skills will be reset and your skill points returned. Your stats won't decrease. Plus, after you join the main branch of the Chu clan, in less than 6 years, we can absolutely get you to level 50 for your third class change." Xian said firmly, "Frankly, the conditions you've offered aren't attractive to me at all. I can get plenty of resources from the school. I don't need to worry about leveling up. Besides, I prefer my current Holy Knight class." Herman asked in disbelief. "A Holy Knight is just a support. Our Chu clan's hidden class is absolutely a top-tier DPS. Xian, what are you hesitating for?" Xian said angrily. "Just a support?" His words had struck a nerve. He said furiously, "In your eyes, a Holy Knight is just a support class. That only shows how shallow you are. As it happens, my team has a match against Tsinghua University tomorrow. I'll show you what a true Holy Knight is." Xian decisively turned to leave. Before he left, he waved goodbye. "Claire, I'll be going now. We'll see each other in the arena tomorrow." Claire quickly tried to stop him. "Brother Xian, wait." Seeing that he had left, Claire turned to question Herman. "Father, why didn't you try to keep him?" Herman said with a straight face, "Let him go. He still doesn't realize the limitations of a Holy Knight. After he sees the true strength of your Tsinghua University team tomorrow, it won't be too late to talk to him again." Wen Chu, from behind a chair, raised her hand. "Wait, I have a different opinion." Wen Chu popped her head up cutely. "Father, you're all being too lenient with Xian. Do we really need to go to such lengths just to persuade him to join the main branch?" Claire replied awkwardly, "That's all because..." Herman said helplessly, "Let me explain." He explained seriously. The ancestor of our Chu clan was the first professional on Blue Star to awaken the Frost bloodline. Under his leadership, the Chu clan rose to power. In the generations that followed, clan members continued to awaken the Frost bloodline, and we even had several third-class change powerhouses. Everything changed with the arrival of the Dark Era. Herman recounted, during the Dark Era, a large number of demons from another world invaded. The Chu clan's ancestor immediately led the clan's experts to battle. But the ancestor went missing during a deep expedition into the other world. Without his protection, all the third-class change elders were buried along with the expert from the other world. Although 5 of them used resurrection magic to bring themselves back, they were still affected by the eternal curse of the Demon Lord. Herman slumped into his chair and said grimly, "Since then, the rate of awakening the Frost bloodline in our Chu clan descendants has dropped drastically, not even 1% of what it used to be. This eternal curse is extremely tyrannical. It cannot be purified by simply continuing the bloodline. With no successors, the Chu clan looks strong on the surface, but in reality, we are incredibly weak." He smiled faintly. "Therefore, if Xian, with his high-purity Frost bloodline, returns to the main branch, we will use the entire clan's power to cultivate him. Xian's future strength might even match the ancestors." He said seriously, "Right now, Xian is on a winning streak in the individual matches. His confidence is at an all-time high. After he faces the Tsinghua University team, he will understand that our Chu clan is the key to him becoming stronger." Wen Chu asked, "Father, what if Xian wins?" Herman stammered. "Well." Claire walked over and patted her head, scolding her. "Why are you siding with Xian now? Tomorrow is my match too." When replied tearfully, "Sob, I just said, what if?" The next day, in the arena, the audience waited with excitement. The atmosphere for this match is insane. "Bro, you came specifically for the Suzhou versus Tsinghua battle, right?" "Of course. This is a top-tier university team battle. I can't believe we're getting a finals-level match in just the third round." The crowd buzzed. "I wonder if Xian can continue his winning streak against Tsinghua University. Tsinghua has the home field advantage this time. I have a bad feeling about this." Wen Chu sat behind, thinking mournfully, "My sister's team definitely has a higher chance of winning. But brother Xian? No, Xian will definitely win." Now, the system's announcement rang out. "Next, please welcome the representative teams of Tsinghua University and Suzhou University to the stage." As the two teams entered, the stadium erupted with cheers. "Suzhou University, Tsinghua University, Suzhou University." The moment he stepped onto the stage, Xian immediately used his skill, Mystic Light Warhammer. A giant hammer appeared and slammed down onto the arena floor. The crowd was immediately stunned by this weapon. A war hammer. So the captain of Suzhou University, Xian, actually uses a weapon. It's not strange for a holy knight, I guess. But Xian's entire aura seems to have changed. Yeah, even from hundreds of meters away, just looking at him gives me a sense of unease. Wen Chu's eyes widened. The aura Xian is giving off today, why does it feel several times stronger than before? Herman asked suspiciously. Could it be that he wasn't using his full strength before? Just then, Evan Lee, a level 22 warrior, spoke up. What's Xian doing standing so far forward? Does he intend to be the main damage dealer? Helena, a level 19 archer, replied, given Xian's performance in the individual matches yesterday, it's not surprising he'd be the damage dealer. Claire Chu, a level 18 priest, reminded them, and Xian's level is the highest among all the first-year students here. Luca, a level 20 mage, said dismissively, he's just a holy knight with some damage output. What's the use of a high level? Xavier Wong, a level 22 mechanist, also sneered. As a captain, with just that much strength, he's really not much to look at. Evan Lee said seriously, last year, we were suppressed by Suzhou University in the team battle, and in the end, we lost the championship. It was all for nothing. He coldly slammed his sword into the arena floor. Evan Lee ordered sternly, this year, our opponent is still Suzhou University. So give it 100% of your focus. When the match starts, go all out. Don't hesitate to injure or even cripple them. They replied in unison, no problem. Outside, Dean Chung walked up to Wu Meng with a smile. Well, old Wu, Xian has to be both support and DPS at the same time. Can he handle it on the stage? Don't lose the forest for the trees. Wu Meng laughed. Haha, you don't need to worry about that. On the battlefield, strength speaks for itself. I have confidence in him. Wu Meng's confident attitude made Dean Chung secretly worry. Strange. Normally, first-year students have very limited skill points. Being a jack of all trades means you're a master of none. Could it be that old Wu has some hidden ace up his sleeve? On the stage, Xian said seriously, when the match starts, it'll be just like our training back at school. I'll initiate the attack first. Everyone else, react as the situation develops. Rex Wong said excitedly, with Brother Xian going all out, we can finally slack off a bit. Even if the opponent is Tsinghua University, we can handle them easily. Xian turned to remind them, we should still be careful. After all, they were last year's runner-up. If anyone gets injured, get close to me. I'll heal you. They replied in unison, got it. The system began the countdown. 3, 2, 1, match start. As soon as it began, Xian announced, I'm going in. The moment he charged forward, countless skills activated. Blessing of the gods, blessing of protection, blessing of agility, blessing of courage. On the big screen, the commentator announced, facing Tsinghua University, Xian from Suzhou University doesn't hesitate for a moment. He chooses to directly charge at the opposing team. The whole stadium was in an uproar. When both sides are evenly matched, shouldn't they start with some long-range attacks to probe each other out? This clearly shows Xian is extremely confident in his own strength. He's running so fast and still able to cast spells. His skill mastery must be incredible. Evan Lee saw this and became excited. He smiled wickedly and said, "Humph, in such a hurry to die? Perfect, we've prepared our strongest long-range barrage just for you." In the back, Helena had her bow drawn. Instantly, she fired an arrow. Homing arrow. The arrow shot towards Xian with incredible speed. Facing this arrow, Xian didn't even flinch. The arrows flew rapidly towards Xian. Helena said excitedly, "My A-rank homing arrow locks onto the target's position, making it impossible to dodge. Without a tank teammate to block for you, Xian, let's see how you stop these arrows." As the arrows were about to hit, Xian said in annoyance, "This is a bit troublesome." He casually crushed the arrow with his bare hand. His skill left Helena in shock. "What? He crushed my homing arrow with his bare hand? That's an A-rank skill, and I've even upgraded it to level 8. Evan Lee, beside her, snorted coldly. A Holy Knight as a DPS is just banking on his defensive stats. But it ends here. Once Luca finishes casting his skill, let's see how you block that. At that moment, a powerful energy appeared on Luca's staff. He immediately unleashed that power and said, "Xian, take this. My strongest attack." A fire phoenix appeared. Inferno Phoenix. The fire phoenix aimed at Xian and shot a fireball. The ball instantly erupted into a massive flame. Phoenix Flame Breath. Xian quickly jumped back to dodge the attack. Not stopping there, Luca continued his attack. Inferno Phoenix Scorch Lance. Seeing the phoenix fly towards him, Xian stood there calmly and asked, "Is it just fire?" Luca was furious. "He's still not running? It seems I'll be the one to take Xian down." In the stands, people were amazed. As expected from Tsinghua University's top player, this Inferno Phoenix is an A+ rank skill, a skill that powerful is impossible to block. I wonder how Xian will handle it. Xian charging out alone was definitely too arrogant. Up above, Yu Zhong chuckled. "Right now, I think Xian's wisest choice is to retreat. With his speed advantage, he has a chance to get back to his team and defend." Sume heard this and laughed. "Retreat." Yu Zhong was annoyed. "Sume, what are you laughing at?" Sume replied casually, "Sorry, I just couldn't help but laugh when I heard you think a mere A-rank skill could make Xian retreat." Yu Zhong huffed. "Humph, just wait until Xian loses. Then you can cry all you want." Sume replied calmly, "Is that so? I hope you really have the ability to make that happen." Inside the arena, the sight of Xian moving forward shocked everyone. Yu Zhong asked in confusion, "What's happening?" Suddenly, a massive power source appeared, surrounding Xian. Xian's current state was revealed, a rank Sacred Flame Halo. The halo, condensed from holy fire, grants the user the ability to manipulate the fire element, enhancing the light-based abilities of himself and nearby allies by 20%, and increasing the damage of fire-based skills for a period of time. Xian arrogantly commanded, "Sacred Flame Halo, absorb it all for me." Luca shouted in disbelief. "How is this possible?" The phoenix was being sucked towards Xian. He said, "Come here, little firebird, and become my power." Instantly, the phoenix was completely absorbed by him. Helena, in the back, saw this and said arrogantly, "It seems Tsinghua University has no idea about the true depth of our Holy Knight Captain." Serena Jiang continued, "Not even the Divine Flame Dragon bloodline could harm Xian, let alone this fire-based skill." Xian held the absorbed phoenix in his hand, smiling, "Sorry to disappoint you all. I possess the skill Sacred Flame Halo, which also allows me to manipulate the fire element." In the stands, everyone's eyes widened. People shouted in awe, "God, I think I felt the presence of a deity." Too terrifying. Xian actually has a God-gifted skill. He's too strong. Xian can truly be called Xian the God. Yu Zhong was just as surprised. She asked in frustration, "A God-gifted skill? How could it be a God-gifted skill? Sacred Flame Halo. Even third-class change professionals can't easily obtain one. How did Xian get it? Sume smiled. Maybe Xian is just lucky. After all, it's normal for a genius to have a fortuitous encounter. Yu Zhong said, unconvinced. Don't get cocky. We still have plenty of aces up our sleeves. Sume shrugged. Same as before, I hope you really have the ability to back that up. Sume's indifferent attitude drove Yu Zhong mad with anger. At this moment, Wen Chu looked at Xian with admiring eyes. She asked, Father, what's a God-gifted skill? Why does everyone seem so excited? Herman replied, because God-gifted skills are the most special kind of skills. He explained, they cannot be learned from any skill book, nor can they be passed down through any form of inheritance. Only a professional blessed by a deity is qualified to receive a God-gifted skill. It's very clear that Xian's Sacred Flame Halo was personally bestowed upon him by the God of Light. Herman began to reminisce. The Chu clan possesses the Frost bloodline. Naturally, many in the clan are followers of the Frost Goddess. But after our bloodline was cursed, the blessings of the Frost Goddess also vanished. He hung his head helplessly and said, therefore, professionals worthy of a god's blessing possess unfathomable potential. The terms we offered might truly be insignificant to Xian. Wen Chu turned to him and said, so, our trip was for nothing? But Herman said firmly, no, there's still a chance. After the match ends, I will talk to Xian again. He could be the hope for the Chu clan's revival. I will absolutely not give up easily. Meanwhile, on the stage, Luca looked at Xian with utter disbelief. How is this possible? My Inferno Phoenix, how is it gone? Seeing Luca's dazed look, Evanly patted his shoulder to comfort him. Although I don't understand how Xian did it, it's certain that fire-based magic is completely useless against him. Luca, don't be discouraged. Try attacking with other elemental skills. He immediately regained his composure and replied, right. Evanly raised his sword and commanded, Helena, continue to use long-range attacks to stop Xian from advancing. We absolutely cannot let him get close to us. Helena replied while firing a volley of arrows. No problem. Luca also enthusiastically launched another attack. He smirked and said, Xian, don't get too smug. We have ways to deal with you. Instantly, a wall of rock appeared, blocking Xian's view. Luca shouted, Rock Fortress! At the same time, Helena's arrows flew in from the side. Gale Arrow Storm. Xian's face was stern as he thought. You think this can stop me from advancing? Nice try, but you're still too naive. Xian stood still and raised his hand to launch an attack. Holy Light Shield Toss. Instantly, a shield of light appeared, deflecting all the incoming arrows. Claire Chu was stunned when she saw the skill. That's the A+ rank Holy Light Shield Toss, and its level doesn't look low at all. Even Helena had to praise him. Xian's defense is really solid, but at least we've stopped him from advancing quickly. Hearing that, Xian nodded in agreement. This does disrupt my combat rhythm a bit. It seems I'll have to use a long-range skill to break their formation. Suddenly, Evanly realized something was wrong. He shouted, Not good, retreat. But just at that moment, Xian had already created a giant fire tornado that swept everything around away. Sacred Flame Storm. Evan leaped back, shouting, Everyone get clear. The tornado destroyed everything in its path, its destructive power immense. Helena quickly dodged, thinking in fear, a sacred flame storm of this magnitude. If I get caught in it, I'll be eliminated instantly. Suddenly, Evanly asked, Wait, where's Luca? Is he still in there? Indeed, Luca was struggling to hold on inside the tornado. He cursed angrily, Damn it, is he really a holy knight? The elemental skill he just unleashed is even more terrifying than mine, a mage. Seeing that Luca was still holding on, Xian smirked. Looks like the fire isn't hot enough. But don't worry, after all, I absorbed your entire Inferno Phoenix. The flames grew stronger, and Luca's shield shattered completely. Xian coldly shouted, Burn! Inside the tornado, Luca screamed in agony, his cries hopeless. His staff fell and shattered. After the storm, Luca's body was char-black. He lay in pain, moaning, "Help! Help me!" Xian was getting more into the fight. He said with a hint of annoyance, couldn't finish you in one go. But you won't be so lucky next time." His arrogant demeanor infuriated Evan Lee. He roared, "You arrogant bastard! Claire, go heal Luca. I'll deal with Xian." Claire immediately replied, "Got it." Xian raised his warhammer and said, "Perfect timing." A golden light shot towards Evan Lee, radiant cleave, but Evan stood there and said contemptuously, "Humph, watch me block this head-on." Just as the attack arrived, Evan Lee quickly activated a shield. Parry's shield. Seeing the large shield floating in the air, Claire Chu was startled. "That's the captain's shield." Radiant cleave slammed into the parry shield, creating a massive explosion. After the attack, Evan was also exhausted, kneeling and panting. He couldn't help but think, this Xian's strength is truly terrifying. No wonder Kale, with his steel-like talent, couldn't even block a few of his punches. Suddenly, Evan Lee's eyes flared with fire. He roared, "But I'm no pushover." He quickly launched a counterattack. Rage Slash. Xian casually shattered the attack with his warhammer. He said dismissively, "All flash, no substance." Seeing his attack destroyed in an instant, Evan Lee was stunned. How is this possible? How did he block it so directly? Normally, this one slash of mine could even take down a level 20 gold rank magical beast. Evan Lee refused to give up. He charged forward with his sword again. "I don't believe it." Xian again. Just as Evan leaped up to strike, Xian quickly met him with his warhammer. "Humph, then I'll beat you until you submit." The clash of their attacks created an immense shockwave. Evan Lee's strength made Xian feel exhilarated. He said excitedly, "Awesome. As expected of the captain of Tsinghua University. You're the first person my age who can match my strength head-on." Evan Lee struggled to block the blow while thinking in frustration, "Damn it, Xian's strength attribute is even higher than mine. If this continues, my stamina won't hold out for long." The next second, Xian knocked Evan Lee's sword away. He scolded angrily, "You can't even hold onto your own weapon. Are you out of strength already?" Xian rushed towards Evan Lee and shouted, "Get back." Evan was stunned. "Not good, I can't dodge in time." In that critical moment, a shield appeared, protecting Evan from the fatal blow. The attack being blocked made Xian feel displeased. A guaranteed hit was actually blocked. At the same time, a giant robot centipede appeared from above Xian. He quickly turned and raised a shield, Holy Light Aegis. But the centipede's horn cracked the shield. In just a moment, Xian's defensive shield was shattered. He angrily charged forward to attack. "Break for me." After attacking, Xian quickly landed. He silently assessed, "This robot's sneak attack damage is really high. My level 9 Holy Light Aegis was pierced with one hit." Evan Lee stood up, panting. Seeing that Xavier Wang had just helped him, he quickly thanked him. "Xavier, thanks for saving me." Xavier replied casually, "It's what I should do. If I hadn't stepped in, we probably would have lost. I'll handle Xian from here. You go deal with the others." Xavier Wang slowly revealed his skills, saying, "I originally thought I'd have to hide my strength to deal with Ronan Nguyen from Mado University. I never expected Xian alone could push our entire team to such a desperate state." Xavier Wang continued to create another robot. This time it was a monster, Robot Wasp Model GX100, level 21, silver quality. Then a series of other robots. Dice Light Rocket Robot, level 21, silver quality. BT-200 Assault Trooper, level 22, silver quality. Seeing the pile of robots in front of him, Xian thought in surprise, Xavier Wang is only level 19, but these robots are all around level 21 to 22. In the stands, Wu Meng glanced at Dean Sheng and smiled. "Dean Sheng, it seems your Tsinghua University has some hidden aces as well." Dean Sheng replied confidently, "Of course." He looked proudly at Xavier Wang and said, "Xavier possesses the S+ talent, Mechanic's Heart, which allows him to create robots of a higher level than himself." Wu Meng said with interest, "An S+ talent, so that's how it is." The victory of this team match will depend on these two. On the stage, Xian suddenly smiled. A mechanist human wave tactic, huh? His eyes flashed with fire. Xian said excitedly, "Let me see just how strong this human wave of yours is." Xavier Wang angrily commanded his robots to advance, shouting, "How dare you charge directly into my robot army? You're courting death." The robots immediately fired countless bullets. The powerful bullets sped towards Xian. Next, the robot wasps also flew up aggressively. Finally, the tanks fired continuously from a distance. Xian quickly raised a shield to block. Twin shield toss. Xian looked coldly at the unending barrage of bullets. Suddenly, he commanded, "Go." The shields instantly shot forward, pushing back all the bullets and robots. Next, Xian immediately used the skill Holy Cross. A giant cross of light appeared, surrounding his body. The robots began to be electrified. In just a moment, they were blown to pieces. Xavier Wang watched his robots get destroyed and cursed angrily. "Damn it, my robots are made of fire-resistant materials, and even they can't withstand it." Xavier suddenly pulled out a keyboard and said, "I have robots of this level too." Then he pressed a certain key. A series of robots were created again. Xavier said in frustration, "I don't believe your spiritual power won't run out. Charge!" At the same time, among Xian's teammates, Rex Wang comfortably destroyed a robot and sent a message. Xavier would never have guessed that Brother Xian is an expert at dealing with this kind of situation. At this moment, Xian glanced at the announcement board and silently calculated just enough time. A skill was about to be unleashed. Divine Storm. The moment Xavier saw it, he quickly commanded, "It's that terrifying skill again. Retreat." But it was a step too late. Divine Storm was activated, destroying all the robots on the stage. At the same time, Xavier's screen was flooded with red notifications. Unit 74, connection lost. Xavier gritted his teeth in anger. Just at the start, and I've already lost a third of them. Damn it. Suddenly, he took a deep breath and said to himself, "It seems the human wave tactic is useless against him. I have no choice. I have to use my final ace." Xavier quickly summoned a giant machine. "Come out." HX Arbiter. A machine appeared with a jaw full of teeth. It was like a shark about to unleash a massive burst of power. At the same time, the hooks around the HX's body moved up. Xavier shouted frantically, "HX Arbiter combine." Instantly, the HX created a small opening, pulling Xavier inside to merge. Meanwhile, the HX's body grew larger and larger, starting to touch the protective shield of the arena. The moment it touched the shield, the system immediately sounded a warning. Restriction detected, urgently upgrading the defensive field's altitude. Seeing this giant robot, the audience was completely shocked. This is just too over the top. The first time an epic-grade mechanical creation has appeared in the National University Tournament. Finally, a new monster appeared. HX Arbiter, level 23, epic quality. Now, a girl was looking at the arena and couldn't stop marveling. The first years this session are all monsters. At this moment, on the stage, seeing that Xavier had brought out his secret weapon, Evanly couldn't help but laugh. "Haha, Xavier's Arbiter is out. You guys are definitely going to lose this time," he said to Serena Jiang. But Serena Jiang ignored his words and continued to charge forward to attack. She angrily slashed at Evanly and said, "Humph, Brother Xian will not lose." Evan dodged back in alarm, continuing his taunts. "Still fighting? Why bother?" On Xian's side, Xavier, inside the HXMA, shouted, "Xian, let me give you a taste of the Arbiter's powerful fire power." The projectiles were fired. Xian watched them approach without flinching. He calculated, blanketing firepower. Can't take it head on. Immediately after, Xian started using rocks to propel himself upwards. He nimbly weaved through the projectiles to dodge them. Xian looked at the firepower behind him and thought, "Can't you come up with something new?" But he didn't know that another projectile was heading straight for him. Luckily, Xian managed to swerve and dodge it. The moment it passed him, the projectile exploded instantly. Xian looked at its destructive power and couldn't help but feel lucky. That was close. Xavier, inside, laughed maniacally. Run, run. Xavier relentlessly attacked, asking, "This time, you have nowhere to run, right?" In a critical moment, Xian had to use his hammer to smash all the incoming projectiles. At the same time, the HX suddenly reached back and pulled out a sword. It coldly swung down a slash straight into the ground. With just one slash, the ground was split in two. Xavier, inside the Arbiter, relentlessly taunted, "Xian, is running all you know?" He continuously swung out countless more slashes, then continued, "Is everyone from Suzhou University such a coward?" His words struck a nerve with Xian. He immediately retorted, "Running? Fine, let's have a real fight." Seeing Xian's provoked state, Xavier cursed inwardly. He can't take a little provocation. What a fool. He quickly pulled a lever, thinking with contempt. With that kind of self-control, he can be the captain of Suzhou University? It seems Suzhou University is on its way down. The Arbiter swung down again, but this time, Xian didn't choose to dodge. He countered with his hammer. The hammer instantly sent the Arbiter's sword flying. Then, Xian immediately unleashed his skill, Hand of God. A powerful light appeared from above. It seemed to be absorbing everything around it. The Arbiter began to be electrified. The match monitoring system cursed in frustration. What the hell is going on? The shield's energy is suddenly being drained. Suddenly, a system outside the arena announced, "Initiating emergency protocol." The systems below quickly flew up. They rushed into the shield. Each match's monitoring system is controlled by a powerful light magic stone, which can be used to restore the match's protective shield. On Evan Lee and Serena Zhang's side, the light attracted Serena's attention. Seeing Evan Lee charging towards her, Serena Zhang quickly jumped back to dodge. Serena looked at Ling Si and shouted, "Retreat." On Helena's side, arrows were flying out at high speed. Song Helena and Rex Wong hurriedly retreated. As soon as Serena's words were spoken, the two exchanged a look and retreated in unison. On this side, Evan Lee also noticed something was wrong. He shouted, "Don't pursue," but Luca asked angrily, "They're scared. Why aren't we pursuing?" The Tsinghua University team quickly regrouped. Evan Lee looked at the energy source and said, "Something's wrong. There's something not right about this power." At that moment, a giant handprint emerged from the light. The entire stadium screamed in terror. "What is that?" Xavier, sitting inside, saw it too. He was terrified. A god-tier skill. Such a terrifying aura. It must be an S-rank skill to manifest like this. Xavier's face turned pale. Although it was only one rank higher than the A+ Arbiter, the gap between them was like heaven and earth. But then he started to feel excited. Xavier said excitedly, "No, how can I be scared before we've even fought? It's just a god-tier skill. I don't believe you can defeat me." Xavier seemed to become one with the Arbiter. He madly launched an attack. Arbiter limit break. The saw teeth on the sword began to operate at full power. Xavier crazily created a series of slashes. His face began to lose control. Xavier immediately attacked. Flurry slash. A series of slashes shot straight toward the hand. He thought he had defeated it. Success. But a beam of light appeared, shattering his joy. The hand slammed down on the Arbiter. A massive energy source created an incredibly powerful blast. Everyone in the stands was terrified. They were all shocked by the blast and screamed. Now, on the arena floor, pieces of the robot slowly flew towards Xian. Xian coldly swatted it away. After that last attack, the Arbiter had been completely shattered, and Xavier was defeated. Helena said in a daze. She stammered out two words, "Lost." At that moment, Xavier, enduring his injuries, raised his hand and called out, "Xian." His voice trembled as he continued, "Xian." But the only response was Xian's cold, retreating back. The entire stadium immediately exploded. Godly. The holy light is so strong. Awesome. Terrifying. It was like a nuclear explosion. The whole stadium chanted his name in unison. Zian, 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 Zian. He walked away cheerfully amidst the cheers. Zian, Zian. Dean Chungbin said, the God-tier skill, hand of God. Our Tsinghua University's loss was not in vain. His heart ached. He had originally thought that with Xavier, this year's championship would be a piece of cake for Tsinghua University. After watching the match, Dean Chung was sweating profusely. I never expected a freak like Xian to appear. Close combat, support, magic. No matter the category, he's incredibly strong, even omnipotent. Dean Chung turned to leave, but before he did, he said to Wu Mang, Dean Wu, your Suzhou University has a very good seed. I've been teaching for over 30 years, and Xian is the most brilliant one. He continued with regret, among the many geniuses I have ever met. Wu Mang burst out laughing in response. In the stands, everyone cheered for Suzhou University and Xian. Suzhou University, Xian, Suzhou University. The cheers were endless. Xian, Serena Jiang couldn't help but feel amazed by this scene. This is insane. Rex Wong walked along, saying happily, too easy. Tsinghua University is nothing special after all. Song Helena asked doubtfully, easy? Without Xian, we couldn't have dealt with that, Xavier. Tang Lingxi nodded in agreement. That's right. A level 23 epic grade robot. Without Xian, we would have lost 100%. Rex Wong laughed heartily. You're all talking about a situation without Brother Xian. But we have it now, don't we? Serena Jiang laughed. In another half a year, the stadium will be expanded. The venue for this year's freshman exchange tournament can hold 20,000 spectators. Serena Jiang said happily. Plus, with the live broadcast and the hype from this battle, Xian's name will be known throughout the entire Xia country. Xian gently scolded her. You're getting more and more disrespectful. In a certain room, a woman was watching the match live. She commented, Xian's strength is not bad. She said arrogantly, a prodigy like him is exactly the kind of talent our Sky Martial Guild needs. It's just that his level is a bit low. We'll have to wait until after his second promotion to invite him to the guild. A man walked up and suggested, Sky Martial is the top guild in the Xia country. Even a logistics staff member must be at least level 30 with a second promotion. But after this battle, Xian's combat data will definitely be sent to the higher-ups of all the major guilds. By then, it probably won't be too late for us to make a move, right? She immediately retorted, No. The woman looked at Xian with interest and said, With the old guild master here, even if we can't recruit him immediately. She said confidently, This junior brother of mine will eventually be a member of our Sky Martial Guild. At the hospital, everyone in Xavier Wang's hospital room was worried. The doctors discussed non-stop. Recovery art, spirit calming art, don't stop. Everyone, write a report before your mana is depleted. Everyone was trying to save Xavier. During this time, everyone was extremely busy. Second team's priest, get ready to replace the first team's healing priest. Damn it, why is this holy light so violent? Even Dispel can't remove it. Xian was too heavy-handed. At this moment, Evanly spoke up. If the arena's magic shield hadn't been activated, it's hard to say if Xavier would have survived. We would have been injured as well. The entire team bowed their heads in apology. Evanly stood up and said, Dean, we're sorry. We lost. We failed to live up to the vast resources the school gave us. Dean Chung waved his hand. It's not your fault this time. Xian is just too strong. In this year's team tournament, our Tsinghua University can only take third place. Hearing this, everyone was shocked. Third place? Dean, even though we lost to Suzhou University, we can still beat Mado University. That's right, Dean. If we lose to Mado University as well, our school will be greatly disgraced. It will be a huge humiliation. Dean Chung glanced at Xavier and said, Xavier is seriously injured, and all 200 of his machines from the battle were destroyed. Our Tsinghua University no longer has any members who can fight against Ronan Nguyen of Mado University. Xavier lay in his hospital bed, seething with resentment. Xian, he felt utterly defeated. You are indeed very strong. But after the second promotion, my mechanic's heart will truly unleash the power of an S+ talent. Xavier gripped the bedsheet in anger. At that time, I will definitely have a decisive battle with you. At the same time, in a certain room, Herman Chu sincerely bowed to Xian in apology. Xian, I apologize. I was truly blind. A Holy Knight can be a support while also possessing extremely powerful DPS capabilities. Of course, in all my years, I've only ever seen you, Xian, accomplish this. You are truly a one-in-a-million genius. But Xian bluntly cut through the facade. Mr. Chu, let's skip the pleasantries. Just say what you need to say. Herman laughed. Someone with strength is indeed straightforward. He said frankly, I have reported to the clan. The Patriarch and the Council of Elders have both promised that as long as you return to the clan, they will definitely use the full strength of the clan to cultivate you. Xian asked, puzzled. The Patriarch and the Council of Elders? Seeing his confusion, Herman explained, the Chu clan has a large number of members. Every year, when resources are distributed, how much each branch gets depends on its own abilities. Within the vast Chu clan, there are various interest groups. The two largest are the Council of Elders and the Patriarch's faction. Herman seriously adjusted his glasses. Under normal circumstances, the two sides would never cooperate. But on the matter of you, Xian, they have reached a common goal. It seemed that everything stemmed from himself, which made Xian a bit flustered. This isn't too bad. With the promise of the Chu clan's power factions, I won't have to worry about some messy things after returning to the main branch. But my teacher is Principal Wang Hui. Without the Chu clan's help, I can still get resources and level up quickly. Xian thought carefully. The most important thing is that I still have the super sharp weapon of this system. After thinking it over, Xian made his decision. I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you. I don't plan on changing my class. His answer left Herman devastated. He asked sorrowfully, is there really no way for our Chu clan to rise again? Seeing his mournful expression, Xian comforted him. But I know someone who possesses the Frost bloodline. Perhaps in the future, she will consider the hidden profession of her Chu clan. Herman banged his head against the wall in despair. No. The three great hidden professions of the Chu clan, besides possessing the Frost bloodline, also require a certain concentration. An ordinary Frost bloodline cannot be used for a class change. Xian pointed at him and asked, my sister's Frost bloodline concentration is at least 3 times higher than yours. That should be enough, right? When he heard this, Herman's eyes lit up. He joyfully grabbed Xian's hand and asked, your sister also awakened the Frost bloodline? Suddenly, Herman started laughing uncontrollably. His spirits were lifted again. Herman laughed heartily. This is great. I can finally see the Chu clan rise again. I can finally face our ancestors. The heavens are blessing my Chu clan. Blessing my Chu clan. Is it true? A Frost bloodline concentration 3 times higher than mine. That's a bloodline concentration of nearly 10 points. She can choose any of the 3 great hidden Frost-type professions. His manic state made Xian curse inwardly. He's lost it. I can't let him get too excited. Xian tried to calm him down. Don't get too excited yet. Whether she chooses the Chu clan's professional training path, we still have to ask for her opinion. Herman nodded eagerly. Okay, whatever you say is fine. When can we go meet your sister? Hearing this question, Xian pondered. For me, joining the Chu clan doesn't have much use. First, I can't change my class. Second, I can get resources from the system and teacher Wang Hui. But for my sister, Chu Yun, it's completely different. Although I can also provide her with cultivation resources, it definitely can't compare to the full support of clan. If the Chu clan didn't help when Father Chu and Mother Chu were in trouble, then it's not too much for all the compensation to be on Chu Yun now. After careful thought, Xian decided to call Chu Yun, his heart pounding. Before the match, I let Xiao Kuei stay with her. I wonder if she's been mistreated. When he called, Chu Yun quickly answered. As soon as they were connected, Chu Yun, holding Xiao Kuei, excitedly called out, "Brother!" Seeing this, Xian thought to himself, I knew it. She excitedly spun Xiao Kuei around and laughed. That battle was so awesome. It was a complete domination. Many of the girls at my school admire you and want your contact information. I won't give it to them. The sister-in-law in my heart must be strong. Very strong, super strong. She must have broad shoulders, muscular arms, firm skin, and muscular legs. Chu Yun said excitedly. She must be able to lift a sword weighing hundreds of kilograms. Some people came looking for you a while ago, saying they were from the Chu clan. He briefly introduced. The main branch of the Chu family has a total of 3 great hidden professions: Frost Archer, Frost Swordsman, and Ice Contract Master. The Archer and Swordsman are physical professions, while the Ice Contract Master is a magic profession. Based on your Frost bloodline concentration, you can choose any of the 3. Hearing this, Chu Yun paid even closer attention. She looked seriously at the 3 images in front of her and made her decision. Brother, I'll choose this profession. Ice attribute magic attacks suit me. Xian reminded her. Once you accept the Chu family's career plan, you'll need to go to the Chu family's clan land in Tianlan province for at least 3 to 4 years of study and training. You have to think it through. Chu Yun replied firmly. I've thought it through. Chu Yun said with emotion, Brother is so brilliant. As his younger sister, I absolutely can't fall behind. She thought to herself, if I can get the Chu family's resources, then I won't have to consume my brother's resources and become a burden to him. After she had chosen, Xian promised, after I finish my business here, I'll go with you to Tianlan province. And so, the two finished their conversation. After talking with Chu Yun, Xian went back to the freshman arena. The system cheerfully welcomed everyone. Welcome to the 4th round of the National College and University Freshman Exchange Tournament. Today, we will select the top 8 prodigies to advance to the 5th round of the singles tournament. The system announced, first, I will announce the rewards from the Xia Flame Professionals Alliance for the top 8 players in the singles tournament. The system presented a potion bottle and said, S- grade magic potion. The audience was thrilled. Whoa, it's an S- grade magic potion. As expected of the Xia Flame Professionals Alliance. So generous. Awesome. Even a 3rd-tier professional would covet it. Serena Jiang, who was next to him, turned and said, Brother Xian, last year's champion's reward was only an S- grade magic potion. Xian replied, because of the 3rd tier, the Alliance needs to cultivate more geniuses. Serena Jiang nodded and replied, That's right. Suddenly, the system continued to present rewards. Players who advance to the top 4 will receive S-grade resources, and the winner of the singles tournament. It presented a new weapon and said, will receive a legendary grade weapon crafted by the Grandmaster Blacksmith Qi Jun of the Xia Flame Professionals Alliance. This reward surprised even Xian. A legendary grade weapon. This is the highest grade weapon that humans can forge. The amazing reward made every player eager to win. I must get that championship. After announcing the rewards, the system announced, all players, please enter the arena and prepare for the match. Serena Jiang went first. She smiled and said to Xian, Brother Xian, cheer for me. Xian encouraged her. You can definitely do it. At this moment, Xian's opponent stepped onto the stage. The two officially faced each other. Feng Chang, clad in armor, said, Xian, I know you're very strong. He swung his sword and shouted, but I'm not weak either. He felt a sense of joy in his heart. Ordinary professionals pursue a balanced development of attributes, but I'm different. Feng Chang was full of confidence, thinking to himself, I've only chosen to add points to strength, so I'm absolutely confident in my power. At this moment, the system sounded, the match begins. As soon as the words were spoken, Xian advanced with his mace. Feng Chang also began to charge. He laughed provocatively. Xian, you're here. Do you dare to fight me head-on? The guy quickly struck first. Violent slash. The two forces collided. In just a moment, the guy's sword showed signs of cracking. The next second, Xian's mace shattered the sword. He continued to smash it straight into Feng Chang. He fell to his knees in pain, his voice full of disbelief. How is this possible? I've only used strength points. How can your strength suppress mine? Xian slung his mace over his shoulder and said mockingly, "Is that all?" At this moment, the entire audience erupted. Even with only strength points, he was still suppressed. How terrifying is Xian's strength? Xian's attribute values are too mysterious. I seriously suspect he's hacking. The teammates from Maton University below also shouted in disbelief. How is this possible? In a contest of strength, Brother Chong actually lost. Dean Su said in a daze, Feng Chong, with his equipment boost, has a strength of around 370 points. To achieve this one-hit suppression effect, Xian's strength attribute must be at least over 450 points. He suddenly remembered the terrifying scene from before and couldn't help but feel defeated. Plus his extremely high intelligence attribute. It's too terrifying. Dean Su asked worriedly. Nguyen Hop, are you confident you can beat Xian? Nguyen Hop thought for a few seconds and replied, a 30 to 50% chance. At the same time, on the stage, Feng Chong tried to get up. He gritted his teeth and said, I haven't lost yet. Feng Chong jumped up and shouted, come on. A knight only dies standing, never kneeling in surrender. Xian said with respect, I respect you as a true man. Feng Chong rushed in to attack. No touch. Xian was not to be outdone and countered with his own attack. Mace of Repentance. The heavy mace slammed straight into Feng Chong. Feng Chong screamed in pain, then was sent flying. The people from Manhwa University below immediately shouted, Announce the end of the match. We surrender. The system quickly received the information and announced, Manhwa University surrenders. The winner of this match is Xian. Xian was immediately drowned in cheers. Xian is the strongest. Xian, I love you. After the nurses came to examine Feng Chong, they all said with a sigh, it's this troublesome holy light again. Hurry up, start treatment immediately. No kidding, he's Xian's opponent. With that, the three of them took Feng Chong for treatment. At Xian's side, a day after the match, the Suzhou University team gathered in a room to discuss strategy. Wu Meng spoke, very good, our Suzhou University has 2 people in the top 8. Wu Meng praised Song Helena. Your advancement was a surprise. Your chances of getting into the top 4 are not high, but you must still try your best. Song Helena replied cheerfully, I understand. Next, he turned to Serena Jiang. Serena Jiang, with your strength, you should be able to get into the top 4. It's just that your luck was a bit bad, running into Nguyen Hop. He's a championship seed. Wu Meng said seriously, there are only 2 spots left in the top 8, which will be chosen from the losers bracket. I hope you can seize the opportunity. He turned to Xian and said, Xian, I'm very confident in you. The task of winning the singles tournament championship is up to you. Xian seriously replied, understood. Next, Wu Meng continued, in tomorrow's team matches, we have 2 matches, both against ordinary colleges. He looked at the people behind him and said, so you substitutes can go out and get some practice. After the decision was made, Wu Meng immediately explained tomorrow's tactics to them. Serena Jiang sat in a nearby chair, deep in thought. The semifinals of the 4th round of the individual tournament are called the brutal losers bracket. Only 2 out of 70 contestants will advance to the 5th round of the individual tournament. After that, as long as I advance to the top 4 in the 6th round, I can get a rare S-grade resource. Serena Jiang thought with determination. Even with the Jiang family's immense financial power, S-grade resources are not just given away. If I can get it, my strength will definitely improve by another level. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Xian, your strength has been exposed. Wu Meng continued happily. With your strength, you could wipe out an ordinary college team by yourself. But tomorrow's team match is mainly for their training. Just protect them and try not to intervene. Xian nodded. I understand. Suddenly, 2 female students walked in. When they saw Xian, they screamed in surprise. It's God Xian. This voice attracted countless other female students who rushed over. They crowded around him. Student Xian, Student Xian. It's really Student Xian in person. Oh my God, he's so handsome. He's looking at me. Xian asked in confusion. You are? They immediately replied. I'm your fan. Can you sign this for me? He asked again, stunned. An autograph? Immediately after, the group took out countless photos of Zian and shouted, me too, I want one too. Thank you, God Zian. You're so handsome. God Zian, we will always support you in the next match. Go for it. Oh my God, student Zian is blushing. So cute. God Zian, you must take good care of yourself. Absolutely don't get hurt. Stop. When he saw these photos, Zian's face darkened. Is this me? Song Helena, sitting next to him, said softly. Zian is quite popular, isn't he? At this moment, a spirit appeared in Serena Zhang's mind, saying, will Brother Zian be snatched away by them? I'm so worried. If I don't follow Brother Zian's footsteps, I'll be left behind. She silently made a decision. 70 people, only 2 spots. I must get one. She whispered to herself, Brother Zian, I will definitely get it. Seeing that she had been provoked, the spirit was overjoyed. At the same time, Zian suddenly felt a chill down his spine. He turned around in surprise. Why do I suddenly have a feeling of being watched? That night, the semifinals of the 4th round of the individual tournament began. The contestants were transported to a deserted forest. People asked in confusion, why a forest? Isn't the venue different every year? I remember last year it was a castle. Someone replied, the semifinals of the 4th round of the individual tournament are created by the teachers and military experts from various universities who input combat data from wars, which is then compiled and simulated by an AI to create a dungeon. A girl holding a staff looked around warily and continued. In order to make the dungeon more like a battlefield, a random setting was added during the initial creation, so the venue is different every year. The girl continued. Not only that, the monsters we have to face are also different every year. Serena Jiang walked carefully, observing her surroundings. The environment is so humid. Someone suddenly asked, so what should we do now? We have to. Just as he was speaking, his voice was suddenly cut off. The system appeared and announced, welcome, students. This dungeon is the bewitching forest of Nguyen. The rules are as follows. Every half hour, mysterious monsters will appear around the deserted village. There will be a total of 3 waves of monster attacks. The monsters only have one goal, to devour. You must try to kill the monsters before you are devoured. The last 2 students who kill the most monsters will advance to the 5th round of the singles competition. Before starting, the system reminded them that this dungeon was not life-threatening and there was no return scroll. After hearing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Someone said happily, so we just have to kill monsters. That's simple enough. That's right. Nothing to worry about. We've practiced in dungeons so many times, no problem. Serena Jiang calmly observed everyone around her. Unknown monsters appearing randomly makes everyone feel very uneasy. The system announced that the first wave of monster attacks was about to begin. As soon as the words were spoken, a purple mist appeared. Serena Jiang looked seriously in the direction of a mist. Here they come. However, after the mist dissipated, there were no monsters to be seen, only the rustling of trees. Serena Jiang wondered to herself, still no sign of them? At this moment, the person behind her suddenly clutched his neck and groaned, so itchy. He cursed in frustration. Damn it, why is it so itchy? Hearing this, Serena Jiang was horrified. A purple substance grew on the man's neck, causing him to scream incessantly. So itchy, so itchy. The more he scratched, the faster the substance spread. So itchy, so itchy. He ran toward Serena Jiang and begged, so itchy, so itchy, so itchy. Help me, classmate, please help me. Then, the classmate was officially defeated by the monster. The system announced, Lam Thursday of Danton University has been devoured by the monster and has been eliminated from the dungeon. Serena Jiang thought suspiciously. I didn't see any monster appear at all. Is it a monster that can conceal its form? Next, more students were affected. Everyone panicked and screamed. What's happening to them? When they couldn't see the monsters, but had witnessed so many students being defeated, everyone panicked. What's going on? Where are these monsters coming from? I can't even see them. How am I supposed to fight? Amidst the chaos, only Serena Jiang thought calmly. I can't panic. First, I need to calm down and find the problem. The monsters must have a weakness. Serena wondered, are they transparent, incorporeal, or do they not exist at all? How can so many people be affected in an instant? It's a contagious monster. How are they spreading? While she was deep in thought, a small purple object suddenly landed on her arm. Seeing the purple object sprouting on her arm, Serena Jiang's eyes sharpened. Bacteria, fungus. Instantly, she created a flame and burned the purple object away. After killing it, Serena Jiang immediately realized the problem and said, "So that's how it is." Serena transformed into her demonic form, then shouted to everyone, "There are spores in the air. Once they land on you, they will grow rapidly. Use fire-based skills to surround yourself." The others immediately followed Serena Jiang's instructions. Gale fire up. But there were also students who didn't have fire-based skills. They were forced to call for help. Damn it. I'm a warrior. I don't have any fire-based skills. Class may help me. No way. We're competitors. This is no time for sentiment. After a while, the students without fire skills were immediately defeated by the monsters. The system announced, Alien of Hontan University has been devoured by the monster and has been eliminated from the dungeon. Truong Hu Kiet of Lumion Academy has been devoured by the monster and has been eliminated from the dungeon. Lo Ban Ban of Tandang Academy has been devoured by the monster and has been eliminated from the dungeon. At the same time, Serena Jiang thought seriously. Burning these spores doesn't count as killing them. I have to find a monster that's releasing them. Now, mushrooms suddenly grew from the tree trunks. They bared their fangs and released countless bacteria. Because of this, Serena Jiang quickly found the monster. She rushed up and told everyone, on the tree. As soon as Serena Jiang defeated a monster, the system announced, Serena Jiang of Suzhou University has killed a monster, +1. Other monsters also appeared one after another. Serena Jiang fearlessly flew forward to attack. Flame Dance, Phantom Shadow, Black Flame. The system sounded a series of announcements. Serena Jiang of Suzhou University has killed a monster, +1. At the same time, in the freshman arena, the team match had also begun. The system said, the teams have taken their positions. The arena is being constructed. Opening the defensive field. The team match between Suzhou University and my Chao University now begins. As soon as the words were spoken, the two sides rushed into a fierce attack. Seeing the other side charge, the other side was not to be outdone and also charged in. A red-haired guy immediately used his skill to attack. Flame Burst Storm. Countless fire tornadoes were created and shot straight at the opponent. Facing him, the guy in white also countered with a water attribute attack. The two moves collided, and the water blade cut through the fire tornado. But at this moment, Dam Vi appeared and used his claws to cut the white-robed guy's water blade. He said disdainfully, "Your water blade's hardness has been lowered." While Dam Vi was still celebrating, an arrow was flying towards him from behind. Luckily, Xian had managed to get a shield to him in time. Xian's voice reminded him, "Dam Vi, don't let the adrenaline of battle cloud your judgment. Watch your back." Then, Xian turned to the blonde girl behind him and called out, "Trin, your responsibility is to provide protection for your teammates. You must be aware of your surroundings. A mistake like that cannot happen again." Truong Tin was terrified by the repeated reminders. She squeezed her eyes shut and shouted, "Right." The red-haired girl on the opposing team looked at them angrily. "How dare they treat us like training dummies?" The blue-armored guy shouted angrily, "Brothers, can you tolerate this?" The response was the determined voice of the entire team. "No," he ordered, "charge." The blue-armored guy shouted, "Charge. Get him." The two sides immediately clashed. But at this moment, Xian's phone suddenly rang, causing everyone to freeze. Serena Jiang happily showed off her victory to Xian. Successfully advanced. Xian thought helplessly, "This girl." The white-robed man saw Xian's disrespectful behavior towards his opponent and became very angry. He shouted, How dare you play on your phone on the stage? You have no respect for your opponent. I will definitely show you what's what. But just a second later, the man was bravely lying on the ground. The system announced, in this college team match, Suzhou University wins. The next day, news of the freshman tournament spread everywhere. After the fourth round of the individual promotion matches, the fifth round of promotion matches would begin early the next morning. Matches would be held to select 4 players from the 8 contestants to advance. On the afternoon of the second day, it was the 6th round of promotion matches. 2 out of 4 would be promoted. The promoted players from the 2 matches were Zian and Nguyen. A streamer immediately started filming to introduce this hot news. Students, today is the day of the much-anticipated singles tournament championship match. This guy imagined Zian and put on a pained expression when talking about his background. He comes from a humble background. Both parents are dead. He relied on himself to become stronger step by step. In a college entrance exam, the strongest holy night in history stunned everyone. Zian. Then he changed his tone to talk about Nguyen. He is a prodigy, a family with a 100-year legacy, possessing top-tier talent and a special bloodline. The warrior, Nguyen. This guy put on an interested expression and said, who will ultimately ascend to the throne of the singles tournament champion? Let's wait and see. Streamer Kuyan Kitch will live stream the entire battle for everyone. Remember to like so you don't get lost. After watching Kuyan Kitch's video, people started to buzz. Geethan fighting against Vong Hien. This team battle will be really exciting. This time, fighting against Nguyen will definitely be a stomp. Didn't you watch Nguyen's match a few days ago? His fighting style is brutal. I don't think this fight will be that easy. It's a shame that the goddess Kwang So Neen had to face Nguyen in the 4 select 2 round. Otherwise, it would have been interesting to see Suzhou University compete for both champion and runner-up. At this moment, the blue sky was suddenly shattered by the sound of helicopter blades. Everyone quickly dispersed to make way for the helicopter to slowly land. The moment the door opened, upon seeing the person inside the helicopter, the local people started buzzing. It's Suzhou University. As soon as Suzhou University stepped out, they received countless praises from the surroundings. Goddess Jiang is truly beautiful, a divine beauty. God Yi, I will always support you. Song Halan, don't be discouraged. You can definitely do it next time. God Yi, can I have a photo with you? Can I have your autograph? Wherever Zian went, cheers followed. Zian. Suddenly, someone spotted another helicopter approaching. Han shouted, Mado University has arrived too. The cheers immediately shifted to Mado University. Nguyen. Dean Tu approached and greeted Wu Mang. Good morning, Dean Wu. Today, the champion and runner-up of the singles tournament will emerge from our 2 schools. Second place in the tournament. First place in friendship. Wu Mang replied happily. Good morning, Dean Tu, but inside he thought disdainfully. With the strength of your Nguyen, you really think you can fight Zian? What a pipe dream. At this moment, Nguyen had noticed Zian from a distance. Nguyen silently resolved. Zian, the final battle has finally come. I will definitely defeat you and win the championship. Finally, the battle began. Before stepping into the arena, Zian suddenly gave a strange smile. The system's voice announced, let us welcome the contestants of both sides, Zian and Nguyen, to the arena. The match is about to begin. Audience, please take your seats and watch with civility. Countdown begins 5. In the stands, the audience cheered excitedly. Come on, let's have a good fight. God E is mighty. God E is super godly. Brother Nguyen, absolutely don't lose. Go Nguyen. Defeat the might of Suzhou University. So many people who step on my foot. In the Chu family, Herman Chu was also watching this match with Old Master Chu. The match was only 3 seconds away from starting. Old Master Chu asked, this kid from the Yi family has been called the #1 prodigy since he was young, receiving all the resources of a top-tier family. Can Zian win? Herman Chu replied seriously. He can. After I analyzed Zian's exam and all his combat records, his growth rate is astonishing. His strength is absolutely far beyond his peers, at a top-tier level. Herman Chu looked at the screen and continued. Nguyen Hop is an outstanding member of the Nguyen family's younger generation, worthy of the title of genius. But in Xian, I seem to see the shadow of our ancestor. At this moment on the stage, the countdown had ended. The system announced, "Begin." As soon as the words were spoken, Xian used Blessing of Purity, Blessing of Courage, Holy Cross, Holy Protection, Weapon Blessing. Noi Hop charged at him with his sword aimed straight at him. Nguyen Hop leaped up, his face filled with anger, and swung a blow at Xian. His entire body emitted a golden light. The two forces collided, creating a deafening sound. Noi Hop stared at him with a determined look, while Xian's face remained cold. Xian swung a blow at Noi Hop, who immediately jumped up to dodge. Noi Hop's eyes were sharp, his eyebrows furrowed as he swooped down. Gi Hop's eyes were bloodshot, his face terrifying as he roared, his whole body emitting a red light. His hand gripped the saber in his hand as he shouted, "Raging Fire Saber Technique." Noi Hop, in a fighting stance, delivered sharp saber slashes. He dodged calmly. Xian dodged the attacks, thinking to himself, "Berserk, a special skill of the ancient warriors. The user's 4 main attributes will all receive a boost of varying degrees. But correspondingly, after the 3-minute Berserk state ends, he will enter a weakened state." Besides the unexpected Berserk skill, he also released the Raging Fire Saber technique. This skill is similar to a buff skill. It can be used in combat, while also dealing fire attribute magic damage. Xian dodged each attack. Nguyen Hop rushed towards Xian like an arrow. Xin, in a ready stance, thought, as expected of the top freshman of Motto University. Xian's eyes were sharp, his face showing a hint of fear as he dodged. Nguyen Hop shouted angrily, "Thunder Slash!" A ring of fiery red light appeared around the saber in Nguyen Hop's hand. Thunder Slash, an A-rank skill of the warrior class. It uses extremely fast speed to unleash a slashing attack. The higher the skill level and the higher the strength attribute, the faster the slashing speed, with the limit being a speed like lightning. Noi Hop's eyes were bloodshot, his face filled with anger as he thought, "I've already trained this skill tens of thousands of times and raised it to level 9. No slash." Nguyen Hop slashed down hard. Xian held his hammer to block the blow. The two sides clashed, creating a dramatic scene. Nguyen Hop gritted his teeth in anger, thinking, "Such great strength." Noi Hop's hand tightened on his saber, thinking, "The weight of my battle saber is thousands of pounds." Under the enhancement of Thunder Slash, the kinetic energy produced is extremely terrifying. Even against a sturdy metal alloy, I'm still confident I can cut through it. Xian's face was completely expressionless. But I was actually at a disadvantage in a contest of strength with him. It's not easy to go head-to-head with him. Xian pushed hard, sending Noi Hop flying. The weapon in Xian's hand transformed into a golden light. Holy Cross Level 9, B rank. Xian's two hands unleashed a golden light that appeared like a giant sword. Nguyen Hop laughed confidently. "I've long anticipated this move of yours." Nguyen Hop knelt down, his face terrifying as he shouted, "Battle Cry." His entire body emitted a red light, a powerful golden light. Dean to watch the scene before him in terror. The two forces collided, creating a massive explosion. Noi Hop was kneeling in the middle. Nguyen Hop's entire body seemed to be protected by an extra layer of armor. He stood up, his smile becoming even more terrifying as he placed his hand on his large saber. A system panel appeared in front of Xian. Noi Hop's awakened talent. Battle Frenzy, S rank. Battle Frenzy duration extended. Noi Hop's 4 main attributes increased. All damage taken will be reduced by 80%, but after the Battle Frenzy ends, this damage will be doubled and returned to Noi Hop. Nguyen Hop rushed in front of Xian. He looked at him and thought, "He used it so quickly? It seems he wants a quick victory against me." Nguyen Hop's Iron Axe Battle Cry can be activated for a maximum of 2 minutes. The best way is to drag it out until the battle cry ends. But even with 80% damage reduction, I can still defeat him. Nguyen Hop swung his saber at Xian, who blocked each attack. The two weapons clashed with a loud bang. Noyet Hop attacked Xian, thinking to himself, in front of a holy knight with many healing and recovery skills, a protracted battle is a very stupid tactic. That's why I chose to activate the Berserk skill and the Battle Frenzy talent at the very beginning to push my strength to its absolute limit in an instant. A huge explosion occurred, and the crowd below started to discuss. The crowd was surprised. One of them said, "Why did he choose to clash head-on? Nguyen Hop is at his peak state. The best way now is to stall for time." God Yi's move shows that he is extremely confident in his own strength. I believe in God. Nguyen Hop moved quickly and slashed at Xian. Xian's whole body leaned back to dodge. Xian raised his hand, and a golden light shone out. He said, "Victory is at hand." A large seal appeared in front of him. Behind Xian, a giant golden arrow appeared. Noyet Hop was enveloped in a red light, his face fierce as he shouted, "Bring it on." A huge explosion occurred. Nguyen Hop laughed triumphantly. "Haha, your victory is useless now." Xian calmly raised his hand to his forehead and cast a spell, saying, "It's a bit too early to be laughing now." Light's judgment. Lightning bolts rained down with incredible speed and ferocity, striking Nguyen Hop, who was protected by a shield. "Nguyen Hop, if you think this is my strongest offensive move, you're mistaken." Noyet Hop held his saber to block the lightning bolts, thinking, even after an 80% damage reduction, it's still a bit painful. If I hadn't activated Battle Frenzy, I probably would have lost the fight with just one hit. Noyet Hop looked up at the weakening lightning bolts and thought, but Light's judgment needs at least a second to summon each lightning bolt. Noyet Hop stomped his foot on the ground, thinking, if so, I just need to take advantage of the gap in between. I'll quickly defeat Noyet Hop. He charged up, only to be struck by a lightning bolt. Noyet Hop was shocked, his face filled with disbelief. How was this possible? How can the lightning attacks of Light's judgment be so fast? I've clearly studied all the skills he used in the match. Could it be? His Light's judgment is already above level 20. Lightning struck Nguyen Hop. A powerful attack. A small ball emitted an excited voice. So brutal, so savage. I must emphasize again, you are now watching the finals of the National College and University Freshman Exchange Tournament. The crowd covered their eyes and exclaimed, "So cruel." A girl screamed, "Ah," while covering her face. Vong Hien smirked. He cried out in pain, "Ah? What?" Nguyen Hop looked at Xian in front of him in disbelief, thinking, why? We're clearly only 10 meters apart. Xian seemed to become a giant in front of Nguyen Hop, who was now tiny. He could be crushed with just a finger, like a step that couldn't be climbed, couldn't be broken through. Nguyen Hop shouted, "I don't believe it." A red light flickered in his palm. Nguyen Hop gritted his teeth, his eyes rolling back as he shouted, "Secret art." 1,000 shadow blades formed a massive explosion, sending up a cloud of dust. The massive explosion filled the area with smoke and dust. Trung Hai still stood proudly, his face unchanged. A red streak flashed across Xian's face. He glanced at the wound on his face. The red saber struck the ground with great force, causing cracks to appear. In front of Xian, countless sabers rained down. Xian looked at the scene before him and thought to himself, the body transforms into blades. It is rumored that the ancestor of the Yi family attained enlightenment during a battle in the demon world, mixing his soul and magic power. He then forged countless blades. He could kill the magical beasts of an entire city in the blink of an eye. 10,000 blades were lined up in front of Xian, exuding a gloomy red color. Noyet Hop had not yet reached the level of his ancestor, but this form of body-to-blade transformation was still eye-opening. Xian laughed and said, "Finally, I don't have to play with you anymore." Suddenly, the blades moved and fell with extreme speed. 10,000 blades rained down. Xian raised his hand to cast a spell, gently moving his fingers, and said, "If I use the previous move, the audience will be very disappointed. So this time, I will show you a fusion skill that I created myself." Everyone watched as a cold wind blew. Myriad miles of icy wind. Xian stood in the middle of a giant blue vortex, his hand extended to control the power. Xian took a step forward, and the ground beneath his feet began to freeze, spreading everywhere, creating a sheet of ice that covered the entire arena. The flying camera was broadcasting excitedly. Dear viewers and students, Student Xian's skill has covered the entire arena. We can no longer see the situation on the stage. The crowd shouted excitedly. What's going on? A man cursed angrily. What the hell? What kind of big move is this? Why is there ice magic? The elder stood up excitedly. Holy Mother! The subordinates exclaimed in surprise. Elder! The elder's face was filled with shock and horror as he pointed forward and shouted, Herman, did you see that? Such a powerful ice element. Xian placed his hand in front of him and cast a spell. The tens of thousands of blades were slowly frozen. The tens of thousands of blades were frozen and bound by golden threads. Xian clenched his fist, his eyes sharp. The golden threads pierced through the ice, which immediately shattered into pieces. Xian grabbed the pendant on his other wrist, which was surrounded by golden threads. The ice shards flew everywhere. Neuhop was sent flying. He fell heavily to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of black blood. The ice screen slowly dissipated. The announcer's voice rang out. Contestant Neuhop has lost consciousness. In this battle, contestant Xian is the winner. The crowd cheered joyfully. He won. Xian is number one. Senior is too strong. The announcer's voice rang out. Congratulations to Xian. Thank you, contestant Neuhop. They have brought us a spectacular and top-tier duel. This is definitely the most exciting battle in the exchange tournament in the last 10 years. Let's all cheer for the top prodigy of this young generation. Xian raised his hand high and smiled, with fireworks exploding all over the sky behind him. The Flycom's voice rang out. The singles tournament is now over. Next up are the team tournament and the survival tournament. Let's all look forward to it. Wu Meng said cheerfully, so young and already able to use the Yi family's secret technique, using his body as a weapon. If this were a few years ago in the exchange tournament, there would be no doubt that he would be the number one in terms of strength. It's a pity he met Xian. Serena Jiang stood beside him, twirling her hair and smiling happily. Wu Meng looked at Xian, who was stretching and yawning as he walked, and thought, based on my previous assumptions, for Xian to defeat Nguyen Hop, he would probably have to use the divine body of the Iron Envoy. This time, he only used a light's judgment and a fusion skill of a light and ice element. The young are truly formidable. Wu Meng placed his hand on Xian's shoulder and praised him. Well done. This time, our Suzhou University has also won the championship of the singles tournament. Tong Halan said, that's right. Although we've won the team tournament for 4 consecutive years, we've never won the singles tournament championship in those 4 years. Brother, he has really made us proud. Vong Thiet Tam said cheerfully and confidently. The team tournament tomorrow is against Mado University. Nguyen Hop is seriously injured now. Mado University is no threat to us. The first place in the team tournament is in the bag. Tong Ha Lan said in surprise, hey, be humble. Don't be so arrogant. Serena Jiang hugged Lin Hui and said with a smile, Brother Xian, just now Xiao Hui said it wrong. You can definitely disguise yourself as a great mage. Lin Hui blushed with embarrassment, pulled his hat down to cover his face, and said, Student Xian, Serena Jiang happily called out, Brother Xian, let's relax with everyone tonight. Xian scratched his head. The bustling scene of a city street at night. The game, Eternal, and reality have merged, probably for about 300 years now, with the birth of magical beasts. The emergence of professions like adventurers and chefs has added thousands upon thousands of new delicacies to the entire Blue Star. And in the most prosperous administrative district of Qingjing City, the East City District, there is a famous food street. Whether it flies in the sky or runs on the ground, everything can be turned into a delicacy, satisfying the appetites of customers. The shop owner's cries rang out, grilled dragon meat, 25 copper coins apiece. Fresh meat that melts in your mouth. Wolf King blood jelly, Wolf King Blood Jelly. Nourishes yin and strengthens yang. Preserves youthfulness. Deep Sea Monster Fish Balls. Made from the meat of the level 30 deep sea overlord fish. Crispy and chewy. A delicious taste that can't wait. Tong Halan linked arms with Lin Hai and walked with Vong Thiet Tam, saying that looks delicious. Lin Hai held a candied hawthorn and smiled. Kong So Nin and Trungi walked ahead, laughing and talking happily. Aluan looked at Kong So Nin from afar and said, "Bet." Aluan threw 2 skewers of meat to the guy behind him, adjusted his hat, and said 100 points. 100 points, the other guy said in surprise. What are you doing? Aluang said, hitting on a top-quality woman like that is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If I miss it, I'll regret it for the rest of my life. The other guy was surprised. She has a boyfriend. The guy scoffed. So what if she has a boyfriend? If I, Aluang, step up, won't I be able to win her over? Xian turned his head, his face cold, his eyes sharp and bloodshot. Aluang was suddenly terrified. Seeing this, the other guy sneered. Giving up already? That's not your style. Aluang pointed at Xian and stammered, God. A while later, Kwang Sun Nin bent over, panting, and said, "Food paradise, a well-deserved reputation. We've been walking for an hour, but we haven't even covered half of it." Tong Halan linked arms with Vong Thiet Tom and said, "There are 6 streets connected here. Of course, it's not easy to finish walking through them. You two find a seat and save a spot for us. We'll go buy some food." Vong Thiet Tom scratched his head and said, "I want to rest too." Tong Halan stood behind him and pushed him, saying, "Rest your head. Let the couple have some peace. Are you a third wheel or what?" Lin Hai stood behind, turned her head, and looked at the 50-year-old olive wine from the shop. The owner happily introduced, "Olive fruit wine can increase agility. Each bottle is 800 milliliters. It's not bad to drink it yourself or give it as a gift." Kwang Sun Nin heard this and pointed at the wine bottle, saying, "We want a bottle." The shop owner immediately brought out a bottle of wine and 2 small cups, saying, "Honored guests, 200,000 xia zhong coin bottle of olive wine. Please pay now." Immediately after, the phone rang. 200,000 has been transferred. Kwang So Nin held a glass of wine and looked at Chu Gi, saying, "Brother Chu Gi, congratulations on winning the singles tournament championship." The two of them clinked glasses. Chu Gi said, "Let's celebrate together." With no hesitation, she downed a glass of wine in one go. After finishing her drink, Kwang So Nin said doubtfully, "The alcohol content of this wine doesn't seem to be very high." 10 minutes later, Serena Jiang, face flushed and drunk, asked hazily, "Brother Xian, why are there 2 of you?" Xian looked at her and asked, "You're drunk already?" Serena laughed happily. 1 brother Xian, 2 brother Xians, 3 brother Xians. Xian sighed and said, "She's a level 19 professional. Of course, she can't get drunk on ordinary wine. But this olive wine is made from the DD grade Ura Heavenly Treasure olive. Although the alcohol content is not high, it's very easy to get drunk." Xian immediately stood up and said, "It's getting late. Little Song and the others haven't come back yet. Let's go find them." Without hesitation, she reached out her hand and said in a coquettish voice, "Brother Xian, I'm not going." Before she could finish, a voice rang out, "Handsome." The girl held a glass of wine and looked at him seductively. "My glass is empty. Can you buy me a drink?" Xian glanced at her. Xian pointed behind the table and said, "There's half a bottle of olive wine here. 100,000 xia coins. Pay up." The girl laughed. "Handsome, you're so interesting. It makes my heart flutter. Why don't we find a quiet place to continue our conversation?" Serena Jiang looked embarrassed and flustered. Her long hair covered part of her eyes, her lips slightly parted. Kong Sun Nin angrily pushed her away and shouted, "You're too close." She whispered in Kwang So Nin's ear, "Little beauty, you're not right about this. I see that you and this brother are not lovers. How can you block his romantic fortune?" She thought to herself, Trungi, this year's strongest newcomer, and Kwang So Nin, his friend. Too many people think Kwang So Nin is Trungi's girlfriend. But I know these two are not lovers. One is a naive boy, the other a young girl who has just experienced love. It will take some time for these two to break the paper window. This is a good opportunity for me to make a move. If I can make Xian kneel at my feet, then the resources he can get will all be mine, she thought as she approached him and said, Brother, am I right? Serena Jiang stammered angrily, her face red. Xian immediately took her hand. Serena Jiang looked at her hand, which was being held by Xian, in surprise. Xian said with a straight face, I don't mind Serena blocking my romantic fortune. Xian held Serena Jiang's hand and left, not forgetting to leave a sentence behind. Besides, I think you're quite ordinary. It wouldn't be considered a romantic opportunity anyway. The girl was dumbfounded. Ordinary. Xian held Serena Jiang's hand as they walked through the crowd. Without warning, she stopped. Brother Xian. Xian turned back to look at her. Without looking up, she said with a red face, I like you. Xian was surprised. Xian called out in surprise, Serena. Kwang Sonin's cheeks were flushed as she said, I know I shouldn't say such things before the match, but I don't like so many girls surrounding you. When I see them, I want to what? Behind her, another version of herself seemed to appear. Kill them all. Serena Jiang rushed into his arms and said, Can I be your girlfriend? She fell into his arms. Before she passed out, she said, Can I? Rex Wong, holding a half-eaten bun, was stunned. Song Halan, Vong Thiat Tam, and Lin Hai, holding steamed buns, stared wide-eyed at the scene before them. Blue sky, white clouds, the alarm clock rings. Serena Jiang vaguely remembered what happened last night. I like you. She immediately sat up. Serena blushed and peeked out. Seeing her, No Man called out, Serena, you woke up a little late today. Let's have breakfast. Vong Thiat Tam waved at her. Ling He, Dong Ha Lan, and Zhong Ni looked at her. Xian quickly turned his head and ate voraciously. Song Halan and Lin Hai squinted at him. Kwang Sonin pulled out a chair and thought in confusion. Did I dream it? Was it really just a dream? Kwang Sonin blushed. Her face filled with confusion as she picked at her food. Trung Gi remained calm, as if nothing had happened. Lin Hai and Tong Halan leaned closer to each other and looked at her. Last night, Xian held her in his arms and looked at the three of them, saying, Please pretend you didn't see what just happened. Song Halan asked in confusion, Why? Don't you two like each other? Xian looked at the sleeping Serena Jiang and said, The Jiang family of Sichuan province is an ancient family that existed even before the game Eternal descended. For hundreds of years, Eternal has become a first and second-tier family power in China. Right now, I have some fame, and I'm teacher Wang Hui's personal disciple. It seems not bad. Xian looked up at the sky and said, But such an achievement is nothing in front of the Jiang family. I don't want to make things difficult for Serena. When I have absolute strength, even forces and families will be like dust. It's all just a matter of time. Tong Halan whispered, covering her mouth with a bun. Brother E is a true pure war god. I will always support you. From now on, I'm the leader of the fan club for you and Sister Nin. Chugi broke out in a cold sweat. Wu Meng put down his chopsticks and said, The colleges and universities participating in the finals of the team tournament of the National Freshman Exchange are a total of 10 schools. Each college and university needs to fight a match with the other 9 colleges and universities. A total of 45 matches will be held, and the top 3 will be ranked according to the order of victory. Today is the 9th match of our team tournament. As long as we win this match, the championship of the team tournament will be ours. I hope everyone can defeat Motto University without being arrogant. Everyone said in unison, Understood. Wu Meng cheerfully raised her hand. She looked at Sun Xiao and said, Sun Xiao, as a substitute player, don't put too much pressure on yourself. Tuong Fuang, standing next to her, said, Sun Xiao is a summoner and will be a great help to the team. Everyone on the field must prioritize protecting her. Dinda spoke up. As the team leader, I can encourage everyone with words. But it's not necessary. Nguyen Hop is seriously injured and still unconscious. our representative team's strength has dropped significantly. Plus, with Xian here, we have no chance of winning first place. Dean thought to himself, I never thought there would be such an all-round freshman. If we compare the strength of all the players in our school to one, then Xian is 2 or 3. He's unbelievably strong, like a monster. No, he's a monster. A person who can almost wipe out all the top colleges and universities. Dean clenched his fists and encouraged them, saying, but I still have to say, even if we lose today's match, we cannot lose the honor of Mado University. Don't let other universities look down on us. I need everyone to give it their all. Can you do it? The crowd roared in unison. Yes. Let's go. Dean led the way, followed by his students. The 5 students of Mado University with great momentum. Sun Xiao calculated. Even with Nguyen Hop here, it would still be a defeat. Is Mado University going to be third again this time? But 7 years ago, the captain was seriously injured and couldn't play. Relying on the super coordination and strength of the team members, they defeated their opponents. Coincidentally, that year, it was also Mado University and Suzhou University. Sun Xiao touched her face and thought, if I use that method, can I turn the tide from Mado University and recreate the miracle of 7 years ago? The flycam flew high above, its voice broadcasting. The highly anticipated team match between Mado University and Suzhou University is about to begin. But before the match starts, please allow me to announce the rewards for the top 3 from the Xia Flame Professionals Alliance for the team tournament. First, all players of the 3rd ranked college in the team tournament, including substitutes, will receive a set of 3-star gold grade equipment made to order according to their level. Second place in the team tournament will all receive a set of 4-star gold grade equipment made to order. And for the first place in the team tournament, all members of the university, the Xia Flame Professionals Alliance will present. Each person gets a set of 2-star epic grade equipment. The crowd below gasped in amazement. Wow, so generous. I'm so jealous. The rewards for this year's tournament are not only double last year's, they're insanely generous. I'm going to fight those rich people. Xian stroked his chin and thought. In terms of value, the legendary weapon for the singles champion is higher than the epic equipment, but not as good as the reward for the team champion. Also, a set of equipment has 7 pieces: top, bottom, belt, shoes, weapon, necklace, and ring. And each university representative team, including substitute players, has a total of 10 people. The value of 70 pieces of epic-grade equipment is enough to forge 2 legendary-grade weapons. Vong Thiet Tam laughed happily, his hands clasped in front of him. Haha, we've really hit the jackpot this time. The epic-grade equipment quickly entered the bowl. The announcer's voice rang out. The rewards have been announced. Please welcome the representative team of Suzhou University and the representative team of Mado University. The crowd below cheered. Suzhou University. Xian, Xian, Xian. Mado University, go for it. The players from both sides have taken their positions. Xian's group is full of confidence. 3, 2, 1, begin. The group of people followed Xiao, their faces cold, the atmosphere tense. The group of people then charged forward. Xian held a hammer, and Rexwan was happy. Sun Xiao closed her eyes and raised her hand to cast a spell. In front of her, a ball of light gathered. Sun Xiao stretched out her 2 hands and muttered a summoning incantation. Summon Spirit, Dragonling Rigius. Summon Spirit, Beast Swarm Jakjajan. Summon Magical Beast, Giant Serpent Haditha. Summon Magical Beast, Hell Guardian Sepias. Summoning the Spirit Lion King Kamala, 5 spirits appeared around her with a powerful aura. The spirits roared and charged towards Xian. The Lion King Kamala roared and launched a powerful attack with a golden energy from its body. Lin Hai raised her staff and dispelled the attack. Lin Hui immediately countered the previous attack. The beast swarm charged forward, its tail curved up. Song Halan formed a hand seal and cast a spell. The talismans flew out. The talisman stuck to the tails of the 7 bees. Tong Halan stretched out her hand, and everything exploded like fireworks. Rex Wong, on the other hand, was fighting Haditha. Serena Jiang spun her weapon in her hand and charged forward. Zan, on this side, dodged the opponent's barrage of attacks like a storm, his sharp eyes thinking to himself, not bad. Real combat really does make people progress the fastest. Their coordination has improved by at least 30% compared to before. Tuong Fuang and the blonde girl were agape with surprise. Sun Xiao remained calm and cast her spell. Xian used a few moves to send everyone in front of him flying. Xian punched hard at Sun Xiao, but she remained very calm, closing her eyes to cast her spell. Sun Xiao closed her eyes tightly. See you in the next videos. Immediately after, she suddenly opened her eyes, which were shining with a sharp light. A giant hand appeared and blocked the hammer. He frowned in annoyance. A giant hand caught the hammer. Please subscribe to our channel to support us. It then slammed down, causing Xian to be unable to bear it and grit his teeth to resist. The ground beneath his feet cracked and shattered. The blazing flame ape roared, and a blue circle surrounded it, shooting out shurikens. Sun Xiao was surprised. Sun Xiao gritted her teeth and summoned Haditha. The blazing flame ape's eyes were bloodshot as it grabbed Haditha's and squeezed hard. The blazing flame ape used its strength, and black blood splattered everywhere. The blazing flame ape stepped on Haditha's severed head and looked at Sun Xiao, saying, "There's no need for these tricks. Why did you summon me?" Sun Xiao used her hand to shield her face in fear and said, "Fight." Sun Xiao fearfully pointed at Xian and said, "Defeat him." Monster, Blazing Flame Ape, level 24, legendary quality. Note: the Blazing Flame Ape is a legendary grade magical beast that is born with fire control. It is extremely rare. Meeting it, one doesn't know whether to feel lucky or unlucky. Why? What? The Blazing Flame Ape roared. Xian narrowed his eyes. A legendary grade summoned beast, the Blazing Flame Ape. The Blazing Flame Ape looked at Sun Xiao and said, "All right, prepare to die." Sun Xiao waved her hand in fear. "Wait a minute, I'm not." Rocks and dirt flew everywhere. Tuan Kio covered her face with her hand. "That's what I meant." The Blazing Flame Ape leaped up. Rex Wong asked in surprise, "Why is it a legendary grade summoned beast?" Lin Hai held her staff and cast a spell, Water Shield. A blue light enveloped the area. The Blazing Flame Ape dodged. Tong Halan spread her hands and muttered a spell. "Earth is the foundation. Earth energy is the source. Spirits of the four directions, obey my command." A large rock rose up. She thought to herself, Water Shield is an A+ defensive skill, and it's been raised to level 8 by Xiao Hai. In the previous singles match, it defended against the continuous attacks of the assassin from Tsinghua University. But now, even the Blazing Flame Ape's attack can't be blocked. The Blazing Flame Ape shattered the rock with a single punch. Rex Wong charged forward, and Song Halan cast a spell, Shield Wall. A red shield appeared. The Blazing Flame Ape leaped up. It brought its two hands together and slammed down on the white screen. Tong Halan turned back and said, "Luckily, Brother Yi's enhancement more than doubled the skill's effectiveness. Otherwise, the Blazing Ape would have broken through my defense. A legendary magical beast is too strong. Brother Yi, what should we do now?" Xian raised his hand and cast a spell, Holy Light Shield Toss. A seal appeared. The Blazing Flame Ape swiped its claws at Xian. Xian looked at everyone and said, "Leave the fight to me. You guys get off the stage." Tong Halan, Lin Hai, and Vong Thiat Tam all said in unison, "What?" Rex Wong immediately said, "What are you joking about? Brother E, this isn't a student from Mado University. This is a legendary grade magical beast. It doesn't know how to hold back." Xian looked at her and said, "Do I look like I'm joking? I have a way to deal with the Blazing Flame Ape, but once I start fighting, I won't be able to look after you all." Serena Jiang looked at him with worried eyes. "Brother Xian, you don't need to worry about me. We can handle it." Lin Hai immediately said, Although my abilities are small, I hope I can contribute a little. Song Halan's eyes widened as she said loudly, Brother E, we are team. The blazing flame ape punched hard. Xian explained, fighting a legendary magical beast, if you're not careful, you'll die. Even if a priest resurrects you, after resurrection, you'll lose 30% of your stats and enter a 3-month weakened state, unable to train or fight. Have you ever considered these losses? Xian placed his hand on Serena Zhang's head. He stroked her head and said, I know you're afraid I can't handle alone, but in reality, your presence is what's distracting me. Besides, Xian looked at Serena Jiang with fierce eyes. It's just a legendary magical beast. The people below the arena were shocked. A girl said, a dramatic turn of events. A scene from 7 years ago might be reenacted. The summoner Sun Xiao, a substitute player from Mado University, has summoned a legendary magical beast. The promoter held a microphone and said, Can Xian successfully turn the tide? Who will be the champion of the team tournament? A red-haired guy smiled sinisterly. Ha, a legendary magical beast. That's great. Xian is dead for sure. Like equipment, the quality of magical beasts is also divided into bronze, silver, gold, epic, and legendary. At the same level, different qualities mean different strengths. For example, the same charge skill in the hands of a bronze-grade magical beast may only show the effect of a human F- or E grade. As if in the hands of a legendary magical beast, the power of a charge skill is at least A grade, and can even reach S grade. Even more terrifying, legendary magical beasts possess all kinds of negative resistances, are extremely tough, and are not easily killed. The Goblin King in the Abyss-level dungeon of Suzhou University was only epic grade. A legendary magical beast appearing in the team match of the exchange tournament is truly unbelievable. The undefeated myth of Xian is about to end. He said in surprise, What's going on? Why do they forfeit? Tong Halan, Lin Hai, and Vong Thiet Tam all had a seal appear under their feet. When you forfeit, you can't be hurt in the arena. Xian turned his head to look at Serena Jiang behind him, and she understood. Serena Jiang said, I also give up. Rectangular fragments appeared around Serena Jiang. Xian still stood there, supporting himself with his hands. Serena Jiang stopped and turned back to look at him, saying, Brother Xian, good luck. The blazing flame ape punched the white screen hard. Xian immediately jumped away to dodge. It roared, and a red light surrounded its hands. The ground began to crack, and rocks and dust flew everywhere. 2 drops of red blood fell. The blazing flame ape looked at its severed tail with a pitiful expression and said, I'm injured. Xian transformed, holding a giant hammer, and stood tall, surrounded by a golden light. He said, Tinin and the others have all left the arena. I have nothing more to worry about. Next, let me see how powerful your legendary magical beast really is. Damn, Vi said in surprise. Am I dreaming? Sun Xiao immediately said, Xian can actually injure a legendary magical beast with 1 hit. The blazing flame ape looked at him and said, Human, I have sensed the breath of a high-level bloodline on you. The blazing flame ape thought to himself, the blazing flame ape clan is a legendary grade race by birth, a king born to rule a region. And in my memory, my mother once warned me that there are several supreme bloodline races that must never be offended. A past image of being hugged and comforted by his mother. Now, on this human, for the first time, I have sensed the breath of a supreme bloodline. If he wasn't too weak, even if he had to risk being backlashed by the summoning magic, he would run away immediately. Luckily, he was just a human with good luck, who had fused with a supreme bloodline. The blazing flame ape raised his fist, and a circle of energy surrounded it. He said, I was careless. Human, next, I will use my full strength. It leaped up, and a green energy appeared in its hand. His eyes were bloodshot, and he brought his 2 fingers together. A weapon appeared in its palm, with one end covered in spikes, and the other connected by a chain that linked the 2 parts. The blazing flame Ape held the circular weapon. Xian calmly said, "Come here." Xian raised his hand, and holy light shone, and a golden chain shot out. The blazing flame ape raised its hand to cast a spell. It threw the weapon in its hand, which collided with the chain. Xian immediately cast a spell. Radiance surge. A powerful green energy appeared. The blazing flame ape was sent flying. It grabbed the weapon in its hand and stabbed it into the ground, dragging a long line in the dirt. Its blood-red eyes looked up. Xian looked at it in surprise. Not a single scratch. Old Master Chu said in a panic, "Quick, pause the match. We can't let the hope of our family be lost here." Herman Chu quickly turned and ran. "I'll go find Wuma now." Old Master Chu turned his head and shouted, "Even if we have to offend Suzhou University, we must pause the match to protect Xian." Dean Zheng said worriedly, "Teacher Wu, give up. If Xian dies because of this, our China will lose a great general." Someone else said, "That's right. Xian will definitely become a powerful figure in a region. If he dies because of a match, it will delay his progress, which is putting the cart before the horse." Herman Chu ran in anxiously and said, "Teacher Wu, I beg you to give up. My Chu family is willing to compensate the university 100 times over." To Herman, the person standing next to Wu Mang said, "We absolutely cannot let Xian's future be ruined for this meaningless ranking. Teacher Wu, announce it quickly." Wu Mang waved his hand and asked, "What do you take me for?" Wu Mang remembered the past. "Principal, what is Xian's true strength?" The principal of Suzhou University clasped his hands behind his back and said, "Don't worry. As long as it's not a legendary magical beast above level 26, Xian can handle it." Wu Mang looked at the screen and thought, at level 20, whether human or magical beast, the power gap between levels is huge. Under the same quality, a level 26 magical beast is equivalent to a level 24 magical beast, which is just level 24. There's still a 2-level gap to level 26. He then said, "It's basically impossible for Xian to win." Herman Chu said in a panic, "Aren't you afraid of Xian?" The blazing ape held its weapon high, its eyes bloodshot as it slammed down. Xian cast a spell, Light's Judgment. A bolt of lightning flashed across. The blazing flame ape was struck by lightning. It roared in pain. "This divine power is making my limbs go numb." Xian immediately said, "One more time, Light's Judgment." It roared in pain and blocked with a single blow. It roared, "Human, let me see what you're made of. Come on." Xian thought to himself from above. Light's Judgment is now a level 14 A-rank skill, enhanced by the light element protection of the S+ Divine Angel talent. After transforming into the angel's body, my 4 attributes are doubled, and the power of the Light's Judgment I summon can easily reach the epic level in the Abyss level dungeon. But the impact on him only caused temporary damage, and he immediately recovered as if he had never been hit. Xian looked at the blazing flame ape, who was completely unscathed, and thought, "What terrifying recovery power." It leaped up, and a spear appeared in front of Xian. A golden energy flashed across its eyes. The chains had to surround it. It looked up angrily and shouted, "This joke is getting annoying." Xian looked at the scene before him and thought to himself, "I've fought and defeated a legendary grade demon before, but the opponent was severely weakened by the light attribute and couldn't display the full strength of a legendary grade creature. I need to study it a bit. Next time I fight a legendary grade creature, I'll be able to win." The blazing flame ape increased its attack speed. Its speed has gotten faster, which means its resistance to light element magic attacks is getting higher. Its adaptability is really strong. No wonder we humans sacrificed so many people during the Dark Ages. Magical beasts are indeed much stronger than humans. The attacks were relentless. Xian spread his arms and chanted a spell, "Blessing of the gods, blessing of protection, blessing of the alliance, blessing of courage." Xian thought to himself. The initial enhancement skill was cast before the angel's body transformation. Only after I use the angel's body and then use the enhancement skill while I be in my true peak state. The blazing flame ape leaped high, and the ground cracked, sending rocks flying everywhere. Kale said in surprise, Xian can still get stronger? The person next to him said, luckily, he didn't directly attack Xiao Qiao. If the summoner dies, the summoned beast will also disappear. Tuong Fuang said, could he have forgotten about that? The lion roared, and Tuong Fuang immediately shouted, don't be careless. Protect Xiao Qiao. Kale and the other two immediately got into a stance. At this moment, Xian appeared with a body covered in golden energy, his hands crackling with lightning, divine judgment. And Wu Kang also seemed to burst with power, his surroundings erupting in flames, demonized armor. Then he combined his two weapons into one. Instantly, it transformed into a towering, giant staff. At the same time, a hand several dozen times larger appeared and descended upon him. Everything shattered into pieces from the power of the two of them. Then the hand landed on the ground with a powerful force, leaving a deep indentation. Immediately, an explosion erupted, and everything around was shattered. Everyone was terrified, running around in chaos to escape. At this moment, the third-tier mage of the Xia Yan Alliance stepped forward, opened a spellbook, and cast a spell. Then, droplets of water circled and gathered in one place as she shouted, water's protection. A few seconds later, the water droplets formed a circle with a fierce current. Finally became a strange shield, protected from the blazing inferno. Seeing this, the man with the black top knot let out a sigh of relief. Phew, say, the pink-haired girl clapped her hands and said, it's the third-tier mage of the Xia Yuan Alliance. We can rest easy now. And the guy in the t-shirt next to her also said, you scare me to death. Just now I was thinking, if I die in the gym, will the priest resurrect us? At this moment, with a serious expression, the third-tier mage of the Xia Yan Alliance contemplated while controlling the spell with her hand, flipping through the pages. I predicted that there would be a fierce battle today. The Xia Yan Alliance had already raised the level of the protective screen to level 7 before the opening match. A level 7 protective screen is enough to block the full force attack of a peak second-tier mage. But then she paused, holding her magic staff, still lost in thought. A single skill from Xian completely shattered it. This is something that has never happened in 100 years. It seems my Xia country has another top-tier genius. An honor for Xia, an honor for humanity. At this moment, a foot stopped. The four of them stood silently with horrified expressions when they saw the fierce lightning. A moment later, the blazing flame ape appeared, its expression fierce and murderous. It gritted its teeth and breathed out smoke and fire, thinking, damn it, the power of the light and ice elements is swimming in my flesh, constantly destroying my recovery ability. Damn humans, damn holy light. Then it angrily slammed its two hands on the ground, cracking it, and exclaimed, how could the great airway be killed here? Immediately, Xian landed a heavy punch on its face. His body was smaller than the blazing ape's, but his punch was so powerful that it sent it reeling. Then it roared. The next second, he charged towards it with his leg and said, die. Xian delivered a powerful kick. It lost its balance and fell backward. At this moment, a blinding golden light fell, and fragments of rock and earth flew into the air. Suddenly, a bird and a lion appeared, roaring ferociously. Then a voice spoke, causing Tuong Fuang and Tun Kio to break out in a cold sweat. Surrender or continue? Then Sun Xiao closed her eyes and withdrew her magic, slowly replying, wait. Her voice echoed throughout the stadium, surrender. At this moment, Dean breathed a sigh of relief, and Old Master Chu smiled with satisfaction. A moment later, the observation camera broadcasted the promoter's voice. The winner of this team match is Suzhou University. Let's congratulate Suzhou University on winning the championship. Let's cheer for player Xian. Without his turning the tide, we wouldn't have been able to witness such an exciting battle. Everywhere, people cheered joyfully. Xian, Gotti, He continued, 10 colleges and universities, 45 matches in total have concluded. I will now announce the final rankings of this team tournament. First place, 9 wins, 0 losses, Suzhou University. Second place, 8 wins, 1 loss, Mado University. Third place, 9 wins, 0 losses, Mado University. With 7 wins and 2 losses, Tsinghua University. All the spectators cheered excitedly. Suzhou University. Xian, Gadi. Suddenly, a brown-haired person commented, "It's hard to imagine that Xian is only 18 years old, and his fighting strength is already so powerful. In the future, among the peak professionals of the Xia country, Xian's name will definitely be there." Then he returned to his original form, exhausted and sweaty from the recent battle. Suddenly, a white-haired person's voice exclaimed, "Brother Xian!" It was Serena Jiang. She ran over and asked Han, "You used the angelic body. How are you feeling now?" Immediately, the orange-haired person quickly pulled the person filming to capture this scene. "Hurry up! Aim the camera at the couple. My views all depend on them." The online screen displayed. Number of people watching the live stream, 50,000. At this moment, An gently stroked her head and said softly, "Sorry for making you worry. Although I'm still a little weak." But his actions had already excited the viewers, who commented, "They're definitely a couple. I was right." One person commented pleadingly, "Please, stop with the public displays of affection. I'm already heartbroken from being single." "Geethan belongs to everyone," another person exclaimed, "but the fairy is too beautiful." Suddenly, a hand covered the screen and coughed softly. Ahem. Then, a series of comments appeared one after another. "Who's blocking the screen? I was just about to see the good part. Can the streamer do something about this? Streamer, get rid of this person and I'll send you a big rocket." It was Ngamam. He squeezed the camera with great force, shattering it, but his mouth was still smiling brightly. He said, "Private live streaming is not allowed after the match. Don't you understand this rule? Let me teach you." Immediately, the faces of the two of them turned pale, as if they had seen a ghost. Then he turned to Xian and said, "Go back to the villa first. I'll tell everyone about the final event, the survival match." The survival match. A while later, at the villa, a voice rang out. The survival match is the final event of the team tournament. All the players from the 10 colleges and universities will enter a free-for-all dungeon. Wu Meng stood with his hands clasped behind his back, speaking sternly to everyone. Unlike the simulated dungeon of the 4th round of the individual tournament, the survival match dungeon is a real open-world dungeon. Therefore, in the survival match, you will encounter many unexpected situations. Even a very strong person may be eliminated right at the beginning due to bad luck. He simulated a person accumulating 100 points after defeating many monsters. The rules of the match are also very simple. Killing magical beasts of the same level will earn you points. Next, a person holding a surrender flag will lose 500 points, while the opponent will gain 500 points. He continued, eliminating a player from another school will earn you half of their points. The school with the most points after 7 days will win. Next, he talked about the map in the Secret Realm. The scope of the Secret Realm dungeon is extremely wide. Every day, players can only search in a certain area as the match progresses. The searchable area will gradually shrink. Everyone must enter the new search area within the specified time. Otherwise, they will be automatically eliminated. There is one more point you need to remember. The entry point to the Secret Realm dungeon is random. Once you encounter the void area of the border, you must leave immediately. At this moment, Wu Meng's eyes filled with a hint of sadness as he said, "The void area is filled with countless spatial rifts that can kill a third-tier professional in the blink of an eye." Immediately after, they all said in unison, "Understood." A while later, on a certain night, a pair of feet were slowly walking. The person walking was Dean too. He arrived at a base, and then the automatic door opened. The atmosphere inside was heavy, and a long silence followed, where you could hear the breathing of others. At this moment, a voice spoke, "Dean 2, the day has finally come. He walked to the table and asked, besides all the team leaders of Suzhou University gathered together, "What are you planning to do?" Dean Trin replied calmly, "Dean 2, if there are no accidents, the first place in the survival match will also go to Suzhou University." Pausing for a moment, he continued, "Are you willing?" The scene changes to another place. At this moment, a green-haired girl is casting magic. Above, a camera is broadcasting live, and the MC's voice is heard. "Ladies and gentlemen, the final event of the National College and University Freshman Exchange Tournament, the survival match, is about to begin. This match will last for a total of 7 days and 7 nights. Therefore, there will be no on-site audience, and it will be broadcasted live on the app without interruption. Please allow me to introduce the secret dungeon of this survival match." Then, a sturdy-looking stone object covered in smoke gradually appeared, and the encouraging voice spoke up. "It is not an ordinary dungeon. According to reliable news, this is a battlefield ruin of the Beast Clan. Its name is..." Immediately, the gate gradually appeared, and the MC continued, "Myriad Beast Desolate Ruins." Seeing the gate, all the players were excited and thrilled, and a voice spoke up. "It's not necessary to check which year and month this Beast Clan battle took place, but we can be sure that it's full of unknowns and dangers. In the wild, there are fierce magical beasts of not low-level hiding. Their sharp claws and fangs are always ready to welcome the challenge of anyone who dares to enter." He said, "Every inch of land, every rock, may hide a forgotten divine weapon or bury a heavenly treasure. Only those with enough intelligence and courage can uncover its secrets." Hearing this, a person said happily, "A divine weapon, a heavenly treasure. If I get it, will I be successful?" The black-haired man frowned upon hearing this and thought to himself, "Which school is so naive? This dungeon can be freely searched, so it must have been thoroughly searched by the military long ago. How can there be any treasures left?" At this moment, the gates slowly opened, and Kuyan Kitch said, "Contestants, take your weapons, hold firm to your beliefs, and bravely welcome the challenge. We will await your legends." The black-haired man saw Xian and suddenly became worried, thinking, "I hope I don't run into him too early in the dungeon." Just seeing the shoulders of the person in the t-shirt was enough to exude a sense of majesty. At the same time, another figure appeared, revealing only a long robe that hung down to his calves, creating a sense of luxury and strength. That was Xian and Gwen Hop standing back to back. At this moment, Xian was thinking, "Even if our bodies touch, we can't be teleported together. It seems finding them will take some time." As he was lost in thought, he heard Neuhop's footsteps leaving. He immediately turned his head. Immediately, he used his strength to increase his speed, 1,000-mile walk. In a flash, he was gone. He said nonchalantly, "You fool, your points are 0 right now. How could I possibly attack you?" Then he created a hammer, his face filled with a wicked expression as he uttered, "Rabbits, of course, must be fattened up before they are killed." At this moment, in another place, a green light emanated from the forest. It was Helena. She was silently concentrating and observing with her eyes closed. Suddenly, a red figure was moving in the trees. She maintained her posture and judged the other's position. North, 1,000 meters away, south, it's impossible to determine which school. At this moment, Helena opened one eye, drew her bow, and aimed, thinking, "If it's Chu-gi." Then the arrow flew off. The person saw the arrow coming towards him and guessed, "Spirit arrow." The next second, Neuhop quickly dodged, and then he said, "Ha Lan is one of us." His eyes were sharp, and he looked straight ahead. The arrow immediately stopped. At this moment, Helena said, "Good thing you spoke up in time. By the way, why are you in such a hurry?" Hearing her, he gently touched his face and replied hesitantly, "Ah, have you met anyone from Suzhou University?" Then he thought to himself, "I can't say that I was so nervous that I directly used the shield skill." Then the two of them moved together. As she walked, she said, "No, the plant empathy skill can only let me search for people in the surrounding area, and in a place with dense vegetation like this, You are the only one who has entered my search range. He understood and replied, Oh, according to the promise, we will set off together. It seems like a good idea. She replied, Okay. Elsewhere, the black-haired man was watching the match on a tablet, confused and saying, Strange. One from Mado University, one from Tsinghua University. Why did they choose to travel together? Hearing this, the man with glasses, lying on the forest floor reading a book, replied slowly, The difference in level between the contestants is not large. Everyone is wary of each other, so they don't attack. Besides, the secret dungeon is full of dangers. Choosing to cooperate at the beginning is the smart thing to do. The survival match gets more exciting later on. This is only the first day. On the 7th day, the devices that the contestants brought will show the positions of others. The slaughter between contestants will be what's truly exciting, right? Hearing those words, he nodded. So that's how it is. Hearing that at that moment in the battle, a horde of monsters of different species charged forward aggressively. He used his ability to lower his 2 fingers and said, Leave. In just a moment, he had defeated them all. After that, he was continuously awarded points. Accumulated points plus 100. A while later, in another place, green monsters charged forward, saying ferociously, You wild brat, how dare you invade my territory? Kill him! Kill him! The next second, Xian's right arm glowed with green energy, and he uttered, I seal. In just a moment, the monsters were frozen solid, unable to move. Then he snapped his fingers and walked away. The ice block immediately shattered. He went on to slaughter giant spiders, accumulating 500 points, then another 50 points in quick succession. At this moment, Xian swung his hammer back at the spider, defeating it with ease. The system announced, accumulated points plus 1,200. A while later, he had defeated the horde of monsters. Then Xian smiled with satisfaction and touched the blue circle. He thought, I've dealt with a tough one. Let's see how many points I have now. He looked at the information and considered, a lone mechanist can march. He can use robots to scout and avoid high-level beasts, find low-level beasts, and also split his forces to hunt at the same time. No wonder Dean Wu said before the survival match that it's a stage for mechanists and summoners to shine. The system displayed. First place, Xian, 15,792 points. Second place, Xavier Wang, 5,547 points. Third place, Li Meng Zhe, 2,547 points. Then Xian pointed at the information and thought to himself, the rankings of Little Neen, Halan, Thiat Tam, and Lin Hai are all within my expectations. The information displayed. 9th place, Kwang So Neen, 2,049 points. 10th place, Vong Thiat Tam, 217 points. 11th place, Halan, 2,002 points. Tranon suddenly stopped, confused. Xian's eyes narrowed, unable to believe what he was seeing. Dam Vi and Chuang Cheat, although their level and combat ability are not as good as Thiat Tam and the others, are still average among the students participating in the competition. Why are their point rankings so low? The news feed displayed. 72nd place, Dam Vi, 540 points. 81st place, 470 points. At this moment, Taeyeon suddenly stopped. Xian's expression was filled with surprise and confusion. Has Dam Vi been eliminated? The news feed updated. Rank 72, Dam Vi, 540 points eliminated. Zhang 81 470 points. Then he worried. There are only 3 possibilities for elimination: the secret realm, magical beasts, and other contestants. It's not time for the circle to shrink yet, so there's no possibility of being eliminated by the secret realm for not reaching a special area. Then Xian recalled the scene of him bravely fighting a giant, ferocious snake and thought, although Dam Vi is a reserve member, it doesn't mean his strength is weak. Among all the contestants, Dam Vi can definitely be considered to be at an upper middle level. He is cautious and won't easily take risks. If he encounters an opponent stronger than a magical beast, he is fully capable of escaping. Suddenly, he had a bad feeling. Could it be that other contestants have joined forces? Then, Xian thought of the collaborators with their malicious smiles. In the secret realm, you have to be on guard not only against magical beasts and individual contestants, but also weak teams who, for the greatest benefit, will use cooperation to take advantage of opportunities to eliminate members of other teams. The teleportation location to the secret realm is random. At the beginning, the members of each team will be isolated and unable to cooperate. Therefore, this kind of situation is likely to happen in the later stages. At this moment, the announcer's voice rang out. All contestants, please pay attention. The scope of the secret realm is about to shrink. Please arrive at the safe zone within 3 hours. Otherwise, you will be considered to have failed the battle. Hearing this, he was surprised. A while later, elsewhere in the secret realm, something was moving through a ravine at lightning speed. The person exclaimed, "My luck is so bad." It was Xian. He was rushing to a certain place. As he ran, he thought, the first time the safe zone has shrunk to such an unusual degree. I must run with all my might to reach the safe zone within the specified time. I can only put damn Vi's matter aside for now. A blue light flashed on a mountain peak. Then, he changed direction. Xian used his skill to run to the top of the mountain. The breath of Lin Hai. At this moment, Tang Lin Hai was using magic to attack the orange-haired girl with a water arrow. Suddenly, Wu Kang appeared, holding a weapon, and unexpectedly attacked her. Tang Lin Hai was startled and turned around. He unleashed a powerful blow and said, "Annoying women are so troublesome." She quickly created a shield to block the blow. The next second, she countered with a stone mace. Then a giant, spiky sphere appeared above his head. The sphere fell and flattened Wu Kang. He stared wide-eyed, his mouth agape. Duong Lin Hai frowned and said in annoyance, TSK, how annoying. Didn't your teacher teach you not to underestimate any opponent? And do you think my memory is bad?" At this moment, Lac Tang leaped up, seemingly launching a surprise attack on her. Duong Lin Hai got into an attack stance and said, "Did you forget you have 2 people?" Then she slammed her staff down hard. As she was about to strike, suddenly, rocks of various sizes flew towards her. Stone's spirit burst. Then, Lac Tang was covered in rocks, forming a sphere, and both she and No Kang were crushed, unable to fight back. At this moment, Duong Lin Hai panted and said, "Are you going to surrender voluntarily, or should I seriously injure you and eliminate you?" Suddenly, a clapping sound was heard. Tang Lin Hai was surprised to see Li Jian hiding in a corner and thought in surprise, "There's still one more person hiding?" He also saw her and exclaimed, "I never expected Suzhou University to have such an outstanding elemental mage. It seems Miss Tang has always had her talents hidden by her teammates. What a pity." As soon as he finished speaking, the hounds beside him immediately rushed towards her. As for her, she shouted back, "Too much." She used the water arrow technique to dispatch the hounds. In that instant, a hound unexpectedly appeared behind Tang Lin Hai, and so it bit straight into her arm. Li Jian saw this and shouted excitedly, "Good opportunity! Bite off her arm." He thought to himself, without a magic staff, her casting speed and power will be greatly reduced. She's already at a disadvantage. She can't possibly be my opponent. Without a hint of fear, Tang Lin Hai smiled slyly and said, "A good opportunity must also be seized." As soon as she finished speaking, a magic circle suddenly appeared beside her. This caused Li Jian to shout in horror, "Without a magic staff, how can you?" Following that, a huge explosion occurred. The pressure of the explosion sent Li Jian flying. Even his 2 hounds were blown to bits. After the explosion, the system immediately displayed a notification. Player Li Jian of Qing University is seriously injured and unconscious, unable to continue the match. This announcement declared, player Li Jian is eliminated. Player Tang Lin Hai gains plus 1,050 points. At the same time, Tang Lin Hai lay on the ground, gasping for breath and spitting out a mouthful of blood. "Oh no, my magic power is depleted." One of the gang members who had attacked her saw this and immediately took the opportunity to finish her off. Wu Kang threw a sharp knife at her decisively. Suddenly, a foot appeared out of nowhere. This scene surprised him, and he thought to himself, what? And the person who blocked his knife was none other than Zian. He raised his leg and cursed angrily. Crazy. A single kick from him caused a huge explosion. At this moment, Duong Lin Hyatt tried to open her mouth to call out Chu. She used her last bit of strength to call out the last two words before fainting, Brother Gi. After that, the match moderation system announced, it has been determined that player No Kang of Nakai University is seriously injured and unconscious and can no longer participate in the match. Player No Kang is eliminated. Player Zian is awarded plus 1,240 points. Suddenly, while Zian was treating Tang Lin Hai's injuries, he suddenly glanced at someone. It turned out to be the guy named Lac Tang, who was planning a sneak attack. His murderous gaze startled him. And so the system announced again, it has been confirmed that player Lac Tang of Truong Dung University has forfeited. Player Dung Lin Hai has received plus 1860 points. After those three announcements, Chu Gi concluded, these three are clearly not from the same school, participating in a match to eliminate Lin Hai. This is not a coincidental cooperation that can be achieved. A while later, he helped Tang Lin Hai to another place to rest. Suddenly, his AI bracelet sent a notification. Rank 69, Trong Triet, 680 points eliminated. Even Duong Lin Hai received the same notification. Rank 69, Trong Triet, 680 points eliminated. This made her exclaim in anger. Trong Triet must have been surrounded and attacked by this despicable group of people from Valimsai. Next, she turned to Zian with a questioning look. Brother Gi, this whole thing is very strange. The entry position to the secret realm is clearly completely random. How do they manage to gather so quickly on the first day and also accurately locate our people and then carry out a siege? He shared his thoughts on the matter. I guess they use some special method to check the location of others. This made her shout in anger. This is cheating in a national competition. How dare they do such a thing? However, he added, if this is a special skill possessed by a certain member, then it's hard to determine if it's cheating according to the rules. But if they used a method that others couldn't see, his eyes filled with a murderous aura as he declared, I will make them lose all their reputation. Suddenly, Tang Lin Hai said sadly, Serena and the others are still scattered everywhere. It's very likely they've already been surrounded and attacked. I'm scared. Zian heard this and gently comforted her. The 9 schools have joined forces. They definitely wanted to weaken my strength in the first 6 days. That is you guys. Then on the last day, they would target me. Serena and the others being surrounded and attacked is an unavoidable reality. Moreover, he confidently asserted, in the face of absolute power, any conspiracy or scheme is useless. For everything they've done today, in 6 days, I will definitely make them pay back double. His arrogance made her blush with shame, and in her heart, she secretly called out, Brother Gi. After settling her down, he quickly shouldered his sword and left, but not without a reminder. Don't be angry. Your wound hasn't fully healed yet. Drink some magic potion and rest here tonight. I'll go clean up the magical beasts around here. A few days later, the match's reconnaissance plane announced, November 20th, 2064, the final day of the survival match of the National College and University Freshman Exchange Tournament. Today, 74 contestants will engage in a final slaughter to determine the final rankings of the survival match. The location information of each contestant will be displayed on the contestant's AI bracelet. Let's wait and witness the birth of the strong together. The audience began to buzz about the final day of the match. The final day of the survival match's slaughter. It's really something to look forward to. Suzhou University, after 6 days of fighting, only Zian, Tang Lin Hai, and Serena Jiang are left. Isn't that right? There are a total of 71 people on the battlefield. The numerical advantage is too obvious. I wonder if Zian can withstand the combined attack of the battlefield. At this moment, The reconnaissance plane announced the position. Inside the secret realm, in a vast desert, a group of people were waiting for someone to speak up. Xian and Duong Linhai are heading towards our location. Nguyen Hop looked at the map and quickly gave an order. Serena Jiang is in the northwest direction. Her strength is not bad, but she hasn't reached the same monstrous level as Xian. Moreover, there are more than 10 people approaching her location. Helena, take 5 people and rendezvous with the people over there. You must eliminate Serena Jiang. We have 47 people here to deal with Xian together. Helena replied without hesitation. Okay. After giving out the orders, Nguyen Hop encouraged the other contestants. Based on Xian's speed, I estimate he'll be here in about an hour. This battle is related to our final ranking in this exchange tournament. Everyone must be 100% focused and well-prepared. Elsewhere, a sharp slash flashed through the air. Serena Jiang easily sent the other contestants flying. No matter who rushed up, she gave them a sound beating. Helena was also present at that moment and spoke up. Serena, it's been a long time since we had a serious fight. She aimed her bow at Serena Jiang and said, this time, I'll be the strong one bullying the weak. After the match ends, we'll have a fair duel. Her words made her laugh disdainfully and reply, Little Lon, why wait until later? Her strength began to surge, and then she arrogantly declared, it was always Brother Xian who held back, which made you all think I was easy to bully. Today, I'll open your eyes. Helena was surprised to see her transform and realized, it's the full transformation effect of a succubus. She couldn't believe it herself. I never thought Serena had mastered the succubus bloodline so well. Even with 24 people, this battle will require all our strength. So she quickly fired arrows to support the other contestants in their attack on Serena Jiang, while also shouting out commands. In the desert, 2 beasts were fighting fiercely. But suddenly, a massive force appeared out of nowhere, causing both of them to flee. Nguyen Hop and Vong Hien waited patiently. Suddenly, a tremor appeared. Dust flew everywhere, causing Nguyen Hop to realize who was coming and call out, Xian. As soon as he said the 2 words, he's here, a giant appeared. On top of the giant's head were 2 people. It was Xian and his dear Lin Hai. The moment he saw him, Nguyen Hop said smugly, Xian, you probably feel very honored. He revealed that, in order to deal with him, they had gathered 47 top players from various colleges. This made him laugh and ask sarcastically, 47 players? Then he bluntly criticized them. They're just a bunch of rabble. His insult touched a nerve with the contestants, causing them to curse angrily. Arrogant. Too arrogant. However, Xian showed no fear at all. Instead, he arrogantly asked them, What? Am I wrong? Which one of you isn't my defeated opponent? Next, he pointed at them and challenged, relying on numerical advantage. You eliminated more than half of my Suja University's contestants. Now you're joining forces to deal with me. If it weren't for your numerical advantage, I'm afraid you wouldn't even have the courage to stand in front of me. Come on, you weaklings are useless even if you team up. His contemptuous words made them extremely furious. As for him, he still calmly declared, I will let you know that even a swarm of ants cannot bite a great dragon to death. Without hesitation, the battle began with Xavier Wang being the first to activate the HX at Quiet Jia, followed by 2 other friends of his, Ngong Kung, who follow my summons, Raging Fire Saber technique, and then the others joined in. Xian leaped down from the giant's shoulder and shouted to Duong Linhai, Stay there and wait for me. At the same time, a series of notifications appeared on the system panel, Blessing of Courage. A moment later, he landed on the ground with a loud thud. Without a moment's hesitation, he charged forward with his weapon in hand, and the skill system panel appeared, Blessing of Agility. With one move, he easily defeated countless other contestants. With every swing, a group of contestants fell. His ability made one contestant exclaim, He's so fast. However, another contestant thought, no matter how strong he is, he's just a freshman. How can one freshman fight against 47 people? At this moment, In front of Xian were summoned monsters. He charged towards them without hesitation. A monster reached out for him. Its fist and his collided, and then the force of his blow shattered the monster. The contestants still hadn't stopped their attacks. Heavenly Body, Defensive Field, Open, Lights Protection, Mana Defense. The layers of defense were opened. Xian's power shattered one defensive circle, but not all of them. The three pink-haired contestants saw this and said smugly, "There are still 6 layers of defense." I blocked it. This made Xian laugh. Blocked it. Then he pointed at them and said smugly, "This is just the beginning." As soon as these words were spoken, a giant hand descended from the sky. This hand had just appeared and already made Vong Hien's face turn pale with fear. The other contestants were no exception. They were so scared they froze. But then they quickly reacted and shouted to each other, "Quick dodge! Run! Quick dodge! You'll die!" Unlike everyone else who ran away together, Vong Hien stood his ground, ready. Nguyen Hop saw this and shouted, "Vong Hien, what are you doing?" Despite the system constantly sending red notifications, extremely dangerous, Vong Hien said with determination, "Even if the success rate is close to 0, I still want to try. This is the countermeasure I came up with during the rematch." The iron plates were pieced together along with his analysis. "That time I fought you, I've seen the strength and impact range under the hand of purity 100 times." As he tried to assemble the iron plates, he said, "The hand of God looks very sturdy, but in reality, it's scattered. If I can gather all the machines to form a defensive screen that distributes the force, maybe I can withstand a fatal blow." Just as Vong Hien finished assembling the protective screen of iron, our hand of God was struck. Xian was also about to be hit. Without a trace of fear, Vong Hien shouted, "Come on." So the divine hand clashed with the protective screen, and then the hand easily crushed the protective screen. It was crushed until the ground shattered. Smoke and dust filled the sky. Xian, with the posture of a god from above, loudly questioned, "Your lives are in my hands. Surrender or be killed." Nguyen Hop still wouldn't give up. He loudly called his name and launched an attack. Xian, a season of his attacks, shot towards On, along with a shout, "Blazing Flame Lock." After launching that attack, Nguyen Hop panted heavily and thought to himself, as long as Xian can block this season of attacks, he won't have to worry about what's behind him. Immediately after, the other contestants also rushed forward one after another. Gale Slash, Silver Sword unsheathed. Watching them gang up on Xian, Nguyen Hop thought confidently, "Our people are ready. Even if we can't eliminate Xian in one go, we can still seriously injure him." But as the crowd ganged up on him, Xian sighed and said, "I'm finally." With one hand, he blocked the blow while shouting, "I've been too kind to you all." Without a moment's hesitation, he attacked each person in the group of contestants. Light's Judgment. After being defeated, Vong Hien thought with regret, "He's stronger than before. I originally thought it would be a great battle, but it turned out to be a one-sided slaughter. If I had known this earlier, there would have been no need to ally with the 9 colleges and universities." He looked at the system panel that asked, "Do you want to surrender?" and thought sadly, "This time, I'll become a laughingstock for the whole country." Wu Mang laughed smugly. He looked up at the screen projecting the battle and exclaimed, "The 9 schools have joined forces. Dean Trin, in order to deal with Suzhou University, you must have put in a lot of effort." Dean Trin heard this and pretended not to know, replying, "Dean Wu, I don't understand what you're saying." Wu Mang was annoyed by this attitude and said, "There are no outsiders here, don't pretend anymore." Then he listed a series of names who participated in the gang-up attack and concluded, Nguyen Hop Amato, Halan of Tan Kin, Li Qian of Tan Thuong, No King of Nakai, Lac Tang of Tru Duong. If you're not a fool, you can see what you're up to. Moreover, he posed a question that was more of an affirmation than a query. Ordinary universities don't have this kind of courage. Martel University is firmly in second place, so they don't need to get involved in this mess. Unless it's Tsinghua University, the organizer of this event. Who else could have the ability to unite 9 colleges and universities? At this moment, Dean Shin was worried. Tsinghua University had the advantage in this competition, but they were still beaten so badly. To save face, I could only resort to this last resort. Back on the day they met to discuss how to deal with Xian, he had loudly questioned, Principal 2, if Suzhou University wins first place in all 3 major events of the exchange tournament, where will that leave the other colleges and universities? The dean named didn't hesitate to reply. Dean Trin, don't use that as an excuse. My motto university was 3rd in previous years. This year, I'm already satisfied with 2nd place. I don't have the time to compete for 1st. Hearing this, Dean Trin immediately offered a good condition to entice cooperation. As long as you agree to join, my Tsinghua University is willing to contribute a portion of S-grade resources to each school. Of course, this is a sign of our sincere cooperation this time. Taking this opportunity, Dean 2 immediately demanded 2 points, no less. At this point, Dean Shin had no choice but to agree, exclaiming, "Done." Next, he explained the plan to the deans present at the meeting. Tell your people not to eliminate players from other schools. If you can cooperate, try to cooperate. It's best if you can eliminate all players from Suzhou University except for Xian within 6 days. If you encounter Xian, run away immediately. Wait until everyone is gathered, then deal with him together. Back in the present, Wu Meng asked the deans, did the host participate in this plan? You are all usually well-known figures. Why are you all so silent now? Then he turned and called out, Dean Feng He. Seeing him call his name, he quickly replied, Huh. He said sternly, Dean Feng He, you have a good reputation for being a man of high moral character. By participating in this dishonorable matter, aren't you afraid of ruining your reputation? He didn't hesitate at all and replied with a fake excuse. Dean Wu, why do you say that? Cooperation in this competition is a reasonable strategy. We haven't broken any rules. His attitude made him snort coldly in displeasure. Suddenly, Wu Meng's voice became sharp as he questioned, do you all think that by using a few tricks, you can stop him from winning the championship? How ridiculous! He confidently asserted, Xian's strength is plain to see. He is not someone who can be dealt with by a few tricks like yours. A true powerhouse is never afraid of a challenge. No matter who targets him, Suzhou University can still take first place. On the other side, a contestant pressed the teleportation button, but the system sent a red warning, unable to transmit. Please wait patiently. This made Vong Hien shout in panic. What? At the same time outside, the contestants defeated by Xian were all groaning in pain. I surrender. I surrender. Let me go back. I need a healer. Why can't I teleport? It seemed Vong Hien had sensed something was wrong. Damn it. At that moment, a strange space appeared in the void. A giant pair of eyes appeared from behind Xian. At the same time, all the deans saw this through the screen. Wu Meng wondered to himself, why did it appear in the secret realm? Dean Trin hurriedly ordered, quick, forcibly teleport all the students back. Something strange happened at the teleportation gate. The person in charge of the teleportation gate said worriedly, the space-time is unstable. I can't open the teleportation magic. These words caused all the deans to panic and cry out. The students in the secret realm are the most elite warriors of my Xia country's future. If they're lost here, it will be a great blow to the country. This is a live broadcast to the whole country. If other countries see this, my country's reputation will definitely plummet. That's right. No matter what method we use, we must rescue all the students. Even Wu Meng was just as worried and wondered, can Xian return safely? Suddenly, the screen glitched. Signal lost. Please reconnect. This startled the deans and caused a commotion. What's going on? They shouted at each other in panic. At a crucial moment. What are you doing? Hey, did you just see a strange magical beast appear behind him? Huh, I didn't see it. Hearing his warning, he immediately reacted and turned his head to look. The void beast immediately flashed past him, so he hurriedly summoned his weapon. Then he swung hard and struck it. However, it suddenly disappeared, leaving him bewildered. In his heart, he told himself, it's gone. At this moment, on the ground, Vong Hien's robot had landed. He stood safely on the ground. Immediately, Xian asked, "What do you know?" The moment he landed in front of him, he spoke the name of the monstrous beast, the Void Beast. Moreover, he revealed that it had always been sealed within the secret realm and had not appeared for several decades. It was merely a creature that existed in the stories of the older generation of professionals. Born in the endless void, transcending common understanding, freely traversing the rifts of space-time between reality and illusion. Its form ever-changing and elusive, extremely difficult to capture. Its most terrifying ability is that it can tear space, creating a chaotic flow of space-time. Once caught in it, there is absolutely no way to survive. Just as he was asking him, how did he break the seal of the secret realm? A sudden, earth-shattering roar echoed. The appearance of the Void Beast caused the contestants to scream in terror. What is that monstrosity? Run! So, Chu thought about punching it. This punch of his was extremely powerful, and he swung it towards it. The Void Beast sensed the pressure of this blow and opened its eyes. It unexpectedly appeared in front of Xian, and then he gave him 2 slashes right on the leg. This gash made him grit his teeth in pain. Just then, another dimensional gate opened. That gate sucked Xian inside. He wasn't flustered at all and prepared to counterattack. His attack struck straight into the dimensional gate. Just as he was struggling to fight this portal, the Void Beast suddenly prepared to attack him from the dimensional portal. Without a moment's hesitation, he immediately unleashed his move and shouted, "Sacred Fist!" The attack carried a terrifying power that tore through the atmosphere, shooting straight horizontally like a roaring, furious lightning bolt. The brilliant dark pink arrow was quickly and completely controlled by the Void Beast in just half a second. Sonin quickly hugged Xian to escape the aftershock from the fierce attack. Under the immense pressure, they both slammed into the cold ground and were sent flying a considerable distance. Halan, while holding her bow tightly, shouted loudly, "Gather everyone! Concentrate your attacks on the magical beast." Amidst the thick white smoke, she slowly propped herself up on Xian's body. The young man's face below clearly showed his exhaustion from the recent ordeal. With great difficulty, he managed to ask about the other's condition. "Serena, how did you get here?" She replied softly, "I'm glad I made it in time." Then, Lino Tun explained the whole situation. "I found out that the others couldn't leave the secret realm. I figured there must have been an accident, so I came here. But just then, Chu Gi suddenly noticed something unusual. Danger. The Void Beast's target seemed to have shifted to a new one. Luckily, a golden ray of power timely intervened. The result was a cataclysmic explosion that cracked the entire ground, and Halan, who was unfortunately standing nearby, was directly caught in it. Sonia immediately shouted her teammate's name in panic, "Helena." Xian took the opportunity to assign a task to the other party. "Serena, I've been poisoned. I need time to remove the toxin. You try to protect the other students." The Void Beast became even more rampant and arrogant. Facing it now was only one person, on Kiet. The moment it brought its sharp claws down, Serena managed to get there in the nick of time to create a defensive layer. "Get back." The young man could only helplessly stammer a few unintelligible words. I. Not stopping there, the monster's other giant hand suddenly swept across, clearly having no intention of letting its prey go. The situation was dire. Suddenly, a familiar voice was heard preparing to activate a power. Tranda, skill, mesmerizing sound. Ankiet's body immediately leaned back, escaping the fatal blow at the decisive moment. The Void Beast roared in anger. "You worthless piece of trash, you don't know your own strength." Truong Sam could only dodge time and time again against an enemy that was overwhelming in both size and physical strength. Where did this thing come from? He struggled to defend himself, even though he knew the situation was becoming increasingly unfavorable. A terrifying pressure surged through the space, accompanied by a savage and disdainful laugh. "Ha ha, you no match for me at all." A bunch of ants fantasizing about challenging the god of time and space. Xian was currently activating 2 skills, Slow Heal and death resistance on himself. This Void Beast skill is too strange. As soon as you get close to it, it will immediately open a space-time rift to prevent others from approaching. If you use a long-range attack, once it's detected, it will run away. The entire battlefield had now turned into a scene of utter chaos. A huge crowd of players had gathered, but they could do nothing against the ferocious beast. Among the group of victims, Olivia was suddenly entangled by a pink rope that was unexpectedly shot at her. The one who had just saved her was none other than Serena. After entrusting her to Lin Hai, she immediately rushed in the opposite direction. Lin Hai, take care of the injured student. She, of course, quickly agreed. Okay. Olivia suddenly went crazy and screamed, I'm going crazy. Lin Hai tried to treat the other's frozen arm. Calm down a bit. Let me seal your wound. Her face darkened with fear. It's over. It can't be saved anymore. We're all going to die here. It shouldn't be like this. She gently reassured him, seeming to have great faith in Xian. Cheer up a bit. Brother E is very powerful. He will save everyone. But it didn't seem to register with the other person at all. This isn't what the teacher said. Lin Hai grabbed Olivia's uninjured arm in indignation. What do you know? Meanwhile, she was so panicked that her words became incoherent. It's not the same, it's not the same. How can it not be the same? It shouldn't be like this. What she said next was what truly made her freeze on the spot, as if the whole world had suddenly turned a dark, gloomy color. The battle between the Void Beast and the contestants continued fiercely on the distant battlefield. Countless lights from various attacks flashed across the front lines. The more Lin Hai listened, the more tense her expression became, her wide eyes unable to hide her horror. A swift, sharp slash came from a distance, mercilessly cutting the innocent victim's body in two. She didn't dare to delay any longer and immediately turned and left, hoping to salvage the critical situation. The battle reached its climax as Serena was now caught in its mouth, completely trapped by the Void Beast's sharp teeth. By the time Xian, Helena, and Lin Hui realized the truth, it was too late. Before he could even regain his composure, it continuously launched powerful shockwaves to prevent the enemy from advancing. Xian desperately charged towards the black hole that was sucking everything in the distance. Serena, Lin Hui, from behind, hurriedly called out his name, Brother E. She tried to explain the situation. The dean of Tan Thuong Academy has placed a tracking bug on us. Under the right circumstances, he can use a special method to locate people within a 100-mile radius. Then he concluded from the clues mentioned above. That's why the contestants from the Battlefield University and College were able to gather so quickly. The fact that On suddenly turned his head back made Vong Hien jump in surprise. He immediately explained, I don't know about this. I thought it was a coincidence. Lin Hui continued to provide information. Besides locating, the tracking bug is a semi-sentient beast of the Void Beast. That's why we encountered it in the secret realm. It mistook us for thieves and has been attacking us. I'm afraid Serena is in grave danger. Xian stared intently at his glowing hand while silently planning. Lin Hui, do me a favor. Find all the bugs on everyone, including the main one. Hearing that, she gradually began to picture what the other party was about to suggest. You want. His entire body was currently enveloped in a vibrant life force, as if every cell was simultaneously awakening. I didn't protect Serena well. As long as I can find her, I wouldn't hesitate to level the secret realm and travel across the void. Those golden eyes clearly didn't know how to lie. On the contrary, they were filled with a burning determination. Let me be the bait. Just then, another person's voice unexpectedly cut into their conversation. I think I have a way to subdue the Void Beast. Tun Kyo struggled to explain while trying to get up. Xian Tun has an extremely special sealing secret technique. Even when facing an existence far beyond his own level, he has the ability to seal it. However, great power always comes with unforeseen risks. But as soon as the sealing technique is activated, it will drain all the caster's magic power in an instant. If they can't withstand the shock of the magic power drain and overcome the moment of life and death, there's only one path: death. At that point, Sun Xiao's eyes filled with a clear sadness as she expressed her own helplessness. "But I can't do it," Lin Hai once again shouted angrily. "Then why are you talking about this?" But things had come to a dead end. Xian could only desperately cling to the last thread of hope. Tell me how." Following the method provided by Tuan Kio, Xian immediately took action. The spirit butterfly, carrying a magical light, gently explored the mountain of eggs. Almost in an instant, the eggs exploded. As the smoke and dust gradually dissipated, the space in front of him suddenly cracked. As his wish was granted, he became even stronger and clenched his fist tighter. He was in a different form, ready to face the challenge. Xian is not a summoner. If he wants to use it, he can only borrow a tool, and the summoner himself is the most special and best tool. In the end, he made a decisive decision. "I will gather all my magic power into this eyeball and turn it into a summoning tool." Xian, carrying a hammer, moved with agility. As he swung it ferociously, he thought, "Whoever holds this can activate the sealing secret technique." Seeing the brat still standing proudly, the void beast began to waver. "What? You can still fight me for so long." However, it was always blindly confident, even sighing for him. "It's a pity. No matter how hard you try, it's useless against me." Suddenly, a blinding light exploded and slammed into its body. The subsequent shockwave caused his golden hair to fly about. The void beast, hit by the terrifying attack, was utterly horrified. "How can you?" Xian continued to swing his hammer, his voice a threatening growl. "Don't go." It immediately roared back. "You fool. Haven't you figured it out yet? You can't catch me at all." As soon as it finished speaking, the rift quickly closed. Despite his triumphant roar, it still anxiously observed every movement. But he completely caught up, causing it to cry out in terror. Not good. Just as the void beast feared, Xian decisively gathered his strength. A devastating blow slammed into it, tearing it to shreds, to the extent that its own environment was also shattered. This guy, the anger that had been building up for so long, finally erupted. "It was just a coincidence that you met me once. Do you think you could be so proud?" A blade-like piece of the universe nimbly charged forward and bit him. "You arrogant and conceited human. Let me show you the true power of the god of time and space." At the critical moment, On suddenly remembered. "Xian, listen carefully." What Sun Xiao had carefully instructed was, the summoner's magic power can help you travel through time and summon powerful magical beasts. Therefore, by holding it, you can not only open the seal, but also trap it in the crack. But my magic power is limited and cannot protect you completely. Xian seized the opportunity and used all of his holy light, giant wind, to Light's judgment to protect himself. The more critical the situation, the more his mind raced. After entering the chaotic space-time, you must fight for every second, launching attacks on the Void Beast to make it reveal its weaknesses and fall into a weakened state. Despite his growing exhaustion, he still unleashed a finishing move, Sacred Fist Barrage. After being tormented and injured, Xian persevered, looked for the right opportunity, and opened the secret technique. The Void Beast, who had the upper hand, naturally became complacent. "Kid, don't get cocky. I'll definitely." Without waiting for his opponent's call, On trembled and thought to himself, "I can't take it anymore," while raising his hand, finally. Light's judgment shone brightly under his guidance, forcibly condensing a formation to imprison his opponent's soul and body, making its actions slow and unable to attack him anymore. However, killing 1,000 enemies and losing 800, Xian was almost completely exhausted. Two angelic divine bodies. I've wasted too much magic power. The illusory light slowly took shape, along with a whispered word, plus the continuous use of skills, my strength. Only when he realized his actions were restricted did he exclaim, "You." The fingertip, bathed in holy light, twitched slightly. The sacred inscription quickly formed a cage, trapping the void beast as he commanded. What else could it do but kneel and be bound? Xian, who had been drained of energy, fell down and had a fleeting flashback. There was the expectation of winning the high-level championship for the 5th consecutive time for the school. And there was the gentle and shy Serena. All the vivid memories suddenly stirred his sleeping heart. He saw her landing gracefully, watching him intently. Or even when she was in her succubus form and lightly touched his lips. It seemed Xian could feel what the other person had just conveyed to him. Amidst the intoxicating haze and heavy breathing, his vision was suddenly drawn. Serena held up a bewitching heart and called out invitingly, "Remember to find me." At that very moment, he woke up, his eyes glowing with a strange demonic red. A domineering Xian immediately launched a move. He used all his strength just to get a chance to lock down the void beast. "Be good and stay here for me." It quickly and confusedly asked itself, "What?" Golden chains moved one after another, transforming into countless threads that bound the void beast. In the end, it could no longer be so arrogant. The absolute control forced it into this predicament. "I surrender. I surrender. I surrender." The system simultaneously displayed. "You have subdued the magical beast. Do you want to accept it as a summoned beast?" Wishing for an attractive gift, Xian just interrogated him. "Hand over Serena." It whispered in confusion, "Who is it?" Only to scream when he made a move. "Ouch! Ouch! I know. You're talking about that girl, right? Ha ha. She's fine. She's still doing great." In the icy area he hadn't noticed, the flower bud suddenly moved. Its petals, shaped like the universe, gently opened. It turned out Serena was sleeping soundly in the midst of the flowing space-time flower. Lin Hai, who was anxiously waiting outside, suddenly cocked her head, and she had waited for a safe Xian to return. The students around also eagerly asked, "How is Serena?" "Xian, did you subdue the void beast?" But the faction that wanted to overthrow him began to waver. "Hey, the teleportation has been restored. Should we still make a move?" On the other side, after receiving Serena from him, she was flustered and exclaimed, "Brother Gi." He said nothing and lunged forward. The giant hammer immediately pointed straight at the sky. Vong Hien was stunned and shouted, "Xian, what do you mean by this?" His friend next to him hurriedly interjected, "What do you want to do?" In the end, all they got was that the match was still ongoing as the crowd panicked and dodged. "Is he crazy? Huh?" Xian continued to carry his weapon with dignity, facing everyone. "Surrender or challenge me." He knew what to do, but he was helpless and had to choose an answer. "I'm really impressed. At a time like this, we're not enemies in the first place." The news that Sun Xiao from Motto had forfeited flashed at the same time. Halan held back her emotions and explained, "That's right, I just wanted to show some concern for you." Even the contestants from Nak Kai Truong Duong University helplessly admitted God Yi's desire to win is too strong and calmly extended their hands. The chain of points Xian possessed increased at a dizzying speed. Over 10,000, even nearly 50,000, were all absorbed by him, causing the other group to curse loudly. "Yes, they're all gone. What's left for us to fight?" After everyone had left, Xian suddenly collapsed, scaring her half to death. "Brother Gi." Lin Hai supported Serena and asked worriedly, "Are you injured?" With a faint and weak voice, he faintly said, "I've run out of magic power. If they take advantage of the situation, I'm afraid I won't be able to hold on." It seemed his eyes were starting to glaze over, but his determination was still burning bright. "The top 3 on the scoreboard are us. The survival match must be first place." And first place really did belong to Xian with nearly 36,000 points, followed by Serena Jiang and Tang Lin Hai respectively. Seeing the system acknowledge his achievement, Xian suddenly laughed and sighed softly. "As a captain, I haven't brought shame to Suzhou University." At that time, the live battle report had also been updated. Suzhou University had reached 500,000 points and won first place, with Tsinghua University coming in second. Third place went to Mado University with a significant point difference. The National College Freshman Exchange Survival Tournament has now held 183 sessions, from which countless geniuses have emerged. The host wholeheartedly and sincerely urged. Among these geniuses, many have become the pillars of the motherland. And you, now, will also represent the hope of our country, of all humanity. But the students were only busy gossiping. Tomorrow we can go choose a set of epic-level clothes. That's great. After fighting hard for 20 days, we can finally relax. Tonight, I want to eat a big meal. As for Zian, after resting, he immediately got down to business. He observed each line of the system announcement. Congratulations on receiving the innate earthly milk, 50 free points and 50 skill points. His heart was filled with indescribable joy. A god-level talent, a god-level skill, a god-level heavenly treasure. I thought it would be a difficult task, but now it's a sweet reward. The exchange tournament lasted for 20 days, and I needed to be first in every category to complete the mission. It was much harder than the college entrance exam and the mission to kill the demon spawn. I never expected the mission reward to be so generous. The ecstatic smile on Zian's face could no longer be hidden. An S plus sword Dao talent, an S rank skill, plus a portion of a heavenly treasure will definitely give me an immeasurable amount of room to level up. Of course, I'll choose to accept. Immediately, a stream of light enveloped every nook and cranny of his cells. The magical feeling was so vivid that it immersed him. So this is the power of the divine sword heart. That pure, high-level energy gradually gathered on top of Zian's head. Only when he had completely grasped it did they dissipate. He felt as if he had just woken from a long, restful sleep. Before him was a hazy and chaotic space with a faint golden light. It was just morning, but Zian was already swinging his sword to test his strength after leveling up. Even though he only made a light move, the surrounding rocks and earth were severely damaged. Zian stood dazed in a sea of smoke and dust, contemplating. Just a casual wave can create such terrifying destructive power. This strength is truly unbelievable. Moreover, it seems the divine sword heart has also bestowed another ability upon me. He then observed the gift carefully. It's sharper than the light of a blessed weapon. This is a special attack sword aura that only appears when one has mastered swordsmanship to a certain level. It even exceeded his expectations, so he quickly raised his hand again. Only through daily practice can a professional player, a swordsman, activate their sword aura, and yet I already possess it. The blinding aura immediately split the air in two. Before, I could only barely manage it. Now, it's like I've become a sword Dao master. If I learn more skills, everything will definitely go smoothly. For example, the system's sword flash skill. A single normal attack combined with sword flash can deal 18 damage, and that's still only at level 1 enhancement. The slash carried an immense pressure, causing the stone wall to shatter into pieces along with the speculation. After that, the level of the sword flash skill will be raised, and the damage will be even higher when doubled. However, Zian was not deluded. He was extremely clear-headed and sighed. But in the end, this can only be a theoretical assumption. If I had a sword Dao master to fight against, I could better calculate the strength increase that the divine sword heart has brought me. Unexpectedly, just thinking about it, he had already reached out to contact Serena. Brother Zian, you called me here in such a hurry because you want to have a sword fight with me? His request for her help was completely justified. As a direct descendant of the Jiang family, Serena Jiang had been practicing swordsmanship under the guidance of a great master since the age of 3. She always remembered her responsibility and persevered without stopping. After 70 years of unwavering dedication, they began to call her the Genius Sword Maiden. Serena thought to herself with embarrassment, in terms of overall strength, of course, Brother Zian is the strongest. But in terms of tactics, I'm absolutely confident. At the moment of confrontation, the atmosphere around Zian immediately changed. Serena, you have to give it your all. She wasn't scared at all, and even seriously gathered her strength to initiate the attack. "Brother Xian, be careful." As soon as the words were spoken, Serena swung her weapon, creating a blow with overwhelming power. It was so terrifying that it broke the item On was using in two. However, this was the moment Xian had been waiting for. While she was still hovering in midair, he had already made his move. A flicker of panic crossed Serena's eyes. I didn't misread that. It's sword chi. After landing and stabilizing her speed, she exclaimed, "Brother Xian's iron-skinned sword Dao is so exaggerated." Unexpectedly, before she could even stand firm for a few seconds, the next wave of attacks suddenly closed in. Without flinching, she used her experience to raise her weapon and block. The demonic shadow sword, filled with immense energy, relentlessly counterattacked. They went back and forth, continuously clashing for hundreds of moves. The two fought so intensely that they didn't even notice Wu Mang's appearance. Am I dreaming? Since when did Xian become so proficient with a longsword? He carefully observed everything and analyzed. Xian's sword moves, with each attack, give people a feeling of divine might. Serena Zhang's sword moves are fast and strange. His many years of experience help him see things more clearly. Serena Jiang seems to be able to fight back and forth with Xian very proficiently. If it's not because she has more skills and a higher level, then it's because Xian is deliberately suppressing his strength and agility to be similar to Serena's. The moment the weapon flew out of her hand, Wu Mang immediately made his decision. But when the blade struck, the shockwave still managed to bruise both of her arms. The treasure Serena always carried with her was thus caught by him. She panted heavily, unable to catch her breath. "Brother Xian, no more fighting. I surrender." Xian gently asked, "Are you all right?" Seeing his concern, she assured him, "I'm fine, just a little exhausted." As soon as they stopped fighting, he approached and praised them. "Amazing. So, Xian, you're a sword master? Why didn't I see you use swordsmanship during the competition?" He quickly replied, "Hello, Dinwu." Then he smiled awkwardly and scratched his head, explaining, "Haha, just keeping a little something in reserve." But internally, his heart was pounding. The conditions for receiving a new talent are extremely harsh. Without resetting the high-level dungeon record and without a class change ceremony, just getting a new talent out of nowhere is a bit suspicious. I still can't fool him. Suddenly, Xian remembered and asked, "Dinwu, were you looking for me for something?" He then smoothly explained the reason. "I came to pick everyone up for the celebratory banquet organized by the Alliance. Also, there's something I want to talk to you about." The scene suddenly flashed through Wu Mang's mind. Feng He is dead. When the investigators from the Xiaoyan Professional Alliance found Feng He was already dead in his dormitory. He recounted the details of the crime one by one. According to the testimony of the students in the classroom, he used the excuse that the insect eggs could help locate people in the secret realm more conveniently, and also promised S-grade resources as a benefit. Accordingly, it's clear that the dean had been plotting this for a long time, luring people into the room to steal things and placing the insect eggs in the contestants' clothes. Unfortunately, the trail went cold. He then revealed the current dead end. The students don't know anything else. Xian was surprised and wondered, the lead is broken? However, Wu Mang was determined to give him an answer. "Don't worry. The Alliance is thoroughly investigating everyone Feng he has been in contact with for the past 10 years. We'll have results in a week. The celebratory banquet is about to start. Let's go first." At the same time, he frankly pointed out the deeper meaning of this activity. At the celebratory banquet, the top forces of the Xia country will appear. Their main purpose is to invite everyone to join their teams and guilds. Wu Mang led the group, using his knowledge to introduce this lavish party. In order to win you over, they will offer conditions that can be said to be very generous. Money, beautiful women, power, resources. Sure enough, just as expected, as soon as they arrived, someone came to greet them. Once you accept these conditions, you will be bound to this force. As your team leader, I don't object to you joining any force, but you must make your choice carefully. At this moment, applause rang out, drawing everyone's attention. Everyone, Feng Yu spoke loudly, delivering the opening remarks. You are all students from the most outstanding universities and colleges in this year's National Freshman Exchange Tournament. It was not easy to get to this point. Therefore, each and every one of you will receive a reward from our Xiaoyan Professionals Alliance. After that, each person was given a separate item. The bank card in your hands contains 20 million Xiaozhong coins provided by our Xiaoyan Professionals Alliance. This item immediately sparked considerable curiosity. At the same time, the authority of each of you in our Xiaoyan Professionals Alliance will be upgraded to the level of an elite external member. This is the highest authority outside of the core members of my Xiaoyan Professionals Alliance. The benefits Feng Du offered sounded very attractive. In any base in the Xia country, you can enjoy a 20% discount on equipment and medicine. Of course, if any of you want to become a core member of our Xiaoyan Alliance, you can also contact me directly. After hearing this grand speech, Xian couldn't help but exclaim to himself, 20,000 for each person. That's 2 billion for 100 contestants. The Xiaoyan Professionals Alliance is really rich. The people around also started to gossip. 2 million Xiaozhong coins. We've never had this much before. With this much money, we could buy a B+ grade resource. This is a huge gain. Reason told him, helping him quickly realize, but this is also the most direct way to show strength. At the same time, the announcement rang out. The reward for the top 3 in the singles, team, and survival tournaments will be distributed tomorrow. Finally, Feng Du raised his wine glass and addressed all the distinguished guests. The celebratory banquet officially begins. Everyone, please eat and drink well. The crowd below also enthusiastically roared in response. Tea. At this moment, Wu Meng took the initiative to gather the team members. Congratulations to Suzhou University for winning first place in this exchange tournament. The contestants immediately joined in the lively atmosphere, clinking glasses. Damn, Vi excitedly approached to join the celebration. Brother E, this time, we were able to win first place in the exchange tournament all thanks to you. I toast to you. Wu Meng also quickly nodded in agreement. A toast is well-deserved. If it weren't for Xian, our school's final result in the big 3 universities would very likely have been last. The beautiful girls followed suit and ran over like enthusiastic fans. Xian, I'll toast you a glass too. Brother Xian, me too, me too. Almost everyone around wanted to take this opportunity to greet him. And us too. The awkward situation made him a little embarrassed. Are you guys trying to get me drunk? Suddenly, Truong Sam's familiar, powerful voice rang out. Xian. He respectfully clasped his hands. I'd like to take this opportunity to thank you. If it weren't for you, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to hold on until the healer arrived. You saved my life. In the future, if you need me, I will definitely not refuse, even if it means death. Then he immediately drained his glass of wine, symbolizing a gentleman's oath. I will definitely not refuse, even if it means death. Serena, who had been standing by and witnessing everything, felt extremely curious. Brother Xian seems to have gained another group of special fans. Immediately after, Vong Hien also rushed over, pushing Truong Sam forward. Miju, Miju. Hugh Bak quietly observed from behind, with not a few questions in her heart. Is it my imagination, or has the divine aura around Xian become much stronger? Chu Hang affirmed with a firm sentence. It's not an illusion. The aura on him has surpassed that of most second-tier divine professionals. This information left her stunned. What? It's only been a few days. He also found it hard to believe, but the truth was right in front of him. Such an obvious change proves that his strength has leveled up again. What a terrifying leveling speed. The party gradually came to an end. Very quickly, it was the next day. A modern aircraft appeared on the school grounds. The modern machine landed gently in front of all the students. The cabin door slowly opened. When everything was ready, Feng Du spoke from the cockpit. Everyone's on board. You'll need to go to the headquarters of the Xiaoyan Professionals Alliance to receive your rewards. The headquarters is located in the Din Sun area of Tonkin City. You can only enter with a dedicated fighter jet. Damn Vi, sitting inside, was very excited to see such high-end equipment for the first time. Wow, these are all the latest X-1000 Yulin fighter jets. Sonin, sitting in front, was also very knowledgeable. The X-1000 Yulin fighter jet is from the largest fighter jet manufacturing company in the Xia country. Its top launch speed is 3 times the speed of sound, and it only takes 10 seconds. These words made the curious boy Dam Vi even more excited. Yes, that's it. The price is nearly 1 billion. At the same time, Feng Du had finished preparing and told them to pay attention and sit tight. Immediately after the plane took off, Dam Vi's entire body slammed into the cabin because he hadn't fastened his seatbelt. With a speed faster than his ex's mood swings, he was constantly being tossed around in all directions. It flew so fast that you could only see a faint streak of light left behind. Finally, when the plane came to a complete stop, a constellation of stars was spinning around his head. We've arrived. On Serena's side, a similar situation occurred, but what was special was that she ended up lying on top of Xian. As soon as she regained her composure, she quickly returned to her seat, her face flushed with embarrassment. As for him, he tried to say a few words to the contrary. So fast. A fighter jet. The Din Sun area is 20 kilometers from Tsinghua University. Accelerating forward. We'll be there in 20 seconds. And so they successfully reached the inspection gate. Around them, everything was still operating smoothly. Feng Du, now acting as a tour guide, explained there are a total of 40 ground entrances to the Din Sun area and 15 air entrances. External fighter jets entering the Din Sun area must undergo a comprehensive scan, so they have to queue up. A drone then followed a pre-programmed route to conduct a thorough scan. Beep. Registration number 00638. A fighter jet of the Xiaoyan Professionals Alliance with special passage rights. Then they were allowed to pass through the teleportation gate. Inside was the magnificent and imposing headquarters. Serena looked out of the cockpit window with delight. Besides, that seems to be the flag of Tsinghua University. Feng Du also enthusiastically explained, yes, that is the floating island of Tsinghua University. Besides schools, many military legions and guilds are also built in the Din Sun area. Xian stood behind, silently assessing. The floating mechanical island of the Xiaoyan Professionals Alliance is powered by an even stronger mana engine. Every machine on the island has an enhanced defense mechanism. All the students then gradually disembarked from the spacecraft, one after another, in a single file. Feng Duong once again formally introduced, "This is the headquarters." Suddenly, a voice caught Vong Hien's attention. "Let me through for a moment." But as soon as he turned around, a giant creature came into view. "It's a big lizard." On the contrary, a student happily explained, a mythical insect tribe can bring the average level of a magical centipede to 60 centimeters. It must be an extremely powerful third-tier professional. Then, Feng Du explained the work process. Each of you will have to go to the headquarters office to receive your reward. The staff will take you there. Each student was given detailed instructions. Student Vong Hien, please follow me. Student Kung She Nian, Poli Follow Me. Student Noi Hop. As for the most special person, she personally led the way. Xian, you won first place in the singles tournament, first place in the team tournament, and first place in the survival tournament. I will take you to get your rewards. Please follow me. Since the road was a bit long, the two started to make small talk. You were the best performer in the entire exchange tournament. The Xiaoyan Alliance values you very much. I wonder if you have any intention of becoming a core member of the Alliance. I'm so sorry. I currently have no thoughts of joining any force. Don't you want to hear the conditions of our Xiaoyan Alliance? Our alliance has very few rules. No need. He very rationally realized the loophole in her words. Even if there are few rules, there will still be constraints. Besides, I'm only a freshman. I can't be bound by other forces now. As for Feng Du, he was very expectant. A genius always has his own plans. Ha ha ha. No rush. When the two arrived in front of secret room door, she exaggeratedly announced, "Your reward is divided into 3 categories. First is the champion of the singles tournament, a custom-made legendary weapon. Second is the champion of the team tournament, a full set of custom-made epic equipment. Third is the champion of the survival tournament. You can choose any item from the Xia Yan Alliance's resource warehouse." Then, as she led the way, she didn't forget to explain, "Now I will take you to the place of the highest level blacksmith master in the Xia Vim Alliance. Qi Jun will make a legendary weapon for you. This room is Master Qi Jun's forging room." The special door in front of them slowly opened. "It's going to be a little hot." A cloud of smoke immediately billowed out from inside, obscuring the figure. Feng Du stepped forward and introduced, "Master Qi Jun, the champion of the singles tournament, has arrived." His fierce and murderous appearance was as if he would crush anyone. His deep voice spoke, "Your name is True Gi." He replied respectfully, without a trace of fear, "Master Qi Jun, this student is indeed Xian." His scrutinizing eyes flashed, silently sizing him up from head to toe. It seemed he was quite satisfied, and his tone softened somewhat. "Very good. Your current level is 23. Based on the requirement of 5 levels for 1 piece of equipment, I will design a level 25 legendary weapon for you. Tell me, what kind of weapon do you want?" Xian quickly made his request. "I want a longsword weapon with attribute enhancements geared towards strength and intelligence." Observing their conversation just now, Feng Du was secretly surprised and somewhat admired. To forge better equipment, Master Qi Jun has learned an extremely specialized technique. An ordinary professional who suddenly encounters this kind of light will be suppressed to the point of being speechless. He is truly the all-powerful champion of this session. Facing Master Qi Jun, his expression did not change at all. At the same time, Xian added more details about his desired weapon. "As for the special effects of the equipment, I don't have too many requirements. As long as it matches my Holy Knight profession and has enough damage, that's fine." But in his head, he already had careful calculations. A gold-grade weapon has 2 types of 4-dimensional attribute enhancements. A legendary weapon will have all 4 attributes enhanced. But as a Holy Knight who has to fight in close combat and cast spells, both strength and intelligence are more important. Based on his previous understanding, Qi Jun seriously gave his opinion. "I have seen all of your combat videos. Sharp and imposing, a longsword is a very suitable choice." Then he excitedly conjured the Sunstone Holy Light Stone in his head with a bold idea. "I have some thoughts." Feng Du recognized it at a glance. It's a rare drop from the Holy Domain Ruins dungeon. The production of the epic-grade material South Sky does not exceed 10 pieces. Then, as if they had a telepathic connection, she and Xian exclaimed in surprise, "Sunstone Holy Light Stone." Qi Jun entered scholar mode. Using easy-to-understand words to explain, the Sunstone Holy Light Stone is a treasure from the center of the sun. A weapon forged from it will quickly purify and destroy undead, demons, and dark creatures with holy light. As soon as he finished his lecture, he focused his mind and summoned the material vanadium steel. Along with a shout, a series of gold-grade vanadium steel ore pieces were pushed up by a layer of lava. The information on the legendary-grade Dark Radiance, the epic-grade Spirit Fragment, the gold-grade Dragon Soul Core, and the legendary-grade Tears of the Holy Spirit appeared. As he waved his hand, the blazing flames pulled the stones into a vortex. Flame's heart, void essence, time's sand, storm's eye. Qi Jun focused all his mind to form a seal, beginning the process of refining the essence, lava smelting. Under the high heat of thousands of degrees, the volcano immediately erupted, creating a cataclysmic explosion. It helps to purify creatures with evil energy, causing them to cry out in agony. "So hot, so hot, I'm going to die." He used his superior forging technique to refine the essence into a towering pillar of lava, divine forging hammer. The current sucked the dark undead into it, and the power of the thunder god coated the hammer. All the power gathered and emitted a blinding golden-orange light, causing Feng Du and Xian to look up and admire the powerful scene of weapon refinement. The heavy hammer shatters all impurities. At this point, Qi Jun began to pour the molten rock into the mold. Internal stress relieved, its properties malleable, lightning condenses. When the material was solidified, he used tongs to take it out. Light flows, the surface is like a mirror, revealing its sharpness, radiant and brilliant. He hammered continuously on the surface of the blade, carving runes. Runes flicker, magic power flows everywhere, forging a divine weapon of 10,000 laws. Next, the water-quenching stage. He submerged it in water to cool it quickly. The might of demons combined into jewelry. Runes flicker, magic power flows everywhere, forging a divine weapon of 10,000 laws. The soul of the war god, imbued in the blade. The will of fearlessness, infused into the edge, breaking the enemy's formation without shedding blood. For the final shaping step, Qi Jun hammered the metal with all his might, Zhong Yin Tuan Zhao. This action created sparks that flew everywhere. Feng Du quickly created a protective screen. Only when the product was finished did he exclaim, "Good!" The radiant sword he had crafted had a powerful golden color, as if it could pierce through anything. Then he took a deep breath and shouted, taking a stance, "Go!" As soon as the words were spoken, the sword was thrown by Qi Jun with the speed of a racing boy's grandfather, shooting past, leaving only a blinding streak of light. Xian managed to catch it accurately, his hand feeling a bit heavy. He raised the sword and carefully examined it. He panted after the arduous process, diligently guiding the final step. A legendary weapon needs to recognize you as its master. Release your energy and suppress it. He quickly followed the advice, closing his eyes and focusing his mind, pouring his power into it. The two combined energies released extremely powerful electric sparks. At that moment, the system announced, "Special Bloodline, 6 Desires, Heaven's Keeper." Xian began to observe it closely, from the polished blade that could be used as a mirror to the sturdy wooden handle. He was satisfied and thought to himself, for great attribute enhancements, 3 special effects, as expected of a legendary weapon. Especially this first attack speed enhancement, it means that in actual combat, my opponent can only swing once while I can swing 3 or 4 times. Looking at the expression on his face, Qi Jun could easily guess his thoughts. It seems you are very satisfied with it. Suddenly, Xian was shocked by his unusual change in appearance. "Master Qi Jun, what happened to you?" The person opposite him explained tiredly. "Forging a high-level weapon consumes a large amount of magic power. It's common to end up like this." Feng Du also leaned over and whispered, "The birth of a legendary weapon requires many processes. Only Master Qi Jun's special talent can complete it in a short period of time. An ordinary blacksmith would need at least 2 or 3 months." He slowly turned his back to them. Before saying goodbye, he didn't forget to kindly remind them, "You guys go, I need to rest." The material used for the Radiant Holy Sword is mostly of the Divine System. In the future, if you want to upgrade its star level, it's best to also use the Divine System, otherwise it will damage its power. Xian was extremely grateful and quickly bowed his head in thanks. "Thank you, Master Qi Jun." Feng Du quickly pulled him away, changing the subject. "Next, let's go get the rewards for the team competition." At the same time, Qi Jun gleefully jumped into the bubbling lava. The next awkward situation made on a little embarrassed. A few black bunny cas playing seamstresses surrounded him to take his measurements. "Hello, Student Xian. We are the team in charge of your full set of epic-grade equipment." The purple-haired girl flirtatiously lifted his chin. "May I ask, what are your requirements for this set of equipment?" Xian hurriedly pulled his shirt down and answered in detail. "I need a set of light armor, with attribute enhancements leaning towards strength and intelligence." The other party professionally scheduled the delivery. "Understood. The equipment will be finished in a month. Someone will personally escort it to your school." With the official business done, the seamstresses began to gossip. "Elton is real. His muscles are also very nice, and he's very pure. Witnessing the scene of a naive deer lost among a pack of hunters, Feng Du couldn't help but exclaim, a naive student being played with in the palm of their hands. Then she snapped her fingers to signal a new announcement. Next is the reward for the survival match. You can choose from here. Following that action, a circle of information appeared around the two of them. You can choose any one item. Xian focused on reading the dense lines of information on the selection screen. Faced with the countless number of items before him, he still calmly and carefully considered them. These are all S-grade life-saving divine items. Taking out any one of them would make a professional risk their life and fight for it. Then he decisively pointed at the item he wanted. I want this one. Feng Du highly appreciated this decision, but was also a little curious. The Space Leap Stone is indeed a useful escape tool, but you didn't choose a resurrection type. He confidently affirmed without a moment's hesitation, definitely, I want it. In reality, he already had his own calculations. Resurrection-type items are indeed very rare, but I already have the rebirth cross that the system gave me. Besides, the Space Leap Stone has other uses for me. Feng Du immediately granted his wish. Okay. Then she handed over the box containing the mysterious green gem. It's yours now. Xian looked at his spoils of war with satisfaction. Suddenly, a voice as if tearing through his inner self repeatedly cried out, Vansin, let me out. Let me out. Noticing the other's strange expression, she asked with concern, What's wrong? Your face suddenly turned very pale. He forced a smile and replied vaguely, It's nothing. Maybe I just need some rest. After finishing her work, she professionally handed over her business card with a message. All right, the rewards have been collected. My mission is also considered complete. Of course, if you have any dissatisfaction with the epic-grade equipment and legendary weapon, you can contact me directly. The other students are probably waiting for us in the lobby. Let's go. Before long, he was brought back to the assembly point. The two sisters, Hugh Bach, seeing a familiar figure, rushed over excitedly. Brother Chu Gi. He turned around and asked, What's the matter? Let's find another place to talk in private. However, that wasn't their intention. No need, we just came to say goodbye. This afternoon, all the teachers and students participating in the exchange will be teleported back by the magic circle of Tonkin University. I also have to go back to the clan with Dongni. In a secluded corner that few noticed, a beetle was secretly observing the conversation below. If you have time, I hope you can bring Chu Van to Tianlan Province. Both of you are descendants of a Chu family. You will surely be nurtured by the family. This is good for both of you. So he nodded in agreement. Okay, after Chu Van graduates in half a year, I will take her there. I wish you all a smooth journey. After the brief meeting, Xian stood there and saw everyone off. Only after they had all left did he look up with sharp eyes. In a flash, he appeared on the branch where the beetle had just been. Looking around and seeing nothing suspicious, Xian frowned and thought to himself, was the feeling of being watched just now just an illusion? Suddenly, someone from below called out, Brother E, we're about to go into the market to buy some local specialties. Are you coming? He bluntly refused. I'm not going. A while later, Xian returned home and slammed the door shut. His mind was currently in turmoil. Could it be that the previous wound hasn't healed yet, and my mind is too tense? Suddenly, a splitting headache came over him, as if a giant jaw was devouring his brain. A voice suddenly rang out, Human, let me out. Strange patterns and a strange light suddenly appeared on the ground. In the center, a strange shadow gradually appeared. Xian knew full well why it had appeared, but he couldn't help but advise, You have already signed a contract with me. What's the point of struggling? The void beast roared in frustration. Ridiculous. I've lived for thousands of years, yet I have to obey a snot-nosed kid. If it weren't for that strange final spell, you wouldn't be my opponent. He didn't hold back and exposed its crimes. You injured 63 people, sent 10 to their deaths, and caused the Xiaoyan Professionals Alliance to spend a huge investment to heal and repair the secret realm. If they knew the mastermind was still alive, what do you think would happen to you? The void beast still stubbornly resisted. Threatening me is all you're good for. After repeated attempts to reason with it, Xian had gradually lost his patience. A third-tier mage of the Alliance can use the soul stripping technique to erase the consciousness of high-level magical beasts, turning them into obedient puppets. You probably aren't afraid of this, but even if you die, your flesh and blood can still be sold for a high price. Angered by these words, it gritted its teeth and spat out a word, despicable. But immediately after, he caringly offered a space-jumping stone of Escarade. Fighting with me, you were seriously injured. It's not convenient for me to take you to a healer. You need to replenish your energy. The void beast paused for a moment, staring intently at the stone, a complex emotion flickering in its eyes. Xian suddenly said something out of the blue, 1 year. After a short pause, he continued with his condition. Your energy is useful to me. Behave and help me for a year, and I will erase the contract and grant you your freedom. It harbored a great deal of hostility towards humans, so it was not easily swayed. What makes you think I should trust you? Why bother explaining? He just threatened. You have no other choice. Either trust me or die. With that, Xian took out another item as a token. Your semi-sentient beast, I'll return it to you. The void cautiously took it and placed it on top of its head, holding it as if it were a fragile egg. Just as he was about to leave, it suddenly called out, "Wait a minute." As he threw the stone into its maw, he warned, "There's something you might want to know." The void beast slowly spat out each word. Little Deep told me when it started to take it away. In the end, a shocking piece of news was revealed. It's not really a human. In the shopping district, the calls of the vendors were everywhere. Blazing Saber with a fire special effect. Only 998. Sir, don't hesitate anymore. Today is a special price. Buy a set of battle armor and get a free nail clipper. Real goods, real prices, no scams. At a stall, Serena was busy trying on jewelry. Nadia, next to her, enthusiastically promoted, "Miss, this hairpin is inlaid with ice crystals. Not only can it upgrade your class, but it also has a defensive effect." She continued to enthusiastically introduce their benefits. The remaining gemstone has been infused with the magic power of a wood system mage. It can speed up wound healing and is very suitable for a beautiful and powerful professional like you. Xian suddenly appeared from behind and gently placed a hairpin on Serena's hair. "This one suits you better," he said, making her eyes light up with joy. "Brother Xian." This appearance made Serena wonder. "Didn't you say you weren't coming?" He smiled and explained, "I finished my business, so I came over to have a look. I'll also buy some local specialties to take back." Watching the two of them being so affectionate, Nadia smiled and thought to herself, "Oh, a handsome man and a beautiful woman. This scene is so beautiful. I ship it, I ship it." At this moment, a voice suddenly rang out, "Jiang, Miss Jiang." 3 pairs of curious eyes looked out. The owner of the voice was none other than Wang Hao. "I never thought I'd meet you here. It's truly fate." Tomorrow, Serena wouldn't even know that person. "Who are you?" Temporarily ignoring the awkwardness, he respectfully introduced himself. "Miss Jiang, you're forgetful. I am Wang Hao, Wang Batian's nephew, the second-ranked genius of the 3rd generation of the Wang family's Thunder Prison." Nadia couldn't help but find these words funny. The first time we meet, someone calls themselves a genius, and a second-ranked genius at that. Ha ha ha. You still want to say a few more words. "A year ago, on Miss Jiang's birthday, I gave you an ice soul sword, but you were already tired of it. It's the Wang family again. They're like ghosts that won't go away." Xian knew what to do and said smoothly, "On my way here, I saw a snack street over there. Let's go for a walk there." Then he draped his arm over her and left. "We have something to do. We'll be going now." But someone saw this scene and was enraged. "Damn!" Wang Hao angrily summoned a lightning ball. "You bastard! Just a commoner, and you dare to touch the pearl of the Jiang family." He shouted a command, "Kneel down for me," and at the same time threw the ball at him. But before it could even touch a single hair, it was blocked by a shield. Although a little surprised, thanks to his clairvoyant eye, he knew Xian's information and sneered. So it's just a holy knight hiding in a turtle shell. This commoner's level is very low, and his profession is useless. Defeating him is as easy as turning over my hand. Serena was furious that someone dared to belittle her boyfriend. You, as a man, who would let a girl protect him. So he quickly stood up and proposed a challenge. I'll play with you. Then Xian set the rule, 3 moves. If you can touch the corner of my clothes, I will apologize to you. Otherwise, you must kneel and apologize to me. A word of warning, if you break anything, you have to pay for it. The people nearby smelled drama and quickly came to watch. It was a good show to watch. Young people are just so easy to anger. They can even fight while walking on the street. Wang Hao gritted his teeth, a fierce glint in his eyes. What kind of thing dares to challenge me? He didn't hold back at all and immediately went all out. You're courting death. Thunder rain barrage. A barrage of lightning bolts rained down from above, but none of them could break through the white screen. Xian emerged from within, completely unscathed, as majestic and awe-inspiring as a god. The crowd around watched and gossiped. He doesn't know his own strength. He can't even break through the other person's defense. Wang Hao, witnessing this scene, also started to feel a little scared. On the outside, he was still stubbornly defending himself. The turtle shell is quite hard. I bet all his electricity attributes are added to defense. Ridiculous. But inside, he was secretly cursing. Damn it, I didn't expect this guy's defense to be so hard to deal with. However, the so-called second-rank genius would not admit defeat so easily. He quickly gathered energy and summoned 2 purple shadow leopards. But that was just an appetizer. This Gale Thunder Shadow Leopard technique is my trump card. You commoner, I'll let you know the consequences of offending Wang Hao. Under their master's control, they charged straight at Xian. For this move, he also had to draw his weapon. Soul Spirit Star Treatment, 9-tailed True Self. Then he immediately threw 2 holy light items forward. In just a moment, the 2 Gale Thunder Shadow Leopards were completely destroyed. Not even a scrap of their armor remained. Wang Hao had to quickly shield himself to avoid the aftershock of this attack. Only now did he feel scared. How is this possible? What is this guy's background? While he was struggling on this side, on the other side, Xian was as carefree as ever. There's still one more move. Go ahead. His mind quickly searched through his memories, but he couldn't figure out the identity of the person in front of him. Impossible. I've never met this person among the geniuses of the great families. He's just a holy knight, a useless profession. His strength can't possibly be above mine. Wang Hao still didn't want to give up. He slowly drew his sword from its sheath. I don't believe you can block this move. Like a bolt of lightning, he charged straight at Xian with his sword, using the Thunderlight / technique. He also reacted quickly, using the Holy Cross to counter. Immediately, a beam of light shot down from above, right where he was standing. Rocks and dirt flew everywhere. He looked down from above at the person lying face down below with a contemptuous gaze. A lightning system genius is nothing more than this. It took a few minutes for Wang Hao to lift his head. The ground had a rather deep hole in it. Nadia at the stall suddenly realized something. Why does that person look so familiar? I feel like I've seen him somewhere before. Holy Knight. Holy Knight. Finally, she remembered and quickly discussed with her colleague next to her. It's Xian, the #1 in this year's freshman exchange. The other person also exclaimed, No wonder, no wonder. The girl next to him is his girlfriend, Serena Jiang. The discussion was quite loud, so he overheard everything. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his heart filled with shock. A freshman? He's just a freshman. Following the 2 figures as they left, Wang Hao resolved to take revenge. Xian, I'll let you live for now. When my big brother gets back, I'll teach you a lesson. As for the woman, his hatred seemed to be even stronger. And Serena Jiang, you shameless flirt, daring to play with the Wang family. Big brother won't let you off. The next day, the warm sunlight shone everywhere. Xian's group entered. The students on both sides whispered. It's the representative team of Suzhou University. Look at Xian. He's even more handsome in person. Fisk, TSK, as expected of Goddess Jiang. With this explosive body, even a girl like me would be moved. Wu Man smiled with squinted eyes and expressed his sincerity. Thank you for the warm hospitality of Tsinghua University. Trentian couldn't help but feel angry at the thought of having to be their background, but he still had to appear friendly. This year's exchange tournament has really made your Suzhou University stand out. We've all become your stepping stones. He was so happy he couldn't close his mouth and replied humbly, "Why do you say such unpleasant things? The competition is second, friendship is first." The other party added, "Ha, that's right, I'm third." He couldn't go on any longer because the mage was urging him. "Everyone, please prepare. The teleportation magic circle." All the mages shouted in unison, "Activate!" Helena led the way and greeted her new friend. "Goodbye, Serena." She also smiled and waved. "See you next time, little Lon." Everyone also took advantage of the last moment to say a few words. "Next time, I will definitely defeat you." "You're dreaming. Goodbye." In a flash, everyone disappeared with the teleportation circle, and then suddenly appeared in the hall of their own school. Vong Hui opened his arms wide to welcome the young shoots of the motherland. "Welcome back, the little heroes of Suzhou University." They all greeted the three of them in unison. Principal Dinshu Dintong. He smiled with satisfaction. "Our Suzhou University has stood out. All the hot news is about us winning the championship." Tong also smiled and praised them. "You all performed very well. You've worked hard." Next, the principal stood up to give instructions and award prizes. The exchange competition is actually a battle between colleges and universities to test everyone's teaching ability. Of course, we will talk about contributions and rewards. He called out 5 names one by one. Although you are substitute team members, you have also shown your outstanding abilities in the matches. Then he announced loudly, "Each of you will receive a reward of 5,000 academic credits," which made them widen their eyes in surprise. For those who don't know what 5,000 academic credits means, simply put, based on a fee of 500 academic credits per run of the Abyss-level Goblins dungeon. That's enough for 10 runs. Assuming an ordinary student wants to do school missions to accumulate 5,000 academic credits, it would take at least 1 academic year. The awards ceremony continued. Serena Jiang, Song Halan, V. Thiat Tam, Tang Lin Hai. You all performed very well in the competition. The reward is 2,000 academic credits. The 4 of them replied in unison, "Thank you, Principal." It was the last person's turn, and also the most important one. Xian is the captain, winning first place in both the team and individual events. He defeated both Vong Hien and Nguyen Hop, and even turned the tide to save his teammates in the survival match to continue to be at the top. Therefore, Vong Hui announced, "You will receive 100,000 academic credits as a reward from Suzhou University." Hearing this number, his eyes lit up. 100,000. The crowd around was also stunned. 100,000 academic credits is equivalent to 3 billion xia zhong coins. Truong Chet frowned and retorted, "Who taught you to calculate like that? 100,000 academic credits is enough to exchange for several S-rank divine skills in the school's warehouse. But what can xia zhong coins buy?" Hong Ban was so surprised that he blurted out, 100,000 academic credits. Even if you buy a pig, you can raise it to a top-level magical beast. Hua Kuang saw his friend's silly remark and angrily hit him on the head. "What are you talking about? How can you compare Brother E to a pig?" He clutched his head and defended himself in pain. "That's not what I meant." Another person also exclaimed, "It's really crazy, but Brother E deserves it." Xian smiled with satisfaction, already starting to calculate how to use them. The second batch of academic credits is about to be used up. I don't have to worry about the next dungeon anymore. The Twisted Forest dungeon of the school is restricted to levels 23 to 26. I'll go try it later. The award ceremony was over, and Vong Hui instructed, "Suzhou University will not be stingy with those who have made contributions. Everyone, go and rest." Everyone shouted, "Yes." After they had been gone for a while, he stepped forward and called out to someone. "Teacher." He stopped. He asked casually, "What's wrong?" Xian hesitated and expressed, "Teacher, I have something I want to ask you." He had already guessed the purpose of this student. Is it about Feng He, the dean of Qing Shan University? He nodded, yes. But Vong Hui had no intention of revealing the truth. This matter involved a lot of things. Even people of Wu Mang's and the dean's level don't know about it. Not telling you is for your own good. However, with just one sentence, he managed to make Vong Hui stay. What if I'm involved in it? Then, he turned his head to look behind him and saw him draw a line into the void. Xian explained, the semi-sentient beast of the void beast told me that the one who captured it was not a real human. Is this related to Feng He? Looking at the crack in the air, he sighed, I originally thought that your bloody battle with the void beast would require you to risk your life to drive it away. I never expected you to have the strength to subdue it. At this point, Vong Hui had no other reason to refuse. He took out a book. If that's the case, I'll tell you. Feng He is the cause. Hearing the strange noun, he couldn't help but wonder. The cause. The other party flipped through the pages, which were filled with ancient writing. The cause is a half-human, half-demon creature created by the chaotic evil god. It has the appearance of a human, but the heart of a demon. It is a monster that serves the evil god. With a steady tone, Vong Hui slowly explained, based on the evidence, the chaos caused by the void beast was Feng He's doing to show his loyalty to the evil god. He analyzed further. Death and chaos are the two things that the evil god loves most. Xian recalled the rumors he had heard. So he's asleep? The other person didn't quite agree with this. That's just what they say to the public. Because the truth was not like that. When he was investigated, he had transformed into a cocoon of the evil god, attacked the investigator, and then escaped. Vong Hui tried to give a hint to the student in front of him. Xian, do you know why Feng He chose to act during the exchange tournament? He answered confidently, because the exchange tournament gathers the most outstanding freshmen of the Trungha Nation. If something happens, the impact will be huge. But the other party added another reason. This is just one of them. The most important thing is that under the secret realm of the myriad beast barons is the weak point of the evil god's seal. He recalled what had existed in the past. The reason why it's called the myriad beast barons is because 1,000 years ago, a battle of the beast clan took place there. But the reason for that battle was the descent of the chaotic evil god. This was a life and death battle. The chaotic evil god also wanted to descend into the human world through the crack of the myriad beast barons. The beast clan used the full strength of their clan to seal the chaotic evil god, but their civilization was also destroyed because of it. Xian frowned, listening intently to the reminder. Besides causing chaos, Feng He can use the void beast to probe the crack of the beast wasteland. If he knows you've subdued it, he'll definitely come back. Suddenly, a magic circle appeared under their feet. Vong Hui helplessly mentioned, decades ago, the Sky Martial Guild obtained a skill book, Angelic Divine Art, Attack. Originally, it was planned to be given to you during this period of time. It seems it can't be done before then. A while later, at the entrance of the Sky Martial Guild's resource warehouse, he led him forward and pointed out. The resource warehouse is the heart of the Sky Martial Guild, storing rare skills and divine artifacts for 100 years. To protect the guild, multiple layers of defense have been set up. The door is guarded by 2 legendary level 60 magical beasts, the Green Leaf Earth Walking Lions. He also diligently explained the minute details. The door is inscribed with a magic sealing rune. Any unauthorized magic fluctuations will be absorbed and enhanced by this rune. Even a third-tier professional cannot force their way through. Duong Ba was surprised to see someone approaching and looked up. Vong Hui happily greeted him. Old Duong, it's your turn to guard the resource warehouse this month. He also replied comfortably, tomorrow someone else will take over. You had a good time today. Let's have a few drinks. Xian, who was next to him, silently sized up the other person. Although he's concealing his aura, the magic fluctuations are even stronger than the Dean's. This proves he's a third-tier professional. I'll officially make a suggestion later, he said. Okay, but you have to give me a Holy Thunder skill book first. He lightly realized, oh, You want it for your new student? It was impossible to fool Duongba. Vong Hui smiled and introduced the two of them. That's right, Zian. This is the brother who went through life and death with me back then. You can call him Duongba. He politely said hello, Duongba. He was not unfamiliar with this face. I've seen your match. A young hero, a well-deserved reputation. He scratched his head in embarrassment. You're too kind. As he used his skill, he taught, humility is a good thing, but don't be too humble or you'll make others feel weak and trouble will come knocking at your door. Vong Hui felt those words were a bit too much and quickly reminded him, Old Duong, you're still so talkative. It's just because you like to lecture. The kids don't like you. Duong Ba still stubbornly insisted on his own way. Humph. If you don't listen to your elders, you'll suffer later. With that, he took out a book from the Ring of Light. Turning around, he handed it to Zian. Take it. The man next to him suggested the best way to his student. You probably still have many extra skill points. Just use this skill book. He carefully took it. Yes. Then he checked his points again. The daily missions have increased more than emissions from a few days ago. I've really accumulated a lot. Looking at the book in his hand, he commanded the system, begin. Immediately, the pages of the book turned into glowing pages and entered his mind. In the very middle was a six-winged angel with a shining golden sword. The system announced 100 skill points consumed. S-rank skill Divine Thunder, Heaven's Revelation learned. At level 1, it increases resistance to abnormal states by 50%, increases Thunder-type skill damage by 50%, and lasts for 14 seconds. As soon as a single divine strike shattered the shadow, the screen displayed 100 skill points consumed. S-rank skill Divine Thunder, Heaven's Punishment Blade learned. At level 1, you can summon Divine Thunder to condense on your weapon and slash with extreme speed, dealing lightning attribute damage. Next up are countless golden chains appearing with a skill point cost of 100. Divine Thunder, Heavenly Prison Chains, an S-rank skill has been learned. At level 1, it can control the Divine Thunder to form a prison to trap enemies. While Duong Ba and Vong Hui were chatting happily, Zian, in the back, was enveloped in lightning and levitating in the air. Immediately after, everything with him at the center began to shine intensely, with thousands of fierce lightning bolts shooting out from the side. The unexpected bombardment accidentally destroyed the surrounding area, creating a cloud of dust that obscured the situation. The Golden Lion also had to growl and look at the explosion with a wary expression. He looked at the screen in front of him. The Divine Thunder skill has been activated to level 1. The skill effect has been fused with the Divine Sword Heart talent. The thunder damage has been increased by 20%. Even the owner himself was surprised. One skill book actually contains 3 god-level skills. This time it's a bit much. After the lightning phenomenon gradually dissipated, Vong Hui approached and commented, It seems the harvest is not bad. As a descendant of the gods, the skills that the angel race learns must be at least A+ rank. No one understood his current strength better than Zian himself. Strong physical strength, extremely high elemental affinity, plus many high-level skills mastered. No wonder these divine descendants are so strong. On the contrary, Duongba's assessment was much more straightforward. A+ is considered low among the races of the divine descendants. There are even skill books above S+ rank. The first time he heard this made him a little surprised. Could it be that S+ is not the highest rank? He poured wine and explained, S+ rank skills are the highest level that human professionals can master, while divine descendants can master skills above S+ rank. Vong Hui suddenly had an idea. The skill you learned, I'll have a little friend take you to get familiar with the guild. Immediately after his snap, a pair of legs and high heels appeared next to him. Ngung Tam bowed respectfully. Old guild master is looking for me. He still remembered what she had expressed last time. Steward Doi, haven't you always wanted to meet my student? I have brought him here. This elegant and beautiful woman was one of the 3 great stewards of the Sky Martial Guild. She took the initiative to extend her hand and introduce herself first, Student Zian. Hello, I am the steward of the Sky Martial Guild, Nguyen Guang Tam. I originally wanted to find you at Tsinghua University. Unfortunately, by the time I got there, you had already returned. He politely extended his hand to shake hers, but didn't forget to ask, "You were looking for me?" Vong Hui stood up to explain. Steward Oi is responsible for recruiting new members for the Sky Martial Guild. She can't help but get excited when she sees a good seed. Duong Ba also reminded him with a few words, Xian is only a freshman. Don't bother him with guild matters. The old guild master and I are having a get-together. You take Xian for a walk. Nguang Tam immediately followed the two's orders. Yes. During this process, she also introduced some basic things. The Sky Martial Guild was established 45 years ago. This is the first stronghold of the guild. Many family members of the guild members are arranged to live here. Originally, this was just a forest on a mountain. After many years of development and 5 expansions, it has gradually grown to the size of a prefecture-level city. The two of them stood and observed the scenery of the city. She added about future plans, and we will begin the 6th expansion. At this moment, Xian seemed to have discovered something and looked up. Immediately after, his pupils contracted as if he had seen something beyond his imagination. A silver dragon was slithering on the cliff above. Every time it stomped its foot, the ground would crumble a little. After finding a comfortable spot, it continued to fall asleep. Everyone who saw the majestic scene in front of them thought they were dreaming, unable to believe that it was a legendary Eastern magical beast. Even on TV shows, it was very rare to see one. Nguang Tam's face also showed a sense of pride. This dragon is the guardian beast of the Sky Martial Guild. It has protected us for 32 years. Don't go near that mountain range. Its temper is not good. Xian was reminded several times, so he didn't ask any more questions. He turned to observe the situation below. The long line of people made him wonder, what are they all trying to do? She kindly explained that it was a dungeon tower. The guild's headquarters has 3 dungeons, Gold, Epic, and Legendary, which are available for guild members to challenge. Then, she generously offered a chance to a newcomer like him. Want to try? Just swipe my card. Kale was planning on it anyway, so he didn't refuse. Besides, he wanted to test out his new weapons and skills. Sarah could only watch helplessly as her contribution points took a nosedive. Kale, you really have no loyalty at all. As soon as he was teleported inside, a notification popped up, entering the nightmare-level dungeon, Plague Sai. He had only been there for a few seconds before a massive horde of local monsters had their eyes on him. The dungeon required levels 20 to 30, with a party size of 1 to 8. On the border, a place had been corroded by a plague. Those who enter will face monsters, once human, now twisted by forbidden magic into near-dead husks. They have lost all reason, madly attacking any living thing. The first stage, the corridor of rotting corpses. The ugly green ghouls rushing forward were level 20 normal ghouls, with skills like Pounce, Bite, and Claw Strike. There were also level 22 intermediate ghouls, which had an additional skill, Terrifying Roar. Now, Kale began to unleash his power, golden lightning enveloping his hands. The bolts shot out, slicing through the zombies like a fruit slicing game. That move was the S-rank skill, Divine Lightning, Apocalypse Form, LV.1. It grants 50% resistance to abnormal status effects and increases the damage of lightning-based skills by 50%. Lasting for 14 seconds, he was quite satisfied with it. Apocalypse Form could boost his power by a full tier in a very short amount of time. Kale took full advantage of the skill's limitations. Although the LV.1 Apocalypse Form only lasted for 14 seconds, it was more than enough for a real fight. Each move was more ferocious than the last, unleashing power like a golden lightning vortex. He was confident that this alone was enough for him to dominate for a few runs. A notification quickly appeared. Congratulations on clearing the first stage. Killed 200 zombies in 35 seconds. The passage to the second stage, the mutated village, has been opened. The test run made him very happy. Not bad power. If I level up, I can deal with these monsters even faster. As soon as he stepped through the portal, Kale had to cover his nose. The stench of rotting corpses was overwhelming. The second stage, the mutated village, had opened. He became more cautious than before. The stench was even worse than the toxic gas from the wind-rending mountains, and his vision was affected. It was better to be careful. A strange sound echoed around him. He scoffed, "What a dazzling display," as the monsters quickly vanished. Pathetic humans. He quickly selected his next skill. Second stage. Let's test this legendary grade weapon on you. The nameless things hiding in the shadows continued their fervent whispers. Kill him. Kill him. Kill him. What a low-level scrub. Another piece of trash coming to die. My darlings are so hungry. A useless holy night. The stench. I'm going to puke. I'll tear him to shreds later. Their gloating was cut short by a slash from Kale. Found you. Get out here. The dark mist gradually dissipated, revealing their forms. Level 25 hunting ghouls, with skills like Swift Bite and Pounce Attack. Its head was met squarely by his brilliant sword strike. But they didn't fight alone. They were controlled by something behind them. A level 25 butcher ghoul, with skills like Power Slash, Whirlwind Cleave, and Berserk Roar. In its hand was an enormous, razor-sharp cleaver, ready to strike its prey. But this appearance only made Kale more excited. Perfect timing. His final new skill was S-Rank Divine Lightning, Blade of Judgment LV.1. It summons Divine Lightning, concentrating on the weapon for an incredibly fast slash, dealing massive bonus lightning element damage. Without hesitation, he unleashed a decisive slash forward, splitting a zombie that was about to attack right in two. The moment the move ended, he praised himself. Not bad. Its body is even tougher than the zombies from the first stage, yet it only lasted 2 seconds. The ground in front of him had been split in two. The remaining ghouls seemed to be divided, staring at each other, frozen for a few seconds. Then, they began to communicate, discussing strategy in their own special language. Immediately after, another one used Berserk Roar. Centered on itself, it instantly sent its nearby allies into a frenzy, making them courageously and fiercely attack the enemy. As expected, the whole crowd, which had been frozen, suddenly became fired up, their mouths running even wilder. The stench of this holy night is so strong. Today is the day you die. Just a tiny human, you really don't know your own limits coming here. Kale, standing opposite them, couldn't understand why they were spewing nonsense. What are they rambling about? He only wondered for a moment before charging in to clean them all up with one sweep, using the S-rank skill Sword Flash, which unleashes a high-speed slash to deal a massive amount of mixed damage. The hunting ghoul mutated at a dizzying speed, its fangs growing so large they ripped through its own flesh. Then its head split into 2 bizarre halves. This brutal evolution didn't diminish Kale's decisiveness in the slightest. On the contrary, he leaped up, swinging his arm in a beautiful parabolic arc, sending the hunting ghoul flying into the distance. A dangerous aura from a level 26 plague spreader approached, sending a shiver down his spine. Kale spun around just in time to block the attack, while the system provided more information. Plague Breath. Once a player is infected by the toxic gas, they will immediately contract the plague, losing a certain percentage of their health every second until they are paralyzed. With astonishing precision and skill, he expertly twisted his weapon sideways. With a clean slice, he severed the monster's head, sending it tumbling through the air. As Kale was getting annoyed by the sticky fluid on his hand, so disgusting the cold, mechanical voice announced, "Death resistance. Any injury the body sustains will be rapidly healed." Sheathing his weapon, he analyzed the situation. Before, I used a war mace for long-range attacks. But in close combat, I'd drop it to use the pure white blade skill, then switch to a long sword for easier counterattacks. Looking at the horde of zombies closing in, Kale felt a bit disappointed. Taking a full minute to defeat 20 monsters is too slow. This isn't fun at all. Maybe I should save Blade of Judgment for stronger monsters to maximize its effectiveness. No sooner said than done. He didn't hesitate. forming a seal on his forehead while concentrating his mind to activate his hidden energy. A magic skill is better for handling this situation. In no time, the Divine Storm skill had created a massive tornado. An uncountable number of enemies were sucked into the violent vortex of power, successfully killing the butcher ghouls, plague spreaders, and hunting ghouls. Kale immediately stepped through the portal as the notification appeared. Congratulations on clearing the second stage. Killed 100 zombies in 1 minute and 50 seconds. The passage to the third stage, the Forbidden Sewer, has been opened. Please proceed. He cautiously observed the Forbidden Sewer, bathed in a dim, dark red light. A level 45 zombie Hierophant arrogantly descended the steps, spouting sophisticated, flowery language. You who enter this place must be filled with doubt about life. As he got closer, the Hierophant cleverly planted a lure in his opponent's heart. It's all right, the gods welcome all who have lost their way. Kale was skeptical of the information he just received. The gods. The creature continued to whisper, trying to build faith. Yes, under the guidance of the God who holds life and death, we shall find the true meaning of existence. Then, the Hierophant slowly wove a fantastical illusion. Life is inherently fragile and short, but if you follow our God, you will be granted immortality and escape the bonds of reincarnation. This is the ultimate honor, allowing you to transcend the mortals struggling between life and death. Finally, he made his tempting offer, hoping to reel in a big fish. Come here, lay down the sword that represents your narrow-mindedness, and join us. Together, we shall enjoy the endless bliss that eternal life brings. It seemed that this powerful benefit had pulled Kale into a vortex of internal conflict. Eternal life. Noticing that Kale was captivated, just as he had wished, the Hierophant's mouth curved into a calculated smile. Yes, young one, this is an opportunity that people have always dreamed of. Kale voiced the question bubbling up in his mind. I have one thing to say. The creature magnanimously accepted all questions. Young one, the god is willing to listen, but it certainly didn't expect a horizontal slash to its head, along with the opponent's defiant words, I don't give a damn. The shining blade, along with his contemptuous words, exposed the creature's rotten nature. Eternal life? Turning into that thing is just selling your soul. I'd rather die. When his sermon failed to convert anyone, the Hierophant switched to curses. Foolish human, you will regret this. Even though his body was severed, he still commanded in a firm voice, Go, my holy maidens. Show him the price for blaspheming our God. The nuns quickly accepted the order, immediately summoning their weapons. Then they slowly opened their eyes, revealing a sinister, crimson glow. They assembled into 2 rows, 5 on each side, spears at the ready. Faced with this murderous aura, Kale excitedly tightened his grip on his weapon. Sparks of electricity flashed around his body, and the ordinary wooden staff instantly transformed into the SSS-Rank Divine Sword Soul. He swung his arm to meet the descending attack from the enemy legion. The counterattack created a world-shaking explosion, sending dust flying everywhere. Kale completely vanished in the aftershock. While the nuns were still stunned by the enemy's ghostly speed, he suddenly unleashed his S-Rank Divine Lightning, Blade of Judgment, quickly finishing them off. One nun could only watch in horror as her comrades turned to ash. Then she threw her head back and shrieked in rage. Kale approached with a look of amusement. So, you can make sounds after all. Then he finished off the nun with a single slash. The speed at which his opponents were defeated was so fast that he couldn't help but comment. They looked intimidating, but they're surprisingly weak. Kale killed countless elite zombie holy maidens with just a single twirl of his sword. Again and again, the blade in his hand danced, drawing eye-catching arcs and severing their limbs. Even their sharp spears were knocked away, sliding across the tiled floor. The storm-like attacks swept away countless enemies. The Hierophant, who had been observing the chaotic battle from the sidelines, finally spoke up. Look at this lightning, this flesh, all of it will be used to fill the cracks of this world's sins. Even at this moment, the fanatic remained stubborn. Their cries are a symphony dedicated to our God. The higher the pitch, the deeper our sacred altar will sink into the lava of hell. Kale stood firmly on the decaying floor. Behind him were countless charred remains. His face darkened as he issued a challenge. "It's your turn now." The Hierophant just smiled cruelly, as if dealing with a disobedient lamb. Immediately after, a brutal light flashed in his eyes as black smoke began to gather. "Just by yourself?" Kale froze for a moment at the scene unfolding before him. But before he could react, his legs were bound by tendrils of deathly energy. When he came to his senses, Kale silently observed the magic circle that had been laid out around him. Panic and doubt constantly invaded his emotions. This formation, when did he? Recalling the easy victory just now, Kale came to a conclusion. While they were attacking, they were actually setting up a magic circle. No wonder their attacks were dense, but weak. So they were working behind the scenes. Suddenly, a hand reached up from the magic circle and grabbed his leg. Kale was startled and looked down to see many more nuns continuously crawling up. A look of utter confusion appeared on his face in this bizarre situation. Kale looked down, his expression gradually turning serious. "My body suddenly feels heavy, and my strength is fading." The pressure constricting him felt oppressive, as if a giant monster from beneath the ground was pulling him down. The thing holding Kale back was a formation called Wither Touch, a crowd control skill that takes 10 seconds to set up. It inflicts a rotting curse, weakening enemies within its range and disrupting their minds and wills. Just as the system's words faded, he immediately took 2 hits from it, reducing his attack, defense, and health by 100 points each. He activated a skill, and a golden light flashed, shattering the tendrils clinging to his body. "Good thing I have death resistance. This magic should be able to counter a portion of the curse." Kale looked at his arm, which was nearly half infected, and thought deeply. From afar, the Hierophant continued his temptation. "Young man, accept the blessing of our God. You will exist in this world in your most beautiful form." In contrast to the creature's arrogance by the demon gate, half of Kale's body was stuck in a magic circle. Paying no mind to the power trying to grab him again, Kale spoke with contempt. "Is that all you can say? Are you a robot?" From within the red light, a brilliant spark flickered. The sacred flame halo materialized behind Kale's head, a crown of divine fire. It granted the ability to manipulate the fire element, enhancing his own and the entire party's fire and light-based skill damage by nearly 40%. A pillar of fire descended, enveloping both him and the magic circle. Kale broke free from the restraints, flying up engulfed in flames, shaking off the burnt nuns. They were burned to a crisp, looking like fireballs flying everywhere. A spear of victorious light was summoned and shot straight towards the Hierophant. But a dark aegis blocked the attack. Not only did it absorb a huge amount of damage and grant immunity to physical and magical attacks, but it also reflected a portion of the damage back as a dark corrosion effect. Kale didn't back down, continuing to slash his sword, unleashing a sword flash aimed directly at the protective shield. Faced with the immense power of the attack, the Hierophant's shield began to shatter, leaving him speechless with shock. Then he raised his hand to defend, shouting out a summoning call, "Great Asia, show your fury. Punish this ant." Kale, in the middle of his attack, heard the name and had to pause in thought. Asia. Suddenly, he noticed the 3-eyed statue glowing with a golden light. His pupils contracted, revealing disbelief. This name, Asia, is that the evil god the bear fiend mentioned? It's here too. He stopped his attack, looking straight at the Hierophant, who was transforming with black energy swirling around his body. Kale gripped his divine sword's soul tightly, carefully analyzing. "I don't know what's going to happen, but I can't let it get its way. This shield can absorb a huge amount of damage and even reflect it. I have to use a powerful strike to break through his defense." He swung his sword, unleashing a powerful divine lightning Apocalypse form strike while letting out a mighty roar. If one move wasn't enough, he'd add another. He followed up with Divine Lightning, Blade of Judgment. This slash not only shattered the Hierophant's shield, but also sent his head flying from his body. The body, shrouded in black energy, collapsed, while the head, mid-transformation, flew far away with a look of utter shock. The head hit the ground, and a disgusting liquid splattered everywhere. This scene didn't make Kale lower his guard. He quickly transformed into his angelic body. The blackened corpse coalesced into one entity, creating a dark being with glowing red eyes. "You rotten brat, you refuse to submit? Then let me devour you on behalf of Lord Asia." Kale gave a challenging smirk. "You look much better now than you did before." The enraged Hierophant charged, launching black orbs straight at his enemy. Kale didn't just stand there and take it. He gracefully dodged them. Kale's figure skillfully weaved through the crimson pillars of power erupting from the black orbs. He seriously scanned his surroundings. Then he calmly clasped his hands and cast a spell, Holy Light Shield. At his command, a shield appeared from above, casting a beam of light downward. Kale continued to cast S-Rank Divine Lightning, Chains of Damnation. As he spoke, bolts of power turned into lightning chains, pinning the Hierophant to the ground. The creature, still conscious, cried out in agony, "Let me go, you despicable pest." Though suppressed, it refused to submit, screaming with hatred. "You will pay for what you've done. Great God, punish this blasphemer." Kale disdainfully shattered the Hierophant's dreams. Don't delude yourself into thinking your evil God can save you. Accept the judgment of the light. He raised his hand for the final blow, the final skill, Chains of Damnation. With his words, thousands of chains plunged down into the formless body. The creature screamed in pain. "Let me go. Lord Asia will surely blast you into dust." The system panel appeared with the skill details. S-Rank Divine Lightning, Chains of Damnation. Controls Divine Lightning to form a prison, locking the enemy in place. Kale looked at the golden screen and analyzed it. Profession skills fall into 5 main categories: attack, defense, buff, debuff, and control. There are also summoning and crafting, but they are rare. Among them, control skills are extremely scarce. Ignoring the Hierophant trying to break free from the golden chains, his thoughts continued. And control is one of the most effective types of skills. Using a control skill in a real fight can produce unexpected results. As the creature struggled helplessly, Kale concluded, "With a control skill, I don't have to worry about the hit rate of some powerful but easily dodged attacks." Even while imprisoned, the Hierophant screamed in despair. "Lord Asia's fury will burn you to ashes. Your soul will be tormented forever." Kale then asked, "This Asia you speak of, what exactly is it?" The entity's main eye widened, black veins spreading into the iris, a truly horrifying sight. It looked up at the giant statue and screamed, "Lord Asia is the supreme god. Possessing limitless power, he can destroy 10,000 enemies with a wave of his hand. Traitors will be devoured, and the loyal will be granted eternal life." Kale contemptuously approached the creature's thrashing, deformed head. "Eternal life? Looking like this? A deformed monster." The Hierophant immediately screamed back, "Ignorant fool." Then he recalled his painful past. He was once an unknown priest in a peaceful small village, loved and treated like family by the villagers. He had always tried his best to cure the villagers' illnesses, but a terrible plague swept through the entire village. Everywhere was suffering and helplessness. They begged for help, but he was too weak to do anything. He continued his story, recounting how he ran into the city time and again, seeking higher-ranking priests to beg them to save the people of his village. Under the prejudiced glares of those people, the priest didn't care about the shame and dismissal, only hoping they would show some compassion and lend a hand. He even went to the Grand Hierophant's residence to plead. But the harsh truth was that they refused to set foot in his village. considering the villagers a bunch of ants not worth wasting their power on. Nevertheless, he hurried back, delivering good news born from desperation. "I'm back. We're saved." From that moment on, even though his body was rotting, his stomach stained black and red by dark power, the priest smiled brightly, holding a demonic cross as he ran towards the villagers. The priest knelt beside a cursed person, clutching the cross, hoping for some miracle to happen. The corpse suddenly exploded, sending him sprawling to the ground. At that moment, he realized with horror that he had been deceived, that it was all a lie. Afterward, the priest and the villagers buried the remaining bodies in infinite sorrow. The people in the village grew weaker and weaker, and more died. Their cries constantly echoed in his ears. "Priest, please save me. Sir, it hurts so much. It hurts so much. Have mercy on me." At that time, he hated his own uselessness, hated the coldness of the high-ranking priests. Helpless tears streamed down his face, making his words tremble. "I'm sorry. But just at his most desperate moment, a mysterious power summoned him. Afterward, the priest used a great power to drive away the plague. The villagers were no longer in pain. Even the dead were resurrected. Faces once tormented by suffering broke into smiles. No one was plagued by illness anymore. Looking at those soulless bodies, the priest thought he had done the right thing by making the trade-off. This appearance is just a small price to pay. It was all worth it. To this day, he remains a loyal fanatic. Lord Asia chose us. I will definitely spread the glory of Lord Asia far and wide, so that more people can receive his blessings. Kale sighed wearily at this blind devotion. This guy's a lost cause. I doubt I can get any useful information from him. Then he decisively swung his blade, splitting the creature's body in two. Even on the brink of death, the Hierophant still earnestly prayed to the god he worshipped. Lord Asia, show your power. Save your loyal servant. Destroy this enemy. Kale looked at him with a cold, mocking gaze. Still hoping for your evil god? Then he coolly delivered the cruel truth as a final blow. I'm afraid he abandoned you long ago. Today is the day you die. Yet the Hierophant still screamed, stubbornly clinging to his undying faith. How dare you look down on Lord Asia? Even if I die, I will drag you to hell with me. Kale responded to those arrogant words with a faint smile. Self-destruction isn't that easy. Before his opponent could act, Kale unleashed a magic chain to stop his intentions. Then, he raised his hand to summon a sacred light, his voice echoing like a verdict, "Holy Light Cross." The seal immediately activated, locking the Hierophant in place. Though writhing in agony, he still pleaded with the god who would never answer. Lord Asia, save me. But the stone statue didn't react. Ignoring the black liquid splashing everywhere and the system notification, zombie Hierophant defeated. Kale returned to his normal state, landing softly on the ground. The reward chest immediately displayed the items he received. 12,323 experience points, a high-grade health recovery potion, a mana recovery crystal, a guardian chestplate, and guardian boots. He reached out to take them and casually commented, "Not bad, even though the experience wasn't enough to level up." Kale suddenly sensed something unusual. It seemed the evil energy hadn't completely vanished. He kicked the weapon on the ground up into the air and quickly caught it. Then he advanced towards the statue, preparing to deliver the final blow. "You disgusting thing, it ends here." A blinding golden light shot through, shattering it into pieces in an instant. The system once again broadcasted a signal. "Congratulations on destroying the statue of the evil god. You have received a bonus reward," which surprised him for a moment. Red text appeared with an info box, detailing the new item, Sacred Crystal, an ancient relic containing divine power. Allows a holy class user to undergo their second job change. Found in dungeons related to gods or evil gods. Kale observed the glowing object floating in front of him. This is the first time I've come across an item related to the second job change. It seems I'll have to run this dungeon a few more times. As soon as he stepped out, Sarah approached and praised him. Not bad. Your first time clearing the dungeon, and you did it in 10 minutes and 25 seconds. That puts you in the top 20 on the leaderboard. Kale handed her the loot and made a bargain. Supervisor Sarah, these are all for you. I want to enter the dungeon one more time. Sarah quickly tried to dissuade him. You just cleared it and you want to go back in? Why? This dungeon is no joke. It drains a lot of stamina. In his mind, Kale recalled the records set by previous players. He crossed his arms and declared decisively. The first time was just a recon run. This time, I want to challenge the fastest clear time. The current number 1 time. I think I can break it. She tilted her head in thought for a moment, then reminded him, the top 10 are all level 30 professionals. If you want to break the record, you should at least wait until you're level 27 to challenge it. Kale, unshaken, stated confidently, I know what I'm doing. Don't worry. Realizing she couldn't stop him, Sarah could only give him some advice. All right, just be careful. I won't take any of the rewards from this dungeon run. You should keep them for yourself. At that moment, Leo suddenly appeared. Sarah, you're here. She exclaimed in surprise. Leo, when did you get back? He scratched his head sheepishly. Just now. It took 2 months to clean up that disgusting bunch of otherworldly creatures. I'm dead tired. Kale overheard their conversation and wondered, cleaning up otherworldly creatures? Is that about the spatial rift? He silently entered the new dungeon, his mind still lingering on what he had been taught. At the wind-rending mountains, I discovered that low-level otherworldly creatures could pass through a new type of spatial rift. My teacher said the country immediately raised the combat alert to level 3 and dispatched legions to clear the area around the rift. On the other side, Sarah asked with concern, were the casualties in the battle high? Leo's expression darkened as he recalled his fallen comrades. Damn it, our team had over 12 people, and only 8 came back. And that was with the Legion protecting us. Otherwise, I'm afraid I wouldn't have made it back either. After a few seconds of silence, she sighed softly, a 1/3 casualty rate. That's too high. Sarah suddenly crossed her arms and gently chided Leo. Have you called your mom yet? You child, such a dangerous mission and you didn't say a word. He replied with a forced smile. Isn't that why I came to see you, Auntie? I took the mission behind her back. If I tell her now, she'll definitely chew me out. She shrugged and said nonchalantly, that's not my problem. He immediately clasped his hands, begging her to cover for him. Please, Auntie Sarah. Look, I'm fine, right? Instead of answering him, Sarah turned to the person approaching and asked, Kale, why haven't you entered the dungeon yet? He calmly explained, Supervisor Sarah, I've already come out of the dungeon. She was so surprised she covered her mouth. What? He pointed to the newly updated dungeon leaderboard. Plague Psi, Nightmare Difficulty, Rank 1, Kale, Level 23. Clear time, 1 minute and 59 seconds. Then he smiled proudly, see? Sarah mumbled as if she couldn't believe her eyes. Clear a Nightmare Difficulty dungeon in less than 2 minutes. And he's only Level 23. Kale quickly made a new request. Supervisor Sarah, I want to try Abyss Difficulty. She let out a sigh, her eyes showing a mix of helplessness and admiration. You're truly a monster. Go on, take my card. Run it as many times as you want. At this point, Leo couldn't hide his astonishment. You're Kale, the number 1 freshman from Swan University, aren't you? 2 months had passed, but his record-breaking clear of Plagues Psi was still being talked about everywhere. The students at the university couldn't hide their admiration. Awesome. The Abyss level record for Plagues Psi has been broken again. 1 minute and 29 seconds. That's unbelievable. 1 minute and 29 seconds. I was still stuck on the first stage at that point. Terrifying. This is the power of President Regis's personal disciple. Immediately, someone else in the crowd chimed in with admiration. Did you guys see the nightmare level clear of Plague Psi from a few days ago? Only 59 seconds. I was completely stunned. Even a second-job professional isn't that fast. Kale emerged from the dungeon with a delighted expression, thinking about the happy events of the past few days. These 2 months have been really fulfilling. After Master Regis found out I was running the Heavenly Martial Guild's dungeons, he gave me his own contribution point card so I could run them freely. He then assessed his own status panel. With no limit on contribution points, of course, I had to level up as fast as possible. So after 2 months at the Heavenly Martial Guild, I've finally reached level 29. I can take the job change quest now. Kale mentally calculated his next plan. I'll contact Master Regis later to get the Holy Knight's job change letter. Just then his phone buzzed. It was a direct message from Principal Regis. His phone still had the cute keychain Alara gave him. The hottest pet beast blind box in Ningen City. It took me so long to get this couple set. A while later, Kale was in the principal's office. Master, as soon as Regis saw him, he praised him admiringly. Just as I predicted, gaining 6 levels in 2 months, not bad. He walked closer, lightly patting Kale on the shoulder, and said cryptically, I could have taken you out to hunt beasts in the wild to quickly level up to 40 or even 50, but do you know why I didn't? Kale answered without hesitation. Doing that would create a third-job professional with no class, lacking fundamental training, unable to fully utilize their strength. Kale seriously added, a true top-tier professional is forged by relying on themselves in life-or-death situations. Regis cast a spell, causing a golden light to flash as he commented, it's not easy for you to understand this point. He placed the job change letter in front of Kale and began to explain, the world of the strong is not lacking in those who level up thanks to their parents' resources, but they struggle to survive at the second and third job changes. Since you're level 29, you should prepare for your second job change. Regis continued to explain, the second job change for a Holy Knight is the Harbinger, which greatly enhances the ability to control holy light and improves abilities that were weak in the first job. But for you, your power already far exceeds the norm. This is the job change letter. Accessing it with your consciousness will reveal the conditions for the change. A system panel appeared in front of Kale. Item, Holy Knight job change letter. Effect, upon meeting the job change conditions, can be activated to change class from Holy Knight to Harbinger. He calmly closed his eyes, focusing on absorbing the power from the job change letter. At that moment, a series of notifications appeared with the job change conditions. First job, Holy Knight. Level reached, 29. 100 sacred crystals. 100 wisps of repentance. Kale scratched his head, wondering. Wisps of repentance refers to the repentance of cultists who worship evil gods. But, Master, do you remember what I got from the Abyss level of Plague Psi? Regis heard his question and answered, you have to use a specific skill to make them produce wisps of repentance. It must be used within half an hour of their death. Otherwise, their souls will dissipate. Kale's face darkened as he brought up another issue about the repentance skill. Master, how did you know I have this skill? Regis answered bluntly. I heard you've been running the Plague Side dungeon, so you must have gotten that skill. With your strength, you probably gathered 100 sacred crystals already, right? Kale was a bit moved, thinking to himself, so Master had already planned my second job change for me. Then he replied to him, yes. Regis continued, then you just need to complete the 4th requirement to proceed with the second job change. Recently, a quest related to cultists appeared on the school's network. The chance of getting wisps of repentance is very high. You should go back and check it out. After hearing this, Kale simply replied with a yes. After returning home, Kale immediately searched for information about quests on the school's official website. A series of information appeared, making him ponder. Swang University is one of the top 3 universities. The total number of students isn't that large. All 4 years combined only have a little over 5,000 people, which is less than a third of other universities. As he clicked the search button, he analyzed, because Swang University's resource investment is very high, they can't recruit many students. Even though the student body is small, the quests are diverse. The ones on top are all for course credit. Right now, I only care about quests related to cultists. The results were displayed immediately after. Combat quest objective. Defeat the fleeing level 34 cultist Tsuko. Reward, 400 credits. And an investigation quest. Traces of cultists discovered in Longfeng City, Songshan Province. Investigate and report. Reward, 100 credits. Kale stroked his chin, thinking for a long time. I need 100 wisps of repentance. The first quest is out. Let's see where Longfeng City from the second quest is. He immediately searched for the location. Although it's not a major city, it's famous for its yuan fruits, so it should be more developed than Lijiang. If cultists are active there, the chance of getting wisps of repentance is not small. Kale clicked to accept the quest, and a warning popped up. This has been confirmed as a high-risk level quest. 2 people who accepted this quest have lost contact. Do you wish to proceed? This situation surprised him. It's a high-risk quest. Then he furrowed his brow and analyzed. Just like dungeon difficulty, the school's quests are divided into 4 levels: simple, normal, dangerous, and high-risk. A cautious glint appeared in his jade-green eyes. And for a high-risk quest, the death rate is at least over 70%. However, these things did not deter Kale. As expected, quests related to cultists are never simple. I need to prepare a little before I go. He raised his hand to summon the Void Butterfly. The butterfly respectfully replied, "Master, what are your instructions?" He didn't answer, just silently used a positioning skill. A glowing map immediately appeared with detailed information. Skill: Void Butterfly. Use mana to mark the spatial coordinates of a void beast, sense its location, and instantly teleport to the designated point. Kale instructed the Void Butterfly. If I encounter a danger I can't handle, I can rely on its speed to escape. This trip to Longfeng City for the mission will have an extra layer of security. After everything was settled, Kale stepped out onto the school grounds and thought, I'll buy enough mana recovery potions from the school website, and then I can set off. From a distance, 2 female students saw his figure and exclaimed, "It's Lord Kale. Lord Kale is alive." The other also smiled and praised. He truly lives up to his name as the leader of the Golden Generation. This level of aura, even the 4th-year seniors can't compare. In the Dean's exclusive alloy training room at the War Academy, Dean Borak was training by taking on 7 robots by himself. While fighting, he asked Tommy, "You said Kale accepted a high-risk quest and left the school?" She answered Dean Borak's question, "Yes, the mission location is in Longfeng City, Songzhan Province, and it's related to cultists." Dean Borak knocked away a few robots and continued, "A cultist quest? Looks like he's preparing for his second job change. That kid has some good ideas." The familiar name also made him think. But that mission in Longfeng City, I think I've heard another teacher mention it before. Tommy glanced at the information in her hand and confirmed the mission in Longfeng City was originally a normal level. But after 2 students, level 26 and 28, lost contact, it was raised to high risk. The school predicts that it will take a second job professional to handle it. Dean Borak replied while still fighting the robots, "They're probably hiding some trick over there. It might be a bit troublesome for other students, but for Kale, it's nothing." As he spoke, he decapitated the opponent in front of him. Then he pushed off the ground and lunged forward, his analysis continuing. He's trained a lot in the Heavenly Martial Guild's dungeons these past 2 months. A level 29 Kale won't be at a disadvantage even against a second job professional. Not to mention, he has plenty of trump cards. Dean Borak wiped out the group of robots with 1 move and made a decision. Change Kale's class status to on leave. The rest doesn't need to be managed. Finally, he instructed Tommy, when he gets back, remind him that he still has to follow the leave of absence itinerary. The high-speed train was running at full speed on the railway. This was a direct route from Suong to Longfeng, 10,000 kilometers long, passing through many dangerous areas. To get there, one had to start from Ning'an University's transfer square, use 12 transfers and 7 high-speed trains to reach Yongxing in Songzhan Province. Kale leaned his tired head against the window. Next, I just need to take the subway for 2 hours to get there. Suddenly, his phone buzzed with a message notification. "Kale, are you here yet?" He quickly replied, "Almost. Another hour." The other end replied, "Okay, remember to call me when you get there." Bianca, sitting next to him, spoke up admiringly. "Wow, your phone keychain is a chittermouse, the specialty beast of Ning'an City. Are you from Ning'an too?" Kale friendly confirmed. "Yes, you too." With a bright smile on her face, she confided in him. I guess you could say I'm half from Ningen. My grandmother lives there, and I grew up there as a child. Now I can only go during summer vacation. After all, Suan Province is too far from Songsan Province. Are you going to Longfeng City for tourism or something else? Kale used an appraisal skill while casually replying, I have some business to take care of. What about you guys? Are you tourists in Longfeng City? The results showed that both were level 13 pharmacists. Bianca, unaware that she was being investigated, still frankly confessed, That's right, we're planning to go to Longfeng to soak in the hot springs and relax. I'm Bianca, and this is my best friend, Chloe. Your level is high. I can't appraise it. Judging by your aura, you seem to be a combat class, right? After Kale's simple hum, she began to praise herself. I knew it. My sixth sense is pretty accurate. I really admire you combat class professionals. But in his eyes, her words were a bit clumsy. The difference in aura between a life class professional and a combat class professional was very obvious. It was normal to be found out. With a sincere desire to connect further, Bianca proactively took out her phone. Hey, handsome, let's add each other. My best friend and I are both pharmacists. In the future, if you need to buy any medicine, whether it's recovery potions, mana potions, or healing potions, we'll give you a 20% discount. Kale was a bit embarrassed, but couldn't refuse. Okay, thanks. Finally, the high-speed train arrived at Longfeng City. Bianca said after getting off the train, time flies so fast. She and Chloe pulled their luggage and said goodbye to Kale. If you need anything, you can contact me anytime. But because she was busy talking, she bumped into someone walking in the opposite direction. Vane, seeing a beautiful young woman in front of him, immediately threw all shame to the wind to promote his evil cult. Pretty lady, I'm so sorry. Look, the sacred spirit cult can bring endless happiness to everyone. He continued to ramble on to Chloe. Our church has a very special event recently, which will demonstrate the grace of our God. If you're interested, you can come and learn more. He didn't even spare Kale. This young man, your aura is extraordinary. You must be someone with a destiny connected to the gods. To Kale, these words were just flattery, but he still glanced at the flyer the man handed him. After reading it, the suspicions in Kale's mind grew exponentially. He let out a humph. This attitude made Vane's face turn pale, forcing him to back down. Immediately after, he snatched the paper back and ran away, leaving behind a blessing. May the sacred spirit Lord forever protect you. Chloe seemed to not know much about the sacred spirit cult. She read the paper and said, Is the religious culture in Longfeng City this popular? But Bianca quickly snatched it away. Hurry up and throw this away, it's bad luck. Chloe was puzzled by her friend's strange behavior. What's wrong? Is something not right? Bianca had to explain her family's past experience in detail. It's normal that you don't know. My older brother has worked here for many years. He told me that a year ago, Longfeng City started showing signs of religious activity. At that time, the Sacred Spirit Cult was considered a mysterious organization. Many people's attributes increased and they leveled up after joining. But then everyone realized that although their appearance didn't change, their personalities changed completely, as if they had become different people. Bianca continued her sad story. My brother's friend was originally a gentle person, but after joining the Sacred Spirit Cult, he became hot-tempered and easily angered, scaring his whole family. Although the cult claimed it was a sign of a loyal follower, I still feel like something is wrong. After she finished her story, Chloe asked, So what's a divine miracle? But by then, Bianca had already thrown the flyer into the trash. She replied with a weary expression, Who cares? We can't touch things like this. Who knows what's really going on? Kale crossed his arms and assessed the recent event. Although I briefly saw the God of Light with my consciousness back at Windrending Mountains, a divine miracle is not a good thing. This might be a clue to track down the evil cult, as they often disguise themselves as normal religions. Soon, night fell over Longfeng City. At 8:30 p.m., the neon lights from the Hung Yang shopping mall brightly illuminated a corner of the street. A crowd had gathered on the 9th floor, everyone buzzing with excitement. Can we really see a divine miracle today? I don't know. I came here for the miracle too. My neighbor said that after he witnessed the miracle, his intelligence attribute directly increased by 20, and his strength also increased. Mina, standing in the crowd, heard this and scoffed, using a divine miracle to lure people to a gathering. They've got some skills. Jensen, of course, also realized this. Nonsense. The Sacred Spirit cult became a major religion in just 1 year. How could they do that without some tricks? Despite the sarcasm, he remained focused on the mission. True. Remember to record the entire process of them faking it later. Lin, standing next to them, quietly reminded, Mina, just collecting clues about the fake miracle is enough. Don't dig too deep. This is an A+ mission. One mistake and you're dead. How could he say no when the level 19 team leader had spoken? Okay. I'll listen to you. Just collect clues, absolutely no direct contact. She was satisfied with the answer and immediately turned to her level 18 mechanic. Jensen, are the small robots set up? He grinned and replied, Don't worry. The entire room is under surveillance. Hannah, who was using an appraisal skill, suddenly interrupted. Why can't I see that person's class and level information? Kale stood within her line of sight, but the screen kept showing an error. The other 3 simultaneously activated their appraisal functions. I can't see his level either. Mina, what about you? She was no different from Lin. Can't see it. None of us can probe him, which means his level is at least 20. Jensen showed his doubt. A normal gathering of the Sacred Spirit cult. Why would it attract an expert above level 20? Hannah continued, dropping a bombshell. He has the aura of the holy light on him. Could he be a member of the Sacred Spirit cult? While they were chattering away, Kale suddenly shot them a chilling glance. All 4 of them froze in terror, the blood in their veins seemingly turning to ice. Lin gave an order without hesitation. That look, it terrifies my soul. He's likely a second job master. Absolutely do not draw his attention. Hannah quietly replied, Roger. The 2 men remained silent, taking it as their order. As they were assessing him, Kale was also analyzing them. These 4 don't seem like ordinary citizens, but it has nothing to do with me. My target is the Sacred Spirit cult. Suddenly, the tinkling of a bell cut through everyone's thoughts. The atmosphere immediately became deathly quiet. The representative began with a greeting. Welcome, everyone, to the gathering of the Sacred Spirit cult. Everyone present here has a destiny with our Lord. I am Father Levon, and I will guide you to the divine grace. Kale stood in the back, silently observing. 1 level 18, 2 level 17s, not that high. Let's see what kind of trick they're trying to pull. Meanwhile, Levon was still rambling on. The Sacred Spirit cult worships the Lord, and our doctrine leads to light and salvation. In the eyes of the Lord, all beings are equal. He continued to paint a beautiful picture for the followers. As long as you are pious enough, the Lord will grant you grace. From free training dungeons to precious cultivation resources like mana-enhancing potions and spiritual herbs to increase your energy, everything is available. Finally, he dropped the ultimate bait. Every month, the church will give each member 8,000 credits as an activity fund. This bombshell sent the crowd into a frenzy. I work my butt off all month and only make 4,000, but I could get 8,000 just by joining the church, plus free cultivation resources. Maybe I can change my fate and become a real expert. Levon continued to pour sweet words into everyone's ears. This is the Lord's love for everyone, so that you don't have to worry about life. You can devote yourselves wholeheartedly to your faith in the Lord. His next words were like a command to his 2 assistants. Everyone, the divine power of the Sacred Spirit Lord is limitless. Next, as a father, I will personally demonstrate the great power of the Lord to you all. He walked to the foot of a statue of unknown quality and effect to perform. This is a rare opportunity that the Lord has bestowed upon us to witness the glory of God with our own eyes and feel the immense divine grace. Kale thoughtfully looked at the object in front of him. Can't appraise it, but I can feel a dense magical aura on this statue. It's probably a magical tool. Lin's group also had their own thoughts about it. The Sacred Spirit statue. They're about to start faking the divine miracle. This time, we have to gather the evidence properly. Levon stood opposite the statue, raising both hands high and shouting with all his might, "Sacred Spirit Lord, show us your power." The expectant look on the faces of the crowd below made him speak with even more passion. "Let these devout followers witness your great miracle." As soon as he finished speaking, his assistant shook a small bell in his hand. With the tinkling sound, the statue gradually emitted a soft golden light. In no time, it formed a dazzling halo, forcing Kale to raise his hand to shield his eyes. He stared in amazement at the so-called divine miracle, which manifested as a goddess embracing her followers in her arms. Someone shouted, "What is this?" This question was like a trigger for everyone's excitement. A divine miracle. It's a divine miracle. This light makes my body overflow with power. The figure from a statue began to emit a series of chants. The followers couldn't help but confirm with each other in amazement. Strange. Does anyone else hear that sound? The miracle is talking. Mina's group was also surrounded by the chants. But Hannah was completely unaffected, as if she was under a mind-calming spell. Then Lynn suddenly looked at her own hands, trembling, and said, I've become a second-job professional." This statement astonished Hannah, who was standing within the protective barrier. Lynn. Beside her, Mina laughed maniacally. "So many credits. These resources are enough for me to become the strongest warrior." Jensen didn't escape the demonic clutches either. "Mom, I'm now a top-tier mechanic in the nation. Enough to make the family proud." She shivered as she witnessed this scene. It's a high-level hypnosis spell. Hannah looked helplessly at the constantly spreading miracle. "My spirit immunity necklace can only be activated once every half an hour. I can only wait for the necklace to cool down, wake up one teammate, and then force a breakthrough." Kale was the second person unaffected. He grabbed the head of someone nearby and calculated. An evil hypnosis spell. Is this how the Sacred Spirit cult attracts its followers? Levon was extremely satisfied with the result of the miracle. As expected of the holy relic bestowed by the Lord Bishop, its effect is superb. He immediately ordered his subordinate, standing behind him, begin the operation. "We've wasted some time just now, and they're getting impatient over there." The enchanting bell rang again, its sound waves spreading out from the source. Soon, the entire hall was covered by waves of resonant sound. As soon as the bell stopped, wisps of deathly energy seeped out from every corner of the ninth floor. 5 strangers, following the black smoke, slowly appeared on the altar. Levon respectfully bowed and greeted, "Lord Bishop." A glint flashed in Kale's eyes. "This feeling is..." The cultist, Lord Foam, opened his mouth with a questioning tone. "Levon, what took so long?" The man hastily clasped his hands and explained, "Lord Bishop, there's a reason for the delay. Spreading the word about the Sacred Spirit cult takes some time." The evil lord indifferently warned, "They're just a few consumables. Don't waste time next time." Lord Foam reached out and touched the statue. "After this sacrificial ceremony, you will officially join the Sacred Spirit cult and receive the Lord's blessing." Levon was ecstatic at the unexpected good news. "Thank you for the Lord Bishop's recommendation." Kale observed for a moment and had an epiphany. When cultists don't use the evil god's power, they look like ordinary people, making it hard for professionals to distinguish them. But as a holy knight, I am blessed by the holy light and am extremely sensitive to evil energy. The evil god's aura on those 5 is as clear as ink on white paper. On the altar, Lord Foam continued his divine ritual. "Eternal Sacred Spirit, forever undying, great Lord. The offerings have been prepared for you. Please enjoy them." Watching this scene, Kale's mind drifted again. The bishop is only level 27. There must be someone of a higher rank than him. I'll wait and see if I can get more information. After all, 5 cultists are still not enough. In front of the flickering golden statue, Lord Fang's group spread their arms and chanted in unison, "Eternal Sacred Spirit, forever undying." After hearing "Eternal Sacred Spirit, forever undying, 5 times. The statue smiled with satisfaction, its grin stretching from ear to ear. It opened its mouth and spat out sparkling, swirling sound waves. The group of followers below became ecstatic, like a summer drought meeting a sudden rain. Kale sensed the crazy atmosphere around him and clicked his tongue silently. They're pulling out their souls. The chant, "Eternal Sacred Spirit, forever undying," now came from every follower around him. His mind raced. The soul is the key element for resurrection, whether it's a priest saving someone or an expert saving themselves. Ordinary people have weak souls, so they don't manifest after death, but whether strong or weak, the soul is extremely important. Kale truly felt the evil of this cult. They cast a wide net to control people's minds. But this illusion is actually extracting their soul force. He couldn't forget the violent situation he had heard about. People who join the cult look the same on the outside, but their personalities are completely different, as if they've become two different people. He finally found the answer to the recent string of bizarre events. The drastic personality change in people who join the Sacred Spirit cult must be related to a deficient soul. Kale looked at the golden waves being extracted from the dazed followers around him, silently confused. That statue is collecting these people's souls. What exactly is it trying to do? Lynn had entered the 9th floor full of determination, but now she too was letting her soul erode away. Hannah used all her strength to pull her hand back, her heart pounding. If I keep waiting for Lynn, we'll all die. I can't just sit here and wait to die. Lynn, wake up. She decided to risk it all and activate her ice spirit technique. Ice spirits, hear my summons and gather. Freeze them with your power. Seeing a thin layer of ice covering Lynn, she cheered happily. There's hope. But her joy was short-lived. The layer of ice melted in an instant. Useless, the ice-dispelling magic activated again. Hannah's conspicuous actions attracted Levin's attention. So there's someone who wasn't hypnotized. He waved his hand, unleashing a demonic power like a storm. Dark flame. Kale saw the deathly energy flying towards her and didn't hesitate to use Holy Light Shield. But surprisingly, among the followers, there were more than 2 people who weren't affected. Lena quickly threw out a radiant shield. The sturdy golden shield appeared in front of Hannah, successfully blocking the magic attack. Now that her cover was blown, she pressed her advantage, continuing to launch a radiant fireball at Lord Foam. As expected of a Sacred Spirit bishop, he simply waved his hand and deflected the dangerous blow. After dealing with the amateurish attack, he immediately exposed her. Radiant Shield, you're from the Church of Light. Even though she was a level 25 light mage, having her attack so easily nullified left Lena bewildered. How is this possible? I've practiced Radiant Fireball to level 15. This skill once one-shot a level 26 golden rank bear fiend. Her suppressed strength quickly brought her back to her senses. She didn't hesitate to open a teleportation scroll, but now it's blocked by a cultist with a wave of his hand. This is bad. The cultist's strength far exceeds my imagination. I have to leave here immediately. Coming and going easily is just the name of a song. There was no way Lord Foam would let her escape his grasp. Trying to ruin the ritual and still want to run? Do you think this is a place you can just come and go as you please? He cast Mire, and sticky mud rose from the floor, wrapping around her tightly. Lena sharply took a step back with all her might. But on Lord Fang's side, 2 other cultists joined forces, casting Windblade and Fireball. A swirling golden light enveloped her. The power of the light gathers by my side, forming an unbreakable shield. 2 against 1 is never a fair fight. She was caught in a pincer attack, enemies in front and behind. This is bad. There are 2 mages among the 5 guards. If there was only one, I could have used the opportunity while they were chanting to activate the scroll and leave. Even though her plan had failed, Lena had to keep fighting. The power of the divine gathers in the light, cleansing the evil in this world. But in her heart, she wasn't optimistic. Worse, the other melee class professional is coming over. If he gets close to me, I'll definitely die. She desperately attacked her opponents, trying to break through their protective barrier. At 18 years old, after changing my class to the Hidden Light Mage, I was directly recruited by the Church of Light for training. The Sacred Spirit cultists were no pushovers. They counterattacked, forcing her to dodge clumsily. After 4 years of training, my first time out in the field, I thought I could destroy this religious activity by myself. But will I have to pay with my life? Kale watched the battle and sighed in frustration. He couldn't stand it anymore and waved his hand, casting repentance. The Hanyang shopping mall had been deathly quiet, but in an instant, successive floors exploded with a deafening boom. Boom! Boom! Lena knelt on the ground, staring blankly at the deep, ravaged trench before her. This is... On the other half of the building, Hannah was struggling to support her teammates. Did he just kill them all? Levon pointed in one direction in alarm, warning, "There's another saboteur. That holy light aura is so dense." Lord Fong, of course, was not blind. He opened his mouth to question Kale. "Are you a high-ranking knight from the Church of Light?" Kale didn't answer, instead convicting him. "An evil cult gathering the dregs of society. Your sins are heavy." Lena's whole body trembled as she tried to stand up. She seemed to have her own judgment. 2 mages, 1 warrior, all above level 25, and they had support magic. Yet they were killed so quickly. Could he be a second-job professional? The church must have been paying attention to Longfeng City for a while. Lord Feng was naturally not pleased to be criticized. He decisively waved his hand, sending the 2 remaining cultists to charge out. "You don't know your own limits. Go!" Kale didn't even consider Lord Feng a threat, let alone his 2 lackeys. He just swung his sword once and finished them off. Lord Feng couldn't believe what had just happened before his eyes. With just 1 move, this is impossible. His gloomy, old head calculated quickly. "I definitely have to run." He decisively kicked his pawn, Levon, forward to clear a path. "Stop him." The man never expected to be in this situation. He was clearly walking to his death. Kale didn't mind the prey that served itself up, coldly cutting him down with 1 slash. Then, he didn't delay, calling out his blue butterfly, "Void butterfly, follow it." It obeyed the command and shot into the portal of deathly energy that hadn't yet disappeared. Lena timidly approached him. Respected high-ranking divine professional. She timidly introduced herself. "I am Light Mage Lena from the Mordo branch of the Church of Light." The closer she got, the clearer it became to her. If you look closely, the concentration of holy light is not just terrifying. This is truly an incarnation of holy light. I can even feel the joyful aura of the holy light around his body. Kale asked curiously, "You're from the Mordo branch? Why are you here?" She didn't hide anything and expressed her gratitude. "I'm out for training and accepted a mission, so I came here." "It's fortunate that you were here, sir, otherwise I would have been in danger this time." He turned his back and walked away, replying indifferently, "It was nothing." She quickly ran after him to confirm. "Excuse me, sir, which divine professional from the Church of Light are you? I've never seen such powerful holy light." Kale, while making a hand gesture, said bluntly, "I'm not from your Church of Light." With a loud boom, Lena wondered in confusion. Not from a church? She looked at the desolate altar after a single snap of his fingers, wanting to confirm one more time. Such a dense, holy light aura. Besides the divine staff of the Church of Light, who else could possess it? A bold guess popped into her little head. Could he be the Holy Sun? Lena frantically searched her memories. Holy Sun and Holy Maiden are titles reserved for the top prodigies within the Church of Light. This is also a form of authority. They can receive the best training in the church. They are trained to be invincible at their level, and can even kill enemies of a higher level. To avoid being targeted by evil cults, the Holy Sun or Holy Maiden always hide their identity before they are officially revealed. Only high-ranking officials know. Having made up her mind, she looked around. "Sir, should we wake everyone up now?" Kale, of course, had no time for that. "No need. It's already caused a commotion. Let the people from the Security Bureau handle it when they arrive. The situation is complicated, Waking them up recklessly could cause unnecessary panic. Kale walked towards the corpse of a Sacred Spirit cultist and explained, "The people from the Security Bureau have experience handling unusual situations. They will be better at comforting the citizens." She trotted after him, flattering him. "You're always so considerate, sir." He touched his hands together, creating the repentant skill. "In the name of the divine, awaken the conscience of the soul." As he finished speaking, a cloud of golden dust fell from his hand onto the corpse. The surroundings were even covered in lily flowers. "Repent." The black shadow of deathly energy twisted and shot out at his call. Following it were contorted souls floating in midair. A faint sound echoed through the space. "I have sinned. I repent for the sins I have committed." After the battle, Kale held out his hand to withdraw his magic. He clenched his fist, his mind filled with thoughts. "Only 4. That's too few. I'll let the bishop go to follow his trail, hoping to find more cultists. I should have caught up by now." Lena stood behind, silently observing, then questioned herself. "I know the basics of repentance, but it's far inferior to the Holy Sons. If I could train with him, I would definitely become much stronger. I just wonder if he would even notice me." While they were lost in thought, the people from the Security Bureau arrived. They rushed in, shouting warnings, "Hands up! Everyone drop your weapons!" Longfeng Security Bureau law enforcement. Standing in the middle of the circle of soldiers was a tall man, the captain of the Security Bureau's action team, Chief Wang. He approached Lena and politely asked, "I am Chief Wang, captain of the Security Bureau's action team. Respected professional, may I ask what happened here?" She reflexively raised her hands in surrender and answered in a soft voice, "Hello, Chief Wang." Then she quickly recounted the incident. The Sacred Spirit cult is an evil cult. They use tricks to gather ordinary citizens here, preparing to extract their souls for sacrifice. Chief Wang's face showed clear concern. "Extracting souls? Did you stop them?" Lena quickly waved her hands, stammering a denial. "No, it wasn't me, not me." She turned to Kale, but he was gone. "Huh? Where did he go?" Lena sadly complained to the empty air. "Holy Sun, sir, why did you leave me all alone again?" Meanwhile, Chief Wang was busy directing the cleanup of the scene. Team 1, responsible for evacuating the public, ensure their safety. Be careful not to cause a panic. Team 2, inspect the scene, collect evidence. Don't overlook any suspicious items. A mysterious hand reached out from somewhere, casting a spell. His voice continued to echo everywhere. Team 3, provide medical treatment, prioritize the seriously injured. Act quickly, ensure their lives are safe. The people affected by the spell immediately showed signs of being brainwashed. "Who are you people? What are you doing? I want to go home." "Wait, wasn't I just at a gathering? Where am I? Strange. Why do I feel sore all over? My head is heavy too, like someone is hammering inside my skull." Jensen, on one side, rubbed his eyes and complained, "Oh, my head hurts so much." After he finished, he walked over to his teammates and asked, "Did we succeed?" The person in front of him looked pitifully naive. Hannah answered, "What are you thinking? You guys were hypnotized by the Sacred Spirit cult. I was lucky to escape thanks to a magic item, but I didn't expect them to have 5 masters behind them, at least level 25 and above." He was completely shocked to hear that. "Level 25? Then how did we survive?" She continued, "He was a second-job divine professional. He wiped out the Sacred Spirit cult with one strike." Jensen was overjoyed, as if he had struck gold. A second-job divine professional. A great master. That's right, my robot must have recorded his fight. We can post it online. It will definitely cause a sensation. No sooner said than done. He took out the robot to verify it in front of everyone. Before they could watch, the surrounding scenery shook violently. Jensen's group stood there stunned, motionless for a moment. In another place, a gloomy atmosphere permeated the air. In the center, a figure was enveloped in a mass of magical slime. Lord Feng spoke with a strained voice, his tone filled with hatred. "Damn it, who the hell is he? How could such a character appear in Longfeng City?" He paced around, asking himself hundreds of questions. Is he from the Church of Light? No, I've always been discreet in my work. There's no way I could have attracted the attention of a master from the Church of Light. They were all hypnotized, leaving no trace. What went wrong? Lord Feng threw open the large door in front of him. The sacrificial ritual was ruined, and we lost 4 followers. The Lord will definitely be furious. The more he spoke, the more confused he became. What should I do? In another development, influenced by the magical power, a blue butterfly appeared from nowhere, carrying the hope of turning the tide. A mysterious crack also appeared on the wall. Kale used his hand to part the crack, revealing his handsome face. Spatial positioning, borrowing the power of the void god beast to sense and determine spatial coordinates. From there, he opened a spatial rift leading to his destination, achieving teleportation in the blink of an eye. Back in reality, Viper saw a familiar figure and asked, "Bishop Feng, you're back." It didn't hold back, getting straight to the point. I sensed the life force of 4 precious followers disappear. What happened? Lord Feng hurriedly knelt down to atone. Lord, there was an incident during this operation. Someone with powerful holy light interfered and sabotaged the sacrifice and also killed our people. That person's strength is immense. I was no match for him at all. Viper continued to make things difficult. Then why are you still alive? He desperately begged for his life. My crime is worthy of 10,000 deaths. I beg you, my lord, to spare my life. I am willing to atone for my crimes by finding even more offerings to compensate for this loss. The voice coldly stated, more failure than success. Hearing this, he trembled all over. My lord, I truly did my best, but that mysterious person was too strong. I really was. Kale had, at some point, disguised himself as a disciple and stood among their ranks. He silently observed the situation. The evil energy from that black orb is too dense. This must be the center. Over 100 followers have gathered. This plot is definitely not just about collecting souls. Viper didn't want to waste any more time and reluctantly relented. Forget it. Your explanation is useless. Fortunately, although the sacrifice was interrupted, the intent has been established, so it won't affect the grand plan. Lord Feng, relieved, hesitantly spoke up. My lord, do you mean the sacrifice was a success? But the sacrifice was clearly interrupted, and the soul force that the master needs hasn't been fully collected. Could it be that we've angered the master? It couldn't hold back and roared. You fool! Do you think we're holding sacrifices all over the city just for that pathetic bit of soul force? Out of options, it turned to another disciple and requested, Lord Su, you there explain it to this idiot. As you command. The one named Lord Su showed a sinister face and slowly explained, My lord, this is the great plan to destroy the world. For the past 5 years, the Sacred Spirit Cult has conducted 307 sacrificial ceremonies, all placed at key points in Longfeng City. Each sacrifice activates a node. He patiently explained every detail, and Kale listened intently, not missing a word. If the nodes are connected, they will form a city-wide magic formation called the Chaos Purgatory Formation. To carry out this plan, we have infiltrated many followers into various levels of society in Longfeng City to spread the teachings of the Sacred Spirit Cult among the populace. More and more secrets were revealed by him, attracting people with desires to join the Sacred Spirit Cult to expand our influence and provide enough manpower for the plan. At the same time, we added a colorless, odorless magic potion to the city's water source. The potion affects the body and mind subconsciously, weakening them and making them easier to control. After hearing this, Kale's mind was filled with thoughts. No wonder those professionals were so easily hypnotized. What is their purpose for activating this so-called Chaos Purgatory Formation? Meanwhile, Lord Su's voice continued to echo in his ears. We have dug many secret tunnels under the city, connecting the sacrificial points, and have laid out enough magic formation runes to channel and gather the energy. He continued to reveal the timeline. Tonight, the magic formation has been activated. The souls and life force of all living beings in the city are continuously being drained away, flowing through the tunnels to the sealed place of the Lord of Chaos. The more he spoke, the more his face was tinged with evil. The lives and souls of the entire city are being sacrificed. The great Lord of Chaos is about to awaken. He will bring endless chaos and darkness and reshape this world. The great Lord of Chaos is about to awaken. Kale listened, his expression gradually turning grave. The Lord of Chaos, an evil god. Then he summoned his magic, preparing to strike, using the lives of an entire city to awaken an evil god. I will never allow it. At this moment, Lord Feng hurriedly admitted his fault. My lord, please forgive me. I knew nothing about this. Viper spoke up reproachfully. Bishop Feng, you are so foolish. How can I entrust important matters to you? As he spoke, he suddenly raised his voice and shouted. Who's there? Kale was startled, his eyes wide open. It aimed at where he stood and activated a spell, causing a shocking explosion. Fortunately, he had defended in time and was unharmed. As the smoke cleared, Kale stood in a ready stance. Divine Lightning, Apocalypse Form Level 1. He entered the Apocalypse Form state, increasing resistance to abnormal status effects by 50% and lightning skill damage by 50% for 14 seconds. Sword Flash, he unleashed an extremely fast slash, causing a massive amount of mixed damage. Lord Feng immediately recognized him. It's you again. Lord Su charged in without hesitation, casting a spell. Shadowvrend. It gathered shadow power into his weapon, creating a black crescent blade with the force to cut metal. Kale wouldn't be outdone. S-Rank Divine Lightning. Blade of Judgment Level 1. It summoned Divine Lightning, concentrating it on his weapon for an incredibly fast slash, dealing massive bonus lightning element damage. Unexpectedly, Viper also knew of him. Kale, it's you again. What a small world. Hearing this, Lord Feng immediately tattled. My lord, it was he who ruined the ritual at the Hung Yang shopping mall. He dares to come to our headquarters. Today, we must make sure he never leaves. It couldn't take it anymore and slapped him straight across the face. To be followed like that, you fool. I really want to take your life right now. Lord Feng rubbed his sore cheek as it continued to berate him. A brainless fool who dares to boast. If not for your bloodline, how could you have become a bishop? Look at your pathetic, lowly state. Without my mercy, you'd be nothing but an ant your whole life. And you dare say he won't leave alive? You won't even know why you died. Meanwhile, the other two were still fiercely battling, the clash between their gold and purple magic creating a massive shockwave that rocked the surroundings. After a while, the two temporarily separated, Kale retreating to a safe distance. He used his magic eye to analyze his opponent, but couldn't appraise him. He was slightly impressed, much stronger than the bishop I met before. A full-fledged second job master. This time I met my match. Below, Lord Su didn't waste any time. He swung his scythe, unleashing his ultimate move. Phantom Scythe Strike. It launched multiple black, moon-shaped blades from various angles, attacking the enemy, causing multiple instances of damage and disrupting their actions. The speed at which he spun his scythe quickly formed a magic circle, a truly cinematic sight. The man stared him down, offering a backhanded compliment. For a mere level 29 Holy Knight to withstand 3 of my attacks. You've got some skill. Then his voice turned cold as he unleashed his next move, intending to finish him off. But this is where your journey ends. With the Dark Vortex, he gathered abyssal energy around himself to form a colossal black whirlpool. The vortex exerted a powerful pull on all life, inflicting a continuous dark corrosion, while the man's magic flew out like razor-sharp blades, slashing wildly in every direction. At the center where he stood, a black hole had formed, threatening to devour everything in its path. Zion braced himself, fighting against the immense pull. As the situation grew dire, he summoned the Holy Light's Aegis, planting his sacred sword firmly into the ground as an anchor. The two forces clashed relentlessly, the ground around them cracking and breaking apart into rubble. Zoran's voice dripped with contempt. My dark vortex devours even light itself. Your struggles are useless, he sneered. A first advancement holy knight might be skilled, but compared to a second advancement like me, you're nothing but an ant to a dragon. I'm 14 levels above you. Zion recognized the disadvantage. His mind raced. The guardian angel's aegis can resist most of the dark corrosion, but this black vortex is also draining my mana and stamina like crazy. If this keeps up, I'll be completely depleted sooner or later. The man's eyes blazed with dark energy as he issued a confident challenge. Before my absolute power, how long can your pitiful candlelight last? Refusing to back down, Zion shot back. My light is more than enough to shatter this little trick of yours. A brilliant aura flared to life behind Zion. He made a decision. A battle of attrition was not in his favor. He had to end this fast. For a moment, Zoran hesitated. He thought to himself, the purity of this holy light far exceeds that of a normal holy knight. Could he be the secret weapon of the Radiant Church? But his level is just too low. No matter. Regardless of his background, he's not leaving this place alive today. Viper, fearing any further delay, grew impatient and shouted, Bishop Zoran, stop him, quickly. But it was too late. Zion had completed his transformation, activating his A-rank aura of concentration, his level 11 A-rank skill Sacred Foresight, and his S+ secret art, Angelic Avatar. Then, he summoned a photon ray and aimed it straight at his opponent. Zoran was stunned, unable to believe what he was seeing. My dark vortex is fused with the core of primordial chaos. It can devour attacks from a level 50 powerhouse. How could it be broken so easily? He roared in disbelief. Impossible. All disciples, kill him at any cost. He planned to overwhelm Zion with sheer numbers. Though the disciples weren't strong individually, there were many of them, perfect for draining their target's stamina and mana. Zoran bellowed an order. Feel the shackles of suffering darkness. A swarm of chains shot out, attempting to bind Zion. Next came the Aqua Prison, a deluge of water rushing forward to drown him. Zion calmly raised his radiant sword, his gaze sharpening. With a single swing, he shattered the water prison. But the fight wasn't over. The horde of cultists charged in like a frenzied mob. Too many small fry, Zion muttered. Time to clean up. Zion spread his arms, his stance as firm as a mountain, and summoned light shields on both sides. Gemini Aegis, level 11. The charging cultists were mercilessly thrown back the moment they made contact. He then unleashed a cinematic barrage of skills, a one-man army tearing across the battlefield. Zoran, realizing he was being overpowered, hastily fell back to a defensive position before launching a counterattack of his own. Phantom triple slash. Zion barely moved. He simply flexed, and a powerful wave of light magic erupted from him. The blast sent his opponent flying. A moment later, the chaotic battlefield grew quieter. Zoran was slammed against a wall. Viper furiously cursed. Useless trash. You can't even handle a single level 29 Holy Knight. Finn could only tremble and mutter. What kind of joke is this? How are we supposed to fight a monster like that? Meanwhile, Zion clenched his fist, feeling the power coursing through him. Luckily, with the Angelic Avatar transformation and all the buffs, my combat power, which should be level 29, is actually closer to level 40. Add in the natural advantage Holy Light has against evil powers, and I can overwhelm opponents far above my level. Viper exploded in a rage, his aura turning blood red. You worthless fools. Once this ritual is complete, you will all pay the price. However, seeing the coward cowering on the ground, he roared, Bishop Fun, what are you doing? Fun, terrified out of his mind, stammered incoherently. He can't be level 29. He must have some kind of item that hides his true level. And my lord, I'll wait for an opportunity. I can't just throw my life away for nothing. While they were distracted, Zion charged forward to attack. Viper frantically ordered, You life-loving, death-fearing piece of trash. Get up there and stop him for me." But the coward was frozen in place. "My lord, I'm looking for the right moment to strike. Now is not the time." Zion focused his divine power, his hawk-like eyes locked on the two figures before him. He lunged, his weapon tightly gripped, ready to impale Fun. Viper seized the opportunity, grabbing Fun by the head and using him as a human shield. Fun took the full force of the blow. Father, why?" he choked out. Viper coldly tossed his son's body aside, sneering, "Useless." Witnessing this inhuman act, Zion demanded, "Wasn't that your own son?" Viper scoffed. "Whether he was or not is irrelevant. To die for the Lord of Chaos is the greatest honor of his life." Zion was speechless. "For that, Shirushin, you'd even discard your own family? You're truly insane." The man replied, his tone dripping with mockery. "When chaos descends, all living beings will be my children. Zion, you're no match for us. Don't die a pointless death for a city that's already doomed." Hearing his name, Zion was taken aback. "You know who I am?" Viper didn't hesitate to reveal first place in the National University Freshman Exchange Tournament. "Your outstanding performance there is already legendary." As they were talking, Zion suddenly sensed something was wrong. It turned out Zoran was attempting a sneak attack. Zion managed to swing his sword in time to defend. But just as he dealt with one threat, something was happening with Viper behind him. "Not good," Zion muttered. In the blink of an eye, Zion vanished from the enemy's encirclement. Then he reappeared out of nowhere and delivered a devastating blow to Zoran, using the skill Void Beast's spatial leap. This was followed by 1,000 invisible punches aimed straight at the bishop. Azure Fist Barrage, level 9, B rank. Zoran was pummeled relentlessly, screaming in agony. "Ah!" Viper watched the spectacular display and burst out laughing. "Ha ha! So you're the one who stole the Void Beast. And I got it back without lifting a finger." Ignoring him, Zion coldly unleashed his next skill, Judgment of Light, level 16, A rank. He finished off Zoran with swift efficiency, but a question lingered in his mind. How does he know I tamed a Void Beast? After a moment of deduction, Zion came to a firm conclusion. "Headmaster Corvus, you're the insane traitor." Knowing he couldn't hide any longer, Corvus confirmed it. "Correct." Corvus stepped out from the magic circle, his voice filled with glee. "The Lord of Chaos will reset this world, and I will become one of the rulers of the new world." His eyes were white with the lust for power. He staggered forward, threatening his former student. "If you hadn't interfered with the ritual, the Lord of Chaos would have awakened 2 months ago. Today, both you and the Void Beast belong to me. One is a gift, the other is nourishment for my lord." Zion stood his ground, unafraid, his mind racing. Devotion to an evil god really does grant a massive power boost. Corvus is a level 49 second advancement assassin, but the pressure he exudes is even greater than Headmaster Wu, who's level 52. Even with my angelic avatar state, fighting him will be incredibly difficult. Suddenly, thousands of sharp stone spikes erupted from the ground. In an instant, he was sealed. Zion quickly summoned his light magic, struggling to break free from the stone prison. Corvus watched the desperate struggle with immense satisfaction. "Struggle all you want. For every minute you delay, 5 souls will become nutrients for the Lord of Chaos." He spread his arms wide, summoning another barrage of sharp spikes that rained down on Zion. Fortunately, Zion managed to defend in time by casting a spell, the B+ rank skill Holy Light's Aegis, level 13. But then, the direction of his attack suddenly shifted. Zion tried to follow it with his eyes, but he couldn't react in time. The attack struck his right bicep, and blood splattered everywhere. Zion looked at his grievous shoulder wound, which was healing slowly. This isn't normal corrosion. This is the materialization of the evil god's power. The throbbing pain was so intense he had to grit his teeth and cut away the corrupted flesh. Corvus, lost in his dark transformation, laughed maniacally. "Ah!" He then unleashed a massive shockwave of energy towards Zion. The sudden wave of power rushed forward, but it couldn't make Zion flinch or retreat. With just one sword, the hero deflected the energy beam that threatened to split the sky, all amidst an apocalyptic roar. His body flickered, and in an instant, he was behind Corvus, restraining him. The man stood frozen, unable to do anything but watch the light descending upon him. A pillar of light slammed down with the force of a thunder god's hammer, right on Corvus's head at Zion's command. Skill, Judgment of Light, level 16, A rank. Luckily for him, he managed to conjure a shield just in time. Try to immobilize me and then finish me with Judgment of Light. Were you? His thin lips curled into an irritating smile. A standard by-the-book tactic. A pity you forgot that I used to be the headmaster of a war academy. From a corner of the room, mysterious red iron chains, seemingly with a life of their own, shot out to turn the tables in his favor. They quickly wrapped around Zion, pulling him away and freeing Corvus. Zion was dragged toward a stone slab, Corvus's voice echoing in his ears. These combat strategies are things I taught my students 10 years ago. Unfortunately, Zion was focused on something far more important. Abyssal chains, forged from the power of chaos. They're specifically designed to counter holy attributes. Once bound, not only are all light system skills sealed, but they continuously drain the victim's life force. While Corvus knelt, awaiting his moment of glory, declaring, "Struggle. This is your end." Zion found himself lying on the stone altar, his limbs chained and stretched out uncomfortably in 4 directions. This is bad. These chains are suppressing my holy power. Lightning crackled ominously in the sky, a sign of terrible things to come. A delighted Corvus grabbed Zion's cheek. His long, black fingernails dug into Zion's face, causing him to cough up blood from the pain. With a face full of eager anticipation for humanity's new era of suffering, Corvus licked the blood from his hand. Corvus sensed a foul energy beginning to fill the air, and a sharp glint returned to his soulless eyes. Suddenly, boulders began to fall from the sky like a midnight thunderstorm. Though they stood in the open, both remained untouched, as if even the falling rocks knew to avoid them. Zion looked at the blurry red figures slowly materializing around him. What are those? The tormented souls of the dead appeared, wandering aimlessly as the evil energy consumed the mortal realm. Corvus's mood turned joyful, like a clown lost in a delirious trance. Listen, those are the footsteps of the approaching Lord of Chaos. Thunder crashed and echoed through the gray hall. Bodies lay strewn across the ground, creating a grim atmosphere worthy of the apocalypse. All the while, Zion remained stunned by the scene unfolding before him. Hundreds of souls drifted past the stone altar where he lay. Among the strangers were 2 familiar faces, Luna and Iris. They walked past him like mindless robots, standing silently with the others as the foul energy enveloped their souls. The vortex of evil energy swirled around them, turning them all into soulless stone statues standing sentinel around him. Zion couldn't help but rage at the inhumanity of the being Corvus worshipped. "You monster!" But Corvus merely replied with indifference, "This is a necessary price. A fool like you could never understand." The desperate situation forced Zion to silently formulate a new plan. I could have the Void Beast teleport me out of here, but then everyone in Langfong City would surely die. I have to stop him. Even if I'm no match for him, I absolutely cannot be a deserter. Zion quietly summoned a glass vial containing a golden liquid, S+ pristine nectar of heaven and earth, an item that greatly increases resistance to negative statuses and boosts physical recovery speed. He quickly downed the strange liquid. A notification appeared, negative status resistance plus 100%. Physical recovery speed plus 100%. To Corvus, this action looked like nothing more than a fish's final struggle. Pointless. Zion ignored the taunt. A brilliant aura shone from his back, bolstering his will to fight. In the name of the divine, I will awaken the conscience of these souls. Seeing his enemy's confident expression, Corvus suddenly looked alarmed. "What are you trying to do?" In response, Zion calmly passed judgment on the World Ender. "Repent." Zion used a skill to absorb the residual spiritual energy from the bodies lying on the ground. Exhaustion was clear on his weary face. Gathered penitent will 104 times. Inside his body, Zion forced two clashing energies, divine and necrotic, to collide. The unimaginable pain from this reckless act was beyond endurance, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. The holy warriors within him rose up with immense power. In addition, an army of ice corpses answered Zion's call. The two incompatible energies clashed, creating a powerful shockwave inside him. Zion gritted his teeth, forcing his body to absorb the two streams of power. Corvus stared blankly at the spiritual energy surrounding Zion. This power, what is he trying to break through to? His twisted mind suddenly worked with surprising speed. Second advancement. Realizing Zion's intent, Corvus covered his face and burst into laughter. Forcing a second advancement? "Ha ha! You truly are a sight to behold. It seems despair has clouded your mind." He lectured the man, gritting his teeth through the process. Under normal circumstances, a second advancement requires a vast amount of resources for support. Magic gems, precious rare elixirs, all necessary to fortify the body and enhance power. Not to mention a powerful expert to guard against outside interference during the breakthrough. But you're currently suppressed by the abyssal chains, imprisoned and alone, with no external energy supply. The brutal war between the two legions inside him made Zion's nerves scream. The power within your body will run rampant, like a wild horse breaking its reins. It will violently tear your body apart. Once you fail, a look of morbid curiosity crossed his face as he watched his enemy writhe in agony. In the best case, your level will drop. In the worst, your soul will be obliterated. Despite his confidence, Corvus still prepared a spell to finish Zion off. "But you're a tricky brat. I can't let you succeed, not even if there's a 1 in a million chance." Zion's mind grew hazy as he felt the intense conflict raging within him. The two energies silently began to merge while Corvus remained arrogant. "Just died during your second advancement." The final, silent clash marked the end of the long, throbbing pain. The icy specters gradually transformed into sharp crystals. The angelic guardians became shimmering golden leaves. The two opposing forces had now fused into one. The agony ended, leaving Zion with a sweet reward on his dark path to salvation. Congratulations on obtaining the Arbiter's exclusive skills: Arbiter's Descent, Divine Summoning, Divine Restoration. Obtained 100 unallocated attribute points. His body, now empowered by divine might, made his face look even more formidable. As a debut for his new power, Corvus was hit by a cyclone and sent flying into a wall. Zion swung his arm through the air, sending a wave of force crashing into Corvus. His body froze, completely paralyzed and unable to resist. Corvus was sent soaring into the air from the powerful blow. The ancient throne also felt the full, piercing force of Zion's wrath. Launched high into the air, it was a while before Corvus landed back on the ground like a sack of dirt. His eyes widened in disbelief, unable to process that his entire lower body was gone. But instead of anger, he grinned, a hideous and ghastly smile spreading across his face. "It's useless. You think the tricks of a second advancement holy knight can actually hurt me." A thick black mist billowed out, filling the void where his legs had been. As he unsteadily rose to his feet with the help of the evil energy, he beckoned the tormented souls to join the fray. "I've devoured countless ants just like you." Zion was not intimidated by this deathly aura. "No need. Your choir is too noisy." He raised his hand, drawing a complex magic circle in the sky. Arbiter's Descent, Level 1, S-Rank. Uses a mortal body to channel divine punishment, creating a holy power field that deals massive damage to dark creatures. After the skill ends, The user enters a state of exhaustion, all attributes reduced by 40% for 2 hours. His blazing eyes stared down Corvus, who was charging at him. You, who are steeped in sin, I hereby judge you. The hero played the role of judge, personally deciding the fate of the cowering rat. Death sentence. Bolts of lightning rained down like a furious storm, each one aimed directly at the traitor. The more he was hit, the more Corvus seemed to enjoy taunting Zion. You won't succeed. My master's power is still here. The heavy atmosphere suddenly made Zion wary of Corvus's next move. Like the other souls, he offered his body in service to chaos. Pitch-black tendrils of magic were suddenly unleashed. They surrounded Zion so quickly that he had no time to react. The Lord of Chaos's deep, anonymous voice echoed, "Submit. How wonderful it would be to destroy everything together." The dense miasma seeped into his body like a potent poison, causing him to spit up a mouthful of black blood. The ground churned with countless skeletons, their wails of resentment turning the suffocating scene into a true hell on earth. Suffering is the only truth. Join us. His eyes turned blood red, his face devoid of emotion. Zion had fallen into a version of himself he didn't even recognize. Fortunately, his strong will helped him regain control of his mind. Chaos tightened its tentacles around him, roaring its brainwashing command. Become an eternal part of me. The holy power within Zion reacted violently, causing a painful backlash in his mind. Using his refined combat skills, he broke free from its grasp. His entire body was empowered by the holy light, giving Zion the confidence to charge forward, sword in hand. This mental contamination is far more advanced than simple hypnosis. He plunged his massive sword straight into the heart of chaos. Too bad for you. You picked the wrong opponent. The deep wound caused an agonizing pain, making the formless monster hiss relentlessly. The open wound revealed the life core of chaos. You dare! Zion paid no mind to its meaningless fury, replying coolly, "And why wouldn't I dare?" His soft voice was still audible over the clash of evil tentacles and holy blade. A holy knight specializes in dealing with all kinds of filth. The powerful aura of divine energy caused the tentacles to dissolve into the wind. An explosion erupted as the evil energy destabilized, losing control of its main body. Zion stood blankly watching the scene, conveniently lowering his shield to rest mid-fight. But a demonic blade silently emerged from the ground beneath him. Hearing a noise behind him, he turned around, puzzled. But before he could understand what was happening, chaos stabbed him in the back, the force of the blow so great he choked on his own saliva. The swift attack splattered his blood onto its white teeth. Its disgusting tongue licked away the delicious crimson liquid. The taste of blood seemed to shatter the mental chains that had been sealing its wild instincts. I'm very pleased with this. I am a lord of chaos. I am a god. A god cannot be killed by a mere mortal. The outcome between you and me was decided from the very beginning. Become my slave, and I will grant you my power. Hearing those filthy words only fueled Zion's fighting spirit as he healed himself. My power? How about we make a deal instead? You could be my punching bag, and I'll teach you what real god-slaying power looks like. Also, there's a limit to playing pretend. A wicked smile spread across his face as he spoke to chaos. At best, you're just an avatar of an evil god. That's why a mere mortal was able to injure you. Keep spouting such arrogant nonsense, and people will die of laughter. Suddenly sensing something was wrong, Chaos stammered, "This is impossible." Zion clutched his head, thinking to himself, "Unfortunately, this body can only hold out for 2 more minutes. My time is running out." He summoned a miraculous holy power. God, a sky-piercing pillar of light, generated by a cold flick of his wrist, shook the entire region. An army of holy soldiers appeared, ready for battle at his call. Divine summoning, level 1, S rank. Some drew their bows, awaiting the command from above. This angelic legion contract, inherited from ancient times, requires sacrificing 30% of one's life force to summon angel warriors. Note, the angel's duration will continuously drain the host's spiritual power. Others stood calmly, quietly assessing the situation. Seeing the formidable army, Chaos grew slightly flustered but roared to maintain its facade. "You lowly creations, don't even think about stopping me." At Zion's silent command, the army's closed eyes snapped open, initiating purification, executing divine punishment. Their entire legion descended upon the battlefield, causing an explosion of holy light, executing heaven's will upon the rebel. A violent explosion erupted, sweeping away everything in its vicinity. Stone structures were gradually turned to dust by the terrifyingly powerful blast. The intense shock wave spread all the way to the vast forest, causing the trees to shake violently. At the center of the crater created by the tremor, Zion knelt on one knee, his body covered in wounds and golden cracks. A notification quickly appeared next to a floating, deep red crystal. Obtained crystal of evil god's power. Damaged during acquisition. Quality cannot be assessed. He suddenly coughed up a thick mouthful of blood, his voice a heavy whisper. "So you're not even a full avatar." His body finally collapsed onto the cold stone ground. In the midst of the empty, desolate land, with only dust and smoke swirling around, it was as if Zion had been forgotten by the world. The moon and the brilliant stars above silently watched over the lonely back of the pitiful young man. One might think he would sleep a long, long time after such an exhausting battle. But even as his bones made a painful cracking sound, his hand heroically pushed himself up once more. However, in his current state, even turning over was a luxury. A continuous warning sound blared. "Life signs unstable. Please seek immediate treatment." Zion's dazed eyes followed the text as it appeared. Life sign critical threshold breached. Current heart rate, 8 beats per minute. Blood pressure, 50/30. 17 bone fractures throughout the body. Internal organ damage at 63%. Immediate treatment recommended. He mustered his last ounce of strength to play his final trump card. A brilliant light slowly gathered in his trembling hands. Divine restoration. Elsewhere, Iris was frantically calling the name of the girl lying motionless on the ground. "Luna, wake up." Fortunately, Luna began to show signs of waking. Her mind was still foggy after the deep sleep. "Weren't we in the hot spring? Why are we suddenly?" She quickly updated her friend on the situation. "The ruins? It's the ruins." Just then, outside, a colossal pillar of light erupted, tearing through the clouds. From it, countless entities that looked like lovely angels descended. They danced around the bodies of the people lying all over the streets. This phenomenon was divine restoration, level 1, S-Rank, which Zion had just summoned. It had the ability to release a divine field that covered the entire city, purifying the corruption and saving all those whose souls had not yet dissipated within its range. After the skill ends, the user will enter a state of divine exhaustion. All attributes will be reduced to 0 for 10 days. In the pitch-black night, a conversation echoed between the Void Beast and Zion. You forced a second advancement and ruptured all your meridians. Then you activated a life-saving skill for the whole city. You're lucky to not be 6 feet under. Why didn't you let me take you away? You could have hidden behind me, Zion replied. Then what would be the difference between me and those evil cultists? Panting heavily, he weakly uttered each word. Before I decided on the second advancement, I remember the day of my class transfer at school before the university entrance exams. That was the day I chose to become a holy knight. Images of himself, once clad in shining armor, flooded his mind. Humility, followed by the memory of practicing his weapon swings with expert precision. Honesty, courage. The brightly lit words seemed to represent an unshakable belief in justice, deeply carved on his hammer. Compassion. Finally, he punctuated the memory with a powerful slam of his weapon onto the ground. Fulfilling my duty, performing honorable deeds. Though he was coughing up blood, Zion held firm to the belief deep in his soul: to pursue justice and righteousness for my entire life. That is what it means to be a holy knight. He struggled to breathe. If I chose to run away and save myself, then I would have betrayed my original intention. What's the point of being strong then? He activated another skill. Locate. A blue magic circle immediately activated where he lay. Suhang University. Just then, a voice came from a nearby cliff. "Commander, what happened here?" Commander Vance frowned as he observed the scene below, deducing, "A battle of this scale is beyond our comprehension. But I am certain that tonight, a mighty figure used their own life to protect the entire city of Longfang. They're the hero of our city." By now, Zion had successfully teleported back to his own dorm. All the notification screens had turned red, indicating a critical situation. Soul damage detected. Life signs in extreme danger. State: divine exhaustion. All attributes reduced to 0 for 10 days. Before his eyes closed completely, he managed to whisper a familiar name: Master. The last thing he saw was a countdown timer: 239 hours, 55 minutes, 5 seconds. Sometime later, his senses began to return. This time, there were no more warning systems. Zion slowly opened his dazed eyes. When he breathed, bubbles formed in the water around him. He gradually sat up from the bio tank, countless medical wires attached to his body from the recovery process. "I've been unconscious for 2 days. Master Elian, who was sitting nearby, suddenly spoke. "You're awake. How does it feel to be on the brink of death? Going in alone to destroy an evil god's sacrificial ritual? Should I call you brave or reckless?" Zion could only scratch his head sheepishly. The situation was urgent. The golden cracks running along his body were still visible, causing him to cough painfully. "Cough, cough," his master explained calmly. "All the meridians in your body were torn apart like a shredded fishing net. Normal healing spells can only mend your physical body. So I placed you in this medicinal spring to stabilize your life signs." He didn't forget to add a stern warning. "I've dissolved 5 precious dragon orbs, sacred healing artifacts, into this spring. You must absorb every last drop. If you dare waste even one." Suddenly, Zion cut him off. "But master," he shouted indignantly, "this is clearly your foot-soaking water." His master just gave him a completely shameless smile, trying to change the subject. "Don't worry about the minor details. The important thing is that we saved your life." His master's expression turned serious again. He skillfully opened a holographic panel. "Let me tell you what happened while you were unconscious." The captain of the Longfang City Public Security Bureau's action team not only perfectly preserved the battlefield, but also collected samples of the residual holy light. They both stared at the image displayed in midair. "Look at this energy fluctuation. The frequency perfectly matches your holy power. If anyone with ill intentions investigated, they could trace it back to you immediately. Therefore, I have officially announced that I was the one responsible for the events in Longfang City." Zion clearly disagreed. "Master, I don't need to hide behind you." But Master Elian was firm. "You're still young, and your level isn't high. If we were to publicize your achievements, you'd attract assassins from the evil god's cult. Those people will stop at nothing to eliminate any threat. So, I've used some of my privileges to classify this incident as SSS level secret. After you reach your 3rd advancement, these honors will naturally be returned to their rightful owner." Zion's eyebrows knitted in dissatisfaction as he remembered the life and death moments of the fierce battle. A moment later, he announced clearly, "Master, after I defeated the evil god, I discovered its true form was merely a crystal of its power." He summoned it as tangible proof. Zion held it out for his master to inspect. "This is the true face of the evil god. It doesn't look like much, but it has harmed so many people." The moment he touched it, he could feel a chorus of resentful souls wailing from within. They were clumped together in a grotesque, tragic mass. Witnessing this horrific sight, his master's anger reached its peak. Just a mere fragment dares to cause such chaos. Master Elian immediately gathered a massive amount of energy in his palm, causing the space around them to ripple. Seal. In less than a second, he had successfully covered the cursed crystal with a glowing cloth. The scene changed. Crimson's hand, which had been trimming roses, paused as he heard a familiar name. Elian. He turned around with a puzzled expression. Elian? Why'd he go there? Spectre reported dutifully. Our inside intelligence says Elian's direct disciple, Zion, went to Longfong City to complete a mission. He discovered Corvus's activities and immediately contacted Elian, who had just arrived. Crimson placed a hand on his chin, looking thoughtful. Discovered by Elian, he's certainly not easy to deal with. Go and notify all branches to go into deep cover. Try to avoid provoking the military's mad dog. His subordinate immediately acknowledged the order. Yes, sir. The man's gaze remained fixed on the vibrant red rose before him. Why does that name, Zion, sound so familiar? Spectre's next words made it all click for Crimson. 2 months ago, Zion ruined Corvus's plan during the freshman tournament. At the time, we suspected he had tamed the Void Beast and had him under surveillance for a while. It was then that Crimson finally realized who Zion was. It's him. I remember now. The kid with some skill. His lips curled into a cunning smile. In that case, let's give our little friend a welcome gift he'll never forget. A firm voice replied, understood. With that, a rose was mercilessly plucked from its stem, falling silently onto the cold floor in the dead of night. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Shun was standing alone in the pouring rain in front of a brightly lit villa. His mind was a mess of confusion and doubt. That kid lives in such a rundown place. Without the backing of a powerful family, how could he have cultivated such monstrous strength? It's truly bizarre. Just then, a strange object suddenly crashed through the window of the building, inevitably attracting his attention. Huh? Who's that? The next second, a piercing scream shattered the quiet night. Ah! His eyes flew wide open in surprise, unable to process the situation. Inside, a tall, shadowy figure was menacingly threatening Sky. Women and children are my favorites. Their fear, it smells so wonderful. A hoarse voice came from a mouth filled with sharp white teeth. And you two happen to be both a woman and a child. As soon as he finished speaking, Grave gathered dark energy in his palm and lunged forward. Double the fun. But the most critical moment, something shot in from the side, causing a powerful collision that sent dust and debris flying everywhere. His brain, unable to process the sudden turn of events, froze completely. It was none other than Shun, who, in a powered-up form, had saved them in the nick of time. The attacker exclaimed in surprise, "The bloodline of the Flame Dragon." Grave, enraged, attacked again. Someone else looking for death. Shun was more than ready to meet the challenge. At the same time, a bolt of lightning seemed to flash through Zion's mind, as if he had sensed something wrong from a great distance. He decisively broke free from the medical wires, his body slowly levitating in the air amidst the splashing biofluid. Void Beast, take me to Sky. The next second, Zion was fully dressed again, his voice firm as he gave the command. Spatial teleportation. Locate Sky. His expression was deadly serious. Little Kuei's life signature is dropping. That means Sky is in grave danger. Stop wasting time. Locate her. The Void Beast closed its eyes tightly to focus its senses. A butterfly-shaped magic circle quickly appeared. It warned him beforehand, I will do everything in my power to protect your body, but as for how much damage you'll sustain after the teleport, you'll have to pray for yourself. Space suddenly began to crack like fragile glass. Zion's figure simultaneously plunged downward. Soon, he could see the intense battle between Shun and Grave unfolding below. Though Shun was at a disadvantage, he still managed to ask the person behind him, "Little girl, can you still stand?" Sky hesitantly confirmed, "Yes." He then urged her, "Go find your brother, quickly." The man, now facing an opponent of equal strength, had also sustained considerable damage to his face. "You brat, you really don't know your place. To put yourself through this for a woman, Was it worth it? Shin struggled to catch his breath. Worth it or not? Without a moment's hesitation, he unleashed a massive flame spear that pierced through his enemy's body. Is none of your business. And just like that, Grave took the full wrath of the dragon and was turned to ash. All that remained was a blood-curdling scream. Ah! The billowing energy slowly dissipated into the cold night air. Shin wiped the hot blood dripping down his chin. The wet, stinging sensation helped clear his mind amidst the chaos. Sky immediately rushed into Zion's arms the moment they reunited. Brother! However, it seemed he hadn't fully recovered yet. His face suddenly paled significantly. She hastily recounted the whole story. You're finally here. That guy just now was so scary. He hurt little Kue. Zion gently patted his sister's head to comfort her. Don't be afraid. I'm here now. His attention suddenly turned to Shun, who was struggling to stay on his feet in the distance. Despite his condition, the man still had enough energy for a taunt. Well, you finally decided to show up. Her brother is quite the responsible one, isn't he? I was starting to think your sister was about to become a roasted pigeon. Sky stood protectively between them, defending her brother. You're not allowed to talk about my brother like that. Shin just gave a sarcastic smile. Little sister, your words hurt me. I did risk my life for you, after all. However, her stance was clear. I will definitely repay you for saving my life, but you are not allowed to speak like that. Ever since we were little, whenever there was danger, my brother was always the first one to stand in front of me. He's the best brother in the world. The man pressed his hand against the bleeding wound on his chest. Hey, you with the surname Chu. Your sister here at least knows how to say thank you. How come I don't even get a single word of thanks from you? Drops of blood slowly dripped onto the cold ground, accompanied by his deliberately provocative words. Is this all the upbringing a holy knight has? Sky was about to retort indignantly again, but Zion stopped her by placing a hand on her shoulder. Sky, he's just jealous that I have such a good sister. He's unhappy, so he's spouting nonsense. The two siblings then put on a perfectly coordinated performance. Even though Shun did save you, this could all be a ploy to gain our trust. It's a classic psychological tactic. When you can't have something, you devalue it. Really? Absolutely. This made Shun so angry he started muttering, He was literally so angry he could spit blood. Nonsense. Me jealous of you? Ha ha ha. How could I possibly be jealous of you? But because he had overexerted himself, he temporarily lost consciousness, his eyes turning completely white like an empty shell. The moment his body lost balance and fell, the stake that had pierced his abdomen became an anchor, pinning his entire body in midair. The deep red liquid stained the steel rod as he slowly slid down. Zion watched the entire gruesome scene unfold from beginning to end. He gently pressed Sky's head into his chest to shield her from the traumatic sight. A weak voice suddenly spoke again. Zion, stop dawdling and save me. I haven't logged out yet. Don't just stand there like a block of wood. He simply replied with another taunt. Shun, you're injured this badly and you can still talk? Looks like your injuries aren't that serious. He then calmly pointed out Shun's unusual behavior. Compared to that, I'm more curious as to why you showed up at my house, just in time to find Sky being ambushed. For a moment, the man didn't say a word. A flood of memories rushed back to him like a reverse-played film. You know, there's a popular new trend lately called the Hero's Path of Remembrance. What's that? It turned out Shun had overheard some excited discussions. You visit the former residences of powerful experts and feel the traces of their growth. If you can learn even a little something, won't our strength increase by a ton? What the hell? You're not trying to fool me, are you? Why would I lie to you? Lots of people have been going lately. He coughed and coughed, trying to come up with some excuse. Cough, cough. Can't I just be passing by? Do you think the whole world revolves around you, with people fawning over you wherever you go? He thought to himself, I can't possibly tell him such an embarrassing reason. Sky suddenly felt alarmed as Zion's body grew heavy. Brother, what's wrong? By now, his vision was swimming from physical exhaustion, but he still managed to offer a final word of comfort. Sorry for scaring you. His arm, covered in golden veins, even began to ooze a thick liquid. She called out to him in a panicked, broken voice, "Broth!" A piercing sound rang out in the deathly silent air.